The gas station that wasn't on the map. Tyler Brooks first saw the lights when his truck said he had 22 miles of fuel left. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that the nearest gas station was 68 miles away, at least according to his GPS. He checked it twice. Same result. 68 miles. Tyler looked back through the windshield. Far ahead, past a stretch of black desert and flat empty road, a small cluster of white lights sat beside the highway. A gas station. He actually laughed. Not because anything was funny. Because after almost an hour of driving through nothing, it felt like the best thing he'd seen all night. At the time, Tyler assumed the GPS was wrong. By the time he realized it wasn't, he had already filled the tank. Tyler was driving through northern Nevada after visiting a friend near Reno. He'd left later than planned. A lot later. By 11:30 that night, the traffic had almost disappeared. No towns, no houses, no cell signal, just the highway, the desert, and the headlights cutting a narrow tunnel through the dark. Tyler wasn't worried. He had driven roads like this before. He had water in the truck, a flashlight, a paper road map buried somewhere behind the passenger seat, and enough fuel, he thought, to reach the next town. Then the fuel light came on. Tyler frowned and checked the range, 22 miles. He opened the map on his phone. The blue line continued straight ahead. Nearest gas station, 68 miles. Perfect. He reduced his speed. For the next several minutes, he kept checking the horizon for lights, nothing. Then, just after midnight, he saw them, a rectangular sign first. Then the glow of overhead lights. Then two old gas pumps beneath a metal canopy. Tyler leaned closer to the windshield. The place looked old. Not abandoned, just old. Like it had somehow missed several decades of renovations. There were no giant LED price signs, no bright advertisements in the windows, no rows of modern pumps, just two pumps, a small convenience store and a tall roadside sign with no visible company logo. Tyler looked down at the GPS again. Nothing. The map showed empty desert. He zoomed in. No station, no side road, not even a business marker. That was strange. But not exactly impossible. Small independent gas stations disappear from map databases all the time. Maybe it had reopened. Maybe the GPS data was outdated, and more importantly, Tyler had 18 miles of fuel left. He turned in. The parking lot was empty. No cars, no trucks, no motorcycles. Tyler pulled up beside the first pump and killed the engine. The silence outside was immediate. There wasn't much wind. No insects, no traffic in either direction. He stepped out and looked toward the convenience store. A man stood behind the counter. Tyler could see him through the glass. That alone made the place feel more normal. He walked to the pump. There was no card reader, just a mechanical display and a handwritten sign taped beside the nozzle. Pay inside first. Tyler checked the second pump. Same thing. He walked inside. A bell above the door gave one short ring. The store smelled faintly like old coffee and dust. The man behind the counter looked maybe 60. Gray hair, thin face, white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. He didn't smile. Regular. Yeah, fill it. Cash. Tyler pulled out his wallet. Card doesn't work. Cash. Tyler had $42. Not enough to completely fill the tank, but enough to get him out of the desert. He handed over 40. The man counted it slowly. Tyler glanced around. A cooler hummed against the wall. A rotating postcard stand stood near the door. There were shelves of chips, canned food, batteries, cigarettes, nothing obviously strange. Then Tyler noticed the clock. It hung above the coffee machine. 2:17. Tyler checked his phone. 12:08 a.m. He nodded toward the clock. Think that thing's a little fast. The man followed his eyes. For the first time, his expression changed. Not much, just enough. Clock doesn't work. Tyler shrugged. Fair enough. He went back outside. The pump worked perfectly. Old, slow, but perfectly. Tyler stood beside the truck while the numbers rolled upward. $5, 12.23. The road was completely empty. He checked both directions. Nothing. Then he noticed something that hadn't bothered him when he arrived. There were no power lines. He looked at the station. Bright canopy lights, store lights, cooler running inside. Roadside sign glowing faintly, but no wires. Tyler looked behind the building. Maybe a generator, maybe solar panels, nothing he could see. Again, not impossible, just unusual. The pump clicked off at $38 and change. Tyler returned the nozzle and walked inside for his change. The man already had it sitting on the counter. $1.62. Beside it was a small paper receipt. Tyler picked it up. $38.38, that part was right. He folded it once and nearly put it into his pocket. Then he noticed the time, 2:17 a.m. He looked at the clock, still 2:17. Your register's wrong too, the man didn't answer. Tyler tapped the receipt. Time says 2:17. I know. Tyler waited for more. None came. He put the receipt in his pocket. Okay. He was almost at the door when the attendant spoke. Which way are you going? Tyler turned, east. The man's eyes shifted toward the windows. You should stay here for a while. Tyler gave a small laugh. No offense, but I'd rather get moving. Road isn't good tonight. Construction. The man looked at him. No, that was it. Tyler waited, nothing else. He left. The truck started immediately, full enough tank. GPS loaded. No signal, but the offline map still showed his route. Tyler pulled onto the highway. He checked the rearview mirror. The station shrank behind him within 2 minutes. Its lights disappeared completely. He felt better once they were gone. Not scared, just relieved to be moving again. He drove east for about 15 minutes. Then he saw a sign ahead, white light. Metal canopy, 2 pumps. Tyler slowed. No. The gas station appeared on his right. Same roadside sign. Same building. Same empty parking lot. Tyler stared at it as he passed. The attendant stood behind the counter, watching him. Tyler didn't stop. He checked the GPS. The route was still straight. No turn, no loop, no intersection. He looked at the odometer. He had driven almost 17 miles. Maybe there were 2 stations. Same design, same owner, same stupid clock. That explanation worked for approximately 3 minutes. Then Tyler passed the gas station again. This time he pulled over half a mile down the road. He didn't turn around. He just sat there with the engine running. Okay. He opened his phone. No service. He opened the compass. East. He was facing east. He checked the paper map. Straight highway. No loops. No parallel roads. Tyler looked in the mirror. The station lights were behind him. He decided to test something. He made a U-turn. Now he was heading west. If he had somehow gotten turned around earlier, this would tell him. 10 minutes passed, then 15. Nothing. Tyler started breathing easier. Their problem solved. Probably a weird road configuration he hadn't noticed. Then white lights appeared ahead. The gas station. This time on the left side of the highway. Exactly where it should have been if he were approaching it from the opposite direction. Tyler drove past without slowing. The attendant was standing outside now. Not waving, not calling, just watching. Tyler kept going. 5 minutes later, the fuel gauge dropped slightly. That should have been reassuring. Instead, Tyler looked at the odometer. He had traveled almost 40 miles since leaving the station the first time, and somehow he was still beside the same place. He tried another direction. There was a narrow dirt road just past the station. Tyler hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't on the GPS, but at this point, neither was the station. He turned onto it. The dirt road ran north through flat desert. Tyler drove slowly, 10 minutes, 15. No lights behind him, good. Then the road curved. Tyler followed it. Another curve, the surface became pavement again. He reached a T-junction, and directly across from him, the gas station. Tyler stopped in the middle of the road. For several seconds he did nothing. Then he put the truck in reverse, fast. The attendant stepped outside. Tyler watched him through the windshield. The man raised one hand, not waving, more like telling him to stop. Tyler kept reversing until the truck almost left the road. Then he turned around and drove back the way he'd come. He stopped several miles into the desert, or what he hoped was several miles. The station wasn't visible. Tyler turned off the engine for the first time all night. He tried calling 911. No signal. He tried again. Nothing. He sat in the dark, listening to the metal of the truck cool. Then he remembered the receipt. He pulled it out. $38.38. 2:17 a.m. He looked at his phone. 1:41, 36 minutes. Tyler stared at the receipt, then at the black road ahead. The attendant had told him to stay, not forever, for a while. Tyler started the engine again. There was one possibility he hadn't considered. Maybe the man wasn't trying to keep him there. Maybe he was trying to keep him off the road. Tyler returned to the station voluntarily this time. The attendant was behind the counter again. Same position as before. Tyler walked inside. The bell rang. What's happening? The man looked at him. You came back. I've driven almost 60 miles, probably. I keep ending up here. The attendant said nothing. Tyler stepped closer. Is this some private road? Is there a loop? Am I missing a turn? No. Then explain it. The man looked toward the clock. 2:17. Tyler followed his eyes. What happens at 2:17? The attendant didn't answer immediately. Then, the road opens. Tyler frowned. What does that mean? It means you can leave. Tyler stared at him. That makes no sense. I know. Why 2:17? The man looked down at the counter. That's when it ends. Tyler's stomach tightened. When what ends? No answer. The cooler hummed behind him. Tyler noticed something beside the register. A stack of old receipts, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. He reached toward the top one. The attendant didn't stop him. Tyler picked it up. The paper was yellow with age, the printed time. 2:17 a.m. Another receipt. 2:17. Another. 2:17. He checked the dates, different years. Tyler looked at the man. What is this place? The attendant finally answered. Somewhere people stop before they get to the next part. Tyler didn't sleep. He sat in his truck under the canopy and watched his phone. 1:52, 2:03, 2:11. Nothing changed. The station lights buzzed overhead. The attendant remained inside. At 2:16, Tyler started the truck. He put both hands on the wheel. The clock changed. 2:17. For the first time since Tyler had entered the station, the lights flickered. Once. The attendant came outside. He pointed east. Go. Tyler didn't argue. He hit the road. The speedometer climbed. 40, 50, 65. He kept expecting the station to appear again. It didn't. 1 mile. 5, 10. His phone found a signal. 3 bars. Then the GPS updated. The route snapped back into place. Nearest town, 49 miles. Tyler actually shouted. He didn't care how stupid it sounded. He was out. About 20 minutes later, Tyler saw lights ahead, a lot of them. Red, blue, white. He slowed. Emergency vehicles filled both lanes. Police, ambulances, fire trucks. A line of stopped cars stretched into the darkness. Tyler rolled down his window when an officer approached. Roads closed. What happened? Pileup. The officer glanced behind him. Started maybe half an hour ago. Truck crossed the center line. Several vehicles involved. Tyler looked at the wreckage farther ahead. Twisted metal, broken headlights. A semi on its side. The officer continued. You'll have to wait. Tyler didn't respond. He pulled the receipt from his pocket. His hands had started shaking. The printed time was still there. 2:17 a.m. Tyler checked his phone. 2:39. Then he looked toward the wreck. Do you know what time it happened? The officer thought for a second. First call came in at 2:18. Tyler didn't say anything after that. He never found the station again. A week later. He searched every map he could find. Nothing. Satellite images showed empty desert. Historical maps showed no business at that location. He even drove the highway again during daylight. There was no building, no parking lot, no dirt road, no sign that anything had ever stood there. Tyler still has the receipt. The ink has faded. The amount is barely readable now, but one part hasn't faded at all. The time. 2:17 a.m. And Tyler says the thing that bothers him most isn't that the station appeared where no station existed. It's the question he still can't answer. Did that place save him from the crash? Or was everyone who reached the highway at 2:17 simply someone the station had finally decided to let go? Someone was using my cabin. Before I arrived, the first thing Eric noticed was the coffee. Not the smell, the grounds. They were still damp. That was strange because the cabin had been locked for 6 months. Eric Dawson stood in the tiny kitchen with one hand still resting on his duffel bag and stared down into the coffee maker. Dark ground sat inside the paper filter. Wet. Fresh enough that when he touched them with one finger, moisture came away on his glove. Eric looked toward the front door, still closed, still locked from the inside. Then he checked the windows, all latched. Maybe the owner had been here recently. That was the obvious explanation, and for about 10 minutes, Eric believed it. Then he found the footprints. They led straight to the cabin. None led away. The cabin belonged to Eric's uncle, Paul. It sat deep in western Montana, far enough from the nearest paved road that you needed four-wheel drive for the final 12 miles. There was no electricity except for a small generator, no running water in winter, no reliable cell service. The kind of place where a broken ankle could turn into a very serious problem very quickly. Eric had been there several times before, mostly during hunting season. He knew the layout: one bedroom, small kitchen, wood stove, bathroom with a water tank, storage room in the back, nothing fancy. That was part of why he liked it. Paul hadn't used the place since spring. He'd broken his leg in June and told Eric he could take the cabin for a long weekend before winter got worse. Eric drove up alone on a Thursday afternoon. The weather was already turning: gray sky, cold wind, light snow beginning to collect along the tree line. He reached the cabin around 4:30. The padlock was exactly where it should have been. No damage, no scratches, no sign anyone had forced it. Eric unlocked it himself. That mattered later. At the time, he barely thought about it. He carried his gear inside, lit the stove, and started checking the place. That was when he found the coffee. Eric called his uncle. No service. He expected that. There was one spot near the kitchen window where a phone sometimes caught a weak signal. But not that day. He shrugged it off. Maybe Paul had come up with someone. Maybe a neighbor had checked the property. Maybe the damp grounds weren't as fresh as they looked. Cold weather could preserve moisture. That made sense. Then Eric noticed the fireplace. There was a thin layer of ash inside. He crouched, touched it, cold mostly, but beneath the top layer, the ash felt slightly warm. Eric pulled his hand back. Now that was harder to explain. The stove had clearly been used recently. Maybe that morning, maybe even a few hours earlier. He stood and looked around the room again. Nothing appeared stolen. No cabinet doors open. No drawers pulled out. No food wrappers. No muddy prints on the floor. Someone had apparently entered a locked cabin, made coffee, used the stove, cleaned up after themselves, then left without breaking anything. Eric didn't like that, but he still wasn't scared, annoyed, maybe concerned, mostly because he had no idea who might still be nearby. He took the bear spray from his backpack and clipped it to his belt. Then he checked the cabin room by room. Bedroom, empty. Bathroom, empty. Storage room, empty. He opened every closet, looked behind the shower curtain, checked under the bed. Nothing. Great, his own voice sounded too loud in the cabin. Eric laughed once, not because it was funny, more because standing there with bear spray while checking under furniture felt ridiculous. He went outside. The snow had started falling harder. Maybe an inch had collected since he'd arrived. Eric walked around the cabin. The first tracks he found were his own. Boot prints from the truck to the porch. Deep, clear, easy to recognize. Then, around the north side of the cabin, he found another set. Larger boot prints, older than his, partially filled with fresh snow. Eric crouched. The tracks came out of the trees, straight toward the cabin. They stopped beneath the bedroom window, then continued around the wall toward the front porch. Eric followed them. They ended at the front steps. He walked past the porch and searched the opposite side. Nothing. No tracks heading back into the woods. No second route. No vehicle tracks. No footprints toward the dirt road. Eric circled the cabin twice. Still nothing. He stood beside the porch and looked at the snow. Someone had walked to the cabin. There was no visible sign they'd walked away. That didn't mean anything supernatural. Snow could cover tracks unevenly. Wind could erase sections. Maybe whoever had been there used the same path Eric drove in on, and tire marks had destroyed the evidence. Possible. He checked. No, the tire tracks were his. Only his. The road surface beneath them had been untouched. Eric went back inside and locked the door. He decided he wasn't staying the weekend. That choice came quickly. He'd leave before dark, maybe get signal closer to the highway and call Paul. If Paul knew who had been using the cabin, fine. If he didn't, they could contact the sheriff. There was no reason to spend the night alone in a remote building someone had apparently entered without permission. For once, someone in a horror story made the sensible decision. Eric packed almost everything he'd just unpacked. Food back into the cooler, clothes back into the duffel, flashlight into the outer pocket. He was carrying the bag toward the door when he heard the first sound, a scrape, soft, from the bedroom. Eric stopped. The cabin became quiet again. He waited. Nothing. Maybe the wind had pushed a branch against the wall. He set the bag down. Another scrape. Longer, not outside, inside. Eric took the bear spray off his belt. He walked toward the bedroom. The door was open. Empty, the window was closed, nothing moved. Then came another sound, directly beneath him. Scratch, pause, scratch. Eric looked down at the floor. The bedroom had old wooden boards, no basement, no crawl space that he knew of. He listened. Silence. Eric stepped back into the main room. Maybe mice. Raccoon, some small animal under the cabin. Except Paul had poured a concrete foundation years earlier. There shouldn't have been space beneath the floor. Eric grabbed his flashlight. He went outside again. The snow was coming down fast now. Visibility had dropped. The trees 50 yards away were fading into white-gray haze. Eric circled to the bedroom side and crouched beside the foundation, concrete. No holes, no vents large enough for anything bigger than a mouse. He shined the flashlight along the base. Nothing. Then he saw something under the bedroom window, a fresh footprint, not one of the old ones. This one had sharp edges, very recent. Eric looked behind him. Another. Then another, 3 prints. They ran from the corner of the cabin toward the window and stopped. Eric straightened. Snow had already begun collecting inside the impressions. He looked toward the trees. No movement. He called out. Hey, no answer. If someone's out there, this isn't funny. The wind pushed snow sideways across the clearing. Eric listened. Nothing. He moved closer to the window. The prints ended inches from the wall again. There were none leading away. This time wind couldn't explain it. They were too fresh. Eric backed away. His original plan had been to leave immediately. Now he had another problem. The road, snow was already covering his truck tracks. The final 6 miles climbed over a steep ridge. He knew the road well enough to know that once the snow got heavy, driving down could be worse than waiting. He checked the sky. Dark clouds, early evening coming fast. He had chains, a shovel, 4-wheel drive, but getting stuck alone halfway down the mountain would leave him in a much worse situation. Eric stood there for almost a minute weighing it. Then he made the decision. He would wait for the snowfall to ease. 1 hour, maybe 2, then leave. He didn't know yet that by then the truck wouldn't be an option. Eric went inside, locked the door, then pushed the kitchen table against it. He checked every window again. He also took several pictures of the footprints. If the snow covered them, he wanted proof. At 5:12 p.m., he heard the scraping again, this time from beneath the bed. Eric didn't enter the room immediately. He stood in the hallway, listened. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause, then something heavier. A dull bump against wood. Eric had a hunting rifle in the truck. He'd left it locked in a hard case. He considered going out to get it. But that meant opening the door. Instead, he grabbed the fireplace poker. Not ideal, better than nothing. He entered the bedroom. Nothing. He knelt. Shined the flashlight beneath the bed. Dust. A storage box. 1 lost sock. No animal, no hole. Then Eric noticed the scratches. He pulled the storage box out. There were thin, pale marks in the wood, several of them, parallel lines. He touched one, fresh. Eric's first thought was mice. His second was that mice usually scratch the floor. These marks weren't on the floor. They were on the underside of the bed frame. Eric froze. He leaned lower and angled the flashlight upward. More scratches. Dozens, some old, some fresh, all underneath the frame. As though something had been lying beneath the bed and dragging its nails across the wood above its face. Eric stood so fast he struck his shoulder against the wall. The poker fell. The sound echoed through the cabin. Then something knocked once. From inside the storage room, Eric grabbed the poker. The storage room was at the back of the cabin. He had checked it earlier. Shelves, tools, firewood, nothing else. The door was still closed. Another knock, not loud, just one firm hit. Eric called out, "Who's there?" Nothing answered. He immediately regretted speaking. He backed toward the kitchen. The storage room handle moved. Barely. Down, then up. Eric watched it. His breathing had gone quiet without him noticing. The handle moved again. Down, stopped. Then slowly returned. Eric didn't wait. He pushed the table aside, unlocked the front door, and ran for the truck. Snow hit his face. He crossed the clearing, opened the driver's door, climbed in, keys, ignition, nothing. The engine clicked once. Eric tried again. Click battery, that made no sense. The truck had started perfectly 2 hours earlier. He turned on the headlights, dim, very dim, he swore. Maybe he'd left something on, interior light, accessory power. Possible, he checked, nothing obvious. He had jumper equipment. No second vehicle. A portable battery pack was inside his gear. Inside the cabin, Eric looked through the windshield. The front door stood open. He had left it open when he ran. The warm yellow light from inside spilled across the porch. Then the door slowly closed. Eric stared. The wind could do that, absolutely. The wind, then the porch light went out. Eric locked the truck doors. His phone still had no signal. Temperature outside was dropping. He could stay inside the truck for a while, maybe even all night if necessary. He had blankets, winter gear, food, better than going back inside. He checked the time. 5:46 p.m. The sky was almost completely dark. Eric turned off everything electrical to save the battery. The clearing disappeared. For several minutes there was only the sound of snow hitting the roof. Then the cabin light came back on. Eric looked up. The kitchen window glowed. Someone was standing behind it. Eric couldn't see a face, only a dark shape, roughly human height, motionless. He grabbed his flashlight, clicked it on. The beam hit the window. Nothing. The figure was gone. Eric kept the light there. Empty kitchen. Table, chair, stove. He turned the flashlight off. The dark shape was back. Eric turned the flashlight on again. Gone, off, there, on, gone. Eric stopped playing that game. He left the flashlight on. Then he saw movement near the truck. Snow crunched. Once. Then again from behind him. Eric twisted around. Nothing through the rear window. Crunch. Passenger side. He pointed the flashlight. Fresh snow. No person. Crunch. Driver's side. Closer. Eric stopped moving. The flashlight beam stayed fixed on the window. Something scratched the outside of the truck. One slow line from the rear door toward the front. Eric flinched. Another scratch, higher this time. Then silence. He waited. 10 seconds, 20, 30. A face didn't suddenly slam into the window. Nothing jumped out. That almost made it worse. Then Eric heard a soft knock, 3 times, on the roof. Eric stayed in the truck for nearly 2 hours. The sounds came and went, footsteps, scraping. Sometimes the porch boards creaked. Sometimes the cabin door opened and closed. At 7:31 p.m., the light inside shut off for good. The snowfall finally weakened. Eric decided he couldn't wait until morning. He needed to get the truck started. The battery pack was inside the cabin. He had to go back. He took the flashlight, bear spray, keys, and the fireplace poker he'd somehow carried into the truck without realizing it. Then he opened the door. The clearing was quiet. Eric moved quickly. 10 yards. 5. Porch. Door. The front door was unlocked. He knew he'd locked it before running outside. He pushed it open. Hello, nothing. The cabin was dark except for the dying orange glow from the stove. Eric found his bag near the kitchen wall. Battery pack. Good. Then he heard breathing, very soft. Bedroom. Eric stopped. The breathing continued. Slow. Regular, like someone asleep. He didn't investigate. He turned toward the door. Then a voice spoke from the bedroom. Eric, he almost answered, almost. The voice sounded like Paul, his uncle, not similar. Paul. Eric stood completely still. Eric, again. Paul was 70 miles away recovering from a broken leg. Eric backed toward the door. The voice changed. Not suddenly, just slightly. Eric, come here. It still sounded like Paul, but the rhythm was wrong, too careful, like someone had learned the words without understanding how Paul spoke. Eric reached the front door. The voice said his name again, this time from the storage room. Eric ran. The battery pack worked. Truck started. Eric didn't wait for the engine to warm. He threw the pack onto the passenger floor and backed out. The tires slipped once. Caught, he drove toward the access road. Snow covered most of it, but his earlier tire tracks were still faintly visible. He followed them, slowly, 10 miles an hour. Then 15, he didn't look back at the cabin until he reached the first turn. The porch light was on again. A figure stood in the road in front of the cabin, small at that distance. Still, Eric kept driving. The trip down the mountain took almost 90 minutes. No radio, no phone signal. Several times he thought he heard something knocking beneath the truck. He ignored it. Eventually he reached the paved county road. His phone found one bar, then two. Eric called the sheriff's office. He also called Paul. Paul answered on the second ring. Eric didn't explain everything, not yet. He started with the simplest question. Were you at the cabin recently? No. Anyone else have a key? No. You sure? A pause. Eric, what's going on? When was the last time anyone was there? April. Eric looked through the windshield at the empty road. You didn't send someone to check it? No. Another pause. Then Paul asked, did you find the coffee? Eric stopped breathing for a second. What? Paul was quiet. Did you find coffee in the machine? Eric tightened his grip on the phone. How do you know about that? Paul didn't answer immediately. Then, because it happened to me last winter. Paul had never told Eric. A year earlier, he'd arrived at the cabin and found damp coffee grounds, warm ash, footprints that reached the building and never left. He'd assumed a hunter was trespassing. Then he'd heard scratching under the bed. Paul left before dark. He never saw anything, never heard voices, but after that trip, he stopped staying there alone. Eric was furious. You let me come up here knowing that. I thought someone was breaking in. You didn't think the footprints mattered. I thought the snow covered the others. Eric almost shouted. Then Paul said something that made him stop. I changed the locks. When, after that happened? Eric looked down at the keys still hanging from the ignition. Paul continued. Only 2 keys exist. One for you and one in my desk. Eric looked back toward the mountain. The cabin was somewhere beyond the darkness. How did someone get inside? I don't know. Sheriff's deputies reached the property the next morning. Eric went with them. 3 vehicles this time, 4 people. Daylight, the whole thing felt less impossible under a pale winter sky. The front door was closed, still locked. One deputy opened it with Eric's key. Nothing inside appeared disturbed. The kitchen table was back where it had originally been. The storage room was empty. No person, no animal, no damage. Then they checked the coffee maker. Wet ground still inside. One deputy smelled them. Looks recent. Eric said nothing. They photographed the scratches under the bed. They checked the foundation. No crawl space, no hidden opening. No sign anyone could get underneath the floor. Outside, the fresh snowfall had preserved most of the ground. Eric showed them where he'd seen the footprints. There were plenty. The deputies. Tracks from the previous evening. The officers spent almost an hour trying to separate them. Eventually one deputy called Eric over. He pointed toward the truck. You came up alone, right? Yeah. And you parked there, right there. The deputy looked at the snow. Eric followed his gaze. 2 sets of old tracks ran from the area where Eric's truck had originally parked toward the cabin. His prints were easy to identify. The second set was larger, the same size as the tracks Eric had found beneath the bedroom window. Both sets started beside the driver's side of his truck. Both went toward the cabin. Eric stared. Where do the other ones go? The deputy looked at him. What other ones? The ones going back. There weren't any. The cabin was searched again. Nothing. No person, no hidden room, no tunnel, no obvious explanation. Paul sold the property the following spring. Eric never went back. But before the sale, the sheriff's office gave him copies of the photographs from the search. Most showed exactly what Eric remembered: footprints, scratches, windows, the foundation. Then one image bothered him. It had been taken inside the bedroom. The photographer was standing near the door. The bed filled the center of the frame. The space beneath it looked black. Eric enlarged the image on his computer. At first he thought he was seeing dust. Then maybe part of the storage box. He increased the brightness. Under the bed, near the wall, were 4 pale shapes, fingers. A hand was wrapped around the underside of the bed frame. Eric sent the image back to the sheriff's office. They told him it was probably debris, bad lighting, compression artifacts. Maybe it was. Eric stopped arguing. Because the hand isn't the part of the photograph he thinks about most, it's the scratches. When Eric first examined them, every mark ran lengthwise beneath the frame, straight lines. In the sheriff's photograph, one new mark had been carved across them. 3 letters, small, uneven, but readable. Eric. The road kept adding miles when Hannah Reed first checked the GPS. The motel was 18 miles away. 10 minutes later, it was 19. She assumed the app had recalculated. Another 10 minutes passed, 21 miles. That was when she started paying attention. The road was straight. She hadn't missed a turn. She hadn't stopped. She hadn't even slowed down much. And somehow, the longer she drove toward the motel, the farther away it became. Hannah had spent most of the day driving across Wyoming. She was heading west to visit her sister in Idaho and had made the mistake of believing she could finish the trip without stopping. By 9:30 that night, she knew she couldn't. She was tired. Not dangerously tired yet, but close enough that every highway sign seemed to take longer to read, so she booked the nearest motel she could find. Nothing fancy, a roadside place in a small town she'd never heard of. 18 miles away, perfect. She set the route, plugged her phone into the charger, and kept driving. The highway was nearly empty. A few trucks had passed earlier. Now there was nobody, just black fields, occasional fence posts, and the white lines under her headlights. Hannah wasn't nervous. She'd grown up in rural Iowa. Empty roads didn't bother her. What bothered her was bad navigation. And at first, that's exactly what she thought this was the first time the distance changed. She barely noticed 18 miles. Then 19. Maybe the GPS had found a faster entrance to town. Maybe the motel was on the far side. She kept driving. 10 minutes later, she checked again. 21 miles. Hannah frowned. Seriously. The arrival time had also changed. 10:04 p.m. Now 10:17. She tapped the screen. No alternate route. No traffic. No construction warning. Just one blue line continuing straight ahead. She zoomed out. The road looked normal. The town was still there. The motel icon was still there. Hannah checked her odometer. She'd driven just over 15 miles since booking the room. If the motel had really been 18 miles away, she should have been almost there. Instead, according to the phone, she was farther away than when she started. Bad GPS. That was still the obvious answer. She unplugged the phone, closed the app, waited a few seconds, opened it again. The location marker jumped, then stabilized. 20 miles. Fine. She kept driving. A few minutes later, Hannah passed an old billboard. Most of the advertisement had peeled away. All that remained was a faded red background and a white rectangle where the brand name had once been. She didn't think much of it. 3 miles later, she passed the same billboard. Hannah looked into the mirror, then back at the road. Same red background, same torn corner, same white rectangle. She slowed. There could have been 2 identical billboards, old regional advertising. Same company, same design. That happened. She kept moving. Her phone now said 23 miles. Hannah looked at the road ahead. No exits, no intersections. No way she had turned around. She checked the compass app. West, exactly the direction she was supposed to be heading. She passed a green highway marker. Mile 146. Good. Something measurable. Hannah watched for the next one. Then 148. She relaxed slightly. The mile markers were increasing normally, so she wasn't driving in circles. The GPS was just wrong. Then she passed the red billboard again. Hannah hit the brakes. Not hard enough to skid, just enough to drop from 65 to about 30. The billboard passed slowly on her right. She studied it this time. There was graffiti across one support post. 3 white letters. RIP. Same as before. No question. Same billboard. Hannah pulled onto the shoulder. She put the car in park but left the engine running. Her phone said 25 miles. She took a picture of the billboard, then a picture of the nearest mile marker. She opened the paper road atlas she kept behind the passenger seat. It was a few years old, but highways don't usually move much. The road she was on ran almost perfectly west for nearly 50 miles. There were only two major junctions. She hadn't reached either. No loops, no circular route. No service roads reconnecting to the highway. Hannah checked the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Plenty. She considered turning around. If the road ahead was confusing the GPS, she could backtrack to the last gas station she'd passed earlier. That seemed smarter than continuing into something she couldn't explain. She made a U-turn. Now she was heading east. The compass confirmed it. For the first time in 20 minutes, the motel distance started decreasing. Hannah smiled. There, some kind of positioning error. Maybe the app thought the motel was behind her. Then the screen jumped 29 miles. She stared. The route line rotated. Still showed her driving east. Still told her to continue. But the destination now appeared farther away in the same direction. Hannah tapped the route overview. The motel icon had moved. Not physically moved on the map. The town itself seemed to be in a different location. She zoomed in, same town name, same motel, but now it was east of her. Hannah closed the app, opened another navigation app, typed the motel name manually. Result, 31 miles east. Her stomach tightened. Two apps making the same mistake was harder to dismiss. Still possible. They could use the same location data. She decided to stop trusting the phone entirely. Paper map, road signs, mile markers, that was enough. She continued east toward the gas station. The next marker should have been 148. Instead, she passed. Hannah slowed the marker. After that, she checked the mirror. Maybe she'd read the first one wrong. She pulled up the photo she'd taken. Mile 149, there it was. When she'd turned around, the numbers should have decreased. They were still increasing. Hannah stopped again. This time she stepped out of the car. Cold wind moved across the road. There were no headlights in either direction. She stood beside the driver's door and listened. Nothing. No engines, no houses, no livestock, no power lines humming. Just wind. She walked back to the previous mile marker. She photographed it. Then returned to the car. She decided to perform the simplest possible test. Drive exactly 1 mile according to the odometer. See what the next sign says. She reset the trip meter, started driving. 0.2, 0.5, 0.8. At 1.0 mile, she passed another marker. That was normal. She drove another mile. Fine. Another, so the markers were consistent with her movement. The strange part was direction. Whether she drove east or west, the numbers increased. Hannah checked the compass again. East, still east. She held the phone level. The arrow pointed straight ahead. She turned the car around once more. Compass. West. She drove 1 mile. Mile 155. Hannah pulled over immediately. At that point, she called 911. No signal. She tried anyway. The call failed. She switched airplane mode on and off. Nothing. That wasn't unusual for the area. She opened her messages and wrote one to her sister. GPS is acting weird. I am okay. Pulling over for a bit. Not delivered. Hannah looked at the time. 10:28 p.m. She had been driving toward an 18-mile-away motel for nearly an hour. She should have been there long ago. Instead, the motel was now showing 42 miles away. She locked the doors. Then she noticed the odometer. She'd been focused on the trip meter, but the main odometer told a different story. According to it, she'd driven almost 70 miles since she first booked the motel. Hannah looked at the fuel gauge, still just below half. That made no sense. Her car didn't get 70 miles without a noticeable drop. She tapped the gauge. Stupid habit, no change. Maybe the float was stuck. That happened. She started the engine again. The plan changed. Forget the motel, forget the gas station, find any building, any side road, any sign of people. For the next 20 minutes Hannah drove west. She passed mile 156. Then the red billboard appeared again. This time she stopped beside it. She rolled down the passenger window and aimed her flashlight at the support post. Rip. Same graffiti. She compared it with the photo. Same scratches, same missing bolt, same tear in the metal. Exactly the same. Hannah's hands tightened around the steering wheel. She looked at the mile marker behind her. The first time she'd seen the billboard, she'd been somewhere around 146. Same object, different mile. That meant either the billboard was moving or the road was. Neither answer was useful. She drove on. At 10:57, she saw headlights behind her. Hannah nearly laughed from relief. A vehicle, finally. It approached quickly. Large, probably a pickup. She slowed to let it pass. The headlights stayed behind her. Maybe 40 yards back, Hannah waved one hand near the rear window. No response. She slowed to 40. The other vehicle slowed too. She sped up. It matched her. Now she was less relieved. She kept her speed steady. The vehicle followed for about 5 minutes. Then Hannah saw another red billboard ahead. She looked into the mirror. The headlights were still there. She passed the billboard. For 1 second, the car behind her disappeared behind it. Then nothing, no headlights. Hannah checked the side mirrors. Empty road. She hadn't heard a turn. There was nowhere to turn. She slowed. No vehicle. She almost stopped. Then her phone vibrated. A message had arrived. From her sister. "You there yet?" Signal. 1 bar. Hannah immediately called. The phone rang. Her sister answered. "Hannah, yeah, listen, I'm having some GPS problems. Can you see where I am?" "What do you mean?" "I shared my location earlier. Hold on." A few seconds passed. Hannah kept driving. "Okay," her sister said. "That's weird." "What?" "It says you're stopped." Hannah looked at the speedometer. 58 miles per hour. "Where?" Her sister named a location. Hannah recognized it immediately. It was the place where she'd first pulled over beside the billboard almost 40 minutes earlier. "No, I'm driving. Your dot isn't moving. Refresh it." "I did." Hannah glanced at the road. Another mile marker. Her sister continued. "It says you've been in the same spot for 37 minutes. Hannah said nothing. Then the call dropped. The signal disappeared. Hannah tried calling back. Nothing. She checked the shared location map. Her own blue dot appeared behind her, miles behind her. She was driving west, according to the map. Her phone was still sitting beside mile 149. Then a second blue dot appeared, directly under her current location. Hannah stared. For a moment there were 2 location markers, both labeled U. The first stayed near mile 149, the second moved with the car. Then the screen went black. The phone restarted by itself. When it came back, there was only one marker. The motel was now 63 miles away. Hannah stopped using the GPS. A side road appeared just after 11. It was the first actual intersection she'd seen in what felt like hours. A narrow paved road turned south. There was a sign. County Road 12. Hannah checked the atlas. County Road 12 existed. It should connect to a small town roughly 14 miles south. Finally, she turned. The highway disappeared behind her. County Road 12 was narrower and rougher. No painted center line. But it felt real. That mattered. The mile markers were gone. The red billboard was gone. The GPS stayed closed. Hannah drove by the odometer. 1 mile, 3.5. At 7 miles she saw a farmhouse light. One yellow square in the distance. She almost cried. She kept driving. The light grew closer, then disappeared behind a hill. When Hannah came over the hill, there was no farmhouse, only an empty field. She slowed. Maybe the house was farther off than she thought. Then she saw the light again. Behind her, Hannah checked the mirror. A single yellow square, far away. She had somehow passed it without seeing the building. She kept driving. At 10 miles, the road curved. At 12, another curve. At 14, there should have been a town. There wasn't. Instead, County Road 12 ended at a T-junction. Hannah stopped. A highway ran left and right. Beside the junction stood a faded red billboard rip. Hannah put both hands over her face. Not for long. Maybe 3 seconds, then she forced herself to think. She needed something measurable that wasn't the road. Time, fuel, distance. She wrote everything down on a receipt from her glove box. 11:18 p.m. Fuel, just under half. Odometer direction. Mile marker. She made a decision. No more exploring. No more alternate roads. She would park, wait for daylight. If necessary, sleep in the locked car. In the morning, roads would be easier to understand. Other drivers would appear even if her phone remained useless. Daylight would solve half the problem. Hannah pulled well off the shoulder, locked the doors, turned off the engine for the first time all night. She stopped moving. The silence felt enormous. She reclined the seat slightly, kept the keys in her hand, and waited. At 11:42, a car passed. Hannah sat up. Tail lights disappeared west. Normal 5 minutes later. Another car passed east, then a semi, then two pickups. Traffic, actual traffic. Hannah almost started the engine, but something bothered her. None of the vehicles reacted to her. Not one slowed. Not one moved slightly away from the shoulder. Maybe they couldn't see her. She turned on her hazard lights. Another car approached. It passed less than 6 feet away, no reaction. Hannah flashed her headlights. Nothing, she honked. Nothing. The vehicle continued. She opened the door and stepped halfway out. Hey, tail lights disappeared. Then another vehicle approached. Hannah stood beside the car this time, waving both arms. It passed. The driver didn't look at her. Hannah froze. The vehicle had no license plate, neither had the one before it. She got back inside and locked the doors. More cars came, one every few minutes. All quiet, all moving at roughly the same speed, none with visible plates. Then the red billboard changed. Hannah hadn't noticed it was close enough to read from the car. Before, most of the advertisement had been missing. Now words were visible, not painted, not printed. White letters across the faded red surface. Hannah turned on her high beams. The words read. Keep moving. She stared. She took a picture. The flash reflected off the windshield. When she looked again, the letters were gone. Blank billboard. Hannah checked the photo. The message was there. Keep moving. She didn't need a second warning. The car started immediately. She pulled onto the road. The strange traffic was gone. Completely. Hannah accelerated. Mile marker. She didn't care anymore. She just kept moving. At 12:09 a.m., the GPS opened itself. Hannah hadn't touched the phone. A navigation voice spoke through the speakers. Continue straight for 17 miles. Hannah muted it. The screen lit again. 17 miles. She recognized the number, almost the original distance to the motel. Hannah hesitated. Then she let it run. 16 miles for the first time all night. The distance was decreasing normally. She drove. No billboard. A vehicle passed in the opposite direction. It had a license plate. She saw power lines. A farmhouse. Real this time. Cell signal. 3 bars. Hannah almost laughed. Then the motel sign appeared ahead. Exactly where the map said it would be. She pulled into the parking lot at 12:31 a.m. The GPS read 0.1 miles. Then arrived. The front desk clerk was an older woman reading a paperback. Hannah walked inside. Hi, Reed. I booked a room earlier. The woman checked the computer. Oh, yeah. I was wondering if you were coming. Hannah put her keys on the counter. Road got weird. The clerk looked up. What road? The highway east of here. Construction. No. Hannah almost explained. Then stopped. What was she supposed to say? The miles kept increasing. The road signs were wrong. A billboard followed me. Instead she asked, is there another highway around here with mile markers in the 140s through 170s? The woman shook her head. Not around here. Hannah pulled out her phone. She showed the picture. The red billboard, RIP on the support. The clerk stared at it. Her expression changed. Where'd you take that? On the highway? No. What that billboard used to be on the old road. What old road? The woman looked toward the front windows. There was another highway before they built this one. Hannah waited. It hasn't been used in years. How many years? Long time, since before I moved here. The clerk handed the phone back. Part of it washed out. Hannah felt cold again. Where? East. Can you still drive on it? No, the woman frowned. Not unless you've got a vehicle that can cross a missing bridge. Hannah barely slept the next morning. She checked everything. Her messages. Location history. Photos. Odometer. The car had recorded 143 miles between the gas station where she'd last filled up and the motel. The actual distance was 71. Almost exactly half. Fuel usage looked normal for roughly 70 miles. Not 143. Her location history was worse. For nearly an hour, it showed Hannah stationary beside the highway. Then, at 11:01 p.m., the tracking line split. One route continued west on the modern highway. Another line moved south, then west, then north. It traced a road that wasn't visible on the current map. Hannah switched to satellite view. Nothing. She searched older map layers online. Eventually she found it, the abandoned highway. County Road 12 had once connected to it. The route matched almost perfectly. There was one problem: the old highway ended at a river. The bridge had collapsed decades earlier. According to Hannah's location history, she crossed it twice before leaving town. Hannah drove back east during daylight, not far, just enough to see whether the road looked normal. It did: cars, power lines, ranches. Mile markers decreasing correctly when she turned east. She reached mile 149. There was no billboard, only an empty patch beside the road. She parked and walked over. 4 rusted concrete anchors stuck out of the dirt. Something large had once stood there. Hannah took one photograph. Then she noticed a small piece of metal caught in the weeds. Red paint. Old, faded. She didn't touch it. She drove back to the motel and continued west. The rest of the trip was normal. Hannah still doesn't know what happened. She doesn't claim the road was haunted. She doesn't claim she drove through another world. She doesn't even like telling the story because every explanation sounds ridiculous once she says it aloud. But she kept the screenshots, the duplicated location markers, the old road, the odometer, and one photograph she didn't remember taking. It was time-stamped 11:56 p.m., right around the time she had started driving again after seeing the words on the billboard. The picture was taken through the windshield. A dark highway stretches ahead. The red billboard stands on the right. But the camera isn't focused on the billboard. It's focused on the rearview mirror in the mirror. Hannah's car is visible from behind headlights. Road, rear window. And behind her car is another set of headlights very close. Hannah remembers nothing being behind her when she took that road. She zoomed in anyway. The headlights belonged to a car identical to hers. Same model, same color, same damaged sticker in the corner of the windshield. And through the glass, someone is sitting behind the wheel. Hannah can't make out the face. But whoever it is, they're driving the other direction. The light across the valley. Noah Miller first noticed the light because there shouldn't have been anything on that mountain. No road, no cabin, no power lines, nothing. Just a dark ridge on the far side of the valley. But every night, at almost exactly the same time, one small white light appeared between the trees. The first night, Noah assumed it was a hiker. The second night, he assumed it was a hunting cabin that wasn't marked on his map. The third night, the light flashed 3 times. So Noah flashed his flashlight back 3 times. The next night, the light was closer. Noah had rented the cabin for a week because he wanted quiet. Not spiritual quiet, not some dramatic attempt to disconnect. He worked remotely, spent too much time staring at screens, and had a week of vacation he needed to use before the end of the year. A cabin in Colorado sounded better than sitting at home. The place was small: 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, wood stove, generator, a covered porch facing a wide valley. The nearest paved road was about 9 miles away. The nearest town was another 20. Noah liked that. He had food, water, firewood, a paper topographic map, a satellite communicator in case his phone lost signal for once. He had actually prepared properly. He arrived Monday afternoon by sunset. Light snow was falling across the valley. He made dinner, opened a beer, and sat on the porch until it got too cold. That was when he saw the light, a tiny white point on the opposite ridge. At first he thought it was a star visible through a gap in the trees. Then it moved, not far, maybe a few feet, then stopped. Noah leaned forward. Okay. A hiker, probably somebody with a headlamp. The opposite mountain wasn't exactly popular, but people did hike in that area. Noah went inside. 10 minutes later he looked again. The light was gone. He forgot about it. Tuesday night. The light returned. Same general area, a little after 8. This time Noah noticed it through the kitchen window. He grabbed binoculars from his backpack. The valley was too dark to see much. The light looked bright through the lenses, but there was no visible person around it. No structure either. Just darkness. Noah checked the topographic map. There was a trail along the opposite ridge, but it ran lower down. The light appeared well above it. Maybe someone was camping off trail, no big deal. Then the light went out. Noah watched for another minute. Nothing. He put the binoculars down. Wednesday was clear. Noah spent part of the afternoon hiking along his side of the valley. From one open section of trail, he could see the opposite ridge clearly. He stopped and searched for a cabin. Nothing, no roof, no clearing, no road, no obvious campsite, just pine trees. He took a picture and zoomed in, still nothing. That evening, the light returned. 8:11 p.m. Noah checked the time because now he was curious. He watched from the porch. The point of light sat in almost exactly the same place. He raised the binoculars, still no shape around it. Then the light flashed, once, dark again, dark. A third time, Noah lowered the binoculars. 3 flashes. That looked intentional. Maybe someone across the valley had noticed his cabin lights. Noah thought for a second, then grabbed his flashlight. He aimed it toward the ridge. Click. 3 flashes. 1, 2, 3. He laughed quietly. Hello, mountain person. The distant light stayed dark for a few seconds, then flashed once. Noah flashed once. The distant light flashed twice. Noah copied it. 2 flashes. Then it went dark. Noah went inside smiling. It felt harmless. Actually kind of fun. Thursday afternoon. Noah hiked down to a creek about a mile from the cabin. On the way back, he stopped at a viewpoint. Something bothered him. The section of ridge where he'd seen the light looked different, not dramatically. Just closer than he remembered. That was obviously impossible. The mountain hadn't moved, so Noah blamed perspective. Cloud cover. Maybe he'd been judging the distance badly at night. The valley was wide enough that depth was difficult to estimate. That explanation worked. Until that night at 8:12 p.m. The light appeared again. Noah immediately knew something was wrong. It wasn't in the same place. It was lower. And closer, much closer before. The light had been near the top of the opposite ridge. Now it seemed halfway down the slope. Noah took out the binoculars, still just a light, no visible person. He checked the map. If someone were hiking toward him, they would have to descend the opposite mountain, cross the creek, then climb his side. Hours of difficult terrain. Maybe whoever it was had been walking all day. That was possible. Noah waited. The light flashed 3 times. He didn't answer. It flashed 3 times again. Noah watched. Another 3. He left the porch. Inside, Noah closed the curtains, not because he thought something supernatural was happening, because whoever was out there had gone from interesting to annoying. Maybe they wanted attention. Maybe they were lost. That thought changed things. If someone was signaling from the mountain, they could be asking for help. 3 flashes were commonly associated with distress. Noah knew that much. He reopened the curtain. The light was still there. 3 flashes. Noah grabbed the satellite communicator. No emergency messages, no local alerts. He thought about contacting rescue services, but what would he say? I can see a flashlight somewhere across a valley, without coordinates. That wasn't useful. He decided to test whether it really was a distress signal. Noah flashed 3, waited. The light answered 3. Then Noah flashed 1. The light flashed 1, 2. It copied 2, 4. It copied 4. Noah stopped. That wasn't a standard emergency signal. It was copying him. He stood at the window. The light remained still. Then it flashed a sequence Noah hadn't sent. 1, pause, 1, pause, 3. Noah didn't answer. The light went dark. Friday morning. Noah checked the ridge again. He used the binoculars in daylight. Nothing obvious. Then he found something on the porch. A small pile of snow. Not unusual. Except the porch roof should have kept that area dry. Noah crouched. There was a footprint. A partial one. The heel and one side of a boot. Large, fresh. He stood. There were no other prints on the porch. No prints leading up the steps. No prints in the snow around the cabin. Just one partial footprint beneath the window where Noah had been standing the night before. He looked around the clearing. Nothing. That bothered him more than the light. A distant flashlight could be explained. A single footprint on a covered porch was harder. Still, Noah tried. Maybe it was his. Maybe he'd tracked snow inside earlier and it had fallen off his boot. He compared the print with his sole. Too large. Maybe the cabin owner. Old print preserved under the roof. But the edges looked fresh. Noah photographed it, then swept it away. He regretted that later. By Friday afternoon, Noah had decided to leave early, not because of the footprint alone. Because the weather forecast had worsened. A heavier snowstorm was expected overnight. The access road could become difficult. Leaving Saturday morning might mean driving through fresh snow. Leaving Friday before dark made more sense. He packed, checked the truck, started the engine, everything worked. Then he noticed the rear tire, flat completely. Noah stared at it, of course. He had a spare. He also had tools. It wasn't a disaster. He removed the damaged tire. There was a deep puncture in the sidewall, not a nail, a cut. Noah ran a gloved finger along it. The rubber had been sliced. He looked around. Maybe a sharp rock. Maybe he'd hit something on the access road, but sidewall cuts can happen. He changed the tire. By the time he finished, clouds were moving over the valley. Snow had started again. He checked the time. 4:42 p.m. The road was already turning white. He considered leaving anyway. Then the satellite weather update refreshed. Heavy snow. Visibility dropping. Noah hated the idea. But spending one more night at the cabin was probably safer than driving 9 miles down an unplowed mountain road in the dark. So he stayed. At 7:58 p.m. the light appeared. Noah saw it before he even finished closing the curtains. This time it wasn't across the valley. It was on his side, far away, maybe half a mile downhill. Noah's stomach tightened. He took the binoculars. The light sat between the trees. It didn't move. Noah checked the trail map. There was a hiking path in that direction. A real person could absolutely have crossed the valley by now. That was important. It meant there was still a normal explanation. Maybe someone had been hiking toward the cabin all week. Maybe they'd seen his lights. Maybe they needed shelter before the storm. Noah stepped onto the porch. Hello, the light stayed still. Do you need help? Nothing. Noah didn't like that. He went inside, locked the door. The light flashed 3 times. He didn't respond. 3 flashes again. Noah stepped away from the window. Then his satellite communicator beeped. Incoming message. Noah grabbed it. For 1 second he thought rescue services had contacted him instead. The device displayed an error. Message failed. He hadn't sent anything. He checked the outbox. 1 outgoing message was pending. Noah stared at it. The recipient field was blank. The message contained only 3 characters, 3 dots. He deleted it. The light remained outside for nearly an hour, sometimes steady, sometimes flashing. Noah didn't answer. At 9:03 it disappeared. The cabin felt immediately safer. That should have been good. Instead, Noah started thinking about the pattern. First night, far ridge, he hadn't responded. Second, far ridge, no response. Third, he responded repeatedly. Next night, closer. Thursday, he responded again. Friday, his side of the valley. It didn't move closer with time. It moved closer after he answered. Noah wrote the dates down. Then he looked at the single footprint photo from that morning. Maybe the light wasn't the only thing getting closer. At 9:46 p.m., someone knocked on the front door. 3 times. Noah froze. Knock, 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 not loud, not desperate, even spacing, the same rhythm as the flashes. Noah didn't move. Another 3 knocks. He grabbed the bear spray from the kitchen counter. There was also a hatchet beside the stove. He took that too. He approached the door but stayed several feet back. Who is it? Silence. Noah immediately realized what he'd done. He had answered. The porch light turned on automatically. Motion sensor. A shadow moved across the curtain beside the door. Noah backed away. Who are you? Nothing. He wanted to look through the window. Didn't. Wanted to open the door. Definitely didn't. Then the knocking came again, not from the door, from the bedroom window. 3 knocks. Noah turned. The bedroom was down a short hall. No one could move from the front porch to that window without crossing snow outside. He should have heard footsteps. He heard nothing. 3 knocks. Kitchen window. Noah spun around. 3. Living room. 3. Back wall. Not all at once. One location after another. Moving around the cabin. Noah stopped talking. The knocks stopped. For almost 20 minutes there was silence. Noah stood in the kitchen with bear spray in one hand and the hatchet in the other. He felt ridiculous, then relieved. Maybe whoever it was had left. He checked the satellite communicator. No signal message pending anymore. The generator hummed normally. The stove crackled. Everything felt almost ordinary again. False safety. Noah moved toward the window and lifted the curtain less than an inch. The porch was empty. Snow, steps, trees, no person. He checked the area near the bedroom. Nothing. Then he saw the light, not outside, reflected in the glass, behind him. Noah turned immediately. Nothing inside the room. He looked back at the window. The reflection was gone. Then the generator shut off. Darkness. Noah switched on his flashlight. The cabin lights died completely. The generator had fuel. He checked it that afternoon. Maybe snow blocked the intake. Maybe a mechanical failure. Possible. He wasn't going outside to find out. Noah grabbed his coat, boots, keys, satellite communicator. If the truck could move, he was leaving. Storm or not. He opened the front curtain fully. The porch was empty. He unlocked the door, stopped. 3 flashes appeared between the trees, very close, maybe 30 yards away. Noah couldn't see the source, just white light, 3 flashes, dark. Noah stayed silent. The light appeared 20 yards away. No movement between positions. It had simply changed location. 3 flashes. Now 15 yards. Noah closed the door, locked it, backed away. The light appeared directly outside the window, steady, bright enough to cast a white rectangle onto the floor. Noah stared at it. Something stood behind the light, too dark to identify, tall, narrow, mostly hidden by glare. Noah lowered the flashlight. The outside light lowered too. He raised his flashlight. It rose. Noah stopped. It wasn't copying the flashes anymore. It was copying his movement. He turned his flashlight off. The outside light turned off. Complete darkness. Noah waited 10 seconds. Nothing. He turned his flashlight on again. The window was empty. No light. No figure. Noah didn't know whether that was better. He stayed awake for the rest of the night. The generator never restarted. There were no more knocks. No lights, no footsteps. By dawn, the storm had weakened. Noah opened the door. Snow covered everything. The porch, steps, clearing, no tracks at first. Then he walked toward the truck. There were footprints on the far side. A single line of them. They began at the passenger door, then went away from the truck, toward the trees. Noah followed them with his eyes. They continued downhill. Good. Whatever had been there had left. Then he noticed the direction of the prints. The toes pointed toward the cabin, not away from it. The tracks looked like someone had walked backward into the forest. Noah stopped following them. The truck started. The spare tire held. Noah left as soon as he could. The road was bad but passable. He didn't stop until he reached pavement. Then he contacted the property owner. Noah kept the explanation simple. Someone had been around the cabin. The owner took it seriously. He drove up later with a friend. They found no signs of forced entry, no vandalism. The generator started on the first attempt. The rear tire Noah had changed was inspected. The sidewall cut was clean, too clean, according to the tire shop, likely made with a blade. That gave Noah something rational to hold on to, a person. Somebody had been messing with him, creepy, dangerous, but human. He preferred that explanation. Then the property owner sent him the trail camera photos. There were 2 wildlife cameras near the cabin. Noah hadn't known about them. One faced the access road, the other faced part of the valley. Most pictures were exactly what you'd expect. Deer, snow, Noah's truck arriving, Noah unloading supplies, nothing strange. The camera facing the valley had captured the opposite ridge each night. The owner sent Noah a folder. Monday, no light. Tuesday, no light. Wednesday, no light. Thursday, no light. Friday, no light. Noah called him. You don't see it. See what? The flashlight. The owner zoomed into the images. Nothing. The ridge was dark in every photo. Noah checked the timestamps. The camera had taken pictures at the exact times he remembered seeing the light. Nothing. Then he opened the final image. Saturday morning, 6:17 a.m. The camera wasn't pointed at the ridge anymore. Something had rotated it during the night. Now it faced the cabin. Noah could see the porch, the front door, part of the living room window. The image was taken before sunrise. Everything was dark, except for one small white light inside the cabin, standing several feet behind Noah. Noah enlarged the image. The light floated at about chest height. There was no flashlight beam, no lamp, no reflection, just one bright point behind it. A shape was barely visible, tall, standing near the hallway. Noah was in the foreground, facing the window, holding his own flashlight. That photograph was timestamped 9:47 p.m. Friday, almost exactly when Noah remembered seeing a light reflected in the glass behind him. The owner suggested camera glare. Noah suggested they stop talking about it. He never returned. But there was one more thing. 3 weeks later, Noah was back home, hundreds of miles away. One night he was working late at his desk when the apartment briefly lost power. Monitor off, desk lamp off, everything dark. Noah reached for his phone before he touched it. A small white light appeared outside his apartment window, across the parking lot, far away. It flashed 3 times. Noah didn't answer. The light stayed where it was. He closed the blinds. The next night, it was in the parking lot, closer. Noah still didn't answer. By the 3rd night, it was gone. He thought that meant he'd finally understood the rule. Maybe it only moved closer when he responded. Maybe silence was enough. Then his phone vibrated. A notification from his home security camera. Motion detected. Front door. Noah opened the image. The hallway outside his apartment was empty, except for one small white light directly in front of the door, and beneath it, 3 fresh footprints. Noah hadn't answered the light, but apparently, somewhere along the way, it had learned that it didn't need him to anymore. The town with no cars. Rachel Kim noticed the missing cars before she noticed anything else. Not because the town was empty. It wasn't. Lights were on inside houses. A man stood outside a hardware store sweeping the sidewalk. 2 people were talking near a church. Someone moved behind the window of a diner. The place was alive, but there wasn't a single vehicle anywhere. No cars parked along the street. No trucks in driveways. No abandoned van behind the grocery store. Nothing. Rachel had walked almost 3 miles from a broken-down car to find help. She should have been relieved. Instead, she stood at the edge of town and thought, where did everyone put their cars? That question would matter a lot more after sunset. Rachel was driving through northern New Mexico on her way to Santa Fe. She'd taken a smaller highway to avoid construction on the interstate. At first, it was fine. Long road, open land, occasional houses far off in the distance. Then the temperature gauge climbed. Rachel noticed it just before 6 in the evening. Not all the way into the red. Close. She turned off the air conditioning. The temperature kept rising. Then steam began leaking from beneath the hood. Rachel pulled onto the shoulder immediately. She knew enough about cars not to open the radiator while it was hot, so she waited, checked her phone. No signal, of course. She opened the map she'd loaded earlier. Nearest gas station. 26 miles. Nearest town, just under 3. That was actually good news. Rachel had water, a flashlight, comfortable shoes, and there was still more than an hour of daylight left. She locked the car and started walking. The road toward town wasn't marked with a normal sign, just an old metal arrow beside the highway. No population, no distance, no town name. Rachel assumed it was too small to matter. The road curved between low hills. After about 40 minutes. She saw buildings, maybe 20 houses, a church, a diner, a small grocery store, an old 2-story brick building that could have been a school or town hall, streetlights. Rachel slowed. Something felt off. It took her a few seconds to understand what. There were no parked cars. She looked at the houses. Most had driveways. Every driveway was empty. The diner had a parking lot. Empty. The grocery store had painted parking spaces. Empty. There was even an old gas pump outside a garage. No vehicles near it. Rachel looked back at the road she'd walked in on. No traffic. Maybe everyone parked somewhere else. A central lot behind the buildings. Some tiny towns were strange like that. She kept walking. The diner was open. A bell rang when Rachel entered. 5 people looked up, not dramatically, just quickly. Then every one of them looked away again. The waitress behind the counter was maybe 50. Short gray blonde hair. Blue shirt. Name tag that said, Marge Kitchen's closing soon. Rachel shook her head. I don't need food. My car overheated a few miles back. Marge looked toward the windows. Highway. Yeah, what direction? South. Marge nodded slowly. Rachel waited. I was hoping there's a mechanic around here. There is. Great. He's gone home. Can I call him? Marge glanced toward the wall clock. 6:41 p.m. No. Rachel gave a small, awkward laugh. Okay, is there a tow truck? No. Anybody with a truck? That question changed the room. The man drinking coffee near the window stopped moving. A woman in a booth lowered her eyes. Marge looked directly at Rachel. No, Rachel thought she misunderstood. No one in town has a truck. No, a car. Marge's expression stayed flat. We don't use them. Rachel smiled because she assumed it was a joke. Nobody smiled back. Marge let Rachel use the diner's landline. Rachel called roadside assistance. The line worked. That alone helped. She gave them the highway number and the approximate location of her car. The operator found the road. Estimated arrival: 2 hours. Maybe longer. Rachel thanked her. That meant waiting until after dark. Not ideal, but safe enough. She could sit in the diner. Maybe get food after all. Then Marge asked, "What time are they coming?" "Around 9. Marge stared at her. "What? Cancel it." Rachel laughed again, this time less comfortably. "Why?" "Tell them morning. My car's on the side of the highway. It'll still be there. I'd rather not leave it overnight." Marge leaned closer. "Call them back." Rachel studied her. "Is there some road problem?" No answer. "Animals?" Marge looked toward the window. No. Rachel crossed her arms. "Then why?" Marge said. "Because nobody drives out after dark." Rachel looked around the diner. At first she expected someone to laugh. Nobody did. The man by the window was staring into his coffee. The woman in the booth had gone completely still. Rachel tried to keep her tone normal. "Why?" Marge wiped the counter. "Road's bad. I just walked it, not the pavement." "Then what?" Marge didn't answer. Rachel's patience started thinning. "My car is overheating. I have no cell signal. And I walked almost 3 miles to get here. If there's something actually dangerous, I need you to tell me." The man near the window spoke without looking up. "Just stay until morning." Rachel turned toward him. "Why?" He finally looked at her. "Because if they come for you tonight, you'll make it farther." Rachel frowned. "What does that mean?" Marge cut in immediately. "Enough, Bill." The man went back to his coffee. Rachel looked between them. Nobody explained. She left the diner, not because she felt safe, because she wanted information. There was a small general store across the street. Rachel walked over. Inside, an elderly man sat behind the register listening to a radio. No music, just static with occasional fragments of voices. Rachel asked whether there was a mechanic. The man nodded. "Ali." "Where does he live?" "North End." "Can I walk there?" "You can." "Will he help me?" "Not tonight." Rachel sighed. "Why does everyone keep saying that?" The man looked at her. "Because it's nearly dark." Rachel waited. He said nothing else. Then Rachel noticed a rack beside the door. Bicycle tires, bike chains, repair kits. Dozens of them. She looked deeper into the store. More bicycle parts, walking boots, flashlights, rain jackets, wagons, handcarts, but almost nothing for cars. No motor oil, no windshield fluid, no automotive batteries. Rachel pointed toward the shelves seriously. "Nobody drives. Not anymore." "When did that happen?" The man turned the radio down. "Long enough." Rachel looked through the window. A teenager rode past on a bicycle. Behind him, an older woman pulled groceries in a small metal cart. The town wasn't pretending. They really didn't use vehicles. Rachel walked toward the north end. She found the mechanic's house easily. It was next to a small garage. The garage door was open. Inside were tools, a hydraulic jack, shelves of parts, and one old pickup truck. Finally, Rachel stepped closer. The truck had no tires. It sat on concrete blocks. The engine bay was empty. A man came out of the house, probably Illy, late 60s, work shirt, oil-darkened hands. "You Rachel." She stopped. "How do you know my name?" "Marge called." That was reasonable mostly. "Can you look at my car in the morning?" "I'll pay extra." "No. Roadside assistance is coming." Illy's expression changed immediately. "When?" "Around 9. "Cancel it." Rachel let out a breath. Everybody keeps saying that. "Because everybody here knows the road." "What is wrong with the road?" Illy looked at the lowering sun, then at Rachel. "Nothing." That answer irritated her more than anything else. "Then what's the problem?" Illy pointed toward the truck in the garage. "See that?" "Yeah, used to run." "What happened?" "I made sure it didn't." Rachel stared. Why? Ellie looked at her. Because the last time I drove it after dark, something followed me home. Rachel didn't say anything. Ellie seemed almost embarrassed after saying it. He looked away. Rachel folded her arms. What followed you? Don't know. An animal, maybe a person. Maybe that doesn't explain destroying your truck. No, then explain it. Ellie didn't. Instead, he walked into the garage and pulled an old folding chair toward Rachel's sit. Rachel remained standing. Ellie sat. After a moment, he said, 22 years ago, people here drove like everyone else. Rachel waited. We had cars, school bus delivery trucks, county maintenance. What changed? People started seeing headlights. Rachel almost laughed but didn't. Headlights. One vehicle behind you. What kind didn't matter. Ellie rubbed his hands together. Could be a truck, sedan. Sometimes looked like something you knew. Knew how. Same vehicle as your neighbor. Same as your husband. Same as yours. Rachel frowned. Okay, it stays far back at first. How far? Quarter mile, maybe. And if you turn, it turns. Someone following you. That's what we thought. Did anyone call police? Of course. Good. That was the first normal thing anyone had said. What happened? Ellie looked at her again. They never found the vehicle. Rachel listened because at this point she had nothing better. Ellie explained that people in town originally thought someone was harassing drivers, maybe teenagers, maybe criminals, maybe one unstable person. Then several residents reported the same thing, always after dark, always on the road leading out of town. The following vehicle stayed just far enough back that nobody could identify the driver. If someone pulled over, it stopped too. If they accelerated, it accelerated. If they turned around. Ellie stopped. Rachel waited. If they turned around, what? You don't. Why? Because that's when it comes closer. Rachel gave him a skeptical look. You expect me to believe nobody ever turned around? People did, and some came back. Some. Ellie didn't answer. That was exactly the kind of vague horror story line Rachel hated. She stood. Look, I'm sorry, but my car needs help. If there was some stalker 20 years ago, that's terrible. It doesn't mean I should leave my car on the highway. Ellie nodded. You don't have to believe me, good, but call the tow company. Rachel started walking away. Behind her, Ellie said, ask them not to use your name on the radio. Rachel stopped. Why? Ellie looked at the road. Because it listens. That line stayed with her. Not because she believed it, because it was too specific. Rachel returned to the diner. The sun had almost disappeared. She called roadside assistance again. The same company answered. A different operator. Rachel asked where the driver was. About 50 minutes out. She almost left it there. Then she remembered. Ellie, can you contact the driver directly? Sure. Can you ask him not to say my name over the radio? There was a pause. Sorry. Rachel felt stupid immediately. Never mind. The operator chuckled politely. I'll let him know you're waiting. Rachel hung up. Marge was standing behind her. You didn't cancel? No. Marge looked genuinely worried now. Then stay here. I was planning to. Don't go outside when he arrives. Rachel stared. How am I supposed to get to my car? Wait until morning. Marge, I'm serious. Rachel looked around. The diner had emptied. Bill was gone. The woman from the booth was gone outside. People were closing blinds. The grocery store went dark. Streetlights switched on. No cars, no engines. The entire town seemed to be preparing for something. Rachel checked the time. 7:36 p.m. By 8, the streets were empty, not quiet, empty. Everyone had gone indoors. Curtains closed, doors locked. Rachel sat in the diner with Marge and one cook named Sam. The front door had been locked. Rachel noticed that. You always lock this early. No. Marge looked at the wall clock. Tonight we do. Rachel's phone still had no signal. She kept watching the road. At 8:14 they heard an engine. Rachel stood. Headlights appeared beyond the buildings. Finally, a white tow truck entered town. Rachel felt relief immediately. The truck rolled to a stop outside the diner. Company logo on the door, amber lights flashing. A man climbed out, maybe 35. Baseball cap, reflective jacket, totally normal. Rachel looked at Marge. There, Marge didn't move. The driver walked to the locked diner door and knocked. Rachel approached. Marge grabbed her arm. Don't. That's my tow. Wait. For what? Marge watched the man. He knocked again, then raised one hand so they could see him through the glass. Rachel. The sound came through the door. Rachel looked at Marge. He knows my name because dispatch told him. Marge's grip tightened. Maybe. Rachel pulled her arm away. The driver called again. Rachel. Kim. Marge whispered. Ask his name. Rachel frowned. Still she called through the door. What's your name? Mike. Rachel remembered the operator hadn't given her a driver's name. Possible. She asked what company. The man pointed at the logo on the truck. Same company she'd called. Rachel looked at Marge. This is insane. She reached for the lock. Then the diner phone rang. Everyone froze. Marge answered. Hello. Her face changed. She looked directly at Rachel. It's for you. Rachel took the phone. Hello. A man spoke. Rachel, this is Mike with Roadside. Rachel looked through the door. The tow truck driver outside was still standing there, still watching her. Rachel gripped the receiver. Where are you? About 20 minutes south of you. She didn't answer. Mike continued. Dispatch said you were waiting in some little town. Rachel stared at the man outside. Yes, yeah. I'm having trouble finding the turnoff. GPS keeps pushing me past it. Rachel's mouth went dry. Mike. Yeah, what kind of truck are you driving? White Freightliner. What color are the emergency lights? Amber. Outside. White tow truck. Amber lights. Same description. Rachel whispered. Can you see any buildings? Not yet. The man outside knocked again. 3 slow hits. Then he smiled. Rachel stepped away from the door. Marge hung up the phone after telling the real driver not to enter town. Rachel didn't argue this time. The man outside stopped knocking. He walked back to the truck, climbed in, started the engine. The vehicle remained parked. Headlights pointed directly through the diner's front windows. Rachel could barely see the driver behind the windshield. Just a dark shape. Call the sheriff. Sam already was. The landline worked. The dispatcher said a deputy was 35 minutes away. Rachel looked at Marge. You've dealt with this before. Marge nodded. How often? Not much anymore because nobody drives. Yes. Why does that matter? Marge hesitated. Then it follows vehicles. Rachel looked at the tow truck, but it came here without following anyone. No. Marge looked at Rachel. It followed you. Rachel frowned. I walked. Marge shook her head. Not your body. Rachel understood before she wanted to. My car. Marge nodded. You left one on the road. The tow truck outside switched off its amber lights. Then the headlights. Total darkness beyond the windows. Rachel could hear the engine idling. Then it moved slowly. The sound traveled past the diner, down the street. Away. Rachel watched until the red tail lights disappeared. Nobody relaxed. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. Nothing. Sam looked toward Marge. Maybe it left. False safety at 8:48 p.m. Headlights appeared at the far end of town. 2 white lights low. Not the tow truck. A car. Rachel stared. She recognized the shape before it got close. Her own car. Same gray crossover. Same roof rack. Same missing plastic cover on the front bumper. It drove slowly down the center of the street. Rachel stepped toward the window. No. Her car had been left nearly 3 miles away, overheated, possibly unable to run. Now it rolled past the diner at maybe 15 miles per hour. Nobody was visibly driving. Rachel moved closer to the glass. Marge pulled her back. Don't let it see you looking. Rachel almost snapped at her. That's my car. I know. How? I don't know. The vehicle stopped directly outside. Engine running, driver's seat dark. Rachel could see the steering wheel. Nobody behind it. Then the passenger window lowered slowly. Rachel heard the electric motor. A phone began ringing inside the vehicle. Her ringtone. Rachel reached into her pocket. Her phone was still in her hand. The ringing continued inside the empty car. A voice came from the open passenger window. Rachel, her own voice, not distorted, not robotic. Hers. Rachel stopped moving. Rachel, again. Marge turned off the diner's interior lights. Darkness filled the room. Outside, Rachel's car idled. Her voice continued. I found the town. Rachel felt Sam move behind her. Nobody spoke. The voice said, come outside. Rachel covered her mouth with one hand. Then, the truck is almost here. That was worse. Because it knew about the real tow driver. Marge leaned close and whispered, this is why we stopped driving. Rachel looked at her. It copies. Eventually, what happens if I go out? Marge shook her head. Don't know, you've never seen. Marge didn't answer, which was an answer. The car stayed outside for 13 minutes, Rachel knew because she watched the clock. 8:51, 8:57, 9:04, then the engine stopped. The headlights went dark, the car remained there. At 9:11, the real tow driver called again. Rachel answered. I'm at the turn. Marge shook her head hard. Rachel understood. Don't come in what? Stay on the highway, your car's there, right? Rachel looked through the glass. Her car sat outside. Yes, but don't come here. Why? Rachel had no idea how to explain. Just wait for the sheriff. Mike was quiet for a moment, then. Okay, something weird just happened anyway. Rachel closed her eyes. What? I passed your vehicle. Rachel looked outside. What do you mean? Gray crossover, same plate dispatch gave me. Where? On the highway. Rachel stared at the car outside the diner. Mike continued. It was heading south. Rachel stopped breathing. Are you sure about the plate? Yeah, read it. He did, correct. Rachel looked through the diner window again. Her car was still parked outside. Same rear plate visible under the streetlight. Same number, 2 cars, same plate. Same damage, same everything. Mike said, should I follow it? No, the answer came so fast Rachel almost shouted. Do not follow it. Okay, don't turn around either. Another pause. What? Just stay where you are. Rachel looked at Marge. Marge nodded. Good. For the first time, Rachel understood the town's rule. It wasn't that driving after dark summoned something. It was that vehicles gave it a shape, a route, a way to follow, and maybe a way to learn where you were going. The sheriff's deputy arrived just after 10. He entered town on foot. That detail told Rachel everything. His patrol vehicle remained parked near the highway. A second deputy stayed with it. The first deputy had heard stories about the town. He clearly didn't believe all of them, but he respected them enough not to drive in after dark. The fake version of Rachel's car was gone by then. No engine sound, no tire marks visible on the dry road. Nothing. The deputy took statements. At dawn, he drove Rachel and Ellie out to her real car. It was exactly where she'd left it. Hood cold, radiator hose split, battery fine. No sign anyone had moved it. The tow driver loaded it. Rachel watched carefully. Same truck she'd spoken to on the phone. Same driver, Mike. Real person, real vehicle. Everything normal. Rachel asked him one question. When you saw my car last night, did you see the driver? Mike stopped tightening a strap. Yeah. Rachel almost wished she hadn't asked. Who was it? He looked uncomfortable. Thought it was you. Rachel stared. You've never met me. No. Then how would you know? Mike didn't answer. He just looked toward the town. Rachel stayed until the repairs were finished. By late morning, her car was ready. She considered asking someone to drive it out of town for her. Then she realized nobody would, so she waited until full daylight. Ellie stood beside the road when she left. He gave her one final piece of advice. If you ever see headlights behind you tonight, don't stop. Rachel nodded. Don't look. Looking's fine. Don't answer. Ellie shook his head. Different thing. What then? He looked at the car. Don't let it know where you're going. Rachel frowned. How? Don't go where you planned. Rachel left town at 11:20 a.m. Daylight. Clear sky, normal traffic. Once she reached the highway, she drove north instead of south, then west, then back toward the interstate. No strange cars, no duplicate vehicles, no lights following her. By afternoon she had convinced herself the worst part was over. Maybe stress, maybe an elaborate local superstition, maybe somebody in town had moved her car as a prank. None of the explanations fit perfectly, but explanations don't have to be perfect to feel better. Rachel reached Albuquerque around 4, checked into a hotel, parked in a crowded lot surrounded by dozens of cars. She felt safer there than she had all day. People, cameras, traffic, streetlights, normal life. At 10:23 p.m., Rachel looked out of her hotel window. Her car was visible below. Third row. She almost closed the curtain. Then she noticed headlights at the entrance to the lot. A vehicle had stopped there, too far away to identify. It waited. Rachel watched. After a few seconds, it moved forward, slowly past the first row, Then the second, it stopped directly behind Rachel's car. Same gray crossover, same roof rack, same missing bumper cover. Rachel stepped away from the window. Her phone rang, unknown number. She didn't answer, it rang again, then stopped. A voicemail notification appeared. Rachel didn't play it, not that night, not the next morning. She waited until she was back home in California, surrounded by people, with daylight coming through the windows. Then she listened. The recording lasted 9 seconds. At first, there was only road noise. Then Rachel heard her own voice, very close to the microphone. Calm, almost cheerful, it said, "I know where you're going now." Rachel deleted the message. She sold the car the next week. That didn't solve the problem. 3 months later, she got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photograph, taken at night. Rachel's apartment building. Her window was visible on the second floor. Her new car was parked outside. And directly behind it, another vehicle waited with its headlights on. Rachel never told anyone in the town where she lived. She never told the tow company. She never entered her home address into the GPS during that trip. Which means Ellie may have been wrong about one thing. Maybe it doesn't follow cars because it needs transportation. Maybe the cars are just how it learns the one thing it actually wants, where you're going next. The car behind me had no driver. Marcus Hill first noticed the headlights because they never got closer. That sounds harmless. At first. It was. He was driving across North Dakota after midnight, and another car was following him from maybe a quarter-mile back. Nothing unusual about that. The road was almost completely empty. The nearest town was still 40 miles away. If anything, Marcus liked having another vehicle behind him. It made the highway feel less isolated. Then he slowed down. The car slowed down. Marcus sped up. It sped up. He dropped to 45. The headlights stayed exactly the same distance behind him. Then Marcus pulled onto the shoulder to let the other driver pass. The car passed. And for maybe 2 seconds, under the glow of his headlights, Marcus could see straight through the driver's side window. There was nobody behind the wheel. Marcus had been driving for almost 6 hours. He was on his way home to Minnesota after finishing a short construction job outside Williston. He could have stayed another night, probably should have, but he'd finished early, packed his tools into the back of his SUV, grabbed coffee, and decided he'd rather sleep in his own bed. The weather was clear, cold but clear, no snow, no rain, no reason not to drive. By midnight, the traffic had thinned out, then disappeared almost entirely. Marcus had music playing quietly, coffee in the cup holder. Phone mounted beside the dashboard. The GPS said he had a little over 3 hours left. Everything was normal. Then a pair of headlights appeared behind him, far back. Marcus noticed them in the rearview mirror. He didn't think anything of it. 5 minutes later, they were still there. Same distance. 10 minutes, still there. Marcus checked his speed. 67. He increased to 72. The headlights remained exactly where they were. That got his attention. Maybe coincidence. The other driver might have been using cruise control. Marcus dropped back to 60. The headlights dropped with him. He waited. Then 55. Still there. Okay, he wasn't scared. Not yet. Mostly irritated if someone wanted to pass. They should pass if they didn't. Fine, just stop. Matching every speed change. Marcus tapped the brakes once the lights behind him dipped slightly. Then stayed back. He kept driving. 5 miles later, Marcus decided to let them pass. He signaled, moved onto the shoulder, slowed almost to a stop. The headlights approached. For the first time, the distance actually changed. Marcus watched through the mirror. The vehicle came closer. Dark-colored sedan, older model, no obvious damage, no flashing lights, nothing strange. It moved into the empty lane and passed. Marcus turned his head. The moment lasted maybe 2 seconds. He saw the passenger window first, empty seat, then the front, steering wheel, dashboard, driver's seat. Empty. Marcus jerked his head toward the windshield as the sedan moved ahead. What the hell? He immediately accelerated, not to chase it, to get another look. Maybe the driver had leaned toward the center console. Maybe the seat was low. Maybe Marcus had missed them because the interior was dark. That was the obvious explanation. He kept the sedan in sight. The car moved steadily ahead, taillights bright red perfectly centered in the lane. Nothing erratic. Marcus caught up enough to read the plate. There wasn't one, just an empty black mounting bracket that bothered him. Still explainable. Temporary registration, stolen vehicle. Unregistered car, plenty of bad explanations before supernatural ones. Marcus stayed back. He called highway patrol. Not 911, the non-emergency number, 1 bar of signal. The call connected. Marcus explained that an unplated sedan was driving strangely and might not have a visible driver. He felt stupid saying the last part. The dispatcher sounded skeptical but professional. Can you describe the vehicle? Dark sedan. Maybe early 2000s. Hard to tell. Make. No idea. Direction. Marcus gave the highway number and direction. Are you following the vehicle? No, that was mostly true. Good, don't. Marcus looked ahead. The sedan remained maybe 6 car lengths away. The dispatcher asked for his location. Marcus gave the last mile marker. She told him a trooper might be able to intercept farther east. That helped. A normal system, normal people. Someone else would see the car. Then the sedan's brake lights came on. Marcus slowed. The car drifted toward the shoulder, stopped. Marcus passed it. He kept his eyes forward. Then looked quickly through the passenger window. Empty. No driver, no passenger, no movement. The engine was running, headlights still on. Marcus drove past. It stopped now. The dispatcher asked, "Are you stopped?" "No." "Keep going." "Good advice." Marcus did. For about 3 minutes the road behind him stayed dark. Then the headlights returned. Same pair, same distance. Marcus looked at the mirror longer this time. The sedan had somehow caught up without him noticing. That wasn't impossible. It could have accelerated quickly, but Marcus had been watching the mirrors. Not constantly, still. Often enough. The dispatcher was still on the line. Marcus said, "It's behind me again." "Same vehicle." "Yeah, don't engage." Continue driving. Marcus nodded even though she couldn't see him. Then she asked, "Can you see the driver now?" Marcus looked. The windshield behind him reflected his own headlights too strongly. No, the signal cracked. The call dropped. Marcus swore. He tried redialing. No service. The sedan remained behind him. Marcus tested it again. He knew he shouldn't, but he wanted to know whether the speed matching was real or imagined. He lowered his speed to 50. The sedan slowed. 40. Slowed. Marcus accelerated to 75. The sedan accelerated. Same distance. He changed lanes. The sedan changed lanes. Marcus returned. It returned. Now there was no chance this was normal driving behavior. Someone was deliberately following him. That, at least, was a problem he understood. Marcus checked the road ahead. There was a rest area in 12 miles. He remembered seeing the sign earlier. He didn't want to stop there if the sedan followed. But there might be cameras, emergency phone, other vehicles. Better than staying alone on the highway. He continued. The headlights followed. The rest area appeared at 12:47 a.m. Marcus signaled late. He wanted to see whether the sedan would have time to react. He turned sharply into the entrance ramp. The sedan continued straight. Marcus exhaled. Good. He parked beneath a bright light near the building. Only one other vehicle was there. A semi parked far across the lot. Marcus locked the doors. His phone regained 2 bars. He called highway patrol again, different dispatcher this time. Marcus explained everything from the beginning. The sedan, no plate, following behavior, apparent empty driver's seat. The dispatcher asked him to stay at the rest area. A trooper was about 15 minutes away. Marcus liked that plan. He got out only long enough to use the bathroom and buy a bottle of water from a vending machine. When he returned, the sedan was parked across the lot. Marcus stopped walking. It sat beneath a broken light, headlights off. Engine impossible to hear from that distance. Driver's door open. Marcus looked toward the semi. Still there. Cab dark. No sign the trucker was awake. He pulled out his phone, started recording. The sedan didn't move. Marcus zoomed in. Open driver's door, empty front seat. Nothing standing beside it. He backed toward his SUV, then the sedan's interior light came on. Marcus froze, the driver's door slowly closed. No hand touched it, no person entered. It simply moved inward until it latched. The headlights turned on. Marcus ran the final few steps, got inside, locked the doors, started the engine. He nearly left. Then he remembered the trooper. 5 minutes away, maybe less. Bright public rest area, camera over the entrance, another person nearby. Driving off alone might be worse. Marcus stayed, the sedan stayed too. Both vehicles idling across from each other at 12:56. Another car entered the lot, a minivan. Family inside. Marcus felt relief so immediate it almost hurt. The minivan parked near the building. A man and woman got out, the sedan's headlights switched off. Marcus watched. Nothing else happened. The couple went inside. Marcus considered approaching them. Then red and blue lights appeared on the access road. Trooper. Finally, the patrol SUV pulled into the lot. Marcus stepped out. The trooper parked near him. Marcus. Yeah. Marcus pointed. That car. The trooper looked across the lot. The space was empty. Marcus stopped. No, it was right there. The trooper scanned the parking area. No sedan. Marcus walked several steps forward. Nothing. The car couldn't have left without passing the entrance. There was only one road in and out. Marcus would have seen headlights. The trooper asked, "When did it leave?" "I didn't see it leave." The officer looked unconvinced. Marcus pulled up the video. Here, they watched. The dark sedan was visible, the open door, then the door closing. The trooper watched twice. Hard to see, but you see it. Yeah, there's nobody getting in. The trooper enlarged the screen. Pixelated darkness. Could be someone on the far side, Marcus almost argued. Then stopped. That was possible, technically. The officer took the vehicle description. He also checked the camera system inside the rest area. Marcus waited near his SUV. 10 minutes later, the trooper came back. The exterior camera hadn't recorded anything useful. It had stopped working earlier that evening. Of course it had. The trooper offered to follow Marcus to the next town. Marcus accepted immediately. For 20 miles, everything was normal. Patrol SUV behind Marcus. No strange sedan. Marcus began to relax. They reached a small town just after 1:30. Gas station open all night. Motel. Fast food place. Streetlights. Marcus pulled into the gas station. The trooper stopped beside him. "You good from here?" "Yeah, still want to make the drive tonight." Marcus looked at the motel sign. "No, I'm done." The officer nodded, probably smart. Marcus thanked him. The patrol SUV left. Marcus went inside the gas station, bought another coffee he didn't need, then booked a room at the motel across the road. He walked back outside. The night felt completely ordinary. Cars in the lot, neon sign, a delivery truck behind the store, nothing remotely strange. He crossed to his SUV, then stopped. On the passenger side was a long dark smear. Marcus touched it. Dust, road grime, maybe oil. Something had been dragged across the door. He looked closer. There were 4 parallel lines, finger-width apart, running from the rear panel toward the front handle. Marcus wiped them away. He told himself they were old. He just hadn't noticed them before. The motel room was on the 2nd floor. Marcus showered, locked the door, placed a chair under the handle anyway. Then he looked out the window. The gas station parking lot was visible across the highway. His SUV sat beneath a light. Normal. Marcus checked the time. 1:58 a.m. He should have been exhausted. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed watching the road. At 2:06, a dark sedan passed the motel. Marcus leaned toward the window. It continued through town. Gone. Could have been any car. He waited. 2 minutes later, the same-looking sedan passed again, same direction. Marcus checked the opposite side of the street. There was no obvious loop through town that could bring it back that fast. Maybe not the same car. 3rd sedan, 2:11, same direction. Marcus stood. Each time the car passed beneath a streetlight. No visible license plate, no visible driver. At 2:14, the sedan didn't pass. It turned into the motel parking lot. Marcus stepped away from the window. The car parked directly beside his SUV, headlights off. Marcus grabbed his phone. Full signal now. He called 911. This time he didn't care if he sounded ridiculous. He told the dispatcher the vehicle from the earlier report had followed him to the motel. She confirmed an officer was being sent. Marcus stayed away from the glass for about a minute. Then curiosity won. He looked. The sedan was still there, driver's door open. Again. Marcus watched the empty doorway. Nothing moved. Then something inside his SUV lit up. The dome light. Marcus stared. His SUV was locked, keys in his hand. The driver's door remained closed, the dome light stayed on. Then the brake lights illuminated. Marcus pressed the unlock button on his key without thinking. Nothing happened. The lights remained on. He looked at the key. Locked it again. The sedan's headlights turned on. For 1 second, both vehicles were illuminated. Marcus saw something reflected in his SUV's rear window, a person sitting in the driver's seat. He couldn't see a face, just shoulders, head, hands near the wheel. Marcus looked down at the keys in his palm. His SUV was downstairs. Someone was inside it. He called the motel front desk, told them not to send anyone outside. The clerk sounded confused. Marcus didn't explain. Then he heard an engine. He rushed back to the window. His SUV was moving, slowly backing out of the parking space. Marcus pressed against the glass. The vehicle reversed, straightened, stopped. The sedan remained parked. Marcus's SUV rolled toward the motel exit. No headlights, only parking lights. Marcus could clearly see the windshield now. The driver's seat looked empty. The SUV reached the road, turned east, and disappeared. Marcus stood there holding the keys. The sedan remained behind. Police arrived 8 minutes later. The sedan was gone again. Marcus's SUV was also gone. That part, at least, was undeniable. He showed the officers the keys, registration, phone video, everything. A stolen vehicle report was made. Officers searched the area. Marcus didn't sleep. At 4:32 a.m., police found the SUV. It was sitting on the shoulder 11 miles east of town. Engine off, doors locked. No damage, no signs of forced entry. The keys Marcus carried still worked. The spare set was at his apartment in Minnesota. An officer drove Marcus to the vehicle. He checked the interior. Nothing missing. Tools still in back. Wallet still in the motel. No obvious explanation. Then Marcus noticed the odometer. The SUV had traveled approximately 22 miles since he'd parked it. 11 miles east and presumably 11 miles back somewhere. But police found it only 11 miles away. Marcus asked whether someone could have tampered with the odometer. The officer said possible, but unlikely. Marcus didn't mention the sedan again. He just wanted to leave. Daylight helped. Everything always seems less impossible after sunrise. Marcus drove behind a patrol car for the first few miles, then continued toward Minnesota. He stopped at a dealership that afternoon, asked them to inspect the lock's electrical system, ignition, anything that might explain how the SUV moved without his key. They found nothing. No remote start history, no damaged wiring, no forced locks. One technician suggested maybe Marcus had a second key inside the vehicle. He didn't. Another suggested a sophisticated relay theft device that at least sounded real. Marcus accepted it because he wanted to. Someone had followed him, stolen the SUV electronically, then abandoned it. Creepy, criminal, human, fine. He drove home. 2 days later. Marcus remembered the dashcam. It recorded whenever the ignition was active. He removed the memory card. Most of the footage was exactly what he expected. Highway, rest area, town, motel parking lot. Then a new file started at 2:19 a.m. Marcus clicked it. The camera showed his SUV reversing from the motel. No audio at first. The road appeared. The vehicle drove east. Perfectly centered in the lane, Marcus watched the speed display. 30, 40, 55, normal driving. He fast-forwarded. At 2:27 a.m., another vehicle appeared ahead. Dark sedan, same one. Marcus slowed the video. His SUV approached. The sedan wasn't driving. It was stopped in the middle of the lane. Driver's door open. Marcus expected the SUV to brake. It didn't. Instead, just before reaching the sedan, the image distorted. Static 1 second, maybe less, then the sedan was gone. The road ahead was empty. Marcus replayed it. Again. Static. Car gone. He continued at 2:31. The SUV stopped on the shoulder, exactly where police later found it. The engine remained running. The dashcam continued recording. Nothing happened for almost 4 minutes. Then the rear passenger door opened. Marcus couldn't see it directly. He only heard the warning chime. Cold air changed the microphone noise. Something entered. The suspension shifted slightly. Door closed. Marcus stopped the video. He considered turning it off. Didn't. At 2:36, the driver's seatbelt warning stopped chiming. The vehicle began moving again. Marcus stared. There was still no visible driver from the dashcam angle. The SUV made a U-turn, drove west, back toward the motel. That explained the mileage. 11 miles east, then 11 miles west. Except police had found it east. Marcus checked the timestamp at 2:41. The video corrupted again. When the image returned, the SUV was back on the eastern shoulder, same place, engine off. The file ended. Marcus sat silently at his desk. There was one more recording, 7 seconds long, timestamp 2:42. He opened it. The SUV was stationary, headlights off. The camera faced the black road. Nothing happened. Then something moved across the windshield, a reflection. Marcus leaned closer to the screen. A dark sedan was parked directly behind the SUV. Its headlights were off, driver's door open. For the first time, the dashcam had enough light to show the interior clearly. Empty driver's seat, empty passenger seat, empty back seat. Marcus paused the frame, then noticed something else. The sedan's rearview mirror. There was a face reflected in it. Not inside the sedan. The angle was wrong. The reflection showed Marcus sitting in the driver's seat of his own SUV, looking directly toward the camera. Marcus hadn't been anywhere near the vehicle when that video was recorded. He was inside the motel with police on the way. He zoomed in. The image was grainy, but the jacket was his. The face was his, and both hands were visible on the steering wheel. The recording ended with one sound, 3 quiet knocks, from somewhere inside the SUV. Marcus sold the vehicle. He also stopped driving long distances at night. For a while, that seemed to be enough. No sedan, no headlights, no strange recordings. Months passed, then one night, Marcus was riding home with a coworker. He wasn't driving. They were on a rural highway outside Duluth. Marcus was half asleep in the passenger seat when his coworker said, "Guy behind us is kind of weird." Marcus opened his eyes. "What?" "He's been matching my speed for like 10 minutes. Marcus didn't move. He looked into the side mirror. 2 headlights, far back, exactly the same distance behind them. Marcus said, "Don't pull over." His coworker laughed. "What? Don't slow down." "Why?" Marcus kept watching the mirror. The vehicle behind them changed lanes, so did they. His coworker stopped laughing. "What the hell?" Marcus leaned closer to the mirror. The headlights were getting brighter. Not because the vehicle was accelerating, because the distance between them was shortening without either speedometer changing. Marcus looked ahead. 10 miles to the next town. He told his coworker to keep driving. Then the car behind them pulled into the passing lane. It came alongside. Marcus didn't want to look. He did anyway. Dark sedan. No plate, passenger seat empty, back seat empty, and behind the steering wheel, there was finally a driver, Marcus. Not something that looked a little like him. Not a silhouette, Marcus himself. Same face. Same jacket he was wearing in the passenger seat. The other Marcus turned his head, looked directly at him, then smiled. The sedan accelerated and disappeared into the darkness ahead. His coworker saw it too. That's the only reason Marcus still tells the story, because up until then, he could explain almost everything away. Bad visibility, stress, car theft, camera glitches, someone following him. Even the empty driver's seat could have been an angle. But his coworker had never heard the story before that night. He didn't know what Marcus thought he'd seen. And when the sedan disappeared, he pulled over at the first brightly lit gas station they found. He didn't ask Marcus what that thing was. He asked something worse. "Why was it driving your car?" Marcus looked at him. "What?" His coworker shook his head. "Not the sedan." He pointed back toward the highway when it passed us. I looked in the mirror. Marcus waited. His coworker swallowed. Your SUV was following it. The SUV Marcus had sold 6 months earlier. Exit 41. Ashley Carter knew something was wrong with the exit before she took it. The sign appeared too late. She had been watching the highway for almost an hour. Exit 38, exit 39. Then nothing. No 40, no 41. Just another long stretch of empty road through rural Pennsylvania. Her GPS kept telling her, in 2 miles, take exit 41. Ashley looked ahead. No sign. 1 mile, still nothing. Then, less than 50 yards before the guardrail opened, a green highway sign appeared in her headlights. Exit 41, no destination name, no road number, just exit 41. Ashley should have kept driving. Instead, she followed the GPS. The moment she crossed onto the ramp, the navigation voice said, "Turn around when possible." Ashley looked into the mirror. The exit ramp behind her was gone. She had left Pittsburgh later than planned. Her cousin's birthday dinner had run long, and by the time Ashley started heading home toward New Jersey, it was after 10. She considered staying overnight, then checked the drive. A little under 5 hours. Not ideal, still manageable. The weather was clear. Her car was full of gas. Her phone was charged, and she wasn't tired enough to justify paying for a hotel, so she left. For the first 2 hours, everything was normal. Interstate traffic, truck stops, construction lights, podcasts. Then her navigation app rerouted her. Accident ahead. Save 34 minutes. Ashley looked at the map. The alternate route left the interstate, followed a state highway for about 40 miles, then rejoined farther east. She knew enough about late-night detours to be cautious, but 34 minutes was a lot. She accepted. That decision brought her onto a quieter highway through heavily wooded hills. At first, there were still gas stations, houses, occasional businesses. Then those disappeared by midnight. Ashley had gone almost 20 minutes without seeing another moving vehicle. That wasn't frightening, just lonely. She kept driving. The first odd thing was the exit numbering. Ashley noticed because she was looking for somewhere to stop and use a bathroom. Exit 36 passed, then 37, then 38, no services. She checked the GPS. Next turn, exit 41, 12 miles. Fine, she expected 39. It appeared. Then the road continued. 5 minutes. No exit 40. Ashley thought she had missed it. Maybe there hadn't been one. Highway exit numbers don't always increase perfectly. Some exits correspond to mile markers, some numbers get skipped. Nothing unusual. Then the GPS said, in 5 miles, take exit 41. Ashley zoomed out. The map showed a ramp ahead. No destination label. She tapped it. Nothing. Usually even tiny roads had names. This one didn't. She kept driving. The highway had become very dark, no overhead lighting. Dense trees close to both shoulders. The only illumination came from her headlights and occasional reflective markers. Then, in 2 miles, take exit 41. Ashley saw no sign. 1 mile, nothing. Half mile, still nothing. She started wondering if the GPS database was wrong. Then the exit appeared. No warning sign beforehand. No yellow advisory marker. Just a green sign suddenly reflecting light. Exit 41. An arrow pointing right. Ashley had maybe 3 seconds to decide. She followed it. The ramp curved downhill. Immediately, the GPS said, turn around when possible. Ashley frowned. What? She looked at the route. The blue line now wanted her back on the highway. That happened sometimes. Navigation apps changed their minds. Traffic updated. A road closure got detected. Fine. Ashley slowed, looking for somewhere to turn. The ramp continued downhill, trees on both sides. No shoulder, no intersection. Then she looked in the rearview mirror. She couldn't see the highway. That wasn't strange by itself. The ramp had curved. But she also couldn't see the ramp behind her. Only trees. Ashley looked again. The road she had just driven down disappeared into darkness. Fine, perspective. She kept going. The GPS repeated, turn around when possible. There is nowhere to turn around. A useless observation, but saying it aloud made her feel less alone. The ramp ended at a narrow 2-lane road. No signs, no painted route number, No indication of left or right. GPS, turn left. Ashley hesitated. It had just told her to turn around, now left. She followed it. The road was much worse than the highway, cracked asphalt, no center reflectors, trees almost touching overhead. Ashley reduced her speed. The map showed the highway parallel to her on the left. According to the screen, she should have been less than half a mile away. She couldn't see any headlights through the trees, couldn't hear traffic either. She checked the radio, static, not surprising in the hills. Her phone still had one bar. She tried loading the route overview. The map froze, then refreshed. The highway disappeared. Ashley stared. Only the small road remained. A blue line extended ahead for 19 miles. Destination. Return to route. She laughed once. Very helpful. She closed the app, opened another, typed her home address. The second app located her immediately, then displayed. Road unknown. Ashley checked the compass. East. At least direction worked. She decided not to trust either navigation app. The safest option was simple. Keep driving until she found an intersection. Business, house, anything, then ask for directions back to the main road. About 6 minutes later, she passed a wooden sign. No town name, no road name, only a white number painted on dark wood. 41. Ashley looked at it in the mirror. That was weird. Could be a county route marker. Maybe exit 41 led to Route 41. Except the sign didn't look official. It looked handmade. She kept going. The road curved left, then right, then descended steeply. Her ears popped slightly. That surprised her. She didn't remember the highway being high enough for such a noticeable descent. Maybe they were crossing a ridge. Possible. She checked the elevation app on her phone. No data. Then she saw a house. One porch light. Finally, Ashley slowed. The building sat 30 yards off the road. Old farmhouse, 2 stories, no cars outside. She considered stopping. Then noticed something in the front yard. A green highway sign, leaning against a tree. Ashley passed slowly. The sign read, Exit 41, same size, same reflective lettering. No arrow, just the number. Ashley kept driving. She no longer wanted to ask whoever lived there for directions. 5 minutes later, she saw another house. No lights. Then a third, also dark. Every driveway was empty. No parked cars, no mailboxes, no trash cans, nothing that suggested regular daily life. Ashley checked the time, 12:22 a.m. She had been off the highway for maybe 15 minutes. It felt longer. She tried calling her boyfriend, Nate. The call rang, good, then disconnected before he answered. Ashley tried again. This time he picked up. Hey, I took some weird detour. What do you mean? GPS sent me off the highway, then immediately told me to turn around. Nate laughed. Classic. Yeah, except I can't figure out how to get back. Send location. Ashley shared it. A few seconds passed. Nate stopped joking. Where are you? Some road off exit 41. What highway? Ashley named it. A pause. There isn't an exit 41. Ashley frowned. Yes, there is. I just took it. I'm looking at the map. Maybe it isn't labeled. No, it goes 39 then 42. Ashley felt a chill. Check again. I am. The call crackled. Then Nate said, Ashley, your location isn't on a road. She looked through the windshield. Asphalt beneath her. Trees on both sides. What? It says you're like in the middle of state forest. The call dropped. Ashley stopped the car. She should not have, at the time. Stopping felt rational. She needed to think. She pulled as far right as possible, locked the doors, put the hazard lights on, then checked every map available on her phone. Offline navigation. Satellite view. Screenshot Nate had sent before the signal vanished. No road, according to satellite imagery. Ashley was sitting several miles inside uninterrupted forest. She looked out through the windshield. Road, definitely road, old, but real. She opened the door slightly. Cold air came in. She pointed her flashlight down. Asphalt, gravel shoulder, leaves, nothing imaginary about it. Ashley stepped out. The woods were completely silent. No highway noise, no insects, no wind. She walked a few feet behind the car. The road continued exactly where it should. Then she noticed the tire marks. Her headlights illuminated the pavement behind her. There were no tracks. The road was dry, so she wouldn't expect clear tire prints, but the shoulder was damp. Ashley had pulled partly onto it. Her right tires should have left marks. Nothing. She crouched, pressed her shoe into the dirt. Clear footprint. She walked back toward the car, then looked behind her. The footprint was gone. Ashley got inside immediately. The engine started. Good, she drove on. No more stopping. That became the new goal. Find another road, find people, get somewhere that appeared on a map. A few minutes later, the GPS reopened by itself. No destination entered. The screen showed one instruction: continue to exit 41. Ashley stared. She was already past exit 41. She closed the app. It reopened. Continue to exit 41. She restarted the phone. When it came back, continue to exit 41, she put the phone face down. Then the navigation voice spoke through the car speakers. In 8 miles, take exit 41. Ashley nearly hit the brakes. There was no highway. She was on a narrow forest road, yet the system believed another exit 41 was ahead. She disconnected the phone from the car. The voice continued. In 7 miles, take exit 41. Ashley turned off the infotainment system. Black screen. Silence. Good. Then from the phone speaker, in 6 miles, take exit 41. She powered the phone off completely. The road began to widen. That should have been reassuring. Instead, painted lane markings appeared. First a faded yellow center line, then white shoulder lines, then metal guardrail. Ashley realized the forest road was slowly becoming a highway, not connecting to one, becoming one. She drove faster. Trees pulled farther away from the pavement. 2 lanes became 4. Reflective markers appeared. Then overhead signs. For one moment, Ashley thought she'd found the main road. Then her headlights hit a large green sign. Exit 41. 2 miles, she whispered. No, there were no other destination signs. No road numbers. No cities, only exit 41. Ashley stayed in the left lane. 1 mile. The sign appeared again. Exit 41. 1 mile, she moved farther left. Then another sign. All traffic. Exit 41 ahead. Concrete barriers blocked the highway. The only open route curved right into the exit. Ashley slowed. There was nowhere else to go. She could stop, turn around, drive against the road, or take exit 41 again. She chose to turn around. Ashley made a tight U-turn across the empty lanes. Nothing stopped her. She accelerated west. The concrete barriers disappeared in the mirror for about 30 seconds. She felt relieved. Then headlights appeared ahead. A vehicle traveling toward her finally. Someone. Ashley flashed her lights. The vehicle flashed back. She slowed. It approached. Dark pickup truck. Ashley rolled down her window slightly. The truck stopped beside her. Driver's window lowered. An older man sat inside. Baseball cap, gray beard, normal face, normal person. Ashley almost cried. I'm lost. The man nodded. Yeah, do you know how to get back to the highway? The man looked past her, toward where she'd come from. Which highway? Ashley told him. His expression tightened. You came off 41, yes. The man looked at her for several seconds. Did you stop anywhere? Ashley hesitated. Once. He closed his eyes briefly. Okay. What? Don't stop again. That was not what she wanted to hear. What is this road? The man leaned closer. Listen to me. When you see the exit again, don't take it. I already did. I know. What happens if I don't? Road'll try something else. Ashley stared. Who are you? The man didn't answer that. Instead, keep moving. Don't follow signs. Don't follow GPS. Don't stop for people. Ashley looked at him. You're a person. The man almost smiled. That's why I'm telling you now. Then he drove away. Ashley watched his taillights disappear. She wanted to follow him. He had been driving in the opposite direction. Maybe he knew the way out. She made another U-turn, started after the truck. Bad choice. His taillights were visible ahead. Ashley accelerated. The truck stayed the same distance away. She accelerated more, still same distance. The road narrowed again. Trees moved closer. The truck turned right onto another road. Ashley followed. No sign, no marker. The moment she turned, the truck was gone. No taillights, no engine. Nothing. Ashley stopped herself from braking. Keep moving. The man had been clear. She continued. Then noticed something hanging from a tree. A green sign. Exit 41. Ashley looked away. At 12:51 a.m. Ashley's phone turned itself back on. She hadn't touched it. The lock screen appeared. One notification. A text from Nate. "Don't take exit 41." Ashley grabbed the phone, signal 1 bar. She called him immediately. He answered. "Ashley, I'm here. Where are you?" "I don't know. Listen. I found something." "What?" "I searched the highway records." Nate sounded different now, serious. "Exit 41 used to exist." Ashley gripped the steering wheel. "What do you mean used to?" "It was renumbered." "When?" "Like 30 years ago." "Why?" "I'm trying to figure that out." The call crackled. Ashley drove past another dark house. Nate continued. "The old exit led to a county road through state forest. That's where I am." "Ashley, what?" "The road was closed." "When?" 1994. Why a pause? Bridge collapse. Ashley looked ahead. The road descended. She could hear water somewhere below. Nate said, "A school bus went off the bridge during heavy rain." Ashley tightened her grip. "People died." "Yeah. How many?" "I don't know." The line crackled again. Then Nate added, "The weird part is the exit was removed after that." Ashley swallowed. "Removed how?" "Not just closed. The ramp was physically demolished." The call dropped. Ashley wanted very badly to stop. She didn't. The road descended toward the sound of water. Then a yellow warning sign appeared. "Bridge ahead a second. Weight limit 8 tons." Then headlights illuminated the bridge. Old steel structure. Narrow. Rust on the railings. Ashley slowed but kept moving. Nate had said the bridge collapsed in 1994. Yet there it was, intact. Ashley approached. The GPS suddenly spoke. "Turn around when possible." For the first time. The warning sounded useful. Ashley stopped before the bridge. Then remembered, "Don't stop." She rolled forward at walking speed. The bridge looked real. Steel, wooden deck. River beneath. Could have been rebuilt. Nate might have found outdated information. Ashley checked the mirror. A pair of headlights appeared behind her, far back. She couldn't tell what vehicle. She moved forward. Front tires onto the bridge. The headlights behind her got closer. Ashley continued. Halfway across, she noticed something painted on the rail, white letters, "Fresh 41." Then her headlights illuminated skid marks, long black lines across the bridge deck. They ended at the right railing. The railing there was bent outward. Ashley slowed. A child's yellow backpack lay beside it. Dry, clean. Not something that had been outdoors for 30 years. Ashley stared at it. Then she heard a horn behind her, a bus horn. Ashley looked in the mirror. Yellow headlights, high, wide. A large vehicle approaching the bridge behind her. She couldn't see the body yet, only lights. The horn sounded again. Ashley accelerated. The bridge shook slightly beneath the car. The far side was maybe 50 yards away. The vehicle behind entered the bridge. Now she could see it. Yellow school bus, old model, dirty windows, no route number. Ashley pressed the accelerator. The car surged. The bus followed. She reached the far side. The road curved sharply left. Ashley barely slowed. In the mirror, the bus emerged behind her. Then its headlights disappeared. Not around the curve, just gone. Ashley kept driving. Her hands shook so badly she had to grip the wheel harder. She did not stop. A gas station appeared 15 minutes later. Bright canopy. 3 vehicles parked outside. A man filling his truck. 2 people inside the store. Normal. Ashley drove past. The man at the pickup looked at her. Real people, probably. She almost turned in. Then remembered the warning. "Don't stop for people." She continued. The gas station disappeared behind her. A mile later, another appeared. Same station, same pickup, same man. Ashley felt sick. She passed again. Another mile. Same station. The third time, the man at the pump wasn't filling the truck. He was standing in the road, waving. Ashley stayed in her lane. As she passed, he shouted, "You missed the exit." She didn't look back. At 1:16 a.m., the road changed again. Trees thinned. Streetlights appeared. Real highway markings. Ashley saw a sign she recognized, the route number. The actual state highway. She almost didn't believe it. Then another sign appeared. A real town name. Distance. 11 miles. Her phone found full signal. The map updated for several seconds. The blue location dot jumped around wildly. Then settled. Ashley was on the highway. The real highway, no exit 41 nearby. She called Nate. He answered immediately. "Where are you?" Ashley gave the mile marker. Nate went silent. "What? You're 46 miles east of where you left the highway." Ashley checked the clock. 1:19 a.m. That was possible, barely. Okay, but Ashley what? You've only been gone 27 minutes, Ashley frowned. No, I've been off the highway for over an hour. Your call with me started 12 minutes ago. No, Ashley, I have the timestamps. She looked at her call history. First call with Nate, 12:29 a.m., duration, 2 minutes. Second call, 1:07 a.m. That matched her memory. She had been lost much longer than 27 minutes. Nate continued, your location stopped updating at 12:36. Yeah, then at 12:52. It reappeared 40 miles east. Ashley looked at the road. What are you saying? I don't know. She reached the town. Real motel, gas station, police station. Ashley chose the police station. She parked under bright lights and went inside. 2 officers listened to the story. They were polite. One clearly thought she was exhausted. Ashley didn't blame him. She showed them the navigation history. The screenshots, the call logs. One officer searched the old exit. Nate had been right. Exit 41 had once existed. The numbering had changed after a major reconstruction project. The old ramp had been removed. The county road beyond it had been abandoned. The bridge had failed decades earlier. Ashley described the farmhouse, the road signs, the school bus. The officer didn't comment on those. Then she described the older man in the pickup. Gray beard, baseball cap, dark blue truck. The second officer looked at the first. Ashley noticed. What? The officer asked. Did he give you a name? No. License plate? No. Anything specific about the truck? Ashley thought. Cracked left headlight. Silver toolbox behind the cab. The officer stood. He disappeared into another room, came back carrying a printed photograph. Old, low quality, a man beside a pickup, gray beard, cap, dark blue paint, silver toolbox, cracked left headlight. Ashley stared. That's him. The officer didn't say anything. Who is he? The officer looked at the photograph. Robert Hayes. Does he live around here? No. Where does he live? He doesn't. Ashley felt cold. The officer continued. He disappeared on the old county road in 1996. They had found his truck, empty, parked near the collapsed bridge. Keys inside, no sign of Robert. No evidence he'd fallen into the river. No body, nothing. His disappearance became one of several incidents that eventually convinced the county to block the abandoned road more aggressively. Ashley asked how many people had disappeared. The officer didn't give an exact number. Not because it was secret. Because many cases weren't officially connected. Lost hikers, drivers who took wrong turns, abandoned vehicles, one motorcyclist, a survey worker, different years, different circumstances, but several had mentioned an old exit shortly before vanishing. Ashley asked, Exit 41. The officer nodded, then added, the problem is, nobody ever found the ramp. Ashley looked at him. What do you mean? After it was demolished? I drove on it. I know what you're saying. No, you don't. Ashley realized she was raising her voice. She stopped. The officer stayed calm. The physical ramp is gone. He showed her an aerial image, highway, trees, guardrail, no opening, no exit, nothing. Ashley stayed at the motel that night. She didn't drive again until morning. Before leaving, she checked the front of her car, mud along the wheel wells, leaves caught under the bumper. Real physical evidence of driving somewhere off the highway. She photographed everything. Then she noticed one more thing. A strip of yellow material caught beneath the rear axle. Ashley crouched, pulled it free. Fabric, bright yellow nylon, part of a backpack strap. She dropped it immediately. The child's backpack from the bridge had been yellow. She left the strip in the parking lot, then drove home. For several months, nothing happened. Ashley stopped using automatic rerouting. She downloaded paper maps for long trips, avoided rural shortcuts after dark. She told very few people the full story. Nate believed her mostly because he had been on the phone for part of it. The police report existed. The old exit existed historically. Robert Hayes existed. That was enough. Then in February, Ashley received an update for her navigation app, normal software update. She installed it. The next morning, she opened the app to drive to work. No route entered, no destination. The map loaded. A green road marker appeared near her apartment. 41. Ashley stared. She zoomed in. There was no exit 41 anywhere nearby. She She closed the app, reopened it, gone. She almost convinced herself it had been a rendering glitch. Then she checked her recent destinations: home, work, grocery store, her cousin's address, and one destination she had never entered, exit 41 under it, 1 minute ago. Ashley tapped the entry. The map didn't show coordinates. It showed one sentence: route available after dark. She deleted the app. That helped for a while. 6 months later, Ashley and Nate were driving together in his car, middle of the day. Busy interstate, nothing remotely isolated. Nate was driving. Ashley was choosing music, then the car's built-in navigation interrupted. In 2 miles, take exit 41. Ashley stopped moving. Nate looked at her. What the screen showed their real route. No exit 41 ahead. Nate's hands tightened on the wheel. They both stayed silent. 1 mile later, a green sign appeared on the right shoulder. Ashley had never told Nate exactly what the original sign looked like. She hadn't shown him a photograph because she'd never taken one. But he recognized the number immediately: exit 41. Arrow right. No destination. Nate stayed in the left lane. I'm not taking it. Ashley nodded. Good. They passed the ramp for 1 second. Ashley looked through the passenger window. The exit curved into dense trees. A dark blue pickup truck was parked on the shoulder. Robert Hayes stood beside it. He wasn't waving. He was pointing straight ahead, not toward the exit, away from it. Ashley turned toward the windshield. Nate, keep going. I am. The navigation voice spoke again, not through the phone, not through the car speakers, from the back seat. Turn around when possible. Neither of them looked behind them. And this time, they didn't need a map to understand what the warning meant. The man walking between mile markers. Daniel Foster passed the man for the first time at mile 83. He was walking east along the shoulder. No backpack, no flashlight, no reflective vest. Just a dark jacket, jeans, and both hands hanging at his sides. Daniel noticed him because the road was empty and the nearest town was almost 50 miles away. He considered stopping, then decided against it. A lone man walking a desert highway after midnight could have a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe his car had broken down, maybe someone was coming to pick him up. Maybe there was a house nearby Daniel couldn't see. Daniel kept driving. 10 miles later, at mile 93, he passed the same man again. Same jacket, same jeans, still walking east. Daniel hadn't seen a single vehicle pass him. He was driving through northern Arizona after visiting his father. The trip home to Phoenix should have been easy. Long, boring, mostly empty highway. Daniel actually preferred driving at night because traffic dropped off and the desert stayed cooler. He had a full tank, coffee, phone charger, downloaded music. Nothing to worry about. At 11:47 p.m., he passed mile 83. That was when his headlights caught the pedestrian. Daniel eased off the accelerator. The man was walking on the gravel shoulder. Tall, maybe 6 feet, dark hair, head slightly lowered. Daniel glanced into the mirror after passing. The man didn't wave, didn't turn, just kept walking. Daniel thought about stopping. He didn't, not because he was afraid, because stopping on a dark highway in the middle of nowhere for a stranger wasn't automatically a good idea. He told himself if he saw a disabled vehicle ahead, he'd call highway patrol. That seemed reasonable. A few minutes later, he saw the mile marker, then 89, then 90, no broken down car, no lights, no buildings. Daniel forgot about the walker until mile 93. The man appeared in the headlights again, same side of the road, same direction. Daniel's first thought was, another person. It had to be. He slowed slightly as he passed. Dark jacket, blue jeans, white sneakers, same height, same hair, maybe 2 men dressed similarly. Not impossible, but weird. Daniel checked the mirror. The pedestrian continued walking. Daniel looked at the clock. 11:56 p.m., 9 minutes since the first sighting. He had traveled about 10 miles. There was no possible way a person walking could cover that distance in 9 minutes. So it wasn't the same man. That was the easiest answer. Daniel accepted it. Then he passed mile 94. At mile 101, the man was there again. This time Daniel hit the brakes. Not hard, just enough to slow from 70 to 40. The man stayed on the shoulder, didn't react. Daniel passed at maybe 35. He looked carefully, same face, or at least what he could see of it, same dark jacket, same white sneakers. There was even a small tear near the right knee of the jeans. Daniel had noticed it at mile 93, that was enough. Same man. Daniel looked ahead. No vehicle, no side road, no house lights, no intersection. He checked his rearview mirror. The man kept walking. Daniel drove another half mile, then pulled over, engine running. Doors locked. He called highway patrol. Signal was weak but usable. He told the dispatcher there was a pedestrian on the highway who might need help. He did not mention seeing him 3 times. Not yet. Location: mile 101, maybe just behind me. Description: Daniel gave it. Is he in the roadway? No. Shoulder: any disabled vehicle nearby? Not that I've seen. The dispatcher said she'd notify a trooper. Daniel thanked her. He hung up. Then looked in the mirror. The road behind him was empty. The man should have reached Daniel's car by then. He hadn't. Daniel waited another minute. Nothing. He almost drove back to check, then decided that was unnecessary. Police had the report. He should continue. He pulled back onto the road. Mile 102. Daniel kept scanning the shoulder. Nothing. He relaxed. Maybe the man had moved farther away from the road. Maybe he'd been picked up. Maybe Daniel had mistaken the location. Then mile 109 appeared. A figure stood beside it. Not walking, standing. Daniel's stomach tightened. Same man. He was facing the road now. Daniel didn't slow. He passed at 65 for 1 second. The headlights illuminated the man's face. Expressionless. Eyes following the car. No smile, no wave. Daniel looked into the mirror. The man was still standing beside mile 109. Then darkness swallowed him. Daniel called highway patrol again. Same dispatcher. You called about the pedestrian? Yeah, trooper hasn't reached him yet. Daniel looked ahead. What mile is your trooper at? About 118, heading west. Daniel felt relief. Perfect. The trooper was coming toward him. If the man appeared again, someone else might finally see him. Daniel asked, "Can you keep me on the line? Are you in danger?" No. He hesitated. Maybe. The dispatcher changed tone slightly. "Tell me what's happening." Daniel explained. First sighting at 83, then 93. Silence on the other end. Daniel expected her to suggest fatigue. Instead she asked, "Did you stop for him?" "No." "Did you speak to him?" "No." "Good." Daniel frowned. "Why good?" A pause. "Just keep driving until you see the trooper." That answer made him more nervous. "You've had calls like this before." She didn't respond directly. "Watch for emergency lights." Daniel tightened his grip on the wheel at mile 112. He saw red and blue lights ahead. The patrol SUV was parked partly on the shoulder. Daniel slowed. A trooper stood beside it. He waved Daniel down. Daniel pulled over. The dispatcher ended the call. The trooper approached the passenger side. Middle-aged man, calm, professional. Daniel lowered the window. "You Daniel?" "Yeah." "You've been seeing someone walking." Daniel nodded. The trooper looked down the road. "Last time, mile 109. The trooper checked his own odometer. "That's 3 miles back." "Yeah, you sure?" "I am sure." The officer studied him. "Any alcohol tonight?" "No." "Medication?" "No." "Tired?" "I've been driving a few hours. I am not hallucinating." The officer nodded. "I didn't say you were." Daniel looked at him. "You've heard this before?" The trooper glanced toward the dark shoulder, then said, "I've heard people report a pedestrian out here." "How often?" "Not often." "Same description." The trooper didn't answer. That was enough. The trooper offered to follow Daniel for 20 miles. Daniel accepted immediately. They started driving east. Daniel kept checking the mirror. Patrol SUV behind him. Emergency lights off. Normal headlights. For the first few miles, nothing happened. Mile 113. Daniel began feeling stupid. Maybe exhaustion really was part of it. Maybe there had been multiple walkers. Maybe the mile markers confused him. Then they reached mile 118. The man stood on Daniel's side of the road. Daniel swore. He slowed. The trooper's lights flashed once behind him, so he saw him too. Good. That single fact changed everything. Daniel pulled over farther ahead. The trooper stopped behind him. Daniel watched in the mirror. The officer got out, flashlight in hand, started walking back toward the man. Daniel lowered his window. "Officer." The trooper raised one hand without turning. "Stay there," Daniel did. The flashlight beam moved along the shoulder. The man stood near mile 118. Still, the trooper approached slowly. Daniel could barely hear him call out, "Sir." No response. The officer moved closer. "Highway patrol. You okay?" The man turned his head, that was all. The trooper stopped, then said something Daniel couldn't hear. The pedestrian stepped off the shoulder, not toward the officer, into the road. The trooper immediately raised an arm. "Stay there." The man kept walking. One slow step, then another. Daniel watched. The patrol SUV's headlights lit the scene from behind. The man crossed the lane, reached the center line, then stopped. The trooper moved sideways, keeping distance. Then the man looked past him directly at Daniel. Even from almost 100 yards away, Daniel knew the man was looking at his car. Then the pedestrian walked toward the opposite shoulder. The trooper followed. The man reached the darkness beyond the headlights and disappeared, not gradually. One step visible, next step gone. The trooper ran forward, flashlight sweeping the desert. Nothing. The officer returned several minutes later. His expression had changed. Daniel opened the window. "Where did he go? I don't know. Was there a ditch? No trail? No." "Did you see his face?" The officer ignored that. Instead, "You were going to stay behind me now." Daniel frowned. "What? I'll lead." "Okay, do not stop." Daniel stared. "Why?" The trooper looked back toward mile 118. "Because he wasn't walking east." Daniel waited. "What do you mean?" the officer said. His shoes were pointed west. Daniel felt the hair on his arms rise. "He was walking east." "I know." The trooper returned to his SUV. They continued, this time police vehicle first. Daniel behind mile 119. Nothing. Daniel tried to understand what the officer meant. Maybe the man had been walking backward, but Daniel would have noticed. Wouldn't he? At the earlier sightings, the man's body had looked normal. Head forward, shoulders forward, arms moving naturally. Maybe not. Daniel had only seen him for seconds each time. The thought bothered him. At mile 124, the trooper's brake lights came on. Daniel slowed. The patrol SUV stopped. Daniel stopped 10 yards behind. The trooper didn't get out. He called Daniel's phone. Daniel answered. "You see him?" "No." "Look at mile 124. Daniel looked. Empty marker. "I don't see anything." The officer was silent. Then, "He's standing beside your passenger door." Daniel stopped breathing. He did not turn his head. Every instinct told him to look. He didn't. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Daniel stared straight ahead. Nothing in the windshield, no reflection in the side mirror because it was angled slightly behind. He could move it electronically. He didn't. The trooper said, "Lock your doors." They relocked. "Windows up. Do not look at him." Daniel whispered. "Why?" "I don't know." That was worse than any explanation. Daniel heard nothing outside. No footsteps, no tapping, no breathing. The trooper continued. "He's facing you." Daniel stared at the steering wheel. "How close?" "Right against the glass." Daniel's mouth went dry. "Can you do something?" A pause, then the trooper said, "Daniel, I am looking right at your passenger side." "Yeah, there's nobody there now." Daniel finally turned. Empty shoulder, nothing beside the window. The trooper drove forward. Daniel followed. At mile 128. The officer pulled into a truck stop. Bright lights. Several semis. Convenience store open. People. Daniel parked near the entrance. The trooper came inside with him. They got coffee. Neither said much. Daniel finally asked, "What did you see?" The officer leaned against the counter. "A man. Same one. Looked like it." "What was he doing beside my car?" "Standing." "How did he get there?" The officer shook his head. "I don't know." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "Have you seen him before?" The trooper hesitated. "Once." Daniel looked up. "When?" 3 years ago. Same highway." "Yeah." "What happened?" The trooper looked toward the windows. "Driver called in a pedestrian. Same thing. Kept passing him." "What happened to the driver?" The officer didn't answer immediately. "Then, we found the car." Daniel stared. "And the driver?" "No." The trooper explained very little. The missing driver's name was Evan Marshall, 26, traveling alone. He called dispatch several times over roughly 40 minutes. Reported a pedestrian appearing repeatedly between mile markers. Then he stopped answering. His car was found at sunrise, engine running. Driver's door open, phone on the passenger seat. No blood, no signs of struggle, no footprints leading away. The officer Daniel was speaking to had been one of the people who searched the area. They never found Evan. Daniel asked, "What did the pedestrian look like?" The trooper took out his phone. He searched an old case photograph, then showed it to Daniel. Missing person photo, Evan Marshall, dark hair, tall. Daniel stared. The face looked familiar, very familiar. Same narrow jaw, same nose, same height. Daniel looked toward the dark parking lot outside. The man on the road, the trooper nodded, looked like Evan. That changed the story. Before, Daniel had assumed the man was some stranger. Now the person he'd been passing might have been a missing driver, or something that looked like him. Daniel asked, "Did Evan see someone before he disappeared?" "Yes." "Who?" The officer scrolled through notes. His description was vague. "What did he say?" "Male, mid-30s, dark jacket." Daniel frowned. "So?" The officer looked at him. "Brown hair, beard." Daniel stopped. He had brown hair, short beard, mid-30s. The officer knew what Daniel was thinking. He never gave a name. Daniel felt sick. "So Evan was seeing me." "I didn't say that, but the description could fit thousands of people." "True, it could." Daniel held on to that. Then the trooper continued. One thing was specific. Daniel didn't want to ask. He did. "What?" Evan said the man had a scar above his left eyebrow. Daniel slowly touched the thin scar above his own left eyebrow. He'd gotten it in high school. Daniel did not continue driving alone. He stayed at the truck stop until morning. The trooper finished his shift nearby and checked on him before leaving. Daniel booked a cheap motel room behind the station. At sunrise, the highway looked harmless. Normal traffic, blue sky, nothing in the desert. Daniel almost convinced himself the worst part was over before leaving. He walked around his car. No damage, no marks on the passenger window. Then he noticed dust on the glass. A handprint. Right where the trooper said the man had been standing. 5 fingers, palm, clear. Daniel photographed it. The print was on the inside. He checked every door. Locked overnight. No sign anyone had entered. The passenger seat was empty, nothing missing. Daniel wiped the print away, then drove home in daylight. No pedestrian, no repeated mile markers, no strange calls. Weeks passed. Daniel researched Evan Marshall. The disappearance was real. Local news archives had covered it briefly. Missing driver, car found on highway. Search suspended. No trace. Daniel found one detail the trooper hadn't mentioned. Evan's car had been recovered near mile 83, the exact place Daniel first saw him. Daniel closed the browser. He stopped researching. 2 months later, Highway Patrol contacted Daniel, not the trooper, a detective. They wanted to confirm details from his statement. Daniel cooperated. At the end of the call, he asked, "Did something else happen?" The detective hesitated, then said, "We had another report." Daniel went quiet. "When?" "Last night." "Same highway?" "Yes." "Same pedestrian?" "Maybe." Daniel gripped the phone. "What did the driver say?" The detective didn't want to tell him. Daniel pushed. Finally, he reported seeing a man walking between mile markers. Description: silence. Daniel knew. "Tell me." The detective sighed. "Male, mid-30s, brown hair, short beard." Daniel closed his eyes. "Scar?" "Yes." "Above the left eyebrow?" "Yes." Daniel asked one final question. "What was he wearing?" The detective checked. Gray hoodie, black jacket, jeans, brown boots. Daniel looked down. Exactly what he had worn the night of his drive. The new driver survived. That was the good news. He didn't stop. Didn't speak to the pedestrian. Didn't wait for police. He drove straight to the nearest town, but before he got there, he passed the man 6 times. At first the figure walked along the shoulder, then stood still, then faced the road. The last time, he stood in the middle of the driver's lane. The driver swerved around him. In the mirror, the pedestrian was gone. Daniel asked whether the driver had taken pictures. One, blurry, taken through the windshield. The detective sent Daniel a copy. Daniel opened it. Dark road, headlights, mile marker, and a man standing on the shoulder. The face was hard to see, but it was Daniel. Same jacket, same scar, same everything. Except for one detail. The person in the photograph was wearing white sneakers. Daniel has never owned white sneakers. Evan Marshall had been wearing them the day he disappeared. Daniel doesn't drive that highway anymore. He avoids it even during the day. That should be the end of the story. It isn't. Almost a year after his trip, Daniel received a voicemail from an unknown number. No missed call. Just a voicemail, 7 seconds at first. Only road noise, then footsteps, slow, steady. Gravel under shoes, a man breathing. Then a voice, Daniel's voice. It said, "Mile 93." The message ended. Daniel checked the time. 11:56 p.m., the exact time he had passed the pedestrian there. He deleted the message. Another appeared the following week. Mile 101. Then mile 109. Each voicemail arrived at the same time. Daniel had reached that location on the original night. He understood the sequence. The messages were following his route, 1 mile marker at a time. The last voicemail arrived at 12:56 a.m. The timestamp matched the moment Daniel had reached the truck stop. This recording was longer, 12 seconds. No voice at first, just footsteps. Then a door opening, a bell, indoor voices, exactly like the convenience store at the truck stop. Daniel heard himself talking to the trooper, faintly, far away. Then his own voice whispered directly into the microphone. "You stopped." Daniel dropped the phone. That was when he understood something the trooper hadn't. Evan hadn't disappeared because he saw the man. He hadn't disappeared because he spoke to it. Maybe he disappeared because eventually he stopped moving. Daniel didn't know whether that rule was still active. He didn't intend to test it. Then, 3 nights later, Daniel woke at 2:14 a.m. because his bedroom motion light switched on downstairs. He checked the security camera, front porch, empty driveway, empty street, empty. Then the camera rotated automatically toward the sidewalk. A man stood beneath the streetlight, dark jacket, jeans, white sneakers. Daniel watched. The figure began walking east slowly, past one house, then the next. Daniel thought it was leaving. His phone vibrated. A navigation notification appeared. No route had been entered. One line of text. Next marker, 0.1 miles. Daniel looked back at the camera. The man had stopped walking. Now he was facing the house. "Don't stop at the red mailbox." The mechanic gave Megan Price exactly one warning before she left. "If you see a red mailbox, keep driving." Megan laughed, not because she wanted to be rude, because the warning sounded ridiculous. The mechanic didn't laugh back. He leaned one arm on the open window of her car and said it again. "Don't slow down, don't pull over. And if someone is standing next to it, don't let them make you stop." Megan looked at him. "What happens if I do?" The mechanic stepped away from the car. "You'll probably think they need help." That answer stayed with her, especially 40 minutes later, when Megan came around a bend and saw a red mailbox beside the road. A woman was standing next to it. She was waving both arms. Megan slowed. The woman stepped into the road, and before Megan could even roll down the window, she shouted, "Did he tell you not to stop here?" Megan had taken the road because the interstate was blocked. A tanker truck had overturned earlier that afternoon, and traffic had backed up for miles. Her navigation app suggested a rural detour through eastern Kentucky. 48 minutes slower than the original route, still better than sitting still for 3 hours. At least that was what Megan thought. The detour looked normal at first. 2-lane road, small towns, gas stations, old houses. Then the houses became fewer. The road narrowed. Cell service dropped from 3 bars to 1. Then none. By 6 in the evening, Megan realized she hadn't passed another car in almost 20 minutes. She wasn't worried yet. Just low on fuel. Her gauge was a little below a quarter tank, enough to keep going, probably. Then she saw the garage. Small concrete building beside the road. 2 gas pumps out front. One old pickup parked near an open service bay. A hand-painted sign said, "Miller's Service." Megan pulled in. One pump worked. Barely. She filled the tank. Then went inside to pay. That was where she met the mechanic. His name was Curtis, at least. That was what the patch on his shirt said. Maybe late 60s. Thin, gray beard. Oil on both hands. Megan paid cash because the card reader was offline. Curtis asked where she was headed. She told him. He looked toward the road. You taking Route 16 all the way, that S what GPS says he didn't he answer. Megan noticed what? Nothing. Is the road closed? No construction, no. Then what? Curtis looked at her car. What time you think you'll reach the state line? Maybe 8:30, he checked the wall clock. 6:07 p.m., then nodded once. You should be through before it gets too late. Megan smiled. That sounds ominous. Still no smile from him. He walked around her car while she waited, checked the tires, looked under the front bumper, then returned to the driver's window. That road gets confusing after Laurel Fork. Confusing how? Old roads, private drives, signs missing. GPS should be okay. Maybe. Curtis looked farther east, then said, "You'll see mailboxes." Megan waited. One of them's red. She laughed. Okay. Dante stopped there. That was the warning. Megan asked the obvious question, why? Curtis rubbed his thumb against a dark stain on his palm. People stop. That's generally what mailboxes are for. He ignored the joke. If somebody's standing there, keep going. Is this some scam? That made sense. Maybe locals had been robbed. Maybe someone pretended to need help. Curtis thought about it. Call it that if it helps. Has someone been carjacking people? No. Then what? Curtis leaned closer. They'll give you a reason to stop. Who's they? He stepped away. Doesn't matter. Megan waited for more. Nothing came. She almost asked again, then decided not to. Rural people sometimes had stories, local warnings, superstition. Maybe a dangerous property owner. Maybe a mentally unstable resident. Either way, not stopping beside a random mailbox cost her nothing. Red mailbox. Keep driving. Curtis nodded. Exactly. Megan started the car. Before she left, Curtis added, and Dante turned around to check if they were still there. That part was harder to laugh at. The next 30 miles were uneventful. Megan passed farms, barns, a church with a small cemetery behind it, several clusters of houses, plenty of mailboxes, black, green, white, one shaped like a fish. No red. She began forgetting about Curtis. The road climbed into wooded hills. Sunlight turned orange between the trees. Her phone still had no service, but the downloaded navigation route worked. Then the road sign appeared. Laurel Fork, 3 miles. Megan remembered the garage. The road gets confusing after Laurel Fork. She sat straighter, not scared, just paying attention. The town itself barely deserved the name. One closed store, a fire station, maybe 10 houses. No people outside. Megan drove through. The road beyond became narrower. The center line faded. The trees grew closer. She passed another mailbox. Blue, then black, then white, then around a long curve. Red. Megan recognized it immediately. Bright red metal. White wooden post. Nothing else around it. No driveway, no house. Just the mailbox beside the road. She smiled to herself. There you are. Then she saw the woman. Maybe 30. Brown hair. Light jacket. Standing several feet behind the mailbox, both arms waving. Megan's smile disappeared. The woman stepped closer to the road. Megan slowed automatically. That was the first mistake. Not because she intended to stop, because somebody waving on an empty rural road usually means something is wrong. The woman looked frightened, not theatrical. Not exaggerated, actually frightened. She pointed down the road behind her, then toward the trees. Megan reduced her speed to about 20. The woman moved into the lane. Megan braked. She stopped maybe 15 feet away. The woman rushed toward the passenger side. Curtis's warning came back immediately. Dante, stop. Megan locked the doors. The woman reached the window. Megan lowered it less than an inch. Are you okay? The woman stared at her, then said, Did he tell you not to stop here? Megan froze. What? The mechanic. The woman looked back down the road. Did Curtis tell you not to stop? Megan didn't he answer. The woman laughed once. Not happily. Of course he did. How do you know Curtis? Everybody knows Curtis. That could be normal, small area, local mechanic. Megan kept one foot on the brake. What happened? My car broke down. Where? The woman pointed through the trees. About half a mile. There's no driveway. Old access road. Megan looked. Dense woods. Maybe there was one hidden beyond the bend. Do you have a phone? Dead. Do you want me to call someone when I get service? The woman moved closer to the glass. No, I need a ride. Megan shook her head. I am sorry, I can call someone. The woman's expression changed. Not much. Just frustration. You can leave me here. Megan felt guilty immediately. That was exactly why these situations worked. If it was a scam, it depended on someone not wanting to abandon a person in trouble. Megan asked, "Where do you need to go?" "Just down the road." "How far?" "Not far." That answer bothered her. Which direction? The woman looked ahead, then behind. Either. Megan stared. What? The woman looked at her again. "Just let me in." Megan put the car in drive. The woman's hand shot toward the door handle. Locked. She pulled once. Megan flinched. "Stop, please," I said. "Stop." The woman pulled again, then her voice became calmer. "Megan." Megan's foot pressed harder on the brake. The woman smiled faintly. "You don't want to leave me out here?" Megan stared at her. "How do you know my name?" The woman's smile disappeared. Megan didn't wait. She accelerated. The woman stepped away just before the car moved. Megan drove. 20, 40, 50. She checked the mirror. The woman stood beside the red mailbox watching. Megan remembered Curtis. Don't turn around to check. Too late. For the next 5 minutes, Megan said nothing. Her mind ran through normal explanations. Curtis could have told the woman. Maybe he'd called ahead, but Megan had never given Curtis her name. Had she? She replayed the conversation. She paid cash. No card, no receipt with her name. Maybe he saw her registration. Possible. Maybe the woman had seen some personalized item inside the car. Nothing obvious. Maybe Megan had introduced herself without remembering. Stress can make simple details feel impossible. She held on to that. Then the navigation app announced turn left in 500 feet. Megan frowned. The road ahead looked straight. A narrow side road appeared. She almost followed the GPS. Then remembered Curtis saying old roads could be confusing. She ignored the turn. The app recalculated. Make a U-turn. No. She stayed on Route 16. Another mile. The app recalculated again. Make a U-turn. Megan muted it. A few minutes later, she passed a farmhouse pickup in the driveway. Porch light on. Good people. Normal life. Then another house. Then a small Baptist church. The landscape became less isolated. Megan relaxed. Whatever had happened at the mailbox was behind her. Maybe the woman really had needed help. That thought bothered her. What if she'd abandoned someone because of a weird mechanic-esque story? She checked for cell service. 1 bar. Megan called 911, not because she thought a crime had happened, because the woman claimed to be stranded. The dispatcher answered. Megan explained. Woman beside Route 16, red mailbox. Possible broken down car. The dispatcher asked for location. Megan gave the nearest landmark. Then, did she give you a name? No description. Megan gave it. There was a pause, long enough that Megan noticed. "Ma'am, I am here. Have you already left the area?" "Yes." "Keep driving." Megan tightened her grip on the wheel. That's what the mechanic said. Another pause. "What mechanic?" "Curtis. Miller's service." The dispatcher went quiet again. Megan felt a familiar cold sensation in her stomach. "What?" "Ma'am, there hasn't been a Miller's service on Route 16 for years." Megan laughed, a small, nervous sound. "I was just there." "Where exactly?" She described it. "Concrete garage. 2 pumps. Old pickup." The dispatcher asked. "Did you purchase fuel?" "Yes." "Did you pay with a card?" "Cash." Another pause. "Okay. What does that mean?" "Nothing yet." That phrase did not help. Megan looked at the fuel gauge. Full. She definitely had gotten gas. The dispatcher continued. "Stay on the main road. There's a deputy about 25 minutes from you." Megan asked. "What about the woman we rechecking? Do you know who she is?" "No." "Then why are you telling me to keep driving?" The dispatcher hesitated. Then, "Because we've had calls about someone near that mailbox before." Megan sat straighter. "What kind of calls?" "Drivers reporting people in the road." "Robberies?" "No, missing people." The dispatcher did not answer immediately. Megan knew what that meant. The call dropped 2 minutes later. No signal. Megan stayed on the main road. Then she saw the first problem. Another red mailbox. Same white post. Same dent near the front corner. Megan recognized it instantly. No woman this time. She passed without slowing. Maybe there were multiple identical mailboxes. Maybe. Then another appeared 5 miles later, same dent. Megan checked the odometer. She was moving forward. The road signs changed. Different houses, different curves, but the mailbox repeated, third time. Fourth, each appearance farther from any visible house. At the fifth mailbox, someone stood beside it, not the woman, a man middle-aged, plaid shirt. He raised one arm. Megan drove past. The man shouted something. She couldn't hear the words. Then her phone rang. Unknown number. Megan didn't answer. It rang again, then stopped. A voicemail appeared. Megan did not listen. The sun disappeared behind the hills. Now the road became harder to read. Megan turned on her headlights. A few minutes later, she passed an SUV pulled partly into a ditch. Hazard lights blinking. A man stood beside it. Megan instinctively slowed, then saw the mailbox read, 10 feet beyond the SUV. The stranded man stepped into the lane. Megan kept moving. He waved wildly, then shouted, "Please, my kid's in the car." Megan's foot lifted slightly from the accelerator. A child. That was different. She looked at the SUV. A small face seemed visible through the rear window. Megan almost stopped, then remembered Curtis. "They'll give you a reason." She drove past. The man ran after her for several steps. "Please." Megan gripped the wheel. Her eyes burned. If this was real, she had just left a child stranded. She waited until she was half a mile away, then checked for signal. None. She told herself she would contact police the moment service returned. Then something appeared in the passenger side mirror. The SUV not behind her, beside her, driving in the ditch. Megan screamed. The vehicle moved parallel to her car through grass and uneven ground. No headlights, no engine sound she could hear. The man sat in the driver's seat, facing straight ahead. The child stood between the front seats. Megan accelerated. The SUV matched her. 55, 60, 65. Still beside her. The ditch narrowed. Trees approached. The SUV should have hit them. Instead, it moved into darkness. Gone. Megan looked forward. A red mailbox stood in the center of the road. She swerved. The car crossed the center line. Tires screamed. She corrected, missed the mailbox by inches. In the mirror, nothing. No mailbox, no SUV, no people. Megan slowed but did not stop. The road reached a junction. Finally, Route 16 continued right. A larger highway crossed ahead. There was a gas station on the opposite corner. Bright lights, several vehicles. Megan almost cried from relief. She pulled into the lot, then stopped before parking. Curtis had told her not to stop at the mailbox. Nothing about gas stations. Still, after what she'd seen, she didn't trust anything. She watched the people, a trucker filling his tank, cashier moving behind the window, a couple coming out with drinks. Normal. Megan parked near the front entrance. Locked the car, went inside. The cashier looked up. "Everything okay?" Megan nodded too quickly. "Can I use your phone?" "Sure." She called 911 again. This time the dispatcher confirmed her location. Real gas station, real highway. Deputy on the way. Megan finally breathed. False safety. Then she noticed the wall behind the cashier. A corkboard covered with local notices: lost dog, church supper, used lawn mower, and several missing person flyers. One face was familiar. Brown hair, light jacket, woman around 30. The woman from the mailbox. Megan stepped closer. The flyer was faded. Emily Harper missing since October 2014, last seen driving Route 16. Megan pointed. "Who is that?" The cashier looked. "Emily. You knew her. Everybody around here did." Megan felt cold. "When did she disappear?" "Long time ago." "Where?" The cashier hesitated. "Why? I saw her." He stared. "What?" "About an hour ago." The cashier stopped moving. "Where?" "Red mailbox." He looked toward the windows, then locked the front door. Megan stepped back. "Why did you do that?" The cashier reached for the phone. "Because you're not the first person to say that." The deputy arrived 10 minutes later. He knew the story. Not all of it. Enough. The mailbox had once belonged to an old property at the end of a private road. House burned down in the early 1990s. Mailbox remained. Drivers later began reporting people standing beside it. Usually someone asking for help. Different descriptions, sometimes a woman, Sometimes a man, sometimes a child. Several disappearances had occurred along the road over the years, no direct proof they were related, but enough local residents avoided stopping there. Megan asked about Emily. The deputy nodded. Emily Harper disappeared after calling her mother from a gas station. She said she'd stopped to help a woman on Route 16, then never arrived home. Her car was found 2 days later parked beside the red mailbox, doors unlocked. No sign of Emily. Megan swallowed. What did the woman look like? The deputy pulled up the old case notes. Megan waited. Then he read, female, mid-20s, dark hair, blue jacket. Megan frowned. That doesn't sound like Emily. No, who was it? The deputy looked at her. Nobody knows. Megan remembered the mechanic, Curtis. The deputy looked up. What, Miller's service? The deputy's expression changed. You went there? Yes. What did he look like? Megan described him. Gray beard, late 60s, Curtis patch. The deputy said nothing for several seconds. Then he searched something on his tablet. A photograph appeared. Megan recognized him immediately. That's Curtis. The deputy turned the screen around. It was an old newspaper clipping. Local mechanic missing after roadside search. Curtis Miller. Disappeared 2002. His garage closed soon afterward. Megan stared. No, the deputy didn't argue. I got gas there, where she described the location. He knew it. The building still existed, but abandoned, pumps disconnected, windows boarded, no business operating there for more than 20 years. Megan looked through the gas station window at her car, fuel gauge full. She pulled the receipt from her pocket, then remembered she hadn't been given one. Only change. Megan opened her wallet. The bills were there. The money she'd paid Curtis. All of it. She counted twice. She had the exact same amount of cash she'd had before stopping. The deputy escorted Megan to a motel near the highway. She stayed there until morning. The next day, curiosity won. With 2 officers present, she drove back toward the old garage. Daylight made everything easier. The building was exactly where she remembered. Same concrete walls, same open lot, but now, windows covered with plywood, service bay chained shut. Rusting pumps wrapped in yellow caution tape. No pickup, no Curtis. Grass grew through cracks in the pavement. Megan parked near the road. One deputy checked the pumps. Disconnected, dry. Hadn't worked in years. Megan opened her fuel door. The tank was full. Nobody could explain that. Then she looked toward the service bay. Something had been scratched into the dust on one boarded window. 3 words, keep driving. Megan, the officers photographed it. No usable fingerprints, no footprints, no explanation. Megan wanted to leave, before they did. One deputy asked where exactly she'd seen the red mailbox. Megan showed him on the map. They drove there together. No mailbox, only an old white post beside the road, empty metal bracket on top. The deputy said the red box itself had been removed years earlier. Too many complaints, too many drivers slowing down. The county finally took it away. Megan stared at the empty post. So what did I see? No answer. Then the deputy noticed marks in the dirt. Tire tracks. Fresh, a vehicle had pulled onto the shoulder, stopped beside the post, then returned to the road. Megan compared the tread. Same pattern as her tires. She had stopped there. Even though she remembered stopping 15 feet before the woman, even though the mailbox supposedly no longer existed. More disturbing. A second set of tire tracks started beside Megan's. They did not come from the road. They began in the dirt beside the empty post, then followed her tracks east. Megan never used Route 16 again for months. Nothing happened. Then one evening she was driving home from work in Ohio, normal suburban road. Streetlights, restaurants, traffic. She stopped at a red light. On the corner stood a mailbox, red. Megan froze. It didn't belong there. There were no houses on that block, only a closed pharmacy and a parking lot. A woman stood beside the mailbox. Emily Harper. Same brown hair, same light jacket. Exactly as Megan remembered. Emily did not wave. She simply watched. The traffic light turned green. The driver behind Megan honked. Megan accelerated. She did not look back. Her phone rang. Unknown number. She ignored it. Then a voicemail notification appeared. She waited until she reached home before listening. The recording was only 6 seconds. A man's voice. Curtis. Calm, tired, he said, "You stopped the first time." Pause. That was enough. Megan deleted the message 2 nights later. Another appeared, no missed call. This one was a woman's voice. "Emily, she told me the same thing." Megan listened again. Then a third voice spoke in the background. Faint. A child. "Ask her to stop." The recording ended. Megan moved soon after, changed her phone number, changed cars, avoided isolated roads. Nothing happened for almost a year. Then she received a letter. No stamp. No return address. It had been placed directly in her apartment mailbox. Inside was a photograph. Route 16. Daylight. The empty white mailbox post. Curtis stood beside it. Emily stood behind him. The man with the SUV was there too. So was the child. 4 people. All facing the camera. Behind them were more figures. Dozens too far away to identify. Megan turned the photograph over. One sentence had been written on the back. "We all stopped for someone." Megan stared at it for a long time, then noticed one final detail. At the far edge of the photograph was the front of a car. Her car, the one she had been driving that night. The driver's door was open and next to it stood another person. A woman, dark hair. Same height as Megan, same jacket Megan wore during the trip. The face was turned away for now. Megan burned the photograph. It didn't matter. 3 weeks later, another driver disappeared on Route 16. The last call from his phone went to 911. The recording was released to his family. He sounded confused, then frightened. He told the dispatcher a woman was standing beside a red mailbox. She was waving for help. The dispatcher asked him to describe her. The driver said maybe 30. Dark hair. Pause. Blue jacket. Another pause. Then, "She says her name is Megan." That was the last thing he said. The last radio station. Jason Cole knew the station wasn't normal when it described his truck. Before that, everything had an explanation. The static, the weak signal, the old voice. Even the fact that it seemed to know where he was. AM stations carry far at night. Weather reports repeat. Road closures get announced. Nothing supernatural about that. Then the voice said, "Blue Ford F-150 eastbound. 1 occupant." Jason looked at the empty highway ahead, then at the radio. The voice continued, "Driver appears to be listening." Jason reached for the power button. Before he touched it, the man on the radio said, "Don T turned me off." Jason froze. Then the voice added, "And whatever you do." Don T, look behind you. Jason was crossing Utah after helping his brother move. He had been driving since late afternoon. By 11:30, the highway had become almost completely empty. Desert on both sides, low mountains in the distance. No towns, no lights, no other vehicles. Jason liked night driving, but this stretch felt unusually dead. Even the radio stations disappeared one by one. Country station. Gone. Classic rock gone. News. Static. Jason switched to Bluetooth. His phone had no signal, but the downloaded playlist still worked. 10 minutes later, the truck speakers cut out. The infotainment screen froze, then restarted. Annoying, not unusual. Older truck, too many miles. Jason switched back to radio while the Bluetooth connection reset. Static. He turned the dial. Nothing more static than a voice. Weak male. Calm. Winds expected after midnight. Jason stopped tuning. The signal faded in and out. Visibility reduced along route. Static. Drivers should avoid. Static again. Then the voice returned. Eastbound traffic. Jason glanced at the road. He was eastbound. That got his attention. Probably a local weather station. He left it on. The announcer sounded old-fashioned. Not the audio quality, the way he spoke. Slow. Careful. No background music, no commercials. No station identification. Just information. Temperature, 38 degrees. Jason checked the dashboard. Outside. Temperature, 38 degrees F. Wind from the northwest. Jason looked at the dust moving across the shoulder. Possible. Road surface dry. Also correct. Then, no traffic reported for the next 14 miles. Jason frowned. That was oddly specific. Still possible. Maybe traffic monitoring. Maybe state highway information. He watched the road. No headlights ahead. No headlights behind. The voice continued, "Next service area closed." Jason remembered seeing a sign for one. 11 miles ahead, that was useful. He kept listening. The station faded near a low ridge. Jason adjusted the dial slightly. The signal returned. The announcer said, "Vehicle approaching mile 212. Jason looked through the windshield. A reflective marker appeared. Jason sat straighter. Maybe the station was broadcasting automated highway information. That made sense. Some regions had dedicated traveler information frequencies. Jason searched the dial for an identification message. Nothing. The voice continued. Mile 213. He passed 213. Mile 214. Jason looked at the radio. The voice was tracking him. Not generally, precisely. He checked for other traffic. Nothing. Maybe there was a traffic camera system, license plate recognition, connected road sensors. Modern highways collected more information than people realized. Again, not impossible. Then the station described his truck. Blue Ford F-150. Jason's right hand stopped on the steering wheel. Eastbound. He looked in the mirror. Empty road. One occupant. The announcer paused. Then, driver appears to be listening. Jason stared at the radio. The speaker hissed softly. He reached toward the power button. "Don't turn me off." Jason pulled his hand back. Silence. Then, "You'll need the information." Jason laughed once. Nervously, "Okay, very funny," the station answered. "You are approximately 36 miles from the next occupied building." Jason stopped smiling. He checked the GPS. Nearest gas station, 35 miles. Close enough to be coincidence. Barely. He picked up his phone. No service. He opened the camera and started recording the radio. If someone was messing with him, he wanted proof. The announcer said, "Recording will not help." Jason looked at the phone screen, then at the radio. Nope. He turned the volume down, not off. Just down. For several minutes the announcer stopped speaking. Jason drove faster. 65, 70. The desert rolled past in the headlights. He told himself someone had hacked a roadside frequency, maybe a prank transmitter. Maybe another driver nearby had seen his truck and was broadcasting. He checked the mirrors. Nothing. Then the voice returned. Quiet because Jason had lowered the volume. "Do not exceed 70. Jason looked at the speedometer. 72. He reduced to 68, not because he trusted the radio, because the road was dark and he didn't need another problem. A minute later, something appeared in his headlights, a deer, standing directly in the lane. Jason braked hard. The truck slowed in time. The animal bounded away. Jason's heart hammered. The announcer said. That is why Jason stared. The deer could have been random. The station may have known wildlife were common in the area. Still, the timing bothered him. Jason raised the volume. "What is this?" the station hissed. No answer. "Who are you?" Static. Jason felt stupid talking to a radio then. Not important. "Are you watching me?" Yes. Jason looked around immediately. No lights. No towers visible. No buildings. How? The announcer ignored the question. Instead, "Keep both doors locked." Jason checked. Locked. Why? No answer. Jason looked at the passenger window. Black glass reflecting the dashboard. Nothing outside. The voice continued. "Do not stop for the vehicle ahead." Jason looked forward. No vehicle. Then, far in the distance, red taillights appeared finally. Another driver. Jason felt relief. He slowly gained on the vehicle. Older SUV, dark green or black, moving about 50 miles per hour, the station said. "Do not pass." Jason frowned. The SUV was driving slowly. Road ahead clear. Why stay behind it? Jason held position. He didn't know why he was listening. Maybe because the deer prediction had been right. Maybe because this was the only voice he'd heard in almost an hour. The SUV continued. No license plate light. Jason couldn't read the plate. Then its hazard lights came on. The vehicle moved to the shoulder, stopped. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. He raised both arms, waving. Jason slowed. The station said, "Keep moving." The man ran closer to the road. Jason could see him clearly now. Middle-aged, light-colored shirt, no coat. He looked terrified. Jason's instinct was to stop. The man pointed behind his SUV. Then at Jason, mouth moving, probably shouting. Jason reduced to 30. The announcer's voice changed for the first time. Stronger, keep moving. Jason passed. The man slapped the side of the truck. Jason flinched. In the mirror. The stranger ran after him for several steps, then stopped. Jason kept going. That guy needed help, no response. Jason looked at the radio. What if his car broke down? He was not asking for help. What was he doing? Static. Jason looked in the mirror. The SUV was no longer visible. The man was gone too. Then what? The announcer finally answered. He was trying to make you stop. Jason thought of robbery, carjacking. Maybe the station was some unofficial trucker frequency warning drivers. That explanation actually helped. Who is he? No record. What does that mean? No vehicle matching that description entered this road tonight. Jason looked in the mirror again. Empty. That's impossible. Yes. The announcer said it without emotion. That made the word worse. Jason kept driving. Mile 223. The station gave small instructions. Stay in the right lane. Jason did. 30 seconds later, debris appeared in the left lane. Broken tire tread, reduce speed. A sharp curve followed. Do not use high beams for the next mile. Jason ignored that one. He turned the high beams on. The road ahead brightened. Nothing. Then he saw reflective points on both sides of the road. Dozens. Animal eyes, coyotes maybe. They stood beyond the shoulder, watching. Jason reduced to low beams. The reflections disappeared. Why did you tell me that? No answer. Are they animals? Silence. Jason decided he didn't want the answer. At 12:11 a.m., the station said, your fuel level is 43%. Jason checked. Just under half. You rereading my truck? Yes. How? Nothing. Are you police? No. Highway department. No. Military. No response. Jason laughed nervously. Great. Then the announcer said, do not look behind you. Jason's smile vanished. He looked at the mirror automatically. The road behind was empty. No, not the mirror. Jason stared at the radio. What? Do not turn around. Jason felt cold. He suddenly became very aware of the back seat. The truck had an extended cab. Tools, blanket, 2 boxes, nothing else. He knew that. He had packed it himself. The announcer continued, keep your eyes forward. Jason's hands tightened on the wheel. Is someone in my truck? Silence. Tell me. No answer. Jason checked the rearview mirror again from that angle. He could see part of the back seat. Empty. Mostly the darkness behind the passenger seat looked deeper than it should. Jason adjusted the mirror slightly. Do not. He stopped moving it. What is back there? The announcer replied, something that believes you have not noticed it. Jason's mouth went dry. He wanted to pull over. Get out. Open every door. Check. That was rational if someone had somehow hidden inside. But stopping on an empty highway with a possible intruder was also a terrible idea. He considered calling 911. No signal, the station said. 28 miles to occupied structure. Jason looked ahead. Can it hurt me? Silence. Can it hear you? Yes. That answer made everything worse. The announcer continued, it knows I told you. Jason heard a small sound behind him, fabric moving very soft. He froze. Then another sound. A light tap against plastic from the back seat. Jason did not turn. The station said, keep driving. He did. For 10 minutes. Nothing else happened. Jason began wondering if stress was making ordinary sounds seem important. Tools shifting, water bottle rolling. Road vibration. That was possible. Then something clicked behind him. Seatbelt buckle. Jason's back went rigid. The rear passenger seatbelt warning light appeared on the dashboard. Jason stared at it. His truck didn't normally warn for rear seats unless weight was detected. Maybe a box had shifted. Yes. That had to be it, the station said. No, Jason whispered. I didn't say anything. You didn't need to. Jason almost turned the radio off again. Then the announcer added, do not acknowledge it. What does that mean? If it speaks, do not answer. Jason felt his throat tighten. The cabin stayed quiet. Mile 234. Then a voice behind him said, Jason. He almost looked. The voice was his brother's. Jason gripped the steering wheel so hard his hands hurt. Jason again, his brother Mark, same voice, same slight rasp. Impossible. Mark was in Colorado. Jason had left his apartment that afternoon. The station said nothing. The voice behind him continued, "You left something." Jason stared at the road, no response. "Jason, seriously." It sounded annoyed now, exactly like Mark. Jason's phone lit up in the cup holder. Incoming call. Mark. Jason nearly grabbed it. No signal indicator, yet the call appeared. The station said, "Do not answer either one." Jason let the phone ring. The voice behind him laughed, not Mark's laugh, too slow. "Then he always answers." Jason felt something move in the back seat. The suspension shifted slightly, the rear seatbelt indicator went off. Then on again. Closer to the driver's side. Jason accelerated. The station immediately said, "Stay under 70." Jason ignored it. 75, 80. Jason. The voice behind him was no longer Mark. Now it sounded like Jason, his own voice. "Slow down." He pushed faster. The radio announcer said, 70. Jason looked ahead. A curve. He braked. Barely made it. The truck drifted toward the shoulder. Then corrected. Jason reduced to 65. The thing behind him whispered, "Good." Jason's skin crawled. The station said, "It learns faster when you react." That explained the voices, at least partly. Jason forced himself to stop speaking. No more questions, no more responses. He drove. Mile 241. The announcer said, 14 miles. Jason remained silent. "Do not stop." Silence from Jason. Behind him, the thing changed tactics. A woman crying. Jason didn't he recognize the voice. Then a child, then Mark again. Then his mother. That nearly broke him. His mother had died 4 years earlier. The voice said, "Jason, honey." He stared at the white road line, his eyes filled. "Don T." The announcer's voice was quieter now, not a command, almost sympathetic. Jason realized he had spoken. One word. The back seat went silent, then something leaned forward. He could feel it, not touching him, just close enough that the air changed near his right ear. His mother's voice whispered, "That's better." Jason nearly swerved. The radio signal crackled. The announcer said, "You acknowledged it." Jason whispered, "I know. Do not do it again." "What happens?" The announcer paused. "Then it moves forward." Jason looked at the dashboard. Front passenger seatbelt warning illuminated. Jason slowly moved his eyes right. He did not turn his head. The passenger seat was empty, at least from the edge of his vision. Yet the warning remained on. Something was now sitting beside him. Jason could smell dust, cold air, a faint metallic odor. He kept his eyes forward. The announcer said, 7 miles. Jason drove. A service station appeared ahead, bright white lights. Jason nearly cried. Building, 2 pumps, pickup parked outside, someone inside. The announcer said, "Do not stop there." Jason's relief collapsed. "What? Not there?" "That's the building." "No." Jason looked at the gas station. It looked real, very real. A man inside waved. Jason slowed. The front passenger seat creaked beside him. The announcer said, "Keep moving." Jason accelerated past the station. In the mirror, the building disappeared immediately, not faded into distance. Gone. Jason looked forward again. The radio said, 3 miles, then 2. Behind him, someone breathed. Beside him, the seat creaked again. 1. Jason saw lights ahead, this time not a gas station, a cluster of buildings, a real town, streetlights, several moving cars. The station said, "When you reach the first intersection, stop under the brightest light." Jason obeyed. The town was tiny, but occupied. 24-hour diner, motel, sheriff's substation. Jason pulled into a convenience store lot beneath 2 huge lights. Stopped. Engine running. The announcer said, "Do not open the doors yet." Jason's hand froze near the handle. What now? Silence. Then, "Look at the passenger seat." Jason turned. Empty. Nothing. The seatbelt warning was off. He looked into the back boxes. Blanket, tools. No one. Jason exhaled. Then the announcer said, "Now look outside." Jason checked the passenger window. A dark figure stood under the edge of the parking lot lights, maybe 30 feet away, tall, motionless, no clear face. The station continued, "It cannot enter while you are being observed." Jason looked toward the store. Cashier inside, customer at the counter, cameras, light, people. The figure remained still. Jason asked, "What is it?" The station crackled, then, "Not my job. What is your job?" the announcer answered, "To keep traffic moving." Jason almost laughed. Instead, "How many people do you talk to?" No answer. "Are you always on this frequency?" Static. Jason looked at the radio display. The frequency read 530 AM. He searched it on his phone. Signal now full. No local station listed there. Jason raised his head. The dark figure at the edge of the lot was gone. The announcer said, "You may exit." Jason opened the door. Cold night air. Real traffic, voices from inside the store. The world felt normal again. He stepped out. Then the radio spoke one final time. "Jason," he turned toward the open driver's door. "Yes," the speaker hissed, "you answered." Jason realized what he'd done. The radio went silent. Police checked the truck. Nothing inside. No hidden passenger, no signs of forced entry. The rear seatbelt sensors worked normally. The officer who took Jason's statement suggested fatigue, auditory hallucination, radio interference, stress. Jason accepted all of those as possibilities. Then they reviewed the convenience store cameras. Jason's truck arrived at 12:42 a.m., pulled under the lights, stopped for 6 minutes. Jason remained inside. The video showed him looking forward, then right, then behind, talking to someone. The passenger seat appeared empty. The rear seats appeared empty. At 12:46, something changed. One of the cameras lost focus only for 2 seconds. When the image cleared, there was a dark shape outside Jason's passenger door, 30 feet away, exactly where he remembered seeing it. The officer replayed the footage. Nobody walked into frame. The shape simply appeared between 2 frames. 2 seconds later, it was gone. That was strange, but not the worst part. Jason asked about the radio frequency. The officer knew it. 530 AM was used regionally for highway information in some places, but not on that section of road. The nearest authorized transmitter was more than 100 miles away. It broadcast automated travel advisories. Different voice, different format. No live announcer. Jason contacted the state transportation department the next day. They confirmed there had been no broadcast matching what he described. No traffic monitoring system tracked his truck in real time. No warning about the stranded SUV. No deer alert. Nothing. Then an employee asked Jason a strange question. "What time did you start hearing it?" Jason checked his memory. Around 11:44 p.m. The employee went quiet. "Why?" "There was an old transmitter out there. Was decommissioned. When 1997. Jason sat straighter. "What did it broadcast?" "Emergency road information." Frequency? A pause. 530. Jason researched the old system. Most records were boring. Weather closures, flash floods, winter storms, accidents. Then he found a newspaper article from 1994. A nighttime pileup had occurred during a dust storm. 11 vehicles, several fatalities. An emergency broadcaster remained on air for hours directing drivers away from the crash. The article mentioned the operator, Samuel Reed. Jason searched the name. Samuel had worked in transportation communications for 23 years. He died in 1998, 1 year after the transmitter was retired. Jason found an old staff photograph. Samuel sat in front of a radio console. Older man, headphones, calm expression. Jason had never seen his face. But beneath the photograph was a link to an archived audio interview. Jason clicked it. Samuel started talking. Jason shut the laptop immediately. Same voice. The last radio station. That should have made the situation clearer. It didn't. A dead radio operator somehow warning drivers was strange enough, but Samuel wasn't. What frightened Jason most. Samuel had helped him. The thing in the truck had not, and according to the historical records, reports of strange 530 AM broadcasts went back farther than Samuel's death. One truck driver reported it in 1989, another in 1976. Both described a calm male voice giving precise instructions. Both said the station warned them not to stop. Samuel had still been alive then. Possible. He could have been the operator. Then Jason found a report from 1958. Same highway corridor. Same frequency range. Adjusted for the equipment of the time, a driver described. An unidentified announcer who appeared to know my position. Samuel Reed was 9 years old. Jason stopped researching for months. He avoided that road. Then one night he was driving somewhere completely different. California. Busy freeway. Hundreds of cars. His radio was off. Bluetooth-connected music playing. The song stopped. Static filled the speakers. Jason's hands tightened on the wheel. The radio display changed by itself. 5:30 a.m. Then the voice returned. Samuel Jason Cole. Jason didn't answer. Traffic moved normally around him. The announcer continued. You did well last time. Jason kept his eyes forward. No response required. Good then. This is not about you. Jason felt colder. The station crackled. Black sedan, 2 vehicles ahead. Left lane. Jason looked. Black sedan. 2 cars ahead. Driver is alone. Jason watched. The sedan maintained speed. Do not let him exit. Jason frowned. How exactly was he supposed to stop another driver? The announcer said. He has already answered. Jason looked at the black sedan again. Its brake lights came on. It began moving toward the exit lane. Then Jason noticed something through the rear window, a shape in the back seat tall enough that its head nearly touched the roof. The sedan's driver turned slightly, talking to it. Jason understood. The announcer said, "Keep traffic moving." For the first time, Jason realized the station had never been broadcasting only to him, somewhere on empty roads late at night. It was finding people one at a time, warning them, guiding them, trying to keep them moving. Jason doesn't know what happens when the station loses signal. He doesn't know what happens to drivers who stop. But he knows one thing: if you're ever in the middle of nowhere after midnight and every radio station disappears except one, listen carefully. If the voice knows where you are, don't ask how. If it tells you not to stop, don't stop. And if it tells you not to look behind you, there's probably a reason. It already knows what's there. Room 6 was already occupied. Emily Warren knew the motel clerk had made a mistake before she even opened the door. The key tag said 6, but the hallway didn't tee. Room 1, Room 2, Room 3, Room 4, Room 5, then Room 7. Emily stood in the middle of the second-floor walkway and looked back toward the office. Maybe Room 6 was around the corner. Maybe the numbering was strange. Maybe the building had been renovated. Then she saw a door at the far end, no number on it. Just old green paint and a brass keyhole. Emily tried the key. It fit. The lock turned, and from inside the room someone said, "Finally." Emily froze. Then the voice added, "I've been waiting for you." Emily had been driving through rural Oregon after visiting a friend in Bend. A storm had moved in faster than expected. Heavy rain, wind, visibility bad enough that staying on the highway felt irresponsible. By 10:30 that night, she started looking for somewhere to stop. The first motel she found was full. The second looked closed. The third appeared about 20 miles later. Small, old, 2 floors wrapped around a parking lot, blue neon sign, Pine Rest Motel. Half the letters flickered, not exactly inviting. Still better than driving another hour through rain. Emily pulled in. Only 3 vehicles were parked outside: an old pickup, a silver sedan, a white van. The office light was on. She grabbed her bag and ran through the rain. The clerk was an elderly man with thick glasses. He looked tired, more than unfriendly. Emily asked for a room one night. "Yeah, cash or card?" "Card." The machine worked. That mattered later. He handed her an old brass key attached to a green plastic tag. 6. Emily looked at it. Second floor. The clerk nodded. Far end. Wi-Fi. Sometimes. Emily laughed lightly. That good. The clerk didn't react. He slid a paper registration card toward her. Emily signed. Then noticed something scratched into the desk beside the register. 3 vertical lines. Nothing important. She took the key. The clerk looked at the tag once. Then at Emily. His face changed. Not dramatically, just a small tightening around the eyes. Emily noticed something wrong. The man reached toward the key, then stopped. "No, you sure?" He looked toward the rain outside. "Yes." Emily waited. He added, "If the phone rings, Dante answer it. Emily smiled. Motel phone, yes. Why, doesn't work? That was strange. If it doesn't work, how would it ring? The clerk lowered his eyes. Exactly. Emily almost asked for a different room. Then thunder rolled outside. She was exhausted. The clerk seemed odd, but the place was cheap and dry. She left the office. The second-floor walkway was exposed to the parking lot. Rain blew under the roof. Emily climbed the stairs and checked the numbers. Then 7. She stopped. No 6. She checked the key again. Farther down was the unnumbered green door. Maybe the room number had fallen off. That was reasonable. She tried the key. It turned. Then the voice came from inside. Finally, Emily didn't move. The room beyond was dark. She could smell cigarette smoke, old carpet, something metallic. Then, I've been waiting for you. Male voice. Calm. Emily stepped backward. She closed the door without entering, locked it again, then hurried toward the stairs. The clerk looked up when she came back into the office. There's someone in my room. His expression went blank. What room? 6. The man stared at her. Emily held up the key. You gave me room 6. The clerk didn't take it. Instead he said, we don't have a room 6. Emily felt irritation cut through the fear. Yes, you do. No. There's a door at the end of the hallway. The clerk looked toward the ceiling, then back at Emily. There are 7 rooms upstairs, exactly, 1 through 5, then 7 and 8. Emily paused. What happened to 6? No 6. That makes no sense. Building was renumbered. When? Long time ago. Emily put the key on the counter. Then why do you have a key for it? The clerk looked at the tag for several seconds. Neither of them spoke. Finally, that isn't one of ours. Emily laughed, not because it was funny, because the alternative was worse. You handed it to me. No, I watched you. I gave you 7. No, you gave me 6. The clerk opened a drawer. Inside were keys. No 6. He took out the key for room 7. Same green tag. Different where? Emily looked at her key. The clerk asked, where did you get that? She stared at him. From your hand. He shook his head. Emily pulled out her phone. The card transaction was there. Pine Rest Motel. 10:43 p.m. Real motel. Real payment. At least that part was normal. She asked, can you come upstairs with me? The clerk didn't answer. Someone is in that room. Still nothing. Call the police. That finally got a reaction. The clerk picked up the desk phone. Then stopped. He looked at Emily. Did you open the door? Yes. How far? What? How far did you open it? Maybe a foot. Did you go inside? No. The clerk exhaled. Good. That answer made Emily angrier. You know what this is? The man shook his head. No, you clearly do. No, then why are you relieved I didn't go inside? The clerk looked toward the rain, then said, because people get confused when they retired. Emily stared. That's your explanation. It's late. I heard a man, probably from another room. It came from that room. The clerk nodded slowly. Then Dante go back. Great. Give me another room. He handed her the key to 7. Emily checked the tag carefully. Good. She took it. Is there actually a room 7? Yes. That's reassuring. The clerk didn't smile. Room 7 was directly beside the unnumbered green door. Emily almost asked for something farther away, but she was too tired to go back downstairs again. She unlocked 7. Normal motel room. Bed, bathroom, television, desk, old floral curtains, wall-mounted phone. Nothing obviously strange. She locked the door, added the chain, set her bag on the chair, then listened. Silence from the wall next door. No male voice. No television, no footsteps. Emily relaxed slightly. Maybe somebody had been inside a storage room. Maybe the clerk didn't know. Could be an employee. Could be another guest messing around. She texted her friend. Made it to a weird motel. Tell you tomorrow. Message delivered. Good signal. Emily changed clothes, brushed her teeth, then sat on the bed. That was when the motel phone rang. 1 ring. Emily stared at it. The clerk's warning came back immediately. If the phone rings, don't answer it. 2nd ring. 3rd. Emily checked the phone cord. Connected to the wall. So what? The clerk had said it didn't work. Maybe he meant outgoing calls. Maybe the internal system still worked. The phone rang again. Emily ignored it after 6 rings. It stopped. A minute passed. Then the phone rang again. Emily grabbed her cell and called the office. The clerk answered. My room phone is ringing. Silence. Hello. Dante, answer it, I am not. Unplug it. Emily looked at the wall. Okay. She pulled the cord. The ringing continued. Emily stopped moving. The cord hung loose in her hand. The phone rang again. She whispered, "It's unplugged." The clerk didn't answer. Then the motel phone stopped. Emily heard the clerk breathe into the line. "Finally, come downstairs." Emily grabbed her shoes. Before she reached the door, someone knocked. 3 slow knocks. She froze. The clerk was still on her cell phone. "Did you come upstairs?" "No." Another 3 knocks. Emily stepped away from the door. Someone else outside. The clerk's voice became urgent. "Dante, open it." Emily looked through the peephole. Empty walkway. Rain. Parking lot below. No person. Knock. Knock, knock. This time from the wall. Not the door. The wall shared with the unnumbered room. Emily turned. 3 knocks, then a man's voice through the wall. "Emily." She went cold. She hadn't told anyone in the motel her first name out loud. Then remembered the registration card. The clerk knew. Maybe another employee saw it. Possible. The voice continued, "You took the wrong room." Emily backed toward the door. The clerk said through her cell. "What did it say?" Emily whispered, "It knows my name." The clerk went silent. She unlocked room 7, checked the peephole again. Empty. Opened the door. The walkway was clear. Emily ran downstairs. The clerk was already standing in the office doorway. He locked it behind her. Emily looked through the glass. Rain covered the parking lot. No movement. She turned to him. "You going to explain this now?" The clerk sat slowly. His name tag said. "Harold." He rubbed both hands over his face. "There used to be a room 6. Emily waited. "Obviously, not like the others." "What does that mean?" Harold looked toward the ceiling. "Originally the rooms went 1 through 8. Okay. Room 6 had a fire. When? 1987. Someone died." Harold nodded. "A man." Emily crossed her arms. "That doesn't explain a disappearing room." "It didn't disappear. Then where is it?" Harold looked at her. "Behind the wall. After the fire, room 6 had been badly damaged. The motel owner at the time decided not to rebuild it. Instead, contractors sealed the doorway from the inside and expanded rooms 5 and 7 slightly during renovation. The exterior door remained for architectural reasons, but it was supposed to lead nowhere. Just a narrow sealed space behind it. No usable room. No bed. No phone. No electricity. Emily stared. "I opened that door." Harold nodded. "There was a room." "Yes, light." "No furniture." "I didn't look long enough." "Did you see the man?" "No." Harold looked relieved again. Emily hated that reaction. "Who died there?" "A guest named Thomas Bell." "How?" Harold hesitated. "Smoke." That sounded too simple. Emily noticed. "What are you leaving out?" Harold looked down. "Thomas wasn't found alone." Emily's stomach tightened. "Who else?" "Nobody." Emily stared. "That sentence makes no sense." Harold rubbed his hands together. "He was the only body." "Then what do you mean?" "The fire department said someone else had been in the room." "How?" "2 cups, 2 sets of clothes, 2 suitcases, and only Thomas was registered." That still wasn't enough to explain anything. Emily said so. Harold nodded. "I know." Then he told her the part that bothered him. After the fire, several guests reported hearing a phone ring from behind the sealed wall. There was no phone line. Some reported knocking. A few claimed the old door had opened. Harold didn't believe most of it. People knew about the fire. Stories grow old. Motel, bad weather, drinks. Imagination that was reasonable then. 12 years earlier, a guest disappeared. Room 7, woman traveling alone. Her belongings remained. Car remained. Door locked from inside. She was never found. The only strange detail: her room key was found on the bed. Not room 7, room 6. Emily looked at the key still in her hand. Same green plastic tag. Was it this one? Harold didn't answer. That was enough. Emily wanted to leave immediately. Harold agreed. No argument. No charge for the room. He offered to refund the payment. Emily didn't care. The storm had weakened slightly. She would rather drive slowly than stay. They waited in the office while Harold called a nearby sheriff's deputy. Not because Emily wanted to report a ghost, because someone had spoken from a sealed room. If there was a squatter or intruder, police needed to check. That was rational. The deputy arrived around midnight. Young woman named Torres. She listened without laughing. then asked Harold for building plans. He had old copies in the office. They looked together. Rooms 1 through 5, a narrow sealed cavity where 6 used to be. Room 7, room 8. The cavity was maybe 4 feet wide after renovations, not enough for a normal motel room. Torres asked, "Is the exterior door still functional?" Harold nodded. "Supposed to be locked permanently." "With what?" "Deadbolt from inside." Emily held up the brass key. "I opened it." The deputy looked at Harold. He looked sick. They went upstairs together, 3 people. Flashlights, police radio, normal explanation still available. Emily stayed behind Torres. Room 7 door was open exactly as she'd left it. The green door beside it was closed. No number. Torres tried the handle. Locked. Emily handed her the key. It fit. The deputy looked at Harold. "Someone made this for the lock." Harold whispered. "The lock was replaced after the fire." Torres turned the key. Click. She opened the door. Behind it was a wall. Solid drywall, maybe 3 inches from the door. No room. Emily stared. No. Torres shined the flashlight. Blank wall, dust, nothing else. Emily stepped closer. "I opened this." Harold said nothing. There was space. The deputy examined the wall. No hidden panel, no seam. No recent work. Emily felt stupid. Exhaustion. Stress. Maybe she'd opened room 7 earlier and confused the doors. Except someone had spoken and the key had fit. Torres handed it back. Could be an old key that works by coincidence. Possible. Not satisfying, but possible. Then they heard the phone ring. Inside room 7. Emily stopped. The deputy looked toward the open door. "Ring, ring, ring," Harold whispered. It's unplugged. Torres entered first. The motel phone sat on the bedside table. Cord hanging loose. It rang again. The deputy stared at it, then picked up the receiver. Emily said, "Wait." Too late. Torres put it to her ear. "Hello." Silence. Her expression changed. "What?" No response visible to Emily. Torres listened, then looked directly at Emily. She lowered the phone. "What did they say?" The deputy didn't answer Torres. She looked toward the wall shared with the sealed space, then said, "He asked why." Emily brought police. Harold backed out of the room. Emily's skin went cold. Torres set the receiver down. It immediately rang again. Nobody touched it. The deputy unplugged the entire phone unit from the wall plate. It continued ringing in her hand. Torres dropped it onto the bed. The sound stopped. Then came 3 knocks from inside the wall. Everyone heard them. Knock, knock, knock. Torres drew her flashlight and moved toward the wall. Harold said, "Dante." The deputy ignored him. She knocked once on the wall. Emily stared. The room went silent. Then 1 knock came back. Torres knocked twice. 2 knocks answered. Harold whispered, "Stop." Torres stepped back. 3 knocks came from the wall, then 4, then 5. Not copying anymore, counting upward. 6, 7, 8. Then silence. Emily looked at Harold. What was that? He didn't answer. Then the green door outside opened by itself. They all turned. The hallway beyond room 7 was visible through the open motel door. The unnumbered green door stood open. Behind it, darkness, not drywall. A room. Torres moved to the doorway. Emily stayed farther back. Harold didn't move at all. The deputy shined her flashlight inside. The beam reached a bed. Old wallpaper. Small desk. Wall-mounted phone. Room 6. Emily recognized the smell. Cigarette smoke. Old carpet, metal. The room was larger than physically possible. It extended several yards into space that should have overlapped room 7 and open air beyond the building. Torres whispered, "That's not possible." Nobody disagreed. On the desk sat a suitcase. On the bed sat another. 2 cups beside the sink, exactly like Harold's story. Then the phone inside room 6 rang. Nobody entered. Good decision. Torres called for backup. Her radio crackled. No response. She tried again. Static. Emily checked her cell. No signal. Harold stepped backward. Close it. Torres said, "Not yet. This is how it happens." Emily looked at him. "What happens?" Harold stared into room 6. "The room gets occupied." Emily felt cold. "By who?" Harold shook his head. "I don't know." The phone rang again. Then a man's voice came from inside. "Emily." Nobody answered. "Emily." Again. Then another voice. "Female, please." Emily looked at Harold. He went pale. "Who is that?" Harold didn't answer. The female voice continued. Harold, he took one step toward the door. Emily grabbed his sleeve. "Who is it?" Harold whispered. "My wife." Emily stared. "She's dead." He shook his head. "Missing." His wife, Margaret, had been the woman who disappeared from room 7 12 years earlier. Harold had never told Emily that. He had owned the motel with her. One stormy night, Margaret stayed in room 7 because Harold was repairing plumbing downstairs. She called the office around 1 in the morning, said the phone in her room kept ringing, then said someone was knocking from inside the wall. Harold went upstairs. Room 7 was locked, no answer. He used the master key. Room empty. Margaret gone. Her wedding ring on the bedside table, and the room 6 key on the bed. Harold kept it afterward, locked in the office. Emily looked down at the key in her hand. "How did I get it?" Harold whispered. "I don't know," from inside room 6. Margaret said, "Harold, come here." His whole body changed. He leaned forward. Emily grabbed him harder. "No, it's her. You don't know that. I know her voice." So would something that's been here 12 years. Harold looked at her. That stopped him. The room phone rang again. Torres stayed near the doorway but did not enter. Smart. Then something changed inside. The desk lamp turned on. Warm yellow light. The room became clearer. A man sat on the bed, back to them, dark hair, white shirt, burn marks visible on the fabric but nothing graphic. Harold whispered, "Thomas." The man didn't turn. A woman sat beside him. Emily couldn't see her face. Harold did. "Margaret." The woman slowly raised one hand. Harold started crying. Emily had never seen someone move toward danger so naturally. No stupidity, no curiosity, just 12 years of grief. He stepped forward. Emily and Torres both grabbed him. Margaret spoke. "Harold," he struggled once. "Let me go." Torres said, "That is not your wife." Harold shouted, "You don't know that." The seated woman turned her head slightly, still not enough to show her face. Then she said, "You left me in here." Harold stopped struggling. Emily saw the guilt hit him harder than fear. "What does she mean?" Harold stared. "I closed the door." 12 years earlier, Harold had seen room 6 open. He had never admitted that, not to police, not to anyone. When he went upstairs looking for Margaret, the green door was open. Room 6 existed. Margaret stood inside. She was frightened. She told Harold the hallway behind her wouldn't lead back out. Harold tried to enter, then heard another voice inside his own, calling Margaret farther into the room. Harold panicked. He pulled the green door closed. He thought shutting it would end whatever was happening. When he reopened it, wall, Margaret gone. He had spent 12 years telling himself she was already lost. Now the voice inside room 6 knew exactly what he had done. That was the strongest reason yet not to trust it. Emily said, "It wants you to go in." Harold nodded slowly. For the first time, he stepped away. The woman on the bed stopped moving, then looked directly at Emily. Her face was not Margaret S. anymore. It was Emily S. Emily backed away. Same hair, same face, same clothes Emily was wearing. The copy smiled, then pointed toward the second suitcase. A luggage tag hung from the handle. Emily could read the name. Emily Warren. Her actual bag was still in room 7, the copy said. "You already checked in." The motel phone in room 7 began ringing again. Then the phone inside room 6. Then the office phone downstairs. 3 phones, same rhythm. Torres shouted, "Close the door." This time nobody argued. She pushed the green door. Something slammed against it from inside. Hard. Torres pushed harder. Emily helped. Harold too. Another impact. Then Margaret's voice. "Harold." He flinched but kept pushing. The door closed. Click. Immediately, the wall returned behind it, solid. Silence. Backup arrived 3 minutes later. Their radios had apparently received none of Torres' earlier calls. Security cameras showed the 3 of them upstairs. They showed Torres opening the green door, but the footage beyond the doorway was black. Not darkness, digital black, as though no image data existed there. The cameras also recorded Harold, Emily and Torres pushing the door closed. From the outside, there appeared to be nothing resisting them. No visible person, no movement, just 3 people struggling against an empty doorway. Police searched the motel. Nothing. No Margaret, no Thomas, no impossible room. The green door again opened onto drywall. Emily left before dawn. The sheriff advised Harold to close the motel until the building could be inspected. He did. Engineers found no hidden space, no structural anomaly. Nothing. Then they removed the green exterior door entirely. Behind it, solid wall. The old brass lock was taken as evidence. The room 6 key opened it perfectly. Nobody could explain how Emily got that key. Emily thought it was over. For several months, it seemed to be. Then her credit card company contacted her about a disputed motel charge. Emily checked the statement. Pine Rest Motel, the original payment. But the room number listed on the transaction wasn't 7. It was room 6. She called Harold. Number disconnected. She searched the motel online. Closed permanently. That was expected. Then she found a local article. Harold had disappeared 2 weeks after the incident. His car remained at the motel. Office locked. No sign of forced entry. On the office desk was a brass key. Green plastic tag. Emily stopped reading a month later. Officer Torres called her. "Do you still have the key?" Emily checked the box where she kept it. Empty. "No." "Did you throw it away?" "No." Torres went quiet. "Why?" "Because we found it. Where? Harold's motel." Emily felt cold. "That's impossible." "I know." Torres continued. "There's something else." During a final inventory of the property, police had found an old guest ledger. Most entries dated back decades. Room numbers, names, payment, normal records. One page was from 1987, the night of the fire. Thomas Bell had checked into room 6, one guest. Then below his name was another entry. Same handwriting, same date. No payment information. Guest Emily Warren. Emily said nothing. Torres continued. "There's a signature." Emily already knew what she would say. "It looks like mine." "Yes." Emily asked for a photograph. Torres sent it. The signature was perfect, not similar. Hers, the date beside it, October 14, 1987. Emily was born in 1995. Under the signature was a note, "Late arrival," and beneath that, "Waiting in room." Emily enlarged the image. There was one final line written in different ink. "Newer, much newer." KEY delivered. She stopped staying in motels after that. Hotels only. Large chains. Busy places. Interior hallways. Electronic key cards. No old brass keys. No isolated roadside properties. For almost a year, nothing happened. Then Emily traveled for work. Flight canceled. Airline placed her in a modern airport hotel. 12 floors, hundreds of rooms, bright lobby. Security cameras everywhere, nothing remotely like Pine Rest. Emily received a digital key on her phone. Room 814. She took the elevator. Walked down the hallway. Then 816. Emily stopped. No. 814. She checked the app. Room 814, arrow pointing ahead. At the end of the hallway stood one green door. Old paint, brass keyhole. Impossible in a modern hotel. Emily backed toward the elevator. Her phone vibrated. New hotel notification. "Your room is ready." Then another, "Guest already inside." Emily stared at the screen. From behind the green door, someone knocked 3 times. Then Harold's voice said, "Emily." Pause. "Don T. Open it." Emily stood completely still. Because this time, the voice wasn't T asking her to come inside. It sounded terrified, and from somewhere deeper inside the room, Emily heard another voice, her own, calm, patient. Don T listened to him. Then the brass lock turned from the inside. Something knocked from under the floor. The first knock came from underneath the cabin. Luke Harris barely noticed it. One dull tap beneath the floorboards. Probably ice shifting, maybe a branch under the foundation, maybe pipes. The cabin was old, and old cabins make noise. Then it happened again. 3 knocks, slow, evenly spaced. Luke looked down. Knock, knock, knock. He smiled to himself, crouched and tapped the floor once with his knuckles. 1 knock came back. Luke stopped smiling. He tapped twice. 2 knocks answered. That was when he realized something underneath the cabin was listening. The problem was, the cabin didn't have a crawl space. Luke had flown into Alaska 3 days earlier for a photography trip. He wasn't a professional wilderness guide. He wasn't pretending to be. That was important. Luke knew his limits. He'd rented a small backcountry cabin from a private owner near the edge of a huge stretch of forest and frozen wetlands. The property wasn't completely unreachable. A gravel road came within about 4 miles. From there, Luke used a snowmobile. The cabin itself was simple: one room, small kitchen counter, wood stove, bed, table, storage shelves, a radio, emergency satellite messenger. The owner had supplied firewood and propane. Luke brought food, batteries, a first aid kit, water filter, extra fuel, and a paper map. He also had a .44 bear spray canister and a flare gun for emergencies. Not exactly a luxury vacation. That was the point. Luke wanted 3 quiet days photographing winter landscapes and northern lights. The first night was uneventful. The second was colder. By the third afternoon, snow began falling heavily enough that Luke decided not to take the snowmobile out again. Smart decision. Visibility was getting worse. He had everything he needed inside. He lit the stove, made coffee, started organizing photographs. Around 7 that evening, he heard the first knock. The sound came from directly beneath the table. One dull impact. Luke paused, then continued working. A few minutes later, 3 knocks. He looked at the floor. The cabin stood on a poured concrete slab. Luke knew that because he'd seen the foundation when he arrived. No basement, no crawl space, no wooden supports beneath the room, concrete. The floorboards were installed directly over sleepers and insulation. Still, sound can travel strangely through buildings. Something hitting the outside wall could seem like it came from below. Luke listened. Nothing. He returned to the laptop. 3 knocks again. Same rhythm. Luke stood. He walked around the room. The noise stopped. He crouched near the floor. Mouse. Ridiculous, a mouse wasn't knocking. He tapped once. Knock from below. Luke froze. That reaction could be coincidence, so he tested it. 2 taps. Pause. 2 knocks. Luke stood slowly. No, he waited. Nothing. Then he tapped 4 times. 4 knocks came back. Perfectly. At that point, Luke did what most people would do. He looked for a normal explanation. He turned off the music, checked the stove, checked the propane heater, inspected the pipes beneath the kitchen sink. Nothing loose. No water hammer, no mechanical cycling. He put on boots and a coat, took the flashlight, went outside. Snow blew across the clearing. The cabin sat exactly as he remembered, concrete slab visible beneath the siding. Luke walked around it slowly. No openings, no animal burrows, no damaged vents, no tracks except his own from earlier. He shined the flashlight beneath the lowest edge of siding. Solid concrete. He checked all 4 walls. Nothing. Then he heard knock, knock, knock from inside the cabin. Luke stood still. It sounded like someone knocking on the floor from above. Now, he returned to the door, locked. He unlocked it, went inside, empty, of course. Luke checked his satellite messenger. Signal available. Good. He sent the cabin owner, a man named Greg, a simple message. Weird question. Does the cabin have any crawl space or access under floor? Greg replied about 10 minutes later. No, concrete slab. Why? Luke hesitated. He didn't want to sound stupid. Hearing tapping under floor, probably building noise. Greg answered. Could be frost heave. Happens in cold weather. That was exactly the explanation Luke wanted. Frozen ground expands. Concrete moves. Wood shifts. Buildings make strange noises. Luke felt better. He replied, makes sense. Thanks. Then placed the messenger on the table. The floor knocked 3 times. Luke did not answer. For almost an hour, nothing happened. Luke ate dinner. The storm intensified. Wind scraped snow against the windows. The stove ticked softly. Everything felt normal. At 8:14 p.m., Luke began recording audio. Not because he thought something supernatural was happening, because if the noise returned, he wanted Greg to hear it. He placed his phone on the floor, waited. Nothing. 5 minutes, then knock. Knock, knock. The waveform jumped. Luke leaned closer. He did not tap back. The knocking repeated. 3 pause, 3 pause, 3, then stopped. Luke checked the recording. Clear, definitely real. He sent the clip to Greg. This time Greg took longer to reply. Finally, that doesn't sound like frost. Luke stared at the message. He typed. Any animals that could get under slabs somehow, Greg. No. Then another message arrived. Don't knock back. Luke read it twice. He replied immediately. Why? No response. That bothered him more than the sound. Luke sent another message. "Greg, nothing." He checked signal, still connected. He waited. Then the floor knocked once. Luke stayed still. Another knock, then two, then three, then four. The sequence continued. 5, 6, 7. Luke stood. The impacts were moving, not louder, moving across the floor. 1 beneath the kitchen, 2 beneath the table, 3 closer to the bed, 4 near the stove, 5 near the door. The last knock came directly beneath Luke's boots. He stepped backward. Silence. Then something scratched once under the floor. A long dragging sound. Luke grabbed the bear spray. Not useful against concrete, still comforting. He looked at the satellite messenger. Greg replied, "Call me if sat phone works. Do not interact with the noise." Luke had no voice calling through the messenger. Only text. His actual satellite phone was in the emergency kit. He pulled it out, powered it on. Signal took almost 2 minutes. He called Greg. The line connected. Greg answered immediately. "Luke." "Yeah, you knocked back." Luke hesitated. Earlier, Greg swore. That was not the reaction Luke expected. "What is this?" Greg didn't answer directly. Has it copied anything besides knocks? No good. "What does that mean?" "Listen to me. If it starts making other sounds, don't respond." Luke looked at the floor. "Greg, what the hell is under this cabin?" "Nothing." "That is clearly not true. I mean physically nothing." Luke stopped. Greg continued. "This has happened before. Years earlier, Greg's father had used the cabin during trapping season one winter. He reported knocking beneath the floor. Nobody believed him. Then Greg experienced it himself as a teenager. Same pattern. 3 knocks. Copying, moving under the room. Greg's family initially blamed ice, then animals, then structural movement, all reasonable explanations, until one night. Greg's father answered it, not with knocking, with words. He heard 3 knocks and shouted, "Knock it off." A voice beneath the floor answered, "Okay." Luke stared at the floor. "No," Greg said. "That's why I'm telling you not to talk to it." Luke lowered his voice automatically. "What happened?" "Nothing that night and after." Greg was silent. "Greg, my father started hearing my mother under the floor." Luke felt cold. Was she there? She was in Anchorage. The stove cracked loudly. Luke flinched. Greg continued. "It used voices it heard." Luke immediately thought about everything he'd said inside the cabin. Phone calls, music, videos, his own voice. Greg. The knocking had been around long enough to hear all of it. Luke whispered, "How do I get out?" "The snowmobile." "Storm's too bad, I know." "Then what?" "Wait until daylight." Luke looked at the window. Dark. Snow moving sideways. "Maybe 10 hours until usable light." Greg continued, "Do not knock, do not speak to the floor, and if you hear someone outside, verify before opening." Luke frowned. Outside. The call crackled, then dropped. Luke tried reconnecting. No signal. The storm had probably blocked the satellite view. Fine. He had instructions, simple: stay quiet, wait. He moved the chair onto the bed and sat there, keeping his boots off the floor. That felt stupid. The floor was not going to become safer because he sat higher. Still, he did it. 20 minutes passed. Nothing. Then a knock came from beneath the door. 1. Luke ignored it. 2. Ignored. 3. Then a sound like fingernails scraping across wood. Luke stared. The concrete was beneath that wood. He reminded himself. Solid concrete, no space, no one underneath. Then a voice whispered. Luke, his own voice. From beneath the floor he stopped breathing. "Luke." Same tone he used when checking recordings. Then, testing. Luke recognized the word. He had said it earlier while placing his phone on the floor. The thing was replaying him. Not understanding, just copying. That was actually reassuring in a strange way. An echo, a mimic, a recorded sound, whatever. Then his own voice said something Luke had never said. "Come closer." Luke remained on the bed. The voice repeated, "Come closer." Then changed. Greg's voice. "Luke, answer me." Luke didn't. "Luke." A pause. "It's okay." The imitation wasn't perfect. The rhythm was too slow, like someone selecting words one at a time. Luke covered his mouth. The voice tried again. "Open the door." He looked at the front door. Locked. No reason to open it. Then someone knocked from outside. 3 times. Luke froze. Not beneath the floor. Front door. 3 knocks. Then Greg shouted, "Luke." Luke almost stood. He stopped himself. Greg was nowhere near the cabin. At least, he shouldn't be. The owner lived more than an hour away under normal conditions. In this storm, impossible. Luke, open up. The voice outside sounded more natural than the one beneath the floor. Luke looked toward the window. No visible figure. Snow covered the glass. He stayed silent. The person outside knocked again. "It's Greg." Then the floor beneath the door whispered, "It's Greg." The exact same phrase. A half-second later, like an echo, Luke understood. The sound outside was real enough for the thing under the floor to hear. Either Greg was actually there, or there were now two of them. Luke moved toward the window. He kept his feet slow and light. He wiped frost from the glass. A man stood on the porch, heavy coat, hat, face partly hidden, flashlight in hand. Luke couldn't identify him through the snow. The man shouted, "My snowmobile died down the trail." That was plausible. Maybe Greg had come after losing contact. Maybe he'd been worried. Luke grabbed the satellite phone. No signal. The man outside knocked again. "Luke." Luke called through the closed door. "What was the first thing I messaged you?" Silence. Good test. The real Greg would know. The figure outside stopped moving, then answered, "Crawl space correct." Luke's hand moved toward the lock. Then Greg's voice beneath the floor said, "Crawl space." Same answer. Luke stepped back. Of course. It had heard the phone call and maybe the messages spoken aloud. The person outside could still be Greg, but Luke needed something the thing had never heard. He thought, then asked, "What color was your father's truck?" The figure outside stayed silent. Luke waited. "Greg." The person tilted his head, then said, "Open the door." Wrong answer. Luke backed away. The figure knocked once, then twice, then 3 times. The floor answered each pattern. 1, 2, 3. Now both sounds synchronized, outside and below. The porch light went out. Luke hadn't touched the switch. The man disappeared into darkness. Snow and wind hid everything. Luke turned off the interior lights too. If something was watching from outside, darkness helped. He sat beside the stove, waited. The knocking stopped. The floor stopped. For almost 40 minutes. Silence. Then the satellite messenger beeped. Luke grabbed it. Message from Greg, "I am at home. Do not open the door." Luke stared. Another message arrived. Police/ranger contacted. Weather delaying response. Stay inside. Then, "Are you alone?" Luke typed, "Yes." Something outside used your voice. He hit send. The device displayed. Message failed. No signal. Luke whispered a curse. Immediately, the floor whispered the same word back. He shut his mouth. At 10:37 p.m., the thing began learning other sounds, not voices. The phone notification tone, a camera shutter, the click of the stove door. Luke heard each one beneath the floor, perfect copies. Then something more disturbing. The sound of footsteps, soft, wood creaking. One step, then another. Moving beneath the cabin, the floorboards responded as though weight were passing below them. Impossible. Luke watched the path, kitchen, table, bed, door, then back. The footsteps stopped beneath the center of the room. A voice came from below. His own, "Where are you?" Luke stayed silent. Then Greg, "Where are you?" Then a woman. Luke didn't recognize her. "Where are you?" Then a child. Same phrase. Luke's skin crawled. How many voices had this thing heard before him? That question was worse than wondering what it was. The floor thumped hard. Once Luke flinched. Another stronger. A cup on the table rattled, then another. Whatever was happening was no longer subtle. The impacts moved toward one spot. Near the bed. Thump. 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 Luke shined his flashlight. One floorboard moved. Barely lifted a fraction. Dropped. Luke stared. No, the boards were installed over concrete. They could flex slightly. Maybe a fastener was loose. Then the board lifted again. Higher, a black line appeared beneath it. A gap. Luke backed away. Another board beside it moved, then stopped. The voice underneath whispered, "Closer." Luke moved toward the door instead. Not opening it, just farther away. The floorboard settled. False safety. Luke exhaled. Then 3 knocks sounded from inside the wall. New location, not floor, wall beside the bed. Luke stared. 3 knocks. Then ceiling. 3. Then opposite wall. 3. It wasn't underneath anymore, or at least, the sound wasn't. Luke grabbed his emergency bag. That changed the objective. Waiting until morning was no longer enough. If the cabin structure itself was becoming unsafe, he needed an exit plan. Snowmobile. Storm or not, he could move slowly. Follow the marked route, use GPS and compass. 4 miles to the road risky, but staying might be worse. Luke put on insulated gear, headlamp, gloves, goggles, packed flares, satellite messenger, food. He opened the window curtain, no person outside. He checked the porch through both windows, nothing. He waited for a lull in the wind, then unlocked the front door. The floor knocked once. Luke ignored it. He opened the door. Cold air hit him. The porch was empty. He stepped outside, then shut the door behind him. Snow had erased nearly everything. Luke's snowmobile sat 20 yards away beneath a cover. He moved fast, pulled the cover off, checked fuel, started it. Engine caught. That sound was the most comforting thing he'd heard all night. He strapped his bag down, then looked back at the cabin. Nothing in the windows. Good. Luke mounted the machine. The headlight illuminated the trail. He accelerated, 20 yards, 30. Then something knocked beneath the snowmobile. 3 times. Luke almost stopped, didn't. Keep moving. He drove. The trail markers were barely visible. Orange reflectors every few hundred yards. Luke kept the speed low. Wind pushed snow over the tracks. The cabin disappeared behind him after half a mile. Luke relaxed slightly. Then his satellite messenger beeped. Signal, Greg, Ranger staging at road, keep cabin locked. Do not leave in storm unless emergency. Luke stared at the message while slowing. Too late, he replied. I left, heading to road. Sent. Greg replied quickly. Keep moving. I'll relay. Good. Real help. Real destination. Luke continued. About a mile from the cabin, he saw footprints crossing the trail, human, barefoot. Luke slowed instinctively. Fresh impressions in snow. No shoes, no tracks approaching from either side. They began at the center of the trail, then continued forward, same direction Luke was traveling. He did not stop. The snowmobile followed them. 1 print, 2, 3. They remained in front of him for almost 50 yards, then ended. No turn, no jump, just stopped. Luke drove past. A knock came from beneath the seat. 1. He accelerated. At 2 miles, he saw a figure ahead, standing beside an orange trail marker. Luke slowed. Ranger, maybe. The figure wore a heavy coat, raised one hand. Luke did not stop. He moved to the far side of the trail. The person shouted, Luke. Greg's voice. Luke continued. The figure stepped into the trail. Luke swerved around as he passed. The headlight caught the face. It looked like Greg. Almost the eyes tracked. Too late. The mouth opened after the voice came out. Luke didn't look back. The satellite messenger beeped. New message. Ranger is at road, yellow jacket, headlamp, name Davis, useful specific. Luke memorized it. Yellow jacket, Davis. He reached the road at 11:24 p.m. Headlights. Real truck, amber beacon. A ranger in a yellow jacket stood beside it. Luke stopped 20 yards away. The ranger raised both hands. Luke Harris. Luke didn't answer immediately. What's your name? Davis. What agency? Davis answered correctly. Luke checked the vehicle markings. Correct. He still didn't move. The ranger understood. He called Greg on speaker through a satellite phone. Greg's real voice answered. Luke finally approached. They loaded the snowmobile. Davis drove Luke toward town for the first time in hours. Luke felt genuinely safe. He explained the knocking, the voices, the man outside, the moving floorboard. Davis didn't laugh. He just said they would inspect the cabin after the storm. Luke asked, "Have you heard anything like this?" Davis kept his eyes on the road. No. Then after a pause, "Not there." Luke looked at him. "What does that mean?" Davis shook his head. "Nothing useful." The storm cleared late the next morning. Davis returned with 2 other rangers and Greg. Luke went too. He did not want to, but he wanted proof more. The cabin looked normal, door locked. No footprints, no damage outside. Inside, everything where Luke left it, floorboards flat, walls intact, no sign of movement. They inspected the foundation. Solid concrete. Then one ranger used a thermal camera. Nothing. They tapped the floor. No hollow sections, no hidden space. Greg looked relieved. Luke almost was too. Then Davis noticed something near the bed. A floorboard had a shallow scratch. 3 parallel lines, fresh. Luke crouched. The scratches continued beneath the bed, then ended at the wall. Greg went pale. "What?" Luke asked. Greg said, "My father had those, where, same place. They removed one floorboard, insulation, wood sleeper. Then concrete exactly as expected. Davis tapped the slab, solid, no cavity. They used a drill camera through a tiny inspection hole, concrete beneath. Nothing else. Normal. Then the camera picked up a marking not underneath the slab. Inside the narrow gap between floor and concrete. Someone had written something on the concrete decades earlier. Greg cleaned the dust. Letters appeared, carved by hand, do not answer below it. Another line, different handwriting. IT learns you." Luke looked at Greg, "Who wrote that?" Greg shook his head. His father had never mentioned it. The floor was installed before Greg was born. The property records showed the cabin was built in 1963. Luke asked who built it. Greg searched old documents later that day. The original owner was a trapper named Henry Vale. Henry disappeared during the winter of 1968. Cabin found locked. Fire still burning. Food on table. No tracks leaving. That alone could have become another local legend. Luke didn't care. He left Alaska, went home for several weeks. He slept badly. Then the fear faded. Distance helped. Concrete apartment building. Third floor, neighbors above and below, traffic outside. No wilderness, no isolated cabin. One night Luke was editing photographs at his desk. He dropped a pen. It hit the floor. Tap. From the apartment below, tap. Luke stopped, probably neighbor. He picked up the pen, waited. Nothing. Then he tapped the desk twice. Below, 2 knocks. Luke stood. No, different building, different state. Apartment beneath him occupied by an elderly couple. Normal explanation. He called the building manager the next day. The apartment below was empty. The couple had moved out a week earlier. Luke said nothing. That night he stayed at a friend's house. No knocking. The next night too. Nothing. Luke began thinking the apartment itself had been the issue. Maybe pipes, maybe another tenant. Then his phone received an audio file. No sender, no message, just Rec 003. WAV. Luke did not open it. He deleted it. The file returned. Same name. He shut the phone off the next morning. It was gone for 3 months. Nothing happened. Then Greg messaged him. "Need to ask you something." Luke replied. Greg sent a photograph. The Alaska cabin floor, a new message carved into the wood. Luke left below it. Not alone. Luke stared. Then another image arrived. Fresh snow outside the cabin. One set of footprints leading from the door, bare feet. They continued toward the trail. Greg wrote, "No one has been there since inspection." Luke called him. No answer. He tried again. Nothing. Then his apartment floor knocked. 3 times. Luke froze. 3 more. He did not answer. His phone rang. Caller ID. Greg. Luke let it ring. Voicemail arrived. He did not play it. Then the floor beneath his feet whispered in Greg's voice. "Good." Luke backed away. The voice continued. "You learned." Pause. Then Luke's own voice came from beneath the floor. "Now I did too." Luke moved out the next day. It didn't solve anything. The knocking never happens every night. Sometimes months pass. Sometimes longer. It has happened in hotel rooms, a friend's house. Once on the 2nd floor of an office building, always beneath him, always 3 knocks first. Luke never answers, not with words, not with tapping, not anymore, because the last time it happened, he noticed something new. He was sitting in an airport waiting area, concrete floor, hundreds of people around. 3 knocks came from beneath his chair. Luke ignored them. A child sitting nearby looked down, then tapped the floor once with his shoe. Luke turned immediately. No, the child's mother looked at him. The boy stared at the floor, from underneath. 1 knock answered. The child smiled. Luke didn't, because for the first time, the thing wasn't trying to get Luke to answer. It had figured out there were easier people to teach. "The motel owner told me not to open the curtains." The motel owner gave Ben Parker one rule when he checked in. After midnight, keep the curtains closed. Ben looked at the old man behind the counter. "That's specific." The owner nodded. "After midnight." "Why? People walk past the rooms." Ben smiled. "It's a motel." The owner didn't tee. "They only walk one direction." That was the first thing Ben remembered later. Not the motel, not the rain, not even the footsteps, the direction. Because by 1:00 a.m., Ben had counted 47 people pass his window, Every one of them moved from left to right. Not one came back. Ben had been driving through western Kansas after a work trip. The weather had been getting worse for hours. Heavy rain, strong crosswind, standing water collecting on the highway. Around 11:30, a weather alert appeared on his phone warning against unnecessary travel in the area. That was enough. Ben wasn't interested in proving anything to himself. He searched for the nearest motel. 9 miles. Small independent place near an old highway junction. He took it. The sign outside read, Sunset Motor Lodge. The name sounded optimistic considering the condition of the place. Single-story row of rooms, doors facing the parking lot, old soda machine, ice dispenser wrapped in yellow tape, maybe 12 rooms total. Ben parked near the office. Only 4 other vehicles were there. He ran inside through the rain. The owner introduced himself as Mr. Carver, late 70s, white hair, thin shoulders, very awake for almost midnight. Ben asked for one room. Carver looked at the clock. 11:43 p.m., then asked, "You leaving early? Probably 7. Good." Ben laughed lightly. "Busy morning, no." Carver took Ben's card. The payment terminal worked. He handed over a metal key. "Room 9. Then Carver said, "Curtains stay closed after midnight." Ben thought he was joking. He waited for the smile. "Nothing. Privacy policy." Carver shook his head. "People pass through." Ben glanced toward the parking lot. "Guests. Sometimes." "Then why can T.I. look?" Carver considered his answer. "You can." Ben frowned. "You just said." "I said keep them closed. That sounds like the same thing." "It isn't T." Ben put the key in his pocket. "So what happens if I look?" Carver stared at him. "They notice." Ben almost asked for a refund. Then thunder cracked outside. The parking lot disappeared beneath another curtain of rain. Room 9 was 20 yards away. He had slept in worse places, and old motel owners said strange things. Maybe there had been problems with homeless people. Maybe drug activity. Maybe Carver was warning him not to get involved with whoever wandered around at night. That was reasonable. Ben asked, "Should I call police if someone's outside?" No. That answer didn't help. Why not? Because they usually aren't doing anything. Usually. Carver slid the registration form toward him. "Lock your door. Curtains closed." "You'll be fine." Ben signed, then asked, "What do you mean they only walk one direction?" Carver stopped. Ben had remembered the exact phrase. The owner looked toward the windows, then said, "Forget I said that." Room 9 was ordinary. Bed, television, small bathroom, microwave, mini fridge, one large window beside the door, heavy beige curtains. Ben locked the deadbolt, tested the chain, set his laptop bag on the desk. He looked at the curtains, closed. Good. He left them that way. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Ben showered, changed clothes, turned on the television. Local news was covering the storm, several flooded roads, strong winds, a power outage south of town, normal boring weather information at 11:58 p.m. Ben texted his wife, made it to a motel. "Driving tomorrow," she replied with a thumbs up and told him to get some sleep. Ben plugged in his phone, turned the TV down. Midnight arrived. Nothing happened. He smiled to himself. Of course. Then he heard footsteps. They started somewhere to the left, slow, wet shoes on concrete, step, step, step. The sound approached room 9, passed directly outside, then continued right. Ben looked toward the curtain. One person. Nothing strange. Maybe another guest returning to a room. He waited for a door to open. Nothing. A minute later, footsteps. Again from the left, same speed, approaching. Passing, continuing right. Ben frowned. Could be someone pacing, except pacing would eventually require walking back. Third set. Left to right, fourth, left to right. Ben muted the television. Now he could hear clearly. Every 40 seconds or so, someone walked past, always from the same direction, never returning. That was odd, still not impossible. Maybe multiple guests had parked near the office and were walking toward rooms farther down. Ben thought about the lot. 4 vehicles. Even if every vehicle held several people, that explanation would run out quickly. He checked the time. 12:12 a.m. Another set of footsteps passed. Ben started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 12 passes, Ben stood. He did not open the curtain. Carver's warning had become less funny. Ben moved close to the window and listened. Past 13. The footsteps were different. He realized that mattered: some heavy, some light, some quick, some dragging slightly different people. Not one person looping around. Past 14 sounded like boots. 15 like heels. 16 like someone barefoot or wearing soft shoes. Ben stepped away from the window. Where were they all coming from? The motel had 12 rooms. The building ended maybe 50 feet to Ben's left. Beyond that, parking lot. Then highway. There was no sidewalk coming in from some larger property. And if people were walking from left to right, where were they going? The rooms ended 4 doors to Ben's right. After that was a fence. Ben checked the motel layout in his memory. No rear exit from the walkway. No path. Just fence and open field. Maybe there was a gate he hadn't noticed. Possible. Ben decided not to investigate. Smart, he stayed inside. At past 21, someone stopped outside his room. Ben went still. The footsteps approached from the left. Then stopped directly in front of the window. No knock, no voice, just silence. Ben looked at the curtain. A shadow appeared behind the fabric. Human shape, head, shoulders, motionless. Ben didn't move. Then the footsteps resumed. Right, gone. Ben let out a breath. The next walker arrived 30 seconds later. Left to right, no pause. Ben checked the clock. 12:31. He had counted 22 people. That was too many. He picked up the motel phone, dialed the office. Carver answered on the second ring. You okay? Ben noticed he hadn't even said hello. I am hearing people. I know, you know. Yes, how many guests are staying here? A pause. 5 rooms occupied. I've heard more than 20 people walk past. Carver was silent. Ben continued. They all going the same direction. Keep the curtains closed. Where are they going? Doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. Carver's voice lowered. Ben, hearing his name, stopped him. Do not count them. Ben looked at the notepad beside the bed. He had started making small marks. 22. Why? The line went silent. Then Carver said, because they start counting back. Ben stared at the phone. What does that mean? Carver hung up. Ben immediately redialed. No answer. He tried again. Nothing. Outside, past 23. Ben looked at the tally marks. He tore the paper in half, threw it into the trash. Ridiculous, superstitious nonsense. The owner had gotten inside his head, that was all. Ben turned the television volume up slightly. He tried watching a late-night sitcom. The footsteps continued underneath the dialogue. 24. Ben mentally corrected himself. No counting. He stopped. Then someone outside whispered. 25. Ben froze. The voice came from just beyond the curtain. Male, soft. Then footsteps continued. Right. Ben reached for his phone. He opened the recorder. The next walker passed. A woman's voice whispered. 26. Ben stared at the screen. The recording waveform moved. Real sound. Next. 27. Different voice. Child maybe. Ben stopped the recording. His mouth had gone dry. They were counting. He called 911. That was rational now. Unknown people were outside his motel room, apparently interacting with him. He gave the address. The dispatcher found it. Asked if anyone had threatened him. No attempted entry. No. What are they doing? Ben hesitated. Walking. A pause. Walking and counting. The dispatcher sounded confused but stayed professional. She said a deputy could check the property, but severe weather was slowing response. Estimated 20 to 30 minutes. Fine. Ben locked everything again. He moved a chair beneath the door handle. Then listened. 28, 29, 30. Different voices, everyone passing left to right. Ben checked the security peephole in the door. It faced slightly toward the parking lot. He could see part of the walkway, empty. Then someone crossed the narrow field of view, an older woman, wet gray hair, hospital gown. Bare feet. Ben jerked back. Hospital gown. Maybe she needed help. He looked again. Gone. 31 past the window. This voice said. Still inside, Ben immediately called the office again. Carver finally answered. Ben didn't wait. What is this silence? I saw one. Carver swore softly. I didn't open the curtain. How? Peephole. Another pause. That counts less. Ben almost laughed. Counts less. Did they see you? I don't know. What did you see? Old woman, hospital gown. Carver stopped speaking. Ben heard something in the office background, a drawer opening. Then listen to me carefully. Ben waited. Do not look through the peephole again. Why, she wasn't staying here. I know, no. Carver's voice trembled slightly. She was staying here. Ben frowned. What? Room 9. Ben looked around. His room. When? 1998. Carver had owned the motel with his brother for decades. In 1998, a bus carrying patients from a long-term care facility had broken down during severe weather a few miles away. Several passengers were brought temporarily to the motel while another vehicle was arranged. One elderly woman, Margaret Lane, was placed in room 9. She disappeared during the night, door still locked, window closed, no sign of forced entry. Carver assumed she'd wandered out. Search teams covered the area. Nothing. 2 years later, another guest in room 9 reported seeing Margaret walking past the window after midnight. Then another guest reported the same thing. Over time, the stories changed. More people, different clothing, different ages, always walking left to right. Ben asked, "Who are the others?" Carver said, "I don't know all of them all. Some are people who disappeared here." Ben stopped breathing for a second. How many? Carver didn't answer. Outside, a voice said 32. Carver heard it through the phone. He whispered, "Don't let them finish." Ben gripped the receiver. "Finish what?" No answer. Carver. Then the office line went dead. The power flickered. TV off. Lights off. Darkness. Then emergency light from the parking lot pushed faintly through the curtains. Ben turned on his phone flashlight. The footsteps continued. 33, 34. The voices were closer now. Not louder. Closer to the glass. Ben backed toward the bathroom. He considered leaving through the window. Bad idea. The people were outside. Front door. Same problem. Better to wait for police. The dispatcher had his location. Help was coming. 35, 36. Then a knock at the door. Ben froze. Sheriff's department. Relief hit instantly. Too fast. Ben checked the time. Only 9 minutes had passed since the call. Possible. Deputy could have been nearby. Ben approached the door. Name, Deputy Mason. Ben looked through the peephole, then remembered Carver. "Don't." He stopped. "Show me your badge." Through the window. Silence. Then the voice outside said, 37. Ben backed away. The footsteps continued. Right. He called 911 again. Same dispatcher. No deputy there yet. Ben closed his eyes. Someone just said they were police. Do not open the door. Wasn't he planning to? Good. The dispatcher stayed on the line. That helped Ben explain the counting. She didn't understand it, but she believed there were people outside. She asked him to move away from windows and wait. Then 38. The dispatcher heard it. Ben knew because she stopped talking. "You heard that?" "Yes." "What does it sound like to you?" A pause. "Like a woman." Ben nodded even though she couldn't see him. Next. 39. Male. Then 40. Child. The dispatcher asked, "How many people are outside?" "I don't know." Ben looked toward the curtains. Then something bumped softly against the glass. Not a knock, like a forehead resting against it. The curtain moved inward slightly. Ben stepped back. 41. The dispatcher told him officers were 7 minutes away. Ben stayed near the bathroom door. 42, 43. The voices came faster now. Intervals shrinking. 44, 45. Ben realized something. They weren't walking at normal spacing anymore. Multiple sets of footsteps overlapped. Still all left to right. Dozens of shoes on wet concrete. No return traffic. No voices behind them. Only forward movement. 46. Ben remembered his original count. He had reached 47 by 1. He checked the clock. 12:59 a.m. The next walker approached. Footsteps, slow, stopped outside. Silence. Ben waited. The curtain bulged inward. Then a voice said 47. The motel clock changed to 1:00 a.m. Everything stopped. No footsteps. No rain. No wind. Even the dispatcher went silent. Ben looked at his phone. Call still connected. "Hello." The dispatcher answered immediately. "I am here." The ambient sound returned all at once. Rain, wind, static, but no walkers. False safety. Ben exhaled. Then someone knocked from inside the bathroom. 3 knocks. Ben stared at the bathroom door. He had left it open. The small room beyond was empty. Shower, toilet, mirror, nothing else. Then 3 knocks came from the mirror, not the wall, glass. Ben approached 1 step, stopped. In the mirror, the motel room reflected behind him, bed, curtains, door, and 47 people standing silently in the room. Ben did not turn around. His entire body locked, the people were visible only in reflection, crowded shoulder to shoulder. Wet clothing, old uniforms, hospital gowns, work jackets, dresses. Some looked modern, some decades old. All facing Ben, he saw the elderly woman from the peephole near the front, Margaret. Behind her stood a teenage boy, a man in a trucker jacket, a woman holding a motel key. Dozens. Ben's real room behind him remained silent. The dispatcher said through the phone, "Ben," he whispered. "They inside." "What?" "In the mirror." The reflected people did not move. Then Margaret raised 1 finger to her lips. Quiet. Ben stopped speaking. One of the figures near the back turned its head toward the phone, then another. The counting resumed, but backward. 46. Ben understood Carver's warning, "Do not count them. They start counting back." 45. Each number caused 1 reflected person to disappear. Not walk away, gone. 44. Another vanished. 43. Ben watched despite himself. What happened at 0? He didn't want to know. He backed away from the mirror. The reflection followed normally. The crowd remained behind him. 42. The dispatcher kept asking what was happening. Ben didn't answer. 41. He remembered Margaret's gesture. Quiet. Maybe the voices reacted to being acknowledged. Maybe speech mattered. Maybe counting was a way of establishing that he was aware of them. He muted his phone. Good. Then placed it face down. 40. Another person disappeared. The room felt colder. Headlights swept across the curtains. Real vehicles in the parking lot. Red and blue emergency lights flashed through the fabric. Police. Ben almost called out, stopped himself. Outside. Someone knocked. Ben Parker, Sheriff's department. He stayed silent. Could be real, could be another trick. The dispatcher's muted call still connected. Ben picked up the phone, unmuted, whispered, "Are they here?" "Yes." 2 deputies. Good. Ben asked. "Tell 1 to knock 4 times, the dispatcher relayed it. A few seconds later, knock, 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 knock. 4 quick knocks. Ben opened the door. 2 real deputies stood outside. He stepped out immediately. 1 deputy moved him toward the parking lot. The second checked room 9, empty. No intruders, bathroom empty, mirror normal. Ben did not look at it again. Mr. Carver was missing. His office door was unlocked, lights on, coffee still warm. No sign of struggle. Security cameras were reviewed. Most worked. Ben arrived on camera at 11:46. Entered room 9. Nothing unusual until midnight. Then the exterior camera overlooking the walkway began recording movement. Not people, shadows. Long dark shapes moving from left to right across the concrete, one after another. No physical person visible, only shadows. The deputies counted. 47 at 1:00 a.m. The shadows stopped. Then the camera outside the office showed Carver stepping out. Alone. He looked toward the rooms, then someone off camera seemed to get his attention. Carver turned left. He walked out of frame, never appeared on another camera. His car remained parked behind the office. He was never found. Ben stayed in another town that night. Police questioned him again the next morning. He told them everything. They had no explanation. The motel closed temporarily, then permanently after Carver's disappearance. Ben researched the property. He found several missing person cases loosely connected to it, not 47, far fewer, some likely unrelated. 1 trucker vanished in 1989, Margaret in 1998, a college student in 2007, a traveling salesman in 2012, Carver's brother in 2015. Ben had not known that last one. The brother had disappeared while staying overnight at the motel during renovations. Room. That made 6 names Ben could verify, not 47, so who were the rest? No answer. Months later, Ben received a package, no return address. Inside was the motel registration card he had signed. Police had taken it as part of their investigation. Ben called the sheriff's office. They said the card was still in evidence. The copy in Ben's hands looked original. Same signature. Same ink smear near the bottom. Then Ben noticed another line. Room assignment, checkout time. 1:47 a.m. Ben had left with police shortly after 1:00. He never checked out. Below the time was a handwritten note. Count incomplete. Ben threw the card away. The next morning, it was on his kitchen counter. Ben moved apartments, changed phone number. Stopped staying at roadside motels. For almost 2 years. Nothing happened. Then one night while traveling for work, he stayed in a large modern hotel, 8 floors, interior hallway, electronic key cards, no outside walkway, no reason to think about Sunset Motor Lodge. At 12:14 a.m., Ben heard footsteps in the hallway. Normal. Someone walked past his door left to right. Then another left to right. Ben sat up. Third, fourth, he checked the peephole, stopped himself. No, he called the front desk, asked whether a group had just arrived. No, sir. Ben looked at the clock. 12:17, another set of footsteps. Then a whisper through the door. 47. Ben froze. Next walker. 46. They were already counting backward. Ben grabbed his clothes, shoes, wallet, phone. He did not wait. He left through the emergency stairwell at the opposite end of the room corridor, went downstairs, walked into the crowded lobby, people everywhere, bright lights, security. He sat there until morning. The footsteps never followed. That gave Ben a rule, not a good one, but something. Maybe the room only works when you stay. Maybe leaving before 0 breaks the count, he hoped. 6 months later, Ben was at home, not traveling, not in a motel. At 12:03 a.m., someone walked past his apartment door, left to right, then another, then another. Ben lived at the end of the hallway. There was nowhere to walk to the right, only a locked fire door. He stood in his kitchen, listened. Fourth person, fifth, no one came back. Ben called building security. They checked cameras, nobody visible, but the audio recorded footsteps left to right. 6, 7, 8. Ben packed a bag. He was ready to leave. Then he heard a voice outside. Mr. Carver. Ben. He stopped. Carver sounded tired, far away. Dunty opened the door. Ben didn't. Another voice approached, a woman, 39. Then a man, 38. Ben realized they weren't starting at 47 anymore. They had been counting somewhere else before reaching him. He grabbed his keys. The hallway went silent. Ben waited. Then Carver whispered through the door. They found another way in. From the bathroom behind Ben came 3 knocks. He turned slowly. The mirror reflected the apartment kitchen hallway. Front door, and behind Ben stood dozens of wet figures. This time, Carver stood among them. He looked directly at Ben through the reflection, raised one hand, then pointed toward the front door. Run. Ben did. He never learned what happened at 0. He hopes he never does. Because the last security recording from his apartment contains no people, only footsteps. And after Ben leaves, the audio continues counting backward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then silence for exactly 7 seconds. After that, a new voice begins. Ben's voice, calm, close to the microphone. 1. The empty fire lookout. Claire Morgan found the notebook 20 minutes after reaching the tower. At first, it looked like an old fire log. Dates, weather, wind direction, visibility, smoke reports. Exactly what she expected to find inside an abandoned lookout. Then she reached the newest page. The handwriting was fresh. The first line said, 3:42 p.m. Woman approaching from South Trail. Claire checked her phone. 3:51 p.m. She looked toward the trail she had just climbed. Nobody there. Then she read the next line, green jacket, gray backpack. Stops twice to check map. Claire looked down at herself. Green rain jacket, gray backpack. And on the hike up, she had stopped twice to check the map. The final line wasn't finished. She still hasn't noticed. Claire stared at it, then slowly looked around the tower. Claire had been hiking in Washington for years, not every weekend. Not professionally, but enough to know what she was doing. She planned routes, carried extra water, downloaded offline maps, told her brother where she would be, checked weather, and if something looked unsafe, she turned around. That was why the abandoned fire lookout interested her. The trail was legal. The tower wasn't officially maintained anymore, but hikers regularly visited it. Photos online showed a small wooden cabin on top of a steel platform overlooking miles of forest. No road access. No electricity. No ranger stationed there, just an old structure and a view. Claire planned to hike up, take some photos, eat lunch, then return before dark. Simple. She reached the trailhead shortly after noon. Only one other vehicle was parked there, an older Subaru, no people nearby. Claire signed the trail register. The last entry was from the previous morning. A man named D. Walsh, destination, fire lookout, expected return. 6:00 p.m. Claire barely noticed. People forgot to sign out all the time. She started hiking. The trail climbed gradually for the first few miles. Weather was cool, clouds low. No rain yet. Claire passed no one. Around 2:30, she found a water bottle beside the trail. Blue metal bottle, dented near the bottom. She picked it up. Still half full, probably dropped by another hiker. Claire placed it upright on a rock so the owner could see it on the way back, then continued. Half a mile later, she found a glove, black, men's, wet with dew. She left that too. 2 lost items on a trail weren't unusual. Then she found a trekking pole lying across the path that made her stop. A bottle, fine. A glove, fine. A trekking pole was harder to lose without noticing. Claire looked uphill. Hello. No response. She checked the ground. Mud boot prints. One set heading toward the tower, deep enough to be recent. Maybe the Subaru owner. Maybe D. Walsh. Claire considered turning around, then told herself there was no actual evidence of danger. Someone could V dropped gear, someone could V left the trail. Someone could already be back at the car after taking another route. Normal possibilities. She continued. The tower came into view around 3:30. Tall, old, wooden cabin at the top, steel stairs climbing several stories above the trees. Claire felt immediate relief. The place looked exactly like the photographs. No smoke, no damage, no person standing at the windows. She climbed. The stairs creaked under her boots. Halfway up, she stopped to look across the valley. Mist drifted between the ridges, beautiful. Then she noticed something on the top landing. Another trekking pole, same brand as the one on the trail. Claire climbed faster. The cabin door was unlocked. Inside, empty, one narrow cot. Old chair, desk, wood stove, dusty windows, a few rusted hooks. No hiker, no gear. No sign anyone had slept there recently. Claire walked around. Nothing. Then she saw the notebook. It sat beneath the desk. Thick black cover. Water-stained edges. Claire expected graffiti. Instead, the first pages were official lookout records. Dates from years earlier. Smoke sightings, cloud cover, lightning strikes. Most entries ended in the early 2000s, then pages went blank. Farther in, writing started again. Different pen, different handwriting. No dates at first. Just short observations. Deer East Ridge. 2 hikers North Trail. Storm moving in from west. Claire flipped farther. Newer entries, specific. 10:13. Red truck at trailhead. 11:02. Man leaves tree line. 11:19. Man returns to tree line. Claire frowned. Maybe hikers had been using the notebook for fun. A kind of observation log. Then she reached yesterday, 1:06 p.m. Male hiker from south. Blue bottle, black gloves, 2 poles. Claire stopped. D. Walsh, probably the next entries. 2:48 arrives at tower. 3:11 reads log. 3:14 checks windows. 3:16 calls out. Claire felt uncomfortable. Maybe whoever wrote it had been inside the tower, but Claire had seen no hiding place. The entries continued. 3:20 leaves. 3:37 returns. 3:38 without pack. Then 3:41 hears knocking below. The next line had been pressed hard into the paper. 3:44 do not let him see the stairs. Claire read it twice. No more entries for D. Walsh. Then today's page began. Her page. 3:42 p.m. Woman approaching from South Trail, green jacket, gray backpack, stops twice to check map. 3:46 climbs stairs. Claire checked the time again. 3:53 the final line. 3:49 reads log. Then she still hasn't noticed. Nothing after it. Claire slowly lowered the notebook. The tower cabin had windows on all 4 sides. She checked them one by one. North, forest; east, valley; south, trail; west, trees and cloud. Nothing. She checked beneath the cot, empty behind the stove. Nothing, no attic, no closet, no trapdoor. No place for another person. Claire felt stupid standing there searching. Someone could have written the page earlier. Maybe another hiker saw her from a distance. The green jacket and backpack were easy to observe, but the two map stops, possible with binoculars, the exact time she arrived, possible. Whoever wrote it might have been watching from outside. That explanation was creepy. But human Claire preferred human. She put the notebook down, then heard a knock from below the floor 3 times. Claire went still. Knock, knock, knock. The tower stood on steel supports. Below the wooden cabin was open air. No room, no basement. Nothing beneath the floor except the platform and stairs. Claire moved to the nearest window, looked down. Empty landing, steel steps descending. No person. She opened the door. Hello. Wind, nothing else. Claire looked at the notebook. Yesterday. Here's knocking below. She stepped backward. No, that could have been staged. Someone had read yesterday's entry and decided to repeat it. Possible prank. Claire took out her phone. 1 bar of service. She called her brother. Ryan. The call connected. Hey, quick question. What's up? I am at the lookout. Cool. There's some weird logbook here. Ryan laughed. Ghost stuff. Maybe someone messing with hikers. She explained enough that Ryan stopped laughing. Leave? Yeah. Good. No debate. No investigating further. Claire packed immediately. Ryan told her to stay on the phone as long as signal lasted. Claire walked toward the door, then the notebook page rustled behind her. No wind inside. Claire turned. The book was open to a new page. She had not touched it. Fresh handwriting. One line. 356. Decides to leave. Claire stared. Ryan said, What? Nothing. Claire. She stepped toward the book. Another line appeared beneath the first, not magically in front of her eyes. The ink was simply there when she looked again. 357. Takes phone. Claire backed away. Ryan, I am leaving now. Then the phone call dropped. Claire descended quickly, not running. Running old metal stairs while panicking was a good way to fall. She kept one hand on the railing, looked down, halfway. Then she saw movement near the bottom. A person stood beneath the tower. Male, dark jacket, no backpack, head lowered. Claire stopped. Hey, the man didn't answer. She immediately thought of D. Walsh. Blue bottle, gloves, poles. Could be him. Maybe hurt, maybe confused. Claire called, Are you okay? The man slowly raised his head, too far away to see clearly. Then he lifted one hand. Black glove. Claire looked back up at the cabin. The notebook. D. Walsh had lost one glove, one pole, bottle. Maybe he had returned. Maybe he'd been wandering around all night. That was a real emergency. Claire started descending again, then remembered the line. Do not let him see the stairs. She stopped. That sentence made no sense. The man was already standing at the stairs. He obviously saw them. Then he moved, not toward Claire, around the tower. Claire followed him with her eyes. He walked behind one steel support and didn't come out. Claire waited. Nothing. She leaned slightly over the railing. No man, no footsteps, no movement beneath the platform. She didn't descend further. Better to return to the cabin. Height gave visibility. Signal might be better. She climbed back up. The door was still open. The notebook remained on the desk. New entries. 358. Sees him. 359. Calls to him. 400. Starts down. 401. Returns. Claire checked her phone. 401. She felt nauseous. This wasn't someone writing after the fact. Unless someone had direct visual access, hidden camera, binoculars, another ridge, something. She looked carefully around the cabin. Smoke detector. No wall cracks, old nails, nothing electronic. She took a photograph of the page, then another. If the writing changed, she wanted proof. A new line appeared. 402. Photographs log. Claire dropped the phone onto the desk. Okay. She didn't know who she was talking to. What do you want? The floor knocked once. She immediately regretted speaking. The notebook gained another line. 403. Asks what IT wants. Then, no response given. Claire stared. Then heard her own voice from below the tower. What do you want? Exact words. Exact tone. Claire didn't answer. The copied voice came again. What do you want? Then silence. She checked her phone. No service. Satellite messenger, she had one clipped inside her backpack. Good. She activated it, sent an emergency check-in to Ryan with coordinates, then another message, possible person stalking tower, call ranger/police, sent. That gave her something to do, something real. Claire checked the windows again. No man. Then the satellite messenger beeped. Ryan got it. Calling authorities, stay safe. Claire exhaled. Help knew where she was, she could wait, she didn't need to solve anything. Then she noticed the notebook. New line 406, sends location, below it. Now IT knows too. Claire stared at the messenger in her hand. That was the first entry that wasn't simple observation. The notebook was warning her, or pretending to. Either way, the information changed the objective. If something could use her location, remaining still might be worse, but leaving meant passing whatever was below. Claire needed more information. She searched older pages, not randomly, looking specifically for entries involving hikers who left safely. Most were short. People arrived, looked around, left. Nothing unusual. Then Claire found another longer sequence from 3 years earlier. A woman, 502. Woman arrives, 509. Hears voice below. 511 looks down. 513 descends. Next line. 516 returns to top. Then 517 there are two. Claire stopped. Two what? Next 519. One leaves south. 522 one remains below. No more. Claire flipped farther. Another incident. Two hikers. 814 both arrive. 831 one goes down. 833. One still in cabin. 835. Second returns. Then 837. First asks why second came back. Claire stared. The notebook wasn't predicting accidents, it was documenting replacement. Something left, something returned, and sometimes there were two. That made the line about D. Walsh clearer. Do not let him see the stairs. Maybe him wasn't D. Walsh, maybe something below copied him only after watching how he moved between trail and tower. Claire looked toward the stairs, still empty. At 414, she heard footsteps below, slow metal clangs, someone climbing. One step, pause, another. Claire closed the door, locked it. The tower door had a simple slide bolt, not much, still better than nothing. The footsteps continued. Clang, clang. Claire stood near the desk. She checked the notebook. Fresh line, 414. He starts up. The next, 415. She locks door. Claire waited. Another line slowly appeared, darker as ink soaked into paper. This delays him, not stops, delays. Claire pushed the desk against the door. Then the cot. Footsteps reached the top landing, stopped. 3 knocks. Claire stayed silent. A man called, hello, voice unfamiliar. Then, Claire, her stomach tightened. How did he know her name? Her brother. Authorities. Maybe Ryan gave search teams her name. Possible. Claire Morgan. The voice sounded professional. Forest Service. Too soon. Only minutes since Ryan called. Claire asked through the door, what's your name? Daniel Walsh. Claire went cold. D. Walsh, the missing hiker from yesterday. Are you hurt? Silence. Then, no. Where's your backpack? No answer. What color is your water bottle? Long pause. Then blue. Correct. Could still be him. What happened yesterday? The man outside said, I got lost. Also plausible. Why did you come back? Silence. Then to get you. Claire stepped away from the door. Wrong, not rescue, not accidental. Phrasing. The notebook added. 417. He answers wrong. Then she understands. Claire stopped looking at the book. It knew too much. Maybe reading it was part of the problem. Maybe every observation strengthened whatever was happening. She closed the notebook. The knocking stopped. Then Daniel's voice outside changed. It became Ryan's. Claire, open the door. Claire covered her mouth. Ryan's voice again. Police are here. Impossible. Then another voice. Claire's own. Open the door. The handle moved. Once, twice. Bolt held. Claire looked toward the windows. The cabin was at least 40 feet above the ground. Jumping wasn't an option. The stairs were blocked. She needed to make the person outside move away. Maybe noise, maybe fire alarm. Maybe throwing something from the opposite side. Then she noticed the old emergency flare launcher mounted near the window. Not functional, just historic equipment. But Claire had her own signaling flare in the backpack. She pulled it out. If search teams were coming, a flare might help. She opened the north window. The figure outside immediately stopped touching the door. Claire fired the flare high over the valley. Bright red light climbed through the gray sky. Good, visible for miles. The moment she fired it, the notebook slammed open behind her, pages turned rapidly. Claire looked, one sentence written across an otherwise blank page. Now both of them can see you. Claire's stomach dropped. Both. She looked out the north window. Movement on the opposite ridge. A figure stood between the trees. Too far to identify. Then another figure stepped onto the trail below the tower. Two men, both wearing dark jackets, both looking up. The person outside the cabin door knocked again. Claire now had at least three possible figures. One on landing, one below, one across ridge, no, maybe reflections, perspective, other hikers, search team. She forced herself not to assume. Then Ryan's message arrived through satellite. Ranger says closest unit 35 men out. Flare seen, they are checking. 35 minutes, so none of the people outside could be official rescue. That answered one question. Claire typed, multiple people around tower, they know my name, do not approach alone. Sent. The notebook updated immediately even though it was several feet away. For 21. Warns them. Then, good, Claire stared, good. The notebook had never approved of anything. Then another line, do not trust the first one who arrives. That made things worse. The notebook might be helping or manipulating, Claire couldn't know. At 4:25, the footsteps on the landing moved away. Metal stairs creaked downward. Claire waited. She checked from the west window. Daniel, or the thing that looked like him, was descending. Good. Then Claire noticed his legs. He wasn't stepping down normally. His feet never touched the stairs. His body moved downward one level at a time as though the staircase were carrying him. No knee movement, no shift in weight, just lower, lower, lower. Claire stepped back from the glass that ended the human explanation, not because she wanted it to, because she'd run out of ways to make the movement normal. The figure reached the ground, looked up, then walked south toward the trail. The second figure followed. Claire couldn't see the one across the ridge anymore. She stayed locked inside. At 4:38, rain began. Wind hit the windows, clouds lowered. Visibility dropped, bad for rescue, potentially good for whatever was watching. Claire checked the notebook, no new lines for several minutes then. 4:41 returns. She looked outside, nobody. 4:42 she doesn't see him. Claire backed away from the windows. Where? Roof. Under platform. Inside she listened. Nothing. Then the cot behind her creaked. Claire turned, empty. The desk empty, room unchanged. Then the mirror above the stove caught her attention, small, cracked in reflection. Someone stood behind Claire, Daniel Walsh. She spun, nothing. Mirror again. Daniel still there, closer. Claire moved sideways. The reflection followed her correctly. Daniel did not. He remained fixed behind where she had originally stood. Then he raised one hand, pointed down. Claire looked at the floor. 3 knocks. The notebook opened, new line. 4:44, he is not outside. Claire stepped onto the old desk chair, ridiculous but instinctive. The floorboards below looked normal. Then another knock, directly beneath the chair. Claire remembered story 12, kind of mechanic, but within standalone story it's okay. She didn't know it. 3 knocks, then scratching. Claire looked toward the window, if whatever it was could be beneath the cabin without stairs. The locked door no longer mattered. She needed out before it entered, but stairs remained the only safe route. She checked south, trail clear, west, clear, north, no ridge figure, east, nothing. The notebook added 4:46. Now, Claire made the decision. She moved the desk, unbolted the door, opened it, landing empty. She started down, fast but controlled. 1 level, 2, 3, halfway. Something knocked beneath each step immediately after her foot landed. Step, knock, step, knock. It followed underneath. Claire did not stop. She reached the ground, south trail. Moved, no checking tower, no looking back. She started hiking downhill quickly, not running. Rain made rocks slick. A fall would end everything. Her satellite messenger stayed clipped to her shoulder at 4:53. Ryan sent. Search team moving from trailhead. 25 men. Good, Claire replied, descending. Do not trust anyone alone, claiming to be me. She hesitated before sending that last part. then sent it because if the notebook was right about copying, rescue needed the warning. A minute later, Claire heard footsteps behind her. Same pace, she increased slightly. Footsteps increased. She stopped, footsteps stopped. Claire turned, nobody. She kept moving, then saw the blue bottle, the one she'd left on a rock earlier. Now it sat in the middle of the trail, upright. Claire did not touch it. Beside it lay the black glove, then the trekking pole. Walsh's belongings had been moved together, a trail of objects, leading downhill. Claire followed because downhill was already her route. Then she saw the backpack, dark blue, lying beside a tree. A man sat against the trunk beside it. Real Daniel Walsh, maybe. He looked exhausted, wet, pale. Claire stopped at least 20 feet away. Daniel, the man looked up. You read the book? Claire didn't answer. He nodded. Okay. That was not reassuring. Are you Daniel Walsh? Yes, prove it. He laughed once. Then stopped. Blue Nalgene, black outdoor research gloves, black diamond poles, correct, still information the copy might know. Claire asked, what did you write in the trail register? D. Walsh. What car? Subaru. What color? Green. Claire remembered the parking lot. Older Subaru, looked dark green. Possible. Daniel continued, I've been hiding since last night. From what? He looked uphill. Me. Claire said nothing. Daniel pointed toward the lookout. There's another one. Claire tightened her grip on bear spray. How do I know you re the real one? You Don T. That was the best answer he could be given. Not persuasive. True. He slowly stood. Claire stepped back. Daniel raised his hands. Don T, come closer. Good. He understood. Search team is coming. I know. Claire stared. How? I saw the flare. Right. Normal. Daniel said. Don T, let them split up. Why? It needs one person alone. That fits some log entries. Claire filed it away. Not trust. Useful possibility. They walked downhill separately. Claire first. Daniel 20 feet behind. Neither approached the other for several minutes. Nothing happened. Then voices appeared ahead. Claire, search team, maybe. Daniel stopped immediately. Claire did too. Claire Morgan, a woman's voice. Then a man, search and rescue. Daniel whispered, ask how many. Claire called, how many people are you? A pause, then 3. Ryan had not said how many, could be true. Claire shouted, stay together. The voices answered, we are. 3 figures appeared down the trail, bright jackets, helmets, real rescue equipment. Claire felt relief. Then Daniel said, count them. 3 people. Good. They approached. 1 woman, 2 men. One introduced herself as Ranger Ellis. Claire checked her ID, radio, equipment, everything. They had her brother on phone. Real Ryan. Claire finally relaxed. Then Ellis looked behind her. Who's that? Claire turned. Daniel was gone. No footsteps, no movement. The trail behind was empty. Claire immediately said, there was a man with me. Search team spread their lights. Nobody. Claire described Daniel. Ellis went still. Daniel Walsh, you know him. We researching for him since yesterday. Yes. Claire pointed uphill. He was right there. They found the backpack. Real. Then the blue bottle, glove, poles, but no Daniel. Search teams continued until dark, then resumed the next morning. They found no body, no tracks beyond areas rain had destroyed. Daniel Walsh remained missing. Claire gave the notebook to Ranger Ellis, or tried to when they reached the tower the next morning. The notebook was gone, desk empty, no log, no handwriting, nothing that should have made Claire doubt herself. Except she had photographs, several pages, timestamps. D. Walsh, her own entries. The rescue team saw them. They were real. Investigators checked the tower. No hidden cameras, no current electricity, no signs anyone had been living there. The old records confirmed the lookout had been abandoned for years. Claire asked whether hikers had disappeared nearby before. The official answer: a few missing person cases over decades. Nothing statistically shocking for a large wilderness area. That was fair. Then she showed them the historical pages she had photographed. Some names could be matched to trail records. One belonged to a woman who had been reported missing for 6 hours in 2019 before walking into a campground 15 miles away with no memory of how she got there. Another name belonged to a hiker who had never been found. Another belonged to someone still alive. Claire contacted that person, a man named Jordan Pike. She expected him to dismiss everything. Instead, when Claire mentioned the lookout, he asked, "Did the notebook write about you?" Claire went silent. Jordan said, "Then you got out before it finished." Jordan had visited the tower 5 years earlier. He found the same notebook. Entries predicted his movements, then a copy of his hiking partner appeared on the stairs. Jordan and the real partner only escaped because they stayed together later. Both independently described seeing a third version of Jordan standing near the trailhead. Jordan told Claire one thing she hadn't known. The log isn't predicting. Claire frowned. "What is it doing?" "Testing." "What?" "It writes what it sees." "I know, no, not just seeing you." Jordan paused. "It's checking whether the thing watching you sees the same thing." Claire thought about that. The notebook had sometimes warned her, sometimes documented, sometimes approved. Maybe it wasn't part of the threat. Maybe it was another observer, an older one, something that had learned patterns long before hikers did. Claire asked, "Who writes it?" Jordan said, "I don't think it's a who." Months passed. Claire stopped hiking alone. She still hiked. She refused to let the experience take that from her, but she used busy trails, went with friends, carried satellite communication, no abandoned structures, no remote towers. Then in October, she received a package, no return address. Inside the black notebook, Claire nearly dropped it. Same water-stained cover, same worn corners. She did not open it. Called police, they collected it. Officer photographed everything, placed it in evidence. Claire thought that was enough. The next morning, the notebook sat on her kitchen table. Police confirmed theirs was still locked in evidence. 2 notebooks. Claire did not touch the one in her apartment. Then it opened by itself. Pages turned, stopped on a blank page. Writing appeared. 7:16 a.m. Claire stands in kitchen. She stepped backward. Next line. 7:17. Does not touch log. Good. Then 7:17. Looks at front window. Claire didn't She forced herself to stare at the notebook. Maybe if she refused the predicted action, the pattern would break. Nothing happened for 10 seconds. Then another line appeared. 7:18. Refuses to look. Claire's stomach tightened. It wasn't predicting, it was observing. Jordan was right. Next. 7:18. Good. Claire stared, then a final sentence formed. Because he is at the window. Claire did not turn. She backed slowly toward the hallway. Her phone was on the counter, too far. The notebook added, "Do not let him see the stairs." Same sentence from Daniel's page. Claire's apartment had stairs outside the front door. She understood. Whatever had followed Daniel to the lookout hadn't stayed there. It had learned Claire's route. Her home, her windows, her stairs. Claire kept her eyes away from the front glass. Then someone knocked. 3 times. A man's voice from the hallway said, "Claire." "Daniel Walsh." Pause. "Can you let me in?" Claire stayed silent. The notebook wrote one last line. "He still thinks you haven't noticed him." Then, from the kitchen window behind her, Daniel's voice whispered, "Now you have." The house at the end of the dirt road. Kevin Blake was sure the house had 4 rooms downstairs. He counted them when he first came in. Kitchen, living room, dining room, small office. 4. He knew that because he had checked every room before deciding it was safe enough to wait out the storm. An hour later, there were 5. The new room appeared between the dining room and the office. Kevin stood in the hallway and stared at the open doorway. He knew it had not been there before. Inside was a child's bedroom. Blue walls, wooden dresser, single bed, and on the floor beside it, Kevin's old-school backpack, the same one he hadn't seen since he was 10. Kevin had been driving through rural Maine after visiting a client near Bangor. The weather had been bad all afternoon. Rain first, then wind, then lightning close enough to turn the sky white for a second at a time. His GPS kept warning about flooded roads ahead. Kevin ignored the first detour, took the second. That sent him onto a narrow county road through dense forest. 10 minutes later, a fallen tree blocked it completely. Kevin stopped. No way around, no signal, no houses visible. He checked the map. A smaller dirt road branched off less than half a mile behind him. According to the offline map, it eventually reconnected with another county route. Kevin turned around. That was the beginning of the problem. The dirt road was worse than expected. Mud, deep potholes, branches scraping both sides of the car. Kevin almost turned back twice. Then thunder cracked directly overhead. The rain intensified. His tires slipped once on the soft shoulder. He decided that continuing slowly was safer than trying to reverse for miles. After about 15 minutes, headlights illuminated a mailbox. No number, no name, just a rusted black box. Behind it, the dirt road continued another few hundred yards and ended at a house. Old farmhouse, 2-story, dark windows, white paint turning gray with age. No vehicle outside. Kevin stopped. He did not immediately get out. Trespassing in an isolated house was not his first choice, but another flash of lightning lit the sky. A large branch fell somewhere behind him with a heavy crack. Kevin checked his phone again. No service. The map showed him miles from the main road. He decided to knock. If someone lived there, he could ask to wait on the porch or use a phone. If the building was abandoned, he could stay in his car. He ran through the rain. The porch boards groaned beneath his shoes. Kevin knocked. No answer. He waited, knocked again. Nothing. There was an old brass bell mounted beside the door. He rang it once. Silence inside. Kevin looked through the front window. Dark room. Furniture covered with white sheets. No lights. No movement. Abandoned, probably. He tried the door, unlocked. That made him stop. Entering an empty house without permission was still trespassing. Then wind ripped a small section of roofing from the porch and sent it into the yard. Kevin made the practical decision. He stepped inside. Hello? No answer. He stayed near the doorway, used his phone flashlight. The interior smelled old but dry. Dust, wood, cold fireplace ash, no fresh food, no clothing, no signs anyone currently lived there. Kevin checked every downstairs room before doing anything else. Living room to the left, dining room behind it, kitchen at the back, small office on the right. 4 rooms. A staircase rose from the central hallway. Kevin did not go upstairs. No need. He wasn't exploring. He was waiting for weather. He moved a chair near the front window, kept his coat on, and sat down. The storm worsened. Kevin checked outside every few minutes. Rain moved almost sideways. The dirt road had turned into a stream. Driving out immediately wasn't happening. He told himself he'd wait 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Once the heaviest rain passed, he'd leave. At 7:18 p.m., the power came on. Kevin stood. A lamp in the living room glowed. Then the kitchen light. Then the hallway. That was unexpected. The house looked abandoned, but abandoned houses can still have active utilities. Maybe the owner used it seasonally. Kevin searched for an electrical panel. He found one in the kitchen. Modern breakers. Several labeled kitchen, living, upstairs, pump. Nothing strange. Power lines could have been underground. Fine. Kevin felt better. Then a phone rang. The sound came from the office. Old landline. Kevin had noticed it earlier but assumed it was disconnected. It rang again. He didn't answer. 3rd ring. 4th. Someone could be trying to reach the owner. Not Kevin's problem. The ringing stopped. Then his own phone vibrated. No signal. No incoming message. Just a weather alert that had probably loaded earlier. He checked the rain. Still terrible. He returned to the living room. That was when he noticed the hallway. Something looked different. Kevin stood. The office door was farther from the dining room than before. He stared for several seconds. Maybe perspective. Maybe he had misremembered. Then he walked into the hallway. There was another door between them, open. Kevin stopped. That door had not been there. He shined his flashlight inside even though the room light was already on. Child's bedroom, blue walls, bed, wooden desk, bookshelf, no dust, no sheets covering furniture. The room looked maintained. Used. Kevin did not enter. He looked at the hallway wall. Maybe he'd missed the door. Impossible seemed like a strong word. But he had checked the layout. Still, buildings can be confusing when you're unfamiliar with them. Maybe this room shared space behind the dining room. Maybe he'd mistaken a closet for a wall. Normal explanation. Kevin walked around through the dining room. The wall on that side should have bordered the new bedroom. Instead, there was solid plaster. He measured roughly with steps. The geometry didn't work. The room occupied space that shouldn't exist. Kevin stood in the hallway again. Then he saw the backpack. Dark blue fabric, red zipper. Small white patch stitched near the top. Kevin knew it immediately. His childhood school bag, 3rd grade, maybe 4th. His mother had sewn the patch after the original fabric ripped. Kevin had carried it every day until the zipper broke. He hadn't thought about it in years. Now it sat beside the bed. He laughed once, quiet, not because it was funny, because his brain wanted a simple answer. Coincidence. Common backpack. Similar patch. Kevin took out his phone and photographed it from the doorway. He did not touch it. Then he zoomed in on the white patch. His mother had stitched a small letter K into one corner. The same crooked K was there. Kevin stepped back. No. He returned to the living room, grabbed his keys. Storm or not, he was leaving. He opened the front door. Rain, wind, lightning. The car sat where he left it. Good. Kevin ran outside, reached the driver's door, unlocked it. Then noticed the front tire. Flat. Not low, completely collapsed. Kevin swore. He checked the other side, rear tire two flats. That was strange. He crouched, sidewall cuts. Clean, someone had sliced them. Kevin immediately looked toward the house. No movement, so this was no longer only a strange building. There might be a person nearby. That was more dangerous. He opened the trunk, spare tire. 1. Not enough. He locked the car and returned inside. Now the objective changed. Not wait for storm, find a way to contact help. The landline in the office became important. Kevin picked it up. Dial tone, good. He called 911. It rang once. Then a woman answered. Emergency services. Kevin explained. Location uncertain. House at end of dirt road, 2 tires cut, possible trespasser. The dispatcher asked for an address. Kevin didn't know. He described the turnoff, road, mailbox. She tried locating him from the landline, then asked, "Sir, what number are you calling from?" Kevin checked the phone, no display, don't know. The dispatcher went quiet. Can you repeat the road name? Kevin did. Another pause. Sir, there are no residences registered on that section. Kevin looked toward the hallway. I'm inside one. Could be an old property, probably. Good. Normal. She said they would try to send county units, but flooding was slowing response. Estimated at least 40 minutes. Kevin accepted. Then she asked, is anyone else inside? Kevin looked at the new bedroom. I don't know. That was the honest answer. He stayed on the line while checking downstairs. Living room, dining room, kitchen, office. New bedroom, 5 rooms, no person. He did not go upstairs. The dispatcher advised him to stay near an exit and avoid searching the property. Good advice. Kevin returned to the front room, then something fell upstairs. Heavy. He looked toward the staircase. The dispatcher asked what was that. Something upstairs. Do not investigate. Wasn't planning to? He meant it. Then footsteps crossed the 2nd floor. Slow from left to right. Kevin backed toward the front door. The footsteps stopped above the hallway. Then the landline in the office rang. Kevin looked at the receiver in his hand. He was using it. The physical phone on the desk was still connected by a coiled cord to the receiver he held. It could not also ring, but it did. Loudly. The dispatcher heard it. What is that? Kevin stared. The phone I'm talking to you on. The line went silent. Then disconnected. Kevin hit the switch hook. No dial tone. The office light flickered. He checked his cell. Still no service. Fine. Police had the approximate location. Maybe he would stay near the entrance. Then he noticed the hallway again. Another door. Now across from the first new room, 6 rooms downstairs. Kevin stared. Closed door this time. White paint, brass knob. He did not open it. Good decision. Then someone knocked from the other side. 3 times. Kevin backed away. Hello, he regretted speaking immediately. No answer. Then 3 knocks again. Kevin grabbed a fireplace poker, not much better than empty hands. He stayed near the front door. The new door slowly opened. No one behind it. Inside was another room. Kevin's old bedroom. Not similar. Exact. He recognized the wallpaper first. Pale green with tiny white lines. His parents had replaced it when he was 13. The room inside the house showed the earlier version. His childhood bed against the left wall, baseball pennant above it. Desk beneath the window. Small plastic dinosaur on the bookshelf. Kevin had owned that dinosaur. One leg melted slightly after he put it too close to a heater. The damage was visible. This was no coincidence. Kevin didn't enter. He stood in the hall. The room smelled different from the rest of the house. Laundry detergent, old carpet, the faint scent of his father's aftershave. Kevin felt something painful twist in his chest. His father had been dead for 11 years. The room wasn't just copying objects, it was copying memory. Then the desk lamp turned on. A cassette player beside it clicked. Music started. A song Kevin's father used to play on Sunday mornings. Kevin stepped back immediately. No, the cassette stopped. From upstairs came his father's voice. Kevin. That nearly worked. Kevin's body reacted before his mind did. One step toward the stairs. Then he stopped. His father was dead, no ambiguity, no missing person situation. Dead. Kevin had been at the hospital. He had seen him afterward. Whatever was upstairs was using the strongest possible reason to make him move deeper into the house. Kevin stayed downstairs. The voice came again. Kev, only his father called him that. Kevin tightened his grip on the poker. Not happening. Silence. Then the childhood bedroom door slammed shut. The new room opposite it remained open. Backpack still there. Kevin looked away from both. He needed another exit. Kitchen back door. He moved toward it. Unlocked. Opened. And stopped. There was no backyard. The door opened into the living room. Kevin stared through the doorway. The same living room where he had been moments earlier. Front window, chair, covered furniture. The geometry made no sense. He closed the back door, opened it again. Living room. He stepped sideways to compare. The real living room remained ahead through the hallway. Two identical rooms in two directions. No, he closed the door. Front exit still existed. He returned there. Opened the front door. Porch, car, storm, good. At least one route remained stable. Then Kevin noticed something in the yard. A child standing near his car. Maybe 10 years old. Rain pouring down. No coat. Kevin's first instinct was immediate concern. Then the lightning flashed. The boy had Kevin's face. Not adult Kevin, 10-year-old Kevin. Kevin shut the door, locked it. The child outside knocked. 3 small taps. Kevin didn't answer. The boy called, "Dad." Kevin felt cold. He wasn't a father. The child called again. "Dad." That was wrong. Maybe not a copy of Kevin. Maybe a version of him, something the house thought should exist. Kevin backed away. The new bedroom door opened again. His old room. On the bed sat a framed photograph. Kevin couldn't see it clearly from the hall. He did not enter. Then the house phone rang. This time from the kitchen. There had not been a phone there before. It rang again. Kevin looked. Old wall phone. Beige. Exactly like the phone in his childhood home. He approached but did not answer. The answering machine clicked by itself. His mother's voice played. "Kevin, pick up." Kevin closed his eyes. His mother was alive. She lived in Vermont. He could verify this if he got signal. He didn't. The message continued. "Kevin, please." Then, "Your dad is here." He opened his eyes. The voice changed. His father. "Come upstairs." The staircase had been unchanged since Kevin arrived. Now there was a framed family photograph hanging beside it. Kevin had never seen that picture. He stepped closer. His parents. Kevin as a child and another person, a young girl, maybe 8, standing beside him. Kevin stared. He had no sister, never had. The photograph looked real. Same family features. Same house he grew up in. Same clothes from an actual childhood Christmas photo he remembered. But there was a girl inserted into the memory, then something worse. Kevin looked again. He started recognizing her, not visually, emotionally. A name surfaced. Anna. Kevin stumbled backward. He knew that was impossible. Yet memories started forming. Anna at breakfast. Anna riding a bicycle. Anna crying after falling from a tree. Kevin pressed both hands against his temples. No. These were not his memories, but they felt like his. The house wasn't only reproducing the past, it was editing it. That made the objective clear. Leave before it changed more. 2 flat tires didn't matter. He could walk. Storm had weakened slightly. Police might be somewhere nearby. Kevin put on his coat. Took flashlight, keys, phone. He opened the front door. The child version of Kevin was gone. Good. He stepped onto the porch. Then froze. The dirt road was gone. Beyond the porch was the front yard of Kevin's childhood home. Daylight. Summer, no storm. His father's old station wagon in the driveway. Neighbors' houses. Kevin stared. This wasn't an illusion he could safely walk into. He stepped back inside, closed the door, opened again. Same childhood street. He shut it. Now there was no obvious exit. False safety gone. Kevin forced himself to slow down. What does the house change? Rooms, objects, memories. Doors, what had remained consistent, maybe windows. He checked the living room window outside. Storm, real yard, his car. The window still showed reality. Good. Could he climb out? Yes. First floor, maybe 4 feet down. Kevin unlocked the window. It stuck. He pushed harder. Paint cracked, window lifted, cold rain blew in. Real. He moved the chair beneath it. Then his father's voice came from upstairs. Kevin, wait. He ignored it. Another voice. His mother, don't go. Ignored. Then a girl's voice. Kev, Anna. Kevin stopped. That false memory hurt more than he expected. The voice whispered, you forgot me once. Kevin gripped the window frame. You'll do it again. He almost turned. Didn't. He climbed out. Rain hit him. Grass, mud, real car, real storm. Kevin ran, not to the car, road. Even with no vehicle, distance from the house mattered. He reached the dirt drive, started walking fast. Behind him, the house lights came on, one room at a time. Kevin did not look back after that. He followed the road by flashlight. Mud sucked at his shoes. Rain weakened. His phone regained 1 bar after maybe half a mile. He called 911, same dispatcher. Relief. She confirmed deputies were trying to reach him from the county road. Kevin stayed on the line, then asked, can you tell me what address I called from before? A pause. That line didn't provide a registered address. Phone number. She read it. Kevin memorized it, then continued walking. 20 minutes later, headlights appeared ahead. County Sheriff SUV, 2 deputies. Real. Kevin verified badge numbers through dispatch before approaching. He was done trusting appearances. The officers drove him back toward the property the next morning. Kevin did not want to return, but his car was still there. Daylight, clear weather, more people, different situation. They reached the turnoff. The dirt road existed. They followed it. After 15 minutes, it ended. No house, just an overgrown clearing. Kevin stared. This is it. One deputy checked the map. No registered building. They found old foundation stones beneath weeds, part of a chimney. Rusty nails, evidence a house had once stood there. But not recently. Kevin walked toward where the porch should have been. Nothing. His car was there, parked in the clearing. 2 flat tires, real. Sidewalls cut. The deputies photographed them. Then one officer found footprints. Kevin's, leading from the car toward the old foundation, then away. No other adult prints except small barefoot tracks near the driver's side, child-sized. They began beside the car, walked toward the foundation, ended. Kevin said nothing. The landline number became the next clue. Kevin searched it later. Disconnected, not just recently. Disconnected in 1986. It had belonged to a family named Mercer. They owned a farmhouse on that property. The house burned in 1987. No fatalities, at least none officially. Kevin found an old local article. The Mercer family moved away afterward. One detail stood out. Their youngest child was a girl, 8 years old. Name, Anna. Kevin stared at the screen. He had never heard of her. He had no connection to the family, no reason her name should have appeared in his mind. He kept researching. Bad idea, probably. Anna Mercer disappeared 2 years after the fire. Different town, never found. Kevin contacted his mother. He didn't tell her everything. Just asked, did I ever know a girl named Anna when I was a kid? His mother went quiet. Why, just answer no. You resure? Yes. Kevin felt relief. Then his mother added, you used to talk about one. Kevin stopped. What? When you were little? How little? Maybe 6. What did I say? His mother laughed nervously. You had an imaginary friend. Kevin felt cold. What name? Long pause. Anna. Kevin had no memory of that. His mother said he talked about Anna for almost a year, said she lived in the extra room. Kevin's childhood home did not have an extra room. He would sometimes set food beside a closed closet door. Tell his parents Anna was hungry. Then one day, he stopped mentioning her completely. His parents forgot until Kevin asked. Now the house had shown him a false sister named Anna, or maybe not false. Kevin didn't like where that thought went. He ended the call weeks later. Kevin reviewed the photographs he'd taken inside the house. Most were corrupted, black frames, glitches. One survived. The first new bedroom, blue walls, bed, backpack. Kevin zoomed in. The bag was there. Same childhood bag. But something else appeared in the mirror above the dresser. A little girl stood behind Kevin, 8 years old. Dark hair, white shirt, no obvious threat, just watching. Kevin had not seen her while taking the photo. He zoomed further. The girl held a framed picture. In the picture, Kevin as a child, Anna beside him, the same impossible family photograph. Kevin moved on, or tried to. Months passed. Then small things began changing at home. A closet seemed deeper than he remembered. A hallway looked slightly longer. One evening he found a door beside the laundry room. He was certain it had not been there. White paint, brass knob. Kevin did not open it. He left the apartment, called his landlord. The landlord came. There was no door, only wall. Kevin moved anyway. The next apartment was newer. Modern building, simple layout. He photographed every room on move-in day, measured walls, saved floor plans for 6 months. Everything matched. Then one night he came home and found a 5th interior door. His apartment only had 4. Bedroom, bathroom, closet, utility. Now 5. Kevin stood in the hallway, did not touch it. Behind the door, a child laughed. Then a girl said, "Kevin." He backed away. The voice continued, "You remembered me." Kevin left, called police from outside. When officers entered, 4 doors, no 5th, nothing. Kevin now does one thing every time he moves somewhere new. He counts the rooms, not once. Every day, kitchen, living room, bedroom, bathroom, whatever belongs there. He writes the number down, photographs the hallway, because if a new door appears. Kevin has learned not to ask what's behind it. The last time it happened, he didn't open the door, he simply packed and left. That should have worked. 3 days later, while staying at a friend's house, Kevin woke around 2:00 a.m. The guest room looked normal, bed, desk, window, closet. Then he noticed a second closet door beside the first. Kevin sat still behind it. Someone moved. A child whispered, "Dad," same voice from the storm. Kevin got out through the window. Didn't he open the door? Didn't he answer? He thought that meant he had finally stopped feeding the pattern. Then his phone received a photograph. No sender, no message. It showed Kevin standing outside his friend's house beneath the bedroom window. The image had been taken from inside the guest room. Behind the photographer were 2 open closet doors. One led into the normal closet. The other opened into Kevin's childhood bedroom. On the bed sat Anna, older now, not 8, about Kevin's age. She looked directly at the camera. Beside her was a child, maybe 10, same face Kevin had seen outside the farmhouse. The child looked like Kevin. Anna had one hand on his shoulder. On the wall behind them was a family photograph. Kevin, Anna, the child, and an empty space beside them where another person should have been. Under the photograph, someone had written, "1 room left." Kevin deleted the image. It returned the next day. Same photograph, one difference. The empty space in the family picture was no longer empty. Kevin was standing there. Someone whistled back. Ryan Mitchell whistled 4 notes into the trees. He wasn't trying to signal anyone. It was just something he did when he hiked alone. 4 notes from an old song his father used to whistle. Simple, familiar. Ryan kept walking. A few seconds later, something whistled back. 3 notes. Ryan stopped. The sound had come from somewhere uphill. He smiled. Another hiker, probably. So he whistled again. 4 notes. The answer came back. 3, wrong again. Ryan laughed under his breath. Close. Then he kept walking. 10 minutes later, the whistle came from ahead of him. This time, 4 notes. Perfect. Ryan had been hiking in northern Idaho for years. He liked remote trails because they were quiet, but he wasn't careless. He carried a paper map, GPS, headlamp, extra batteries, water filter, first aid kit, bear spray, and he always told someone where he was going. That morning, he had texted his friend, marked the trail name and planned return time. Nothing unusual. The route was around 11 miles total, out and back, mostly forest, a few steep sections. Ryan expected to be at his car before sunset. He started around 10:30. The weather stayed clear through most of the morning. Cool, dry, a little wind high in the trees. He passed 2 hikers near the trailhead. Then nobody for almost 2 hours. That wasn't strange. It was a weekday, around 1 in the afternoon. Ryan stopped near a creek, ate half a sandwich, checked the map, then continued. That was when he whistled 4 notes. The answer came from uphill, 3. Ryan looked toward the trees, dense cedar, fir, nothing moving. Hello? No answer. He waited, nothing. Probably another person who didn't feel like talking. Or a bird. Some birds copied sounds remarkably well. Ryan knew that. He resumed hiking. 5 minutes later, he tried the whistle again. 4 notes, 3 came back. Same timing, same pitch mostly, but missing the final note. Ryan frowned. Bird was still possible, in fact, that made more sense than another person. He kept moving. A little later the trail curved around a rock face. Ryan heard the whistle again. He had not made any sound first. 3 notes, pause. Then 3 again. The source seemed farther uphill now. Ryan glanced at his map. No parallel trail. No campsite marked nearby. Could still be someone off trail. Could be an animal. No reason to worry, he continued. At 1:37 p.m., Ryan reached the turnaround point, a small overlook. He took photographs, drank water, checked his GPS. Everything normal. Then he heard 4 notes. Perfect. Ryan slowly looked back toward the forest. The whistle came from the direction he had just walked. Same melody, same length, even the tiny pause he always put before the final note. Ryan stared. Birds can imitate, people can imitate, nothing impossible yet. He whistled a different pattern, 2 short notes, 1 long. The response came back 2 short. Nothing else, missing the long note. Ryan smiled despite himself, still learning silence. He realized what he'd said, not important. He packed up, started back toward the trailhead. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Ryan almost forgot about the sound. Then 2 short notes, 1 long, perfect. Ryan stopped. The whistle came from behind him. He turned. Empty trail. He tried another pattern. 5 quick notes, the answer 4. Ryan waited, then 5, correct on the second attempt. That was interesting. A mimic bird really could be learning repeated sounds. Ryan decided to record it. He took out his phone, started video, whistled. 1, pause, 2, pause, 1. The forest answered incorrectly. 1, 2, then stopped. Ryan whispered, okay. 30 seconds later, 1, 2, 1, perfect. Ryan looked at the phone. That is actually creepy. The video captured everything. Good physical evidence. He kept walking. At 2:26 p.m., Ryan noticed the sound had changed location. Earlier it had stayed uphill, then behind. Now it came from ahead. Same trail, maybe another bird. Maybe several. That was a reasonable explanation. He checked the recording. The whistle sounded clear. He zoomed into the background. Nothing visible. Ryan sent the video to Mark. No signal. Message failed. Fine. He saved it. Then the forest whistled his original 4-note melody. Ahead. Ryan did not answer. The whistle repeated. 4 notes. Again. Then a third time. Ryan walked faster, not running, just faster. The sound moved with him, always somewhere ahead. That was when the situation stopped feeling amusing. Ryan tested one thing. He stopped. The whistle stopped. He waited 2 full minutes. Nothing. He took 1 step. Whistle, 4 notes. Ryan stopped again. Silence. He stepped. 4 notes. He frowned. Maybe coincidence. He walked 5 steps quickly. The sound came only once, so not perfectly linked. Still strange. He moved on. The trail descended toward the creek. Ryan should have heard water. He didn't. He checked GPS. Correct route, distance to trailhead, 4.8 miles, normal. Then he noticed a branch tied to a tree. Blue survey tape. Ryan remembered passing it earlier. Good. Proof he was on the same path. He relaxed slightly, then saw another blue marker, and another. Every tree for the next 100 feet had blue tape. He did not remember that. Maybe trail workers had added markers on this section. Possible. Then the whistle came from behind one of the marked trees, very close. Ryan froze. 4 notes. Maybe 20 feet away. He raised the bear spray, not because he expected a bird, because if another hiker was hiding near the trail, that was a different problem. Hey, no response. Ryan stepped backward. I'm not looking for trouble. Silence. Then his own voice came from behind the tree. Hey. Ryan stopped breathing. The copy wasn't exact. Pitch close. Rhythm wrong. too flat, like a recording played by someone who didn't understand the sentence. Ryan stared at the tree. Then the voice said, "Trouble," one word. Ryan backed away. Birds can mimic speech. Ravens, starlings, parrots, obviously, though not here, but this did not sound like a bird, it sounded human. Almost. He did not investigate, he turned and kept walking. "Good choice." The voice followed. Not physically visible, sound only at first behind him. "Hey," then farther left, "Trouble," then ahead, "Ryan." He stopped. He had not said his name, at least not recently. Then he remembered the trailhead. He had been on the phone with Mark while preparing his pack. Mark had said his name several times. If something had been nearby then. No. Too much? Maybe another hiker knew him. Maybe Mark was pranking him somehow. Impossible without signal and preparation. Still more likely than something supernatural. Ryan kept walking. The voice said again, "Ryan." This time the pronunciation was better. At 3:02 p.m., Ryan reached the creek. Relief. Landmark matched the map. He crossed the small wooden bridge, then stopped. There were footprints in the mud. Bare feet, human-looking, large. They came out of the trees, reached the bridge, stopped. No prints crossing. No prints turning away. Ryan crouched. Maybe old tracks partly washed out. Maybe someone stepped onto rocks. He looked around. No person. The whistle came from the far side of the bridge. Behind him. Ryan turned. 4 notes perfect. He crossed back one step, then stopped himself. Wrong direction. Trailhead was ahead. He continued. Behind him. Ryan, then come back. That sentence was new. Ryan had never said it. The thing wasn't just copying anymore, it was combining. That changed the pattern. Ryan stopped answering completely. No talking. No whistling. He moved faster. The voice tried several sounds. His laugh. A cough. The click of his water bottle lid. Then Mark's voice. "Ryan." Ryan almost turned. Mark was not there. The imitation was rough but recognizable. Then, "Ryan, where are you?" That phrase felt different. Mark had said it many times on calls. Common sentence. Could have been learned from Ryan's phone speaker earlier. Ryan stayed silent. The trail steepened. He checked distance. 3.9 miles. Progress. Good. Then his GPS updated. 4.2 miles. Ryan frowned. Could be accuracy drift. He continued. 4.3, 4.5. Wrong direction. He checked compass. Southwest. Correct. Paper map. Correct trail. Maybe GPS bounce under trees. He ignored the number. The whistle returned. 4 notes closer. Then Mark's voice. "Wrong way." Ryan's stomach tightened. He stopped. Maybe the voice was accidentally right. He checked the trail markers. Blue tape. He looked at his paper map. The main trail should follow the creek for another half-mile. He could not hear the creek anymore. That mattered. Ryan walked back 50 feet. The voice immediately said, "Good." He stopped. No, he was not taking navigation advice from the thing copying his friend. He checked terrain carefully. Slope. Sun position. Compass. Then found the problem. The blue tape marked an old logging path branching from the main trail. He had followed it without noticing the junction. Normal mistake. Very real. Ryan retraced his steps, found the actual trail. The voice said, "Wrong way." He ignored it. That was the first time it had deliberately lied. Now Ryan understood more. It wanted influence, not just attention. And if he responded, it learned faster. He could not prove the second part yet. But the correlation was strong. Every interaction improved the mimicry, so he stayed silent. The sound moved around him, sometimes far, sometimes close, never visible. At 3:41 p.m. Ryan heard a branch break behind him. He did not turn. Then another parallel to the trail, something moving through the forest at roughly his speed. Ryan increased pace. The footsteps increased. He slowed. They slowed. A real animal could do that. Maybe cougar. That was dangerous enough. Ryan removed the bear spray cap, kept walking. No running. Predators sometimes chase. Then Mark's voice whispered from the trees, "Don T, run." Ryan almost laughed from fear. The thing had reached the same conclusion. He reached an open section of trail around 4. Less cover. Good. Ryan stopped near a fallen log. He needed water. Hydration mattered. Even scared. He drank, checked distance. 2.6 miles. Signal. 1 bar. Ryan immediately texted Mark, on way back. Strange person / animal mimicking sounds. Stay on phone if signal holds. Delivered. Mark replied. What, you okay? Ryan typed. Yes, do not call out if you come looking. I am 2.6 mi from car. Then the forest said in Mark's voice. What, you okay? Ryan stared at the phone, the exact text Mark had sent. Not spoken, the thing shouldn't know it, unless. No, Ryan looked at the message again. Maybe he had read it aloud without realizing. He hadn't. Then the voice repeated, do not call out if you come looking. Ryan felt cold. It was reading something, or learning from something other than sound. That broke the original rule. Maybe interaction wasn't the only source. Maybe proximity was enough. Ryan put the phone in airplane mode, then powered it off. No more data. No more audio, no more signal. The forest went silent completely. That was almost worse. He walked, 5 minutes, 10 nothing. Ryan began to think turning the phone off had solved something, maybe a hacked device. Bluetooth speaker hidden nearby, prank. The explanation was absurdly elaborate but technically possible. Then his phone vibrated in his pocket, powered off. Ryan stopped. One vibration. Then another. He did not take it out, the forest said in his own voice. Turn it back on. Ryan kept moving. At 4:18 p.m., he found another hiker, or thought he did. A man stood ahead on the trail. Red jacket, gray backpack. Back turned, Ryan felt immediate relief. Another person. Witness. Help. Then he slowed. The man had no trekking poles, no hat, nothing familiar. Ryan called, hey. He broke his silence because a real person changed the equation. The man turned, face normal, maybe 40, beard, confused expression, hey, real voice, natural timing. Ryan approached but kept distance. You heading down? Yeah, mind if I walk with you? The man shrugged, sure, perfect. Ryan explained there might be someone messing with hikers. Whistling. Calling from the trees, the man looked skeptical. Then, funny, what? I heard you earlier. Ryan stopped. What do you mean whistling? The man pointed uphill. Thought you were behind me. Ryan stared. I wasn't. The hiker's expression changed then from the forest to their right. Ryan's 4-note whistle perfect. Both men heard it. That mattered. The hiker introduced himself as Caleb. Now Ryan had corroboration, not imagination. Not exhaustion. They kept walking together. Caleb did not answer the whistle good. Ryan told him not to. Caleb asked why. Ryan explained the pattern. The sound copies better after responses. Caleb thought it sounded ridiculous. Then the forest whistled a pattern Caleb had been humming quietly, 3 notes. Wrong. Caleb stopped. You hear that? Ryan nodded. Don T answer. The sound repeated. Wrong again. Caleb said that's not the same. Ryan grabbed his arm. Don T, too late. Caleb had corrected it. The forest immediately whistled the pattern perfectly. Caleb went pale. Okay, now he believed. They changed strategy. No speech unless necessary. Hand signals. Stay together. Move steadily. Trailhead. 1.8 miles. The forest tested them. Ryan's voice. Caleb's voice. Mark. Then a woman's voice Caleb recognized. He whispered, my wife. Ryan shook his head sharply. Don't answer. The woman's voice said, Caleb. He clenched his jaw. Then, Caleb, help me. Caleb stopped walking. Ryan pulled him forward. The voice became desperate. Please, Caleb whispered. She was in an accident last year. Ryan looked at him, alive. Caleb shook his head. No, that ended the rational possibility. Whatever was there was not just copying sounds it heard today. Unless Caleb had spoken about her earlier, Ryan asked with gestures. Caleb mouthed. No. They kept moving. At 4:47 p.m., they reached a trail junction. Sign, trailhead, 0.9 mi, relief. Then another sign beneath it, parking, 0.4 mi. The distances conflicted. Ryan checked his paper map. Trailhead should be about 0.9. The lower sign looked newer. Could be shortcut. Caleb pointed to the shorter route. Ryan shook his head. Main trail, known route. They stayed on it. Behind them, Ryan's voice said, parking, 0.4. Caleb looked at him. Ryan said nothing. Then the voice changed to Caleb, shortcut. They ignored it. 2 minutes later, someone screamed from the shorter trail. Human, male, pain. Caleb stopped. Ryan did too. That was difficult. If someone was actually hurt, ignoring it could be wrong. Characters should behave smartly. Ryan shouted from distance, "Do you need emergency help?" The scream stopped. Then his own voice answered, "Yes." No, they did not go. Ryan sent a satellite emergency message with coordinates once he regained signal. Possible injured person on side trail. Do not approach alone. That was the rational solution. Help without entering, they continued. The main trail opened near the parking area, cars visible through trees. Real. Ryan saw his own SUV. Caleb's truck nearby. They both accelerated. Then Ryan stopped. Someone stood beside his SUV, Mark, his friend. Same jacket Mark usually wore, hands in pockets. Ryan stared. Mark lived 2 hours away. He could have driven there after the strange text. Possible signal had delivered the message almost an hour ago. Maybe. Mark waved. Ryan. Caleb whispered, "That your friend?" Ryan nodded. "Maybe real." He called, "What did I text you this morning before I left?" Mark smiled. "You said you'd be back before dark, correct? Could still be learned somehow." Ryan asked, "What did you call my dad's old dog?" Mark's expression changed. Long pause, then, "Buddy." Wrong, the dog had been named Scout. Ryan backed away. The thing wearing Mark's face smiled, then whistled 4 notes. Caleb grabbed Ryan's sleeve. They moved toward his truck instead. The false Mark did not chase, he simply watched. Caleb unlocked the doors, both got in. Engine started good, real mechanical sound. Caleb reversed. The figure remained beside Ryan's SUV. Then another figure stepped out from behind the trees. Ryan, same clothes, same backpack, same face. Caleb swore. The copy of Ryan raised one hand, then whistled 4 notes. The Mark copy answered from across the parking lot. 4 notes, perfect. 2 mimics, maybe more. Caleb drove. They reached the highway. Cell service returned fully. Ryan called police and ranger services. Authorities found his SUV untouched. No people in the parking lot. No sign of Mark. Real Mark was at home. He confirmed he had received Ryan's strange text but had not driven out. Search teams checked the side trail after the scream report. No injured person. No tracks indicating anyone had been there recently. Ryan and Caleb both gave statements. Their accounts matched on the whistle. The voices, the figures. That made dismissal harder, but still no physical proof. Then Ryan remembered his recordings. The first video captured the whistle, clear audio, wrong pattern, then correct, good. The second recording, made later automatically by his phone, was stranger. Ryan did not remember starting it. Timestamp 4:07 p.m. The phone was in his pocket, audio only. Footsteps. Ryan breathing. Then his own voice from the forest. Turn it back on. That matched memory. Then another sound, very faint. A second Ryan voice, closer, inside his pocket, whispering, "Not yet." Ryan replayed it again. The voice came from near the phone microphone, not forest distance. Caleb listened. He heard it too. Ryan stopped playing the file. Authorities found one physical clue at the trailhead register. Ryan had signed in that morning. One line, name, time, route. Below his entry was another, same handwriting, same name. Ryan Mitchell, time 4:32 p.m. That was before Ryan reached the trailhead with Caleb. Destination. Following Caleb, Ryan looked at Caleb. Caleb stopped talking. The ranger asked whether either of them wrote it. No, the ink looked fresh. No camera covered the register, no explanation. Ryan stopped hiking alone. He still went outdoors, but never solo, and he never whistled again. Not on trails, not at home, not anywhere for several months. Nothing happened. Then one evening, Ryan was washing dishes, window open. Quiet neighborhood, someone outside whistled 4 notes. Ryan froze, the same melody. He closed the window, did not answer. 4 notes again. Then 3. Wrong. Ryan frowned. That didn't fit. The thing had already learned the pattern perfectly. Why was it wrong again? Then he heard another whistle from farther down the street. 4 notes. Perfect. The first whistle answered. 4. Now there were 2, one learning from the other. Ryan moved away from the window. His phone rang. Caleb. Ryan answered. "Hey." Caleb sounded tense. "You hearing anything weird?" Ryan stopped. "What whistling?" Ryan looked toward the closed window. "Where are you?" "At home." Caleb lived 3 hours away. Ryan asked. "What pattern?" Caleb whistled into the phone. Ryan immediately shouted, "Stop." Silence. Then from outside Ryan's house, something repeated Caleb's whistle perfectly. Ryan hung up, too late. His phone vibrated with a message from Caleb. "There's someone in my yard." Ryan called police for Caleb's address, then looked at his own security camera. One figure stood on the sidewalk. Ryan. Another stood across the street. Caleb. Neither moved. Then a third figure walked into frame, a woman Ryan did not know. The Caleb copy turned toward her, whistled 3 notes. The woman stopped. She looked confused, then whistled back 4. Ryan stared at the screen. The Caleb copy answered 4 notes, perfect. The woman laughed, started walking again. The 3 figures followed her, not running, not hiding, just learning. Ryan understood then that the pattern had never been about him. He had only taught it faster, and somewhere. Every time a person answers a whistle in an empty place, something gets one step closer to sounding human enough that the next person won't know they re-answering anything strange at all. My footprints were already there. Ethan Walker knew the footprints were his because of the missing triangle. The tread on his right boot had been damaged 2 winters earlier. One small triangular piece of rubber near the heel had torn away. It left a gap in every step he made. Most people would never notice it. Ethan did. That was why, when he found a line of tracks crossing the snow ahead of him, he stopped immediately. Same size, same tread, same missing triangle. The tracks led deeper into the forest. Ethan looked behind him. His real footprints ended at his boots. He had never walked the ground ahead, but somehow, his tracks were already there. Ethan was hiking in northern Minnesota near the Canadian border. Late January, cold enough that exposed skin hurt quickly, but otherwise good conditions. Clear sky, almost no wind, fresh snow from the previous night. Perfect for a short winter hike. Ethan wasn't doing anything extreme. He had parked near a maintained forest road and planned a loop of about 7 miles. He carried paper map, GPS, compass, headlamp, extra layers, food, thermos, emergency blanket, satellite messenger. He also wore snowshoes strapped to the outside of his pack in case the trail became deep. Prepared, not invincible. That distinction mattered. He started shortly after 10 in the morning. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. The forest was quiet, tracks from deer, rabbit, fox, no other humans. Then Ethan reached a frozen creek. That was where he found the footprints. They came from the left side of the trail, crossed the creek, then continued uphill in roughly the same direction Ethan was already going. Boot prints. Not snowshoes, fresh enough that their edges were sharp. Ethan crouched. Size looked close to his, maybe 10 or 11. Common. Then he saw the tread, horizontal blocks, central diamond, and near the right heel, one missing triangular section. Ethan lifted his own foot. Compared. Exact. He stared for several seconds, then placed his boot beside the existing print. Perfect match. Same length, same width, same damaged heel. Ethan looked back. His footprints behind him clearly showed the same tread, but the tracks ahead were already there. He hadn't made them. Normal explanation first. Someone had the same boots, same model, same size, same damage. Extremely unlikely. Still possible. He took photographs. Then continued. The mystery bothered him more than it frightened him. Ethan kept comparing his steps with the other line. The spacing was similar, maybe slightly longer. The person ahead was walking at his pace. At one point, the track stepped over a fallen branch. Ethan did the same. Their right foot landed almost exactly where his naturally wanted to land. That was strange. Still could be coincidence. Then the track stopped beside a tree, 2 prints close together. Someone had stood there. Ethan approached. He stopped naturally in the same place. Why? Orange trail marker nailed to the tree. Easy landmark. Anyone would pause there fine. Ethan checked the map. The trail split ahead. His planned loop went right. The mysterious tracks went right too. He laughed quietly. Okay. Maybe another hiker with very similar boots had simply taken the same route. That explanation was bad, but it existed. He followed. 20 minutes later, Ethan reached a small clearing. The tracks crossed it, then stopped suddenly. No turn, no return prints, no sign of jumping. No rocks exposed above snow, nothing. They simply ended in the center. Ethan circled the area. Fresh snow untouched on all sides. He crouched at the final print, deep heel impression, right boot, missing triangle, then nothing that was harder. Could a person have put on snowshoes there? No snowshoe marks. Could wind cover later prints? No. The snow surface was smooth. No drifting. Could they have stepped backward exactly into previous tracks? Possible in theory, but why? Ethan walked around the edge again. Nothing. He checked his GPS. Trail continued straight. He decided not to investigate further. He took pictures. Then continued on his planned route. The tracks were gone that should have ended it. At 12:48 p.m., Ethan found them again, 300 yards farther uphill. Same tread, same missing triangle. The first new print appeared in untouched snow. No prints leading into it. Then the line continued normally. Ethan stopped. That changed things. Now there were two impossible gaps. Tracks ended, then restarted. He considered turning around. That was reasonable, but he had a second option. The loop ahead reconnects with the main trail in roughly 1 mile. Going forward was actually shorter than backtracking. Weather still good, plenty of daylight. So Ethan continued, not because he wanted answers, because it was the safer route out. The footprints now became more specific. At the next trail junction, they turned left. That was the route Ethan needed. At a downed tree, they stepped around the right side. Ethan chose the left. Small test. He wanted to stop copying them. He walked 20 yards. Then the trail on the left became blocked by thick fallen branches. Ethan had to return. He went around the right side, exactly where the footprints went. Coincidence, normal trail choice. Still, Ethan didn't like it. He started deliberately making different choices. Where tracks stepped over logs, he went around. Where they walked center trail, he stayed near edge. The line ahead remained unchanged. Good. They weren't responding to him. Then he reached a narrow section beside a frozen marsh. The existing tracks moved suddenly off trail. 3 steps left, then back. Ethan stayed on trail. A branch cracked overhead. He looked up. A heavy snow-loaded limb fell directly where the trail passed. Ethan jumped sideways, left, 3 steps, then back. His new footprints landed almost perfectly inside the old ones. Ethan stood still. That was the first moment he became genuinely afraid. The tracks had not been showing where someone else walked. They had shown where Ethan would move. He took out his phone, photographed his current footprints layered over the old ones. Clear 2 impressions in the same places. He checked timestamp, 12:59 p.m., then used satellite messenger. Unexpected situation. Heading back toward trailhead, will check in every 20 min. Sent to his brother Matt. No dramatic wording, no point causing panic. Then Ethan looked ahead. The tracks continued. He didn't want to follow them, but the trail did. He moved. At 1:11 p.m., the tracks showed something new. A long skid, then a deep impression in snow, like someone had fallen. Ethan stopped 20 feet away. No, if the tracks predicted him, walking toward a fall was stupid. He looked around. The trail sloped gently downhill. Nothing obviously dangerous. He left the trail completely. Moved through shallow snow on the right, 20 yards, 30. The old footprints remained visible to his left. The fall point passed behind him. Nothing happened. Ethan smiled. Good, he had changed it. Then his right foot broke through crusted snow. His leg dropped into a hidden hole. Ethan fell sideways. Hard, his backpack hit first. No serious injury. He pulled his leg free. Looked down. He had landed in a patch of snow almost identical to the deep impression he'd avoided. Not the same location, same event. He checked ahead. The original tracks were still on trail. They had not changed. That meant they didn't predict exact position, they predicted actions. Maybe outcomes. Ethan sat for a minute and checked his ankle. Fine. No pain beyond impact. He drank water, thought. If the footprints showed future behavior, the obvious strategy was not to let them dictate him. But avoiding them had just recreated the same event elsewhere. Maybe trying to avoid them caused it, or maybe certain events were fixed. He didn't know. He also didn't need to solve it. Objective. Get out. He returned toward the main trail. The tracks continued ahead. At 1:28 p.m., they stopped beside a tree, several overlapping prints. pacing. Then one set moved toward the trunk. The snow there was disturbed. Ethan approached carefully. Something was carved into bark. Fresh. 3 words. Don't follow them. Ethan stared. That was new. The tracks had become communication, or someone else had. He looked around. No other footprints, no way anyone reached the tree except by the same boot prints. He checked the carving. Wood pale and fresh, not old. Ethan did not touch it. Then he heard a branch snap behind him. He turned. Empty trail. He moved faster. Next check-in. 1:31 p.m. Ethan sent, still moving, about 3 miles from vehicle. Matt replied, got it. Weather still clear there. Ethan typed yes, then looked at tracks. They now diverged. For the first time, 2 sets. Both his tread, both same damaged heel. One line stayed on trail, the other turned into forest. Ethan stopped. 2 possible futures, 2 versions. Maybe one wasn't his. He checked depth. Trail set slightly deeper, forest set lighter. He had no idea what that meant. Paper map showed main trail ahead, so he stayed on it. Rational choice. The forest footprints disappeared into trees. 10 minutes later, Ethan heard movement to his left. Crunch, crunch. Someone walking through snow, parallel. He stopped. Movement stopped. He continued. It continued. Ethan called, hello? Silence. Could be animal. He raised bear spray. The sound remained parallel. Then something emerged between trees. A man. Far away. Winter jacket, backpack. Dark hat, walking same direction as Ethan. Ethan felt relief. Another hiker. He called again. Hey, the man stopped, turned, too far to see face. Ethan raised one hand. The man did same. Then turned and walked away into forest. Strange, but not threatening. Maybe he didn't want interaction. Then Ethan noticed footprints where the man had walked. The second line, same as his. He crouched. Exact tread, missing triangle, 2 versions of his boot. That was impossible to dismiss now. Ethan stood. The man in forest had disappeared. Then from ahead came a voice. Ethan, he froze. Male voice. Sounded like him, not exact. Close. Ethan didn't answer. Ethan closer. He looked at original tracks. They still led forward, then noticed something else. The stride changed. Longer, running. Future Ethan or whatever made these had started running. Why? Ethan stayed still. The voice ahead said, Don T. 1 word, then keep walking. Ethan did not trust it. He turned around. Backtracking was longer, but now future tracks ahead showed running, maybe danger. Turning back made sense. Ethan moved south. His own fresh prints guided him for 5 minutes. Everything normal. Then he saw a second set of tracks crossing his return path. Again identical. They came from forest right. Crossed trail. Went left. At crossing point. There was blood and snow, small amount. Not graphic enough. Ethan checked himself. No injury. The tracks had a drag mark after crossing. Someone limping, then deeper in forest. He heard himself call. Help. Ethan stopped. No. Could be another person with similar voice. Not likely. Could be a trapped hiker who heard his name. Still possible. He called from distance. Identify yourself. Silence then. Ethan Walker. His full name. He felt cold. Where did we park? He intentionally used. We. A real person wouldn't know. Voice answered. North lot. Correct information could have come from trail register. Maybe. Then blue Tacoma. Wrong. Ethan had a gray Subaru. Good. He backed away. Voice changed tone. Ethan, please. Then, I am hurt. He did not enter forest. He sent coordinates to emergency services through satellite messenger. Possible injured person near trail. Voice responding strangely. Do not approach alone. Then continued back. Smartest available choice. At 2:09 p.m. Tracks appeared in front of him again. Impossible because he was retracing his own earlier route. But now there were additional boot prints over his previous ones. Same tread. Same damaged heel. Fresh, they showed someone moving toward him. Ethan stopped. So did the incoming prints. No. Prints don't stop dynamically. He looked closer. The final footprint ended 10 feet ahead, untouched snow between. Ethan waited. Then a new impression appeared. Right boot pressed into snow by invisible weight. Ethan stared. Another appeared, left, closer. Then right, the tracks were being made in real time. Approaching. Ethan backed away. New print, closer. He turned and ran. Now the tracks ahead matched the running pattern he had seen earlier. He understood the future line had been showing this. Not because something forced him, because when the invisible tracks approached, he ran, question answered. New question, what happens next? Ethan looked at trail ahead while running. The old future footprint suddenly veered right. He remembered. Would that be another falling branch? A trap? He stayed center. Then a dead tree fell across trail directly ahead. Ethan veered right. Exact. The tracks were not instructions. They were records of decisions he had not made yet. That distinction mattered. Maybe they couldn't be changed. Ethan stopped trying. That sounds like surrender. It wasn't. He stopped wasting time trying to contradict evidence and focused on escape. If footprints showed what he would do, he could use them as warning without deliberately fighting them ahead. They slowed. Good, then stopped beside a boulder. Ethan reached it. He checked behind. Invisible prints had stopped appearing. Temporary safety. He used satellite messenger. 2.3 miles to trailhead. Matt had replied. Sheriff/Ranger notified. They'll meet you at lot. Good. Ethan rested for 2 minutes. Then noticed future tracks around boulder. They circled once, then continued. Beside them was an extra depression. Knee print and something written in snow with a finger. Ethan approached. Don't look back at 2:47. He checked time. 2:36 p.m. 11 minutes. This was different from bark message. Specific time, specific instruction. Who wrote it? Future Ethan. If so, why? Could be something mimicking his tracks and trying to manipulate him. He photographed it, then continued. The message stayed in mind. 2:47. Maybe nothing, maybe trap. At 2:44, Ethan reached a straight stretch, forest dense both sides. Future tracks continued. At 2:46 his satellite messenger beeped. Matt, Ranger at lot, keep moving. Good. Ethan looked at clock. 2:47. Behind him his mother's voice said, Ethan. His entire body wanted to turn. His mother was alive. She lived in Duluth. Impossible for her to be there. He kept eyes forward. Voice again, Ethan. Wait. Then Matt. Turn around. Then his own voice. You need to see this. Ethan did not. 30 seconds, 1 minute. At 2:48, voices stopped. He looked back. Empty trail, nothing. He exhaled. The message had helped. So someone, maybe future him, was trying to keep him alive. Now he searched future tracks for other messages. None, but behavior itself became information. At one point they walked backward for 6 steps. Ethan reached that section. He heard crunching ahead. Invisible prints appeared approaching from front. He walked backward while facing them. Exactly 6 steps. Then the incoming tracks turned off trail. Future matched. At another point, footprints climbed onto a fallen log. Ethan understood before reaching it. Something would force him off ground. He looked. Snow around log seemed normal. Then multiple invisible footprints appeared around him from both sides. Ethan climbed onto log. They circled but did not appear on wood. Important rule. Whatever made them only interacted with snow or ground. Maybe he stayed on log until impression stopped, then continued. The future tracks had become survival map. At 3:18 p.m., he reached a sign, trailhead, 0.8 mi relief. Daylight still strong. Then future tracks did something terrible. They turned away from trailhead into forest. Ethan stopped. No, he could see main trail, vehicle less than mile, search team waiting. Why would he leave? He checked map. No reason. He ignored future tracks, stayed trail for first time in nearly hour. He deliberately chose differently again. Nothing happened. Quarter mile. No problem, he smiled. Maybe future was changeable after all. Then trail ahead ended at a washout. Recent snow had hidden it. A section of bridge over narrow ravine was gone. Ethan could not cross safely. He checked alternate route. Forest detour. Same direction future tracks had taken, so again, choice converged. He followed them. The detour was steep. Future prints descended carefully. Ethan did same. Then they stopped beside a cluster of trees. Ahead was an open clearing. Beyond it, parking lot. He could see vehicles, a Ranger truck, his Subaru, people, real rescue, less than 200 yards. Ethan almost rushed forward. Then future footprints stayed at tree line. Why? He waited. A Ranger stepped into clearing. Orange jacket. Raised hand. Ethan, real, probably. Search team expected him. He called. What's your name? Davis. Matt had not given Ranger name, could still be real. Ethan asked, "What vehicle did I report?" The Ranger shouted, "Gray Subaru, correct." Then another Ranger appeared. "Woman, radio," then third person. Matt. Ethan stared, his brother stood beside them. That was wrong. Matt lived 3 hours away, could he have driven? Maybe. Timeline, Ethan had been hiking over 4 hours since first message. Possible. Matt waved, "Come on." Ethan almost moved. Then future tracks at his feet turned left, away. He stayed hidden. Called Matt on satellite phone. Signal connected. Matt answered. "Ethan?" Ethan looked at the man in clearing who looked like Matt. "Where are you?" "In my car." "Where?" "About 2 hours from you. Rangers told me not to come all the way in." Ethan stared at copy. "Good. What?" "Nothing." He hung up. The figure in clearing lowered its hand, then smiled, too far to see details, but Ethan knew. The two Rangers beside it turned simultaneously toward tree line. Future tracks moved left. Ethan followed immediately. The coppers did not chase, they just watched. He stayed inside trees, paralleling lot. Future tracks led toward opposite side. After maybe 5 minutes, he saw real Ranger vehicles farther north. People moving naturally, different jackets. Radio chatter, one person shouted his name. Ethan did not approach immediately. He verified through satellite message. Agency. Ranger names, vehicle descriptions, then emerged. Real rescue, they brought him in, checked for injuries, mild dehydration, bruised hip, otherwise okay. Ethan asked about 3 people near south end of lot. Rangers saw nobody, no footprints there, except one set. His future line, it ended at tree line. The biggest evidence came from photographs. Ethan's phone contained dozens, tracks before his own steps, messages in snow, bark carving. Some were clear. Some had weird exposure errors, but enough survived. Rangers compared first set with Ethan boots. Exact match, same damaged heel. They documented it. No rational explanation. One officer suggested Ethan could have looped unknowingly and encountered his own earlier footprints. GPS disproved most of that, and first line crossed untouched creek area before Ethan arrived. Maybe timestamp error, maybe navigation glitch, maybe stress. Still, no single explanation fit all. Then they checked trail register. Someone had signed after Ethan, same name, same handwriting. Time. 4:02 p.m. Ethan had been with rescue by then. Destination, parking lot, return time. Blank. Ethan left, he replaced his boots, burned the old ones. No, too dramatic. He threw them away, bought completely different brand. New tread, no damaged triangle for months. Nothing happened, then winter returned. Ethan stepped outside his house after first snowfall. His driveway was untouched, except one line of footprints. New boot tread, his new boots. They began at sidewalk, walked to front door. No tracks away. Ethan had not left house since snow started. He stayed inside, called police. They found prints, real, no explanation. Then officer noticed something. One print near door had small cut in heel tread. Triangle missing. Ethan looked at his new right boot. Rubber intact for now. A week later, while walking in city, Ethan caught heel on metal stair. Rubber tore. Small triangular piece came off. Same location. He stopped. The future print had shown damage before it happened. That confirmed mechanic followed him, not Forrest him. He started documenting everything. Any unexplained tracks, dates, places, sometimes none for months. Then short lines appeared. Driveway, parking lot, snow outside office, always his current footwear. Always slightly ahead of reality. One morning, he found tracks outside apartment that ended beside road, deep knee impressions. Then no more. He avoided road all day. Nothing happened. That night news reported crash at that corner. Maybe tracks warned him. Maybe coincidence. Ethan couldn't know. Then came final sequence. Heavy snow, 2:13 a.m. Ethan woke because motion light turned on. Security camera showed his backyard, fresh tracks, his boot tread. They circled house. Then led to bedroom window, stopped beneath it. Ethan did not approach glass. He checked next camera, front yard. Another line, side yard. Another. Multiple versions of his footprints arriving from different directions. They all ended around house. No tracks leaving. His phone received message from unknown sender. No number, just photo taken from outside bedroom. Through curtain gap, Ethan sleeping in bed. Timestamp, 2:08 a.m. 5 minutes before he woke. Another photo arrived. 2:14. Ethan standing in hallway holding phone, taken from inside house. He looked around. Nothing. Then third photo, timestamp, 2:19 future. 5 minutes ahead it showed front door open. Snow blowing in, Ethan outside, running behind him. Dozens of versions of his own footprints converging on doorway. Ethan stared at image. If he trusted it, he would run outside. If he fought it, maybe something worse. The entire story had taught him future converged. But maybe now that lesson itself was manipulation. That was new question. He had 5 minutes. He chose third option, neither stay nor run. He climbed out second floor back window onto low porch roof. Then downside. No front door, no predicted route, for once. He created a path with no existing prints. Ethan landed in snow, looked down, fresh impression, his own boot. No old track beneath. He laughed. He had changed it. Then yard motion lights switched on ahead of him. Untouched snow began forming footprints in real time, his tread approaching. Ethan backed away. Another set formed behind, then left, then right. The future wasn't showing where Ethan would go anymore. It was closing possibilities from inside house. His own voice called, wrong way. Ethan ran toward road, not because tracks told him, because people and lights were there. He reached neighbor's house. Police came. By then all strange prints had stopped. They photographed hundreds around property, all matching Ethan boots. None leading from any person. Ethan no longer asks whether tracks predict future. That explanation is too comforting. Prediction implies passive observation. He thinks they are options, paths being prepared. Some lead away, some lead back, some lead into places he should never go, and every time Ethan chooses one, another disappears, which means somewhere. Something is narrowing down the version of his life it wants. The last tracks appeared 3 days ago, not in snow, in wet concrete outside a construction site near his apartment. Workers found them before concrete dried. One line of boot prints, Ethan's exact tread. They walked across fresh slab, then stopped at a wall. On wall, someone had pressed one hand into wet concrete, beside it, scratched with one finger. Next time, follow yourself. Ethan photographed it, then looked at his right hand. Concrete dust under fingernails. He had not been anywhere near the site, at least, not yet. The trees had trail markers. I never placed. Adam Pierce knew every marker on that trail because he had tied them himself. Orange survey tape. One strip every 30 or 40 yards. Always on the right side of the path going in. Always tied with the same double knot. And on every 5th marker, Adam wrote his initials with a black permanent marker. AP. It was a simple temporary route for a volunteer trail crew. Nothing complicated. So when Adam started hiking back and found another orange marker on the left side of the trail, he noticed immediately. Wrong side, wrong tree, wrong location. He walked over and checked it. Same tape, same knot. Then he saw the initials. AP. Adam stared at them. He had never tied that marker, and according to the direction it pointed, there was another trail leading into the woods. Adam volunteered with a small wilderness maintenance group in Oregon. Mostly basic work, clearing fallen branches, replacing signs, marking temporary detours, reporting erosion, nothing glamorous. That morning, a storm-damaged section of trail needed inspection before a weekend hiking event. Adam offered to handle the first survey alone, not because the job was dangerous, because it was routine. The route was only about 6 miles round trip. Cell service was poor, but Adam carried a radio, GPS paper map, first aid kit, water, headlamp, and emergency beacon. He also had a small roll of bright orange survey tape. The plan was simple. Walk to the damaged area, mark a temporary bypass, photograph anything that needed repair. Return before late afternoon. He started around 9:30. For the first few hours, everything went exactly as planned. The damaged section was near a steep washout about 3 miles from the trailhead. Part of the original path had collapsed toward a creek. Adam photographed it, measured the unstable section, then marked a safer route roughly 50 yards uphill, orange tape. Consistent spacing, nothing permanent. The trail crew would remove it after repairs. Adam worked slowly because continuity mattered. Every marker visible from the previous one. No confusing turns. No tape near animal trails. When he finished, he walked the bypass once in both directions to make sure it made sense. It did before leaving. He wrote AP on selected markers, standard accountability. If another crew member found bad placement, they would know who made it. At 1:14 p.m., Adam radioed the coordinator. Bypass marked, heading back, static. Then, copy everything normal. Adam started down. The first unusual marker appeared about 15 minutes later. Orange tape tied around a cedar, left side of trail. Adam stopped. He knew he hadn't placed it. Maybe another volunteer had been in the area earlier. Possible. Different team. Forestry crew, surveyors. Orange tape was common. Then he saw AP, black marker. 2 letters. Adam stepped closer. Same way he wrote them, capital with a slightly open top. P leaning forward, he touched the tape. Fresh, dry, no dirt, no fading. Adam looked around. Maybe one of the crew had followed him and was joking. He called on the radio. Anybody else on the north section? Static. Then the coordinator answered. Negative, just you. Adam stared at the initials. Anyone come through earlier? Not from us, copy. Adam didn't mention the marker yet. Maybe he had tied it and forgotten. That was possible. He'd placed dozens. Still, the location made no sense. The tape was tied beside a narrow animal path leading west. Adam never marked animal trails. He removed the strip, put it in his pocket, continued down. 100 yards later, another marker, left side, app. This one pointed toward a gap between trees. Adam stopped. No, he definitely hadn't made 2 wrong markers. He photographed it, checked GPS. He was still on the correct trail. He removed the second marker too, then radioed. Got some extra orange tape up here. Same initials as mine. Pause. What do you mean same initials, app? The coordinator. Lisa replied, could be old, it's fresh. Any chance you doubled back while marking? Adam looked at the trail behind him. No, maybe someone found your tape. My roll is with me. He checked the outer pocket. Tape roll present, permanent marker present, nothing missing. Lisa said, mark coordinates. Keep heading back, good advice. Adam did. The third marker was different. It wasn't beside the main trail. It was 30 feet into the woods. Adam could see it between trunks. Bright orange. App. He did not leave the trail. He photographed it from where he stood. Then noticed another farther beyond it. Then another. A line. A new marked route heading west. Adam counted at least 6 visible markers. Perfect spacing. Exactly how he would place them. He checked the paper map. No official trail west. No planned bypass, only forest and a steep ridge. He radioed Lisa. I've got a second marker line. What? Orange tape heading off trail. Do not follow it. I am not. Coordinates. Adam gave them. Lisa checked the map. No work planned there. Yeah, could be hunters with my initials. Silence. Then, get back to the trailhead. That became the objective. No investigation, no mystery solving. Leave. Adam continued downhill for about half a mile. There were no more extra markers. Adam started relaxing. Someone could have played a prank. Maybe a volunteer had been there recently and also happened to use AP. Initials weren't unique, same not common enough. The human brain sees patterns when expecting them. Then Adam reached a fork. He stopped immediately. There was no fork on the trail. He knew that. The main path normally curved gently right around a large boulder. Now 2 trails separated. One right, one left. Both looked established. Packed soil, broken branches, old footprints, and both had orange markers. The right route had Adam's originals. Right side of trail, correct. The left route also had orange markers. Left side, app. Adam checked GPS. The digital track showed one trail continuing right. Easy. He took the right route. Behind him something snapped. Branch. Adam looked back. Nothing. He continued. 200 yards later, the paths rejoined. The false trail came in from the left. Adam looked down. Footprints emerged from it, boots. Recent, same size as his. He crouched. Tread pattern looked familiar. Adam lifted his boot. Compared, same model. Volunteer crew used similar hiking gear, but not identical. His boots had a distinctive diagonal cut across one lug from stepping on broken metal months earlier. The print had the same cut. Adam stared. He checked the trail he had just walked. His real tracks were behind him. The false route contained another line of his footprints. Both converged at the same place. That was the first fact he could not explain easily. Maybe old prints from an earlier trip. Snow, no. Dry soil and recent moisture, they looked fresh. Maybe someone had the same damaged boot. Possible, but extremely unlikely. Adam took photos, did not enter the false route. Continued at 2:03 p.m. His radio crackled. Adam? Lisa. Yeah, you moving? Yes, GPS beacon shows you stationary. Adam looked at his handheld GPS. Track moving normally. I am walking. Your emergency tracker hasn't moved in 12 minutes. Adam checked the beacon clip to his pack. Light blinking. Active. He restarted it. Try now. Lisa waited. No change. GPS error. Probably normal explanation. Satellite coverage under dense trees. Adam continued. Then Lisa said, hold on, static. Now I have two positions. Adam stopped. What? One at your current coordinate, okay, and one about half a mile west. Adam looked toward the false marker route. West. Moving. Lisa didn't answer immediately then. Yes, Adam's stomach tightened. Which one is mine? Your radio location matches the main trail. Good, so ignore the other. Adam, what? The other beacon has your ID. Adam reached for the emergency tracker serial number sticker. He read it aloud. Lisa confirmed, same ID from both signals. Impossible. Maybe duplicated packet, software glitch. Satellite positioning error, those were real things. Adam told himself that. Lisa said, stay on main trail. I am sending Mark and Evan up from trailhead. 2 volunteers. Good. Adam asked how far. Maybe 40 minutes. He kept moving. Then a radio transmission came through, not Lisa, his own voice. Bypass marked, heading back. Adam stopped. That was exactly what he had said at 1:14. Same cadence. Same background wind, a recording. The radio crackled again. His voice, bypass marked, heading back. Lisa said, Adam, did you hear that? Pause. Yes. Did you replay my call? No. Another transmission. Copy Lisa's earlier response. A complete replay. Adam turned the radio volume down. Someone could be rebroadcasting. Technical interference. Still possible. Then his own voice transmitted a new sentence. One he had never said, taking west route. Adam stared at the radio. No. Lisa heard it. Adam, confirm you are not going west. I am on main trail. Copy. Then the false Adam voice said, main trail blocked. Adam looked ahead. Nothing. He walked another 50 yards. A large tree lay across the path, freshly fallen, branches covering the trail. Adam stopped. Lisa said, Adam, tree down, can you go around? He checked. Right side steep slope, left side forest. Possible to bypass safely by maybe 30 feet, but left was toward the false markers. Adam considered. He could also climb carefully over the trunk. Less deviation, he chose that. The false radio voice said, going left. Adam climbed over instead. Good. He was still making his own decisions. On the other side, he found an orange marker tied to the fallen tree. App. Fresh. Impossible. The tree had fallen recently enough that leaves were still green. Whoever tied the tape had done it after the fall. Adam had watched the trunk from approach. Nobody visible. He removed the tape, then noticed writing on the back. Not initials. 3 words. You missed this one. Adam dropped it. That was communication. Not random marker, not other volunteer. Someone knew he was removing them. Human prank was still possible, but now potentially dangerous. Stalker, someone hiding in forest. Adam radioed Lisa. This is intentional. He described the message. Lisa's tone changed. Do not stop anymore. Mark and Evan are coming. Copy. Bear spray accessible. Yes, keep it out. Adam did. He increased pace. The false marker line began appearing closer to the main trail. At first 30 feet away, then 20, then 10. Parallel orange tape through trees like a second version of his route running beside him. Adam kept eyes forward. Then he saw movement, a man between trees. Same green field jacket Adam wore. Gray cap, backpack, walking parallel. Adam stopped. The figure stopped. Too far to see face. Hey, no answer. The person raised one hand. Adam did same without thinking. The figure copied. Adam lowered his hand, figure lowered, he stepped forward, figure stepped forward. Mirror behavior, Adam did not like that. He raised bear spray, the figure raised something too. Orange object. Survey tape roll, then turned and walked west. Adam stayed on trail. His radio crackled, false Adam. Found him, Lisa immediately said. Adam, do not respond to unknown transmission. Good, real human voice anchoring him. Adam kept going. Then false Adam, he s following markers. Adam wasn't then. He thinks he isn't T. That line got into his head. He looked at trail. Orange markers on right. His original route, were they original? He checked one, app, same handwriting. But how could he know which tape he placed now? He had already seen exact copies. The marker system was compromised. That was the real danger. Something didn't need to physically force him off route. It only needed to make navigation evidence unreliable. Adam stopped trusting tape completely. Paper map, compass, GPS, terrain. Those became primary. He tore down even his own visible marker. No more visual cues. At 2:29 p.m., Lisa said, Mark and Evan are about 20 minutes up. Good, stay put if you reach Creek Junction. Adam frowned. Why? That's safest meeting point. Reasonable, open area, known landmark. He checked map. Creek Junction half-mile ahead. Then false Adam voice transmitted. Stay put at Creek Junction. Same instruction. Adam stared at radio. Now both voices agreed. That made the instruction useless. Could something be listening to Lisa and copying her in real time? Yes. Then maybe it could also imitate rescue. Adam radioed. Lisa verification code. They had a simple field safety practice, not formal code. Just a phrase used during lost party drills. Lisa answered correctly. Blue lantern. Good, Adam said. Any other voice isn't you unless it says that. Copy. False. Lisa immediately transmitted. Blue lantern. Adam swore. So much for that. It had learned in second. He reached Creek Junction. Small wooden footbridge, open gravel area, 3 trails, signpost, easy landmark. Adam did not stop. Why? Because future rescue expected him there. But now the copy knew too. Better to meet moving volunteers on known main trail. He radioed. I am continuing south. Lisa agreed. False. Lisa said, good. Adam shut the radio off completely. He still had emergency beacon and GPS, no more audio manipulation, for 5 minutes. Forest was quiet. Then he saw 2 people ahead. Mark and Evan, orange volunteer jackets. Relief hit hard. Adam did not approach immediately. He shouted from distance. Stop there. They stopped. Mark raised both hands. Adam. Adam called, what did you bring me on the last workday? Mark laughed nervously. What? Answer. Your blue thermos, you left it in my truck, correct? Adam looked at Evan. What did I break at Eagle Creek? Evan answered. Pulaski handle, correct. Private details. Could the thing have heard them in past? Unlikely. Adam approached. Then noticed something. Neither man had radios. Where are your radios? Mark looked confused. What? Lisa sent you up. Evan said we lost signal. Where are the radios? Mark pointed to pack. Inside. Okay. Adam remained cautious. Turn one on. Mark did. Static. Then Lisa's voice. Adam. Mark and Evan just left trailhead. All 3 men froze. Adam looked at Mark. Then Evan. The 2 figures stared back. Lisa continued. Ida about 35 minutes. The Mark figure's expression changed first, not monstrous, not distorted. Just blank, like a person forgetting what face they were making. Adam backed away. The Evan figure said, Blue lantern, same verification phrase. Adam sprayed. Bear spray hit both in the face. A real person would react violently. Cough, eyes closed, pain. These 2 did not. They simply stepped backward, then turned simultaneously, walked into trees. No coughing, no wiping eyes, no sound. Adam ran south. Now he knew. Whatever was manipulating markers could also reproduce people. and it had heard enough radio traffic to construct them convincingly. The mechanism was broader than tape. It copied systems, navigation, voices, identity, maybe behavior. Adam kept moving. Lisa stayed on radio after he turned it back on. Adam told her what happened. She did not waste time debating. Real Mark and Evan are still coming. I am also contacting Sheriff. Tell them not to identify themselves by radio details. Understood. Adam asked, how do we verify? Long pause. Then Lisa said, we don T. Visual plus live phone call with me once signal returns. Good. Multiple channels better. Adam reached a ridge where cell signal flickered 1 bar. He called Lisa directly. Her phone rang. She answered, same voice. Could still be copied, but call routing through known number plus radio cross-check improved confidence. They agreed on plan. Real volunteers stop at a specific open rock field. No one enters trees. Adam approaches only after Lisa confirms their GPS. Practical, the false markers intensify. Orange tape everywhere now. Dozens of trees, some app, some arrows, some words. This way safe mark here trailhead. Adam ignored all of them. He used compass and topographic contour. Then one marker made him stop. A strip tied at eye level. Written. Adam, you already passed them. He looked around. Could be psychological manipulation. He continued. Another. The real ones were first. No. Then, you sprayed them. That hit harder. What if the 2 men had been real and failed to react because wind carried spray poorly? No, he had seen direct contact. Still, doubt worked. That was the point. The system wasn't trying to prove anything. It was trying to make every decision uncertain. At 3:11 p.m., Adam reached the open rock field. He stayed at northern edge, waited. 10 minutes later, 2 figures appeared south. Orange jackets, Mark and Evan. They stopped far away. Good. Adam called Lisa by phone. She confirmed both GPS units were moving with those 2 signals. Then asked Mark to hold his radio above head. Figure did. Evan waved red first aid pouch. Correct. Adam still didn't approach. He asked Lisa to tell Mark something over phone that wasn't spoken on radio. She did. Mark raised 3 fingers, then 1. Adam watched. Correct. He approached slowly. Real humans this time. Mark's eyes were red from worry, not bear spray. They got Adam between them and headed down. No one followed tape. No one responded to voices. Halfway to trailhead, they passed the spot where Adam had sprayed the copies. No people. No footprints leading away. But 2 backpacks sat on ground, identical to Mark and Evan's actual packs. Inside, matching water bottles, matching gloves, matching tools, even duplicate radios. Mark stared. That's my serial number. He checked his own radio, same number. Evan found a wallet. Inside, his driver's license. Duplicate real looking. Adam said, don't take anything smart. They photographed, left all objects. Then 1 duplicate radio turned on by itself. Lisa's voice came through. Adam, they kept walking. Then Adam's voice, found him. No response. Finally Mark's voice, we're almost there. The real Mark said nothing. The duplicate radio answered itself in Evan's voice. Which one? They reached trailhead before 4:30. Sheriff deputy present, Lisa present. Real. Adam checked everything. Car, sign in register, time, normal world returned. He expected strange evidence to disappear. It didn't. Photos survived. GPS showed unusual duplicate track. The false beacon signal had been recorded in system logs. 2 identical device ID reporting separate locations at same time. Technicians blamed duplication or data error. Reasonable technical explanation. But then crew returned next morning to inspect trail. All orange tape Adam had placed was gone. Every original marker removed instead. 1 continuous orange route began at trailhead. It led west into forest, not main trail. Every marker bore AP. Workers did not follow. They documented from distance and called authorities. The marker line continued at least 2 miles into unmapped terrain, then ended at an old clearing. Authorities approached from another direction later. There they found hundreds of pieces of survey tape tied to trees, different colors, different initials. some decades old. Search of historical records found the area had been used by forestry crews for years. Temporary markers were common. Several workers had become lost there over decades. Not many, enough to be interesting. One case from 1984 involved a surveyor named Arthur Price. Initials: AP. Adam laughed when he read that. Of course. Maybe all the AP markers belonged to Arthur. That could explain some. Then investigators found Arthur's old field notebook. His handwriting did not match Adam's. More importantly, Arthur had written about unusual markers. His final surviving entry: found 3 strips today marked AP. I did not place them. Adam stared at photocopy. Next line: they are trying to lead me west. Arthur Price disappeared 2 days later, never found. That was bad enough. Then Adam noticed a photograph attached to the old case file. One of Arthur's orange markers, black initials, AP. Same open-topped A, same forward-leaning P, Adam's handwriting. Arthur disappeared 15 years before Adam was born. No explanation. Adam quit solo trail work. He still volunteered, always in groups. No temporary marker system using initials. They switched to numbered tags with logged GPS coordinates. For a while, that worked. Then a crew found tag 117 where no one had placed it. Correct plastic. Correct number format, correct barcode. Database showed tag 117 still sealed in storage. They removed field copy. Next day, 2 tag 118s appeared. Then 3 tag 119s. The group stopped using tags. Paint markers. Same problem. Digital waypoints, duplicate coordinates appeared. The pattern adapted. Every navigation system became something it could copy. So they returned to basics. Multiple people, independent maps, compass, shared verification, never trust one marker. Months later, Adam was driving home through Portland, city traffic, rain, nothing remote, at a road construction zone. Orange detour signs redirected vehicles. Adam followed them, right turn, then left. Then another right, traffic thinned. He frowned. The detour entered an industrial street. One orange sign ahead, detour arrow left. Adam slowed. Something about arrow looked wrong. Below it in black marker, AP his initials. Adam did not turn. He continued straight. Behind him, horns sounded. Other drivers took detour. Adam drove to next main road. Later checked city construction map. No detour had been scheduled there. He returned next day. No signs. Then one evening, Adam received a package from no sender. Inside was a fresh roll of orange survey tape. Same brand he used that day, and a black permanent marker. Nothing else. Adam threw both away. Next morning, an orange strip was tied around tree outside his apartment. He removed it. Another appeared across street. Then another farther down block, a line leading away from his building. Adam did not follow. By evening, city worker had removed them. The next day they returned. This time leading toward Adam's apartment, not away. That was new. He stood at window watching. One marker on each tree, closer, closer, closer. The final strip was tied to railing outside his front door. On it, AP, and beneath, route complete. Adam called police. They found no person. No camera caught anyone placing it. Adam stayed elsewhere that night. The following morning, the tape was gone, but on his apartment door someone had drawn a small orange arrow pointing inward. Adam now thinks he misunderstood the trail from the beginning. He thought the false markers were trying to lead him somewhere in the forest. Maybe they were, but maybe that was only practice. Learning how he marks, how he verifies, how he chooses routes, how he reacts when a system becomes unreliable. Because the last marker Adam found wasn't tied to a tree. It appeared on the GPS map in his phone. Orange waypoint. No app open. No route entered. One label, AP location, inside his apartment. Adam deleted it. It returned. Then another waypoint appeared, same label, 1 floor below, then another, street level, then another, across the block. A continuous line. A route, only this time, it wasn't showing Adam where to go. The points were moving, one by one, toward him. Something kept moving my tent. Jack Sullivan knew the tent had moved because of the fire ring. He had pitched it 8 feet from the stones, far enough that sparks wouldn't reach the fabric, close enough to feel some warmth. When he woke the next morning, the tent was almost touching the fire ring. Jack crawled outside and stared. The stakes were still in the ground. The guy lines were still tight. Nothing looked dragged. No torn soil, no bent pegs. He measured the distance twice. The tent had moved more than 6 feet during the night. The second morning, it was 20 feet away. The third, almost 50. That was when Jack realized the problem might not be the tent, because every time it moved, the stakes were still buried exactly where they should have been. Jack had gone into northern Ontario for a 4-day solo camping trip. He wasn't completely alone in the world. That distinction mattered. He had a satellite communicator, paper map, GPS, extra batteries, first aid kit, water filter, emergency food, and his sister had his route. The campsite itself was legal, remote but known, a small clearing beside a lake, roughly 6 miles from the nearest maintained road. Jack reached it in the afternoon. Weather was good, light wind, clear sky, no sign of anyone else. The site had an old stone fire ring and 2 flat areas where campers had clearly pitched tents before. Jack chose the larger one. He set the tent carefully, 4 corner stakes, 2 additional guy lines. Then he photographed the camp. That turned out to matter. The photo showed the exact layout: tent, fire ring, lake, a fallen log near the tree line, everything in place. The first night was uneventful. Jack cooked, read for an hour, put food in a bear-safe container well away from the tent, then went to sleep around 11. He woke at 6:40, cold, bright morning. The first thing he noticed when he unzipped the tent was the fire ring, too close. Jack sat there for several seconds. He knew he hadn't pitched beside it. He stood, walked around the tent. All 6 stakes remained in the ground, every line tight. No scrape marks, no folded floor, no damage. Maybe he had simply remembered wrong. That was the obvious explanation. Camping alone messes with scale. You choose a spot at dusk. Then morning light changes everything. Jack checked his phone. He found the setup photograph. There. The tent had been clearly farther away. He held the phone up and compared. Same fire ring, same fallen log, same lake. The tent's position had changed. Jack frowned. Maybe strong wind had shifted it, but not with buried stakes, unless the ground itself was soft and they had pulled out, then somehow reset. No. He inspected every peg, firm, packed earth around each. Still, the situation wasn't dangerous, just strange. Jack moved the tent back. This time he marked the corners. He used 4 small stones, one beside each stake, then scratched a shallow line in the dirt along the tent's front edge. He also took another photograph. If it moved again, he would know. During the day, Jack hiked along the lake. Nothing unusual. No people. No fresh boot prints. No damaged gear. He returned before sunset. Camp unchanged. Good. The first morning had probably been some weird misjudgment. He ate, checked weather. No storms expected. Then slept. At 3:18 a.m., Jack woke to a sound, not outside, under the tent. A slow scraping noise, like fabric moving across dry soil. Jack sat up. The sound stopped. He listened. Nothing. He turned on his headlamp. Tent walls still, no animal pushing from outside. He waited several minutes, then heard it again. Scrape, pause, scrape. The floor beneath his sleeping pad felt normal. No movement. Jack called, "Hey." Silence. Maybe raccoon, porcupine, small animal nosing under the edge. He grabbed bear spray. Stayed inside. After 10 minutes, nothing else happened. He went back to sleep. Morning. Jack opened the tent. The fire ring was far away, much farther than before. He stepped outside. The tent now sat near the opposite edge of the clearing, roughly 20 feet from where he'd marked it. Jack stood completely still, then looked down. The 4 corner stones were beside the stakes. The line scratched into the dirt was directly in front of the tent. Everything had moved together. Not just fabric, tent, stakes, stones, even the marked ground. Jack walked to where the tent had originally been. Nothing there, no stake holes, no scratched line, no disturbed dirt. He checked the photograph. Same clearing, same fire ring. Same log, but now he noticed something else. The fallen log looked closer to the tent in the new position. Not surprising. Then he compared the lake's shoreline. The tent hadn't moved relative to the lake. The fire ring had. Jack lowered the phone. No. He took a new photograph from the same standing position. He tried matching trees. The geometry was wrong. The tent might have stayed in roughly the same relationship to the shoreline, but the fire ring, log, and surrounding trees seemed shifted. That sounded impossible. So Jack did what he always did when something felt impossible. He measured. He had a 30-foot cord in his repair kit. He tied one end to a large pine tree at the north edge of camp, measured to the tent, 23 feet, then to the fire ring, 31, then to the fallen log, 27. He wrote everything down. He also marked the pine with a small strip of blue tape. Now there was a fixed reference. Assuming the tree stayed fixed, that thought made him uncomfortable. He laughed at himself. Trees don't move overnight, not like that. Jack considered leaving. Not because he believed the campsite was shifting, because he didn't understand the situation. That was enough, but weather changed his decision. Clouds were moving in. The forecast now showed heavy rain later that afternoon. The hike out crossed a low marshy area. Leaving immediately was possible, probably safest. Jack packed most of his gear, then satellite communicator beeped. Weather update, storm arriving sooner, high winds, thunder. He checked the sky, darkening fast. Walking 6 miles through exposed wet terrain during thunder was not smart. He decided to wait until the storm passed. One more night if necessary. He would keep camp simple. No long hike. Everything ready to move, that was the rational trade-off. The rain began around 4. Hard. Jack stayed inside. The tent held. Wind shook the walls, but the stakes stayed firm. At 7:02 p.m., he heard a tree fall somewhere in the distance, then another. He was glad he had not hiked out. Around 8, something hit the side of the tent. A dull tap. Jack turned. Nothing. Then another tap from the opposite side. Could be branches. Wind-blown debris. He checked through a small opening. No person. Rain. Dark trees. Then he noticed the blue tape on the reference pine. It was no longer north of the tent. It was directly east. Jack stared. Maybe he had lost orientation. Storm, darkness. Everything looked different. He checked compass. North. The marked pine was east. The tree had not moved, so either the tent had rotated or the entire campsite had. Jack stepped outside briefly despite the rain. He checked the guy lines. Still taut. Corner stones still there. The scratched front line remained. He measured roughly with the cord. Reference pine to tent, 23 feet. Exactly the same, so tent and tree had not changed relative distance. But the compass direction had. North had shifted around them. That made no sense. A compass can malfunction near metal or magnetic rock. Possible. Jack walked 20 yards away from gear, checked again. Same direction. He used phone compass. Same. GPS map. His position had moved almost 100 feet. Jack stared. The device showed him closer to the lake, but he had not moved the tent. Maybe GPS drift under weather. Normal. He checked satellite location. Different by 70 feet. Still plausible. Storm can affect reception. He returned inside. Then heard the scraping again, under the floor. Longer this time. Scrape. Pause. Scrape, like something pulling the entire tent. Jack put both hands on the ground. He felt nothing. No vibration. Then the fire ring stone scraped outside. He recognized the sound. Rock against wet soil. Jack opened the tent flap. The fire ring was moving, not quickly. Maybe an inch at a time. One stone shifted. Then another. The whole circle changed position across the clearing. Jack stared. Rain fell hard. The stones moved toward him, then stopped. He backed into the tent. There was no normal explanation left for what he had just seen, unless ground underneath was sliding. Mud, slope failure. That was dangerous and physically plausible. Jack immediately checked terrain. The campsite looked level, but waterlogged soil can move. Landslide risk. That was enough reason to leave the clearing. He packed essentials into his backpack. Emergency shelter, food, water, messenger. He would move to higher rocky ground nearby and wait for daylight. No need to stay with the tent. He stepped out. The fire ring now sat 10 feet from the entrance. Jack looked toward the reference pine. Blue tape visible. Good. He headed toward higher ground west of camp, 20 yards, 30, then stopped. The lake was ahead of him. That was impossible. The lake should have been east. Jack checked compass. West. Yet shoreline in front. He turned. Behind him, the tent. Then beyond it, another lake. Jack stared. 2 shorelines, one ahead, one behind, maybe the lake. Behind was flooded ground reflecting light. Possible. He shined flashlight. Water, waves, both directions. The campsite now seemed to sit on a narrow strip of land that had not existed. Jack did not panic. He used GPS. Map marker showed him in lake, not useful, paper map, compass. Terrain no longer matched. New objective, find stable ground. Not navigate out, he chose uphill. Except every direction appeared level. The storm eased after 9. Visibility improved. The second lake disappeared. Jack was standing near the tent again. He did not remember walking back. That bothered him more than the moving stones. Memory gap, maybe stress. Maybe he had circled without noticing. He checked watch, 9:17. Only 12 minutes had passed since he left camp. It felt longer. Tent unchanged. Reference pine east. Fire ring 10 feet away. Jack made a decision. No sleeping. He would stay awake, observe, document, at least until first light. He mounted his phone on a small tripod inside the tent facing the clearing, started continuous video, then sat with headlamp and bear spray. For almost an hour, nothing moved. At 10:22, Jack looked at the fire ring, normal. At 10:23 he looked again. It was 5 feet farther left. No movement between, just new position. Jack checked the video, on playback. The image glitched for less than 1 second before glitch. Ring right, after, ring left. No motion, a cut without a cut. Jack replayed, same, timestamp continuous, audio continuous, only spatial relationship changed. Then the fallen log moved, same method, no visible sliding. 1 frame one place, next frame another, trees too. Jack realized he had been asking the wrong question. Nothing was being dragged. The campsite was rearranging itself between moments of observation. That explained why stakes remained buried, why ground marks moved, why no trails remained. The environment wasn't moving through space. Positions were being replaced. Jack didn't know what that meant physically. He didn't need to. He needed daylight and exit. Then his phone camera captured something new. Between 2 glitches, a person appeared near the lake, far away, standing. Jack looked outside. Nobody. Camera screen. Figure. He lowered phone. Empty shore. Raised it. Figure. The person existed only in camera. Jack zoomed in. Male. Outdoor clothing. Backpack. Facing campsite. Too far for face. Then frame glitched. The figure was closer. Jack turned the camera off. He did not need more. Pattern clear. Observation might be involved. Every time camera refreshed, environment changed. Maybe recording made it worse. He shut down unnecessary electronics, then sat facing the tent floor. Don't keep checking outside. Wait, that was difficult. At 11:11 p.m., someone walked around the tent, wet footsteps, slow, circle. Jack held bear spray. The steps stopped at entrance. A man said, "Jack," unknown voice. Jack did not answer. Hey man, could be another camper, could be someone caught in storm. Jack asked through closed fabric, "Who are you?" Ben. No one he knew. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Need emergency help?" Pause. "No." "Then stay outside." The man laughed softly. "Your campsite moved too." Jack went cold. That changed the situation. Maybe another real camper experiencing same thing. Jack stayed inside. Where's your camp? Other side of lake. Which side? Pause. The normal one. Jack didn't like that answer. What trail did you come in on? North access. No north access on Jack's map. Maybe local route. Possible. The man continued. "I've been walking for 2 days. Jack checked outside. Temperature. Cold. Wet. 2 days without shelter would be serious. He asked, "Can you show your satellite ID through the tent window?" Silence. Then just open it. No. Jack sent emergency message instead. Possible lost camper at my location. Mail says name Ben, please advise. Message sent. He told the man. I contacted rescue. The footsteps outside stopped, then moved away. Good or not? Satellite response came 12 minutes later. No known missing camper named Ben in area. Storm delaying response until safe. Stay sheltered. Jack felt better. Then second message, confirm your position. Your beacon is reporting multiple coordinates. He stared. He sent current GPS coordinate. Response, received. Now showing 4 locations within 0.6 miles. All same device ID. Same kind of duplication as earlier stories, but standalone still fine. Jack didn't know that. He checked his physical messenger, 1 device. 1 ID, then from outside. Ben's voice said, "They see it too." Jack stopped. How could he know the message? The tent wall shifted slightly, not wind. Like someone placed a hand against it. Jack moved away. Ben whispered, "Pick the right one." Then footsteps left. At 12:03 a.m., Jack heard a zipper, his tent zipper, except he was looking at it, closed. The sound came from behind him. There was no second door. He turned. A zipper appeared in the back wall. Vertical, real teeth sewn into fabric. Jack stared. His tent did not have that opening. The zipper slowly moved downward by itself. Jack grabbed his backpack. He was done. Whatever rules protected the inside were changing. He exited through the real front door. No Ben. No footsteps. The campsite looked wrong again. Fire ring near lake. Tent near tree line. Reference pine gone. Blue tape hanging from a different tree. Jack did not trust any campsite landmark now. He chose the sky. Clouds had broken enough to show a few stars. He knew approximate south. Paper compass matched. He walked south. Not toward trail. Just toward a ridge visible on map. A large geographic feature harder to rearrange. For 20 minutes, Jack walked. He marked no trees, left no trail he intended to follow. He used compass bearing. Then he reached a clearing. His tent stood in the center. Jack stopped. He had walked south continuously. No turns, yet he was back, or the campsite had appeared ahead. Different possibility. He did not approach. He walked around it at distance. Continued south. 10 minutes later, tent again, this time fire ring on opposite side. Jack backed away. The campsite was not a location anymore. It was following his route. Then someone stood beside the tent. Ben. Jack saw him clearly for first time. Late 20s, dark rain jacket, red backpack. Normal. He raised both hands. Dante, come closer. Good. Ben understood. Jack asked, "How long have you been here?" Ben said, "I don't know." "What day?" "Tuesday." "It was Thursday." Could be disorientation. Ben looked exhausted. "Your tent keeps moving." Jack nodded. "So did mine." "Where is it?" Ben pointed toward forest. "It became yours." Jack went still. "What?" Ben looked at the tent. "I followed my camp for a day." Jack waited. "Every time I found it again. It had something different." "Like what?" "Different gear. Different fire ring." Ben looked at Jack. "Eventually, different person." Jack did not trust him, but the information fit. "What happened to the other person?" Ben shook his head. "I thought he was real." "Was he?" "I don't know." "What did he look like?" Ben stared at Jack for a long moment, then said, "You." Jack took a step back. Ben raised his hands again. "Not exactly. Same jacket, same height." Jack wore a dark green shell, common. "Still," Ben said, "he told me his name was Jack." Jack tightened grip on bear spray. "When?" "Yesterday." "That was impossible. Jack had been alone yesterday." Ben continued. "He said he'd been following a tent that moved." "Same story." Jack asked, "What happened?" Ben looked toward woods. "I stopped following him." Good answer, maybe real. Then satellite messenger beeped. Jack checked it. "Rescue staging at access road. Can you move toward coordinate attached?" Real coordinate. "Known trail junction, 3 miles southeast." Jack looked at Ben. "I have rescue." Ben nodded. "Take me." Jack hesitated. Leaving someone was wrong if real, but bringing potential mimic was dangerous. Solution. Distance. "You follow 20 feet behind, no closer." Ben agreed. They moved for an hour. They navigated together. Compass, GPS, terrain. The campsite reappeared twice in distance. They ignored it. Ben never tried to approach Jack, never asked strange questions, never used knowledge he shouldn't have. That helped. Then they found footprints in mud. 2 sets. Jack's boots, Ben's boots ahead of them. Already there, not exact same mechanic focus, but physical evidence. Tracks led toward rescue coordinate. Jack did not like it. Ben said. "We've done this part before." Jack stopped. "What?" Ben looked confused. You said you've never been here. I haven't. You just said we've done this." Ben pressed both hands against his head. "I don't know why." Jack backed away. Ben looked terrified. "Jack, I don't know." Then he said, "You were going to ask me what color my tent was." Jack had not planned to, but now the question existed. What color? Ben closed eyes. "Yellow." Jack said nothing. Ben looked at him. "Was I right?" Jack didn't know. Then from the forest, another Ben voice shouted, "Blue." Both men froze. A second figure emerged. Same face, same jacket, same red backpack. Jack raised bear spray. The Ben beside him whispered, "No." The new Ben stopped 30 yards away. Jack. Don T listened to him. Original Ben laughed bitterly. "Of course." Second Ben, "My tent was blue." Original. "Mine was yellow." Jack asked both, "What did I say when we met?" Original answered. Don T, "Come closer." Second, "Stay there." Similar, no reliable verification. The environment had reached identity duplication. Jack stopped trying to solve which was real. He said, "Neither of you comes with me." Then moved off route alone. That was harsh, but safest. Both Bens remained behind. One shouted, "Jack." The other, "Good." Jack did not turn. He reached rescue trail shortly before dawn. Real team verified through satellite codes and known contact. Multiple people. Marked vehicles. Road. Jack finally relaxed. They asked if anyone else was with him. He reported Ben. 2 versions. Search team found no one. No tent except Jack's. That was the next problem. His tent was discovered half a mile from original campsite. Fully pitched. Stakes in ground. Fire ring beside it. Fallen log nearby. Entire campsite seemed relocated. But of course a fire ring can be rebuilt. Log can resemble another. Maybe Jack, disoriented in storm, had chosen a different clearing. That was the official rational explanation. Then they compared his first setup photograph with recovery site. Same stones in fire ring. Same cracks. Same fallen log shape, same tree scars, and same reference pine. Except the tree now stood half a mile away from where mapping records placed it. That could not be right. So surveyors checked coordinates. The pine at recovery site had blue tape. But the original pine also still existed at original camp. Same size, same scars. 2 trees. Identical. Jack refused to return. Authorities documented both clearings. By afternoon, second site changed. Fire ring gone, tent remained, log gone. No duplicate pine, only Jack's gear, nothing to prove the larger claim. Except photographs. And 4 duplicate beacon coordinates in satellite logs. Ben could not be found. No missing person report matched him. Jack wondered if that meant Ben wasn't real. Then 6 months later, he received email from a stranger. Subject, Ontario campsite. Attached photo, a man beside yellow tent. Ben, same face. The sender wrote, "Do you know this guy? He said you camped together." Jack contacted the sender, a backpacker named Lucas. He had met Ben 2 weeks earlier. Different province. Ben claimed he was trying to find the original campsite. Lucas thought it was weird but harmless. Then his own tent started moving. Jack warned him, "Leave. Don't stay overnight. Don't follow duplicate camp. Don't trust relocated landmarks." Lucas stopped replying. Police later found his car at trailhead. No sign of Lucas. A tent was found 3 miles away. Yellow, not Lucas's. Inside was Ben's red backpack and Jack's old fire ring photograph. Printed on paper, no idea how it got there. On back. First camp below it. Second camp, then third camp. Under third was a blank space. Jack stopped camping completely. Months passed. No wilderness. No tents, no remote travel. He thought distance ended it. Then he moved apartments. First night. Jack placed his bed against north wall, desk by window, chair near door. Normal. He took a photograph after unpacking. Habit now. Next morning, desk was on opposite side. Jack stared. Maybe he had moved it while exhausted. No, chair 2, bed remained. He measured, took photo. Second morning. Bed was 6 inches farther from wall. Floor marks beneath legs had moved with it. No scrape marks. Jack packed and left. The pattern followed. Hotel room. Furniture shifted. Office desk. Different angle. Kitchen table closer to window. Always small at first, then larger. Jack started sleeping in places with other people around. That helped. Not enough. One night he stayed at his sister's house. Guest room before sleep, he photographed it, bed centered, lamp left, chair right. At 3:12 a.m., Jack woke. Room looked normal, then realized door was on wrong wall. He sat up. There were two doors, one original, one new. Jack did not open either immediately. He called his sister. She answered from another room. Real. He said come to hallway but don't open guest room. She did. He heard her voice outside original door. Good. Jack opened it. Hallway, sister, safe. They stepped away, then looked back. Guest room had one door, second gone. Jack explained everything. His sister believed enough to let him stay that night. They set up cameras, 2 viewpoints, fixed reference marks on floor, laser measure. No ambiguity at 4:06 a.m. Footage glitched for 1 frame. After glitch, guest bed had moved 3 feet. Both cameras showed same change. No motion, no person. Reference marks moved with bed. But laser measurement from wall remained same. Meaning what? Either wall moved too, or room itself changed around fixed relative geometry. Exactly like campsite. Jack stared. The tent had never been moving. The bedroom furniture had never been moving. Something was changing the coordinate system around him. He doesn't know why. Maybe places become unstable. Maybe he is carrying the instability. Maybe Ben did. Maybe the first campsite was only where Jack noticed it. The last event happened in a hospital waiting room. Bright lights, people, security cameras. Jack sat in same chair for 40 minutes. He looked toward vending machine. Then down at phone. When he looked up, vending machine was on other wall. Nobody reacted. Jack checked security desk, asked where machine had been. Guard pointed to current position. Always there. Jack took out old photo he had casually taken earlier. Machine in original location. Proof. Then he noticed background. A man sat across room. Red backpack beside him. Ben. Jack looked up. No Ben. He zoomed into photo. Ben wasn't looking at camera. He was looking at an empty chair beside Jack. On that chair sat another man. Jack. Same clothes, same phone, same time. 2 Jacks. The second one was looking toward the vending machine, but in his version of the room. The vending machine was already on the other wall. Jack now understands why Ben asked about the original campsite. Maybe there is no original. Maybe every time the space changes, one version of you stays with the old layout, and another continues with the new one, which would mean the tent never moved. Jack did, or at least, one of him did. The voice across the lake. Sarah Collins heard her brother call her name from the opposite shore at 11:12 p.m. That was impossible. Her brother, David, lived in Chicago. Sarah was alone at a remote lake in northern Michigan, more than 400 miles away still. The voice was his. Not similar, not close. His, Sarah. She stepped out of the cabin. The lake was black, no boats, no lights, no movement across the water. Then the voice came again. Sarah. She almost answered. Instead she called David. He picked up on the second ring. Hey. Sarah stared across the lake. Where are you? A pause. At home. At that exact moment, David's voice called from the opposite shore. Sarah, the real David, went silent on the phone, then asked, "What was that?" Sarah had rented the cabin for 4 nights. It belonged to a friend of a friend and sat beside a narrow lake surrounded by forest. The nearest town was roughly 30 miles away. No cell service around most of the property, but one corner of the porch sometimes got a weak signal. The cabin itself had electricity, a wood stove, small dock, emergency radio, nothing extreme. Sarah wanted a quiet few days after finishing a difficult work project. She brought food, books, fishing gear, and probably too much coffee. The first day was normal, second too. On the third afternoon, she paddled across part of the lake in a small aluminum canoe. The opposite shore was undeveloped. No cabins, no docks, just trees. Sarah stayed near the southern half, then returned before sunset. At dinner she called David from the porch. The connection was weak but usable. They talked for maybe 15 minutes. Normal sibling conversation. Work, parents. A movie David had watched. Then he mentioned something embarrassing from their childhood. A family camping trip when Sarah was 11. She had gotten lost for 20 minutes and cried so hard when they found her that she threw up on David's shoes. Sarah laughed. I had forgotten that. David said, I didn't tee. They ended the call. That detail mattered later. At 11:12 p.m., Sarah heard Sarah across the lake. She knew David's voice immediately. She stepped onto the porch. The sound had come from the northeast shore. Maybe sound carried strangely across water. Someone could be camping there. Maybe the voice just resembled him. Then, Sarah. Exactly the way David said her name. She reached for her phone. One bar called him. He answered. She asked where he was home, Chicago. Then the voice across the lake called again. David heard it through Sarah's phone. What was that? Sarah whispered, someone across the water sounds like me. I know. David laughed nervously. Okay, that's creepy. Across the lake. Okay, that's creepy. Sarah stopped breathing. The copied sentence came maybe 2 seconds after David said it. Same words, wrong rhythm, slower. David heard that too. He stopped laughing. Go inside. Across the lake. Go inside. Sarah did. She locked the door, closed the curtains. David stayed on the line. The copy continued, not constantly, just fragments. Sarah, go inside. Creepy, summoned David's voice. Some warped slightly. Sarah asked. Could somebody be using a speaker maybe? That was the first rational explanation. A prank. A hidden speaker. Someone near the shoreline, maybe another cabin beyond the trees. David suggested turning off outdoor lights and staying inside. Good. Sarah also checked the rental map. No neighboring properties on the opposite shore, but maps can be outdated. She looked through a small gap in the curtain. Dark lake. Nothing. Then the voice said, you forgot. Sarah froze. David asked what? Across the water, you forgot. Same voice. Sarah whispered, I didn't say that. Neither had David. Then the voice continued the camping trip. Sarah felt cold. David went silent, the story they had discussed earlier. Maybe someone had overheard the call. If there was a person across the lake with directional microphone, unlikely. But possible, David said. Don't talk about anything personal. Sarah nodded, then realized the copy couldn't see that. The voice did not say anything new for almost 10 minutes. Then it returned. Sarah, pause, you cried. That came from the childhood story. You got lost. Also from the call, you threw up. David whispered, it's repeating us. Yeah, across the lake, repeating us. Sarah stared at the curtain. That was the pattern. Everything so far came from things spoken near the cabin. No new knowledge. That mattered. The voice sounded like David because it had heard David through the phone. Maybe not supernatural. Could be sophisticated audio capture. Still human possibility. Sarah started testing carefully. She muted the call, then said nothing. David texted instead, say a fake fact out loud. Good idea. Sarah spoke toward the room. My brother has a dog named Charlie. False. David had no dog. They waited 30 seconds. The voice. My brother has a dog named Charlie. Sarah looked at the phone. Pattern confirmed. It repeated information spoken aloud. David texted, now Don T corrected. Sarah understood. If the thing only knew what it heard, corrections gave it better information. She stayed silent. For 20 minutes, the voice tried variations. Charlie dog, brother, then silence. Sarah began feeling more in control. Whatever it was, it had limits. That helped. David remained connected by text. No spoken audio. Sarah wrote, I think it only learns from sound. David, then stay quiet, call police by text if possible. Sarah tried emergency text service. No reliable connection. She sent a message through the cabin owner's satellite emergency app instead. Unknown person or device across lake imitating voices. I am inside and secure. Please notify local authorities. Sent. Good. She did not need to confront anyone. She just had to stay in the cabin. Then the voice across the lake said, police. Sarah froze. She had not spoken that word. David hadn't either, text only. The rule had just changed, or Sarah had misunderstood it. She looked at her phone. Maybe the phone speaker had read something aloud. No. Accessibility features off. No notification voice. Maybe Sarah whispered the word without realizing possible. Stress does strange things. She tried another test. David texted, think of something. Don T type it. Don T say it. Sarah thought. Red bicycle, her childhood bike. No one else knew she was choosing that. She waited. Nothing. Good, the voice did not read thoughts. Then David texted, type a false fact in notes, Dante send it. Sarah opened notes, typed. David broke his arm in 2012. False. She waited. The lake stayed silent. Good. So it wasn't he reading the phone screen generally, maybe. Police had been coincidence. Then the voice said 2012. Sarah stared. It had just seen or learned the number, but not the sentence. David texted immediately, did you say anything, Sarah? No, the voice repeated. 2012. Then, David, it was combining known pieces with one new element that was worse. Sarah powered her phone off, complete. No microphone, no screen, no wireless signal. The cabin became quiet. The voice across the lake stopped. For almost 15 minutes. Nothing. Sarah exhaled. Maybe the phone was compromised. Some kind of malware, speaker hacking, directional audio, not likely, but technically possible. She took out the emergency radio, battery powered. No internet. She did not transmit, just listened, static weather channel. Normal. Then a voice came through the radio, David, Sarah. She dropped it. The voice came from the speaker, not across the lake. Sarah. Then another voice from outside, also David, Sarah. Two sources, same copy. Sarah turned the radio off. The outside voice continued. So the device wasn't the origin. It was entering available channels. Sarah moved away from Windows. The voice across water said, turn it back on. She did not. Then, I can help. No new sentence. Not something Sarah remembered saying. The voice was starting to construct language just like a child learning from pieces. It had enough vocabulary now. Sarah stayed silent. The porch creaked. She froze. Not across lake, outside cabin, one board. Then another footsteps. Wind, wood contraction, maybe. She checked the security camera app. Phone off, not useful. The cabin had one old motion light. It switched on. Bright white leaked around the curtains. Someone or something had triggered it. Sarah did not look. Then a man outside said, Sarah, it's David. Her skin went cold. The voice was perfect now. Not slow, not wrong. David, I drove up. Impossible. Not enough time. She stayed silent. Sarah, open the door. No, then Mom sent me. Sarah almost laughed. That was the mistake. A tiny sound. One breathy laugh. The voice outside stopped, then said, Mom. It had caught the reaction. Sarah understood something. The thing didn't need full conversations. Any response mattered, a word. A reaction, a corrected detail. It learned from confirmation as much as content, so she became completely quiet. No spoken words, no tapping, no response. She turned off everything except one lamp, sat in the kitchen with bare spray and a heavy flashlight, not because she wanted to fight, because she needed something if a real person entered. The footsteps stopped. False safety. Then someone knocked 3 times. Sarah did nothing. 3 more, no response. Then David's voice, I am cold. Nothing, Sarah, please. Nothing. Then a woman's voice, her mother, Sarah, that almost broke her. Her mother lived in Wisconsin, alive, safe. Sarah had spoken to her 2 days earlier. The copy had never heard her voice during this trip. At least. Sarah thought it hadn't, then remembered voicemail. Her mother had left one earlier in the week. Sarah played it inside the cabin. That was enough. The thing had a sample. It used her mother's voice badly at first, then better. Sweetheart, open the door, please. Sarah pressed both hands against her knees. No answer. The voice became angry, not screaming, just annoyed. Sarah, then. You know me. That sentence hit differently. Because the thing was right in one sense. It knew enough pieces to sound known. Maybe that was the whole mechanism. Not reading memories, not stealing identity. Just collecting enough fragments until a person filled in the rest. The human brain did half the work. That was more believable. And somehow scarier. At 12:03 a.m., something entered the lake. Splash. Large. Then another. Sarah listened. Water moving, slow, approaching dock. A canoe, boat, animal. The motion light still illuminated porch. Sarah crawled toward the back wall, staying below windows. Then heard metal scrape. Her aluminum canoe. It had been tied to the dock. Someone was moving it. That could be a real intruder. Human threat. Sarah needed authorities. She powered on her satellite communicator only. No audio, text. Emergency response confirmed local deputies and conservation officers were en route, but remote access would take time. Estimated 45 minutes. Fine, she could wait. Then communicator received a message from David, "I am calling you. Pick up." Sarah frowned. Phone was off, no reason. Then communicator received another, "It called me." Her stomach tightened, she typed, "What called you?" "David, your number." "Then you were on the line." Sarah stared. "I haven't called." "David, I know." "Then it sounded like you." That changed everything. The mimic wasn't just copying voices inside Sarah's location. It was using Sarah's identity elsewhere. Maybe through phone network, maybe something stranger. David wrote, "It asked where I was." Sarah immediately typed, "Do not answer questions. Do not say location." "David, I didn't Good." Then Sarah heard her own voice outside the cabin. "David, not from phone. From the porch." Her voice, perfect. "Then where are you?" It was practicing. Sarah felt sick. The thing now had her voice. Maybe from all the hours she'd spoken alone in the cabin. Plenty of material. The copy outside said, "I am at the lake, then come get me." Sarah understood the next risk. If David received a call like that and believed it, the thing could bring people to itself or send them somewhere else. She texted David, "If you receive any audio from me tonight, ignore it. Verify everything by text with a code." They chose something the mimic had never heard. David typed, "Blue cedar." Sarah memorized. No speaking it. No audio, text only. Then she contacted emergency dispatch through satellite. Same instruction. Do not trust calls claiming to be Sarah unless text verification. That was rational. Multiple channels. No single source trusted. The voice outside continued experimenting. Her voice, "David, mother." Then a man Sarah did not recognize, "I need help." Another, "Boat sank." Another, "Please." It was trying different baits. Sarah remained silent. At 12:31 a.m. the dock creaked. Footsteps moved toward cabin, then stopped. Sarah heard breathing outside the door, very faint, real or imitated. Then a knock. One. Pause. Two. Pause. For no fixed pattern, it was testing. Sarah stayed still. Then her own voice whispered, "Blue cedar." Sarah's blood went cold. Impossible. She had never spoken the verification phrase, only typed it. David had only typed it, yet the mimic knew. That meant text wasn't secure either, or something on the network was accessible, maybe communicator display. Maybe David said it aloud without realizing. Sarah texted, "Did you say the code out loud?" No response. She waited. Then David, "No." The voice outside repeated, "Blue cedar." So verification was compromised. New objective. Trust only live physical confirmation through multiple independent facts and expected timing. No secret code would survive. Sarah did something different. She stopped communicating with David completely. She sent one last text, "Do not come here, police only. I will not contact you again tonight." Then powered off the communicator. No new information for the mimic, now silence. The cabin stayed quiet for several minutes. Then the voice outside said, "You redone talking." Sarah did not react. "You think that helps?" No answer. Then, "I don't need you now." That was likely manipulation, but maybe true. It had enough vocabulary, enough voices, enough personal fragments. Learning phase over. Sarah moved farther from door at 12:49. Headlights appeared faintly through curtains. Real vehicle, could be officers. Too early by maybe 10 minutes, but possible. Engine approached. "Stop near cabin," a man's voice shouted. "Sheriff's office." Sarah did not open. Good. She waited for independent confirmation, no communicator on. She could power it briefly and check dispatch. Before she did, the man outside said, "Sarah Collins, we got your emergency message." That information was available to real responders, also possibly mimic. No help. Sarah powered communicator. Dispatch message waiting. Units approximately 12 minutes out. Do not exit. So voice outside was false. Sarah powered it off immediately. The fake deputy knocked. Sarah. No answer. Then voice changed. "David." "Nice." Then Sarah. "Nice." Then laughter from several voices at once. Not loud, almost conversational. The disguise had failed, so it stopped pretending. Sarah heard footsteps move away, then splashing toward lake. Silence returned 12 minutes later. Real headlights appeared. This time communicator confirmed arrival. 2 vehicles, 3 officers. Sarah still verified. She asked through closed door for unit numbers. Matched dispatch. Asked them to position one vehicle where she could see plate through side window. Matched. Only then she opened. Good. Outside no person. Canoe was still tied but turned around. Bow facing opposite direction. Wet footprints covered dock. Bare feet. They came out of lake, walked to porch. Circled cabin, returned to dock. Then stopped. No footprints going back into water. That physical evidence made the officers take the story more seriously. They searched opposite shore at daylight. No campsite, no speaker, no boat, no footprints there. Nothing. Sarah's cabin exterior camera had captured some movement. At 11:58 p.m., motion lights switched on. Video showed empty porch. Then compression artifacts. At 12:01, audio recorded David's voice. No visible person. At 12:17, Sarah's mother's voice. At 12:31, Sarah's own voice. Camera remained visually empty. Then at 12:46, something appeared on dock. Not a person, a dark upright shape partly hidden by trees. Only 2 frames, too blurry to identify. No clear monster. That mattered less than audio. David's phone logs were worse. At 12:28 a.m., an incoming call from Sarah's number. Sarah's phone was powered off. Carrier records showed no outgoing call from her device. Yet David had a voicemail. 23 seconds. Sarah listened later, her own voice. It said, "David, I'm okay. Pause. I'm at the cabin. Pause. You should come get me." Then the voice lowered. Don T text. That was all. David never went. Good. But the recording proved the mimic had learned enough to operate without Sarah physically responding. That was the twist. The original rule, it only learns what you say, was temporary. Once it had enough material, it could act independently. Sarah left the cabin, never returned. For months nothing happened. Then David called her one evening. Real call. They verified with something mundane but current, a photo of his kitchen clock. Live video. Normal. David said, "I got another voicemail." Sarah felt cold. What did it say? He hesitated. Nothing at first. Then, it was Mom. Sarah's mother was still alive, so the mimic wasn't limited to dead or absent people. It was simply using voices. What did she say? David answered, "She told me not to answer you." Sarah looked at phone. "Why? Because you not Sarah." Silence. Neither of them laughed. Then Sarah asked, "How do I prove I am?" David did not answer. That question itself was dangerous. They created a new system. No permanent codes. No reusable personal questions. Live video plus current unpredictable visual tasks. Show the view outside. Hold up a random object chosen at that moment. Move camera. Multiple confirmations. It worked. For a while. Then Sarah received a video call from David. She answered. David appeared on screen. Real apartment, real face. He held up a red coffee mug. "Your turn." Sarah relaxed slightly. They were testing each other. She picked up a spoon, showed it. David nodded. Then something behind him whistled. 4 notes. Different story mechanics blending. Avoid callback maybe. Let's not. Replace with knock. 3 quiet knocks came from somewhere behind David. He turned. Sarah immediately said, "Don T." David stopped. Good. Then another. David stepped into frame behind him. Same shirt, same face, same red mug. Sarah froze. The first David stared at the screen. The second one smiled. Then both said at the same time, "Which one?" The call ended. Sarah contacted police. David was found safe. Alone. He claimed no second person had been in the apartment. He never saw the duplicate. Only Sarah did. Video recording from Sarah's phone showed no second David, just compression distortion behind him. Maybe network glitch. Maybe Sarah's fear filling gaps. She wanted that explanation. Then David showed her his red mug. It was blue. He had never owned a red one. Sarah replayed the memory. The David in the call had held red. At least one detail had been wrong. The verification system had failed because the mimic didn't need to answer secret questions anymore. It could generate a believable present. Sarah stopped trusting voice completely, then stopped trusting live video completely. That sounds paranoid, but she had evidence. She still lives normally, works, travels, talks to family. She just verifies unusual requests through multiple channels. No one comes to remote places because of a phone call. No one shares location because a familiar voice asks. No one opens a door because someone sounds right. And she never answers voices across water. The last incident happened this spring. Sarah was walking beside a crowded lake in Chicago. Middle of the day, joggers, families, boats, no isolation. From across the water, someone called. Sarah. She kept walking. The voice sounded like David, then her mother, then herself. Sarah did not respond. The voice tried again. Sarah. A little girl nearby looked toward the lake. She asked her father, "Who's calling that lady?" Sarah stopped. The child could hear it too. That mattered. The father shrugged. "I don't know." Then the voice across the lake changed. It used the little girl's voice. "Perfectly, Dad." The child froze. Sarah turned immediately. "Don't answer it." The father looked confused. The little girl stared across the water. The voice called again. "Dad." Her father almost responded. Sarah said, "Don't." He didn't for several seconds. Nothing happened. Then the voice changed again. A man. A woman, another child, dozens of fragments. All different, all human. It had been learning for a long time. And Sarah finally understood the part she'd gotten wrong from the beginning. It wasn't trying to become David. It wasn't trying to become Sarah. It was collecting enough voices that eventually, whoever heard it would hear someone they couldn't ignore. The hitchhiker knew where I was going. David Ross only stopped because the man was standing next to a disabled car. That mattered. He wasn't wandering along the highway. He wasn't hiding in the dark. He wasn't waving wildly in the middle of the lane. He stood beside an old sedan with its hood open, one hand raised as David approached. Middle of nowhere, Montana, cold night, no visible houses. David slowed. The man stepped toward the shoulder. David rolled down the passenger window a few inches. "You okay?" The stranger looked at him. "Car's done. Need me to call someone?" No signal. David checked his phone. One bar, then none. The man looked east. "You're still about 2 hours away." David frowned. "From what?" The hitchhiker smiled slightly. "Where you're going." David stared at him. He had not told the man his destination. Then the stranger added, "Should be faster this time." David was driving to a cabin outside Livingston. It belonged to an old college friend named Aaron. Every year, a small group met there for a weekend. Nothing dramatic. Food, fishing if weather allowed, cards. Too much coffee. David had been there once before. At least that was what he believed. The route that night was mostly state highway and then a long rural road through open country. His GPS showed a little under 3 hours remaining. He had plenty of fuel. Weather clear. Traffic almost non-existent. David wasn't tired. Around 10:40 p.m., he passed the last gas station he'd see for more than 60 miles. 20 minutes later, he saw the disabled sedan. He considered continuing, then saw the hood up. A real mechanical problem. Stopping at a safe distance and offering to call help was reasonable. So he did. The stranger looked maybe 50. Dark coat, work boots, gray hair, no luggage visible. David asked, "Do you want a ride to the next town?" The man looked down the highway. "You going east?" "Yeah." "Then sure." David hesitated. Giving a stranger a ride at night was not automatically smart. But leaving someone beside a dead car in cold weather wasn't great either. He checked the sedan. No steam, no hazard lights. "No other occupants," David said. "I can take you as far as the gas station ahead." The man laughed softly. "Behind us." David realized he'd said it wrong. The next gas station was behind them, right. Then the next town. Fair enough. The stranger opened the passenger door. Before getting in, he looked at David and said, "Thanks again." David frowned. Again. The man paused, then got into the truck. Figure of speech. For the first few minutes, nothing strange happened. The hitchhiker introduced himself as Thomas, no last name. He said he lived outside Billings. His car had lost power, probably alternator. David knew enough to follow the explanation. Battery light. Yes. Headlights dim first. Yes. Engine sputtered. Eventually. Plausible. Thomas seemed normal, quiet. But not unusually so. David relaxed. Then Thomas looked at the GPS screen. Still taking Miller Road. David glanced at him. What? Miller Road. David's route would eventually turn onto Miller Road. The turn wasn't visible on the current navigation screen. Too far ahead. How do you know that? Thomas looked out the window. Only way to get there. Get where? Thomas didn't answer immediately. David waited. To Aaron's place. David took his foot slightly off the accelerator. Not enough to brake, just enough. You know Aaron. Thomas looked at him. You told me about him. David felt a cold knot in his stomach. When, last time, David stayed calm. Maybe he had met this man before. That was possible. He traveled for work. Met customers, contractors. Truck stop conversations. Faces disappear from memory quickly. Maybe Thomas had helped at the cabin. Maybe Aaron knew him. David asked, "Where did we meet?" Thomas pointed back. Same place. The road. Your truck was different. David stared ahead. "I don't remember you." "I know." That answer bothered him. "What did I tell you about Aaron?" Thomas shrugged. College roommate. Wrong. Aaron had never been David's roommate. They'd met through a climbing club. David caught it immediately. "No." Thomas turned toward him. "What?" "We weren't roommates." A pause, then Thomas smiled. "Right." David's hands tightened. "Why did you say we were a bad memory?" "Normal enough. People misremember." But Thomas had known Aaron's name and Miller Road. Those were harder. David asked, "What cabin?" Thomas looked out the side window. "Red roof." David said nothing. Aaron's cabin had a dark green metal roof. Wrong again. Interesting. The stranger knew pieces, not all. David decided not to correct him anymore. That became important. He asked broad questions instead. "You say we met before. What happened?" Thomas looked toward the windshield. "You were driving home." "From where?" "The cabin." "Was I alone?" Thomas hesitated. "Yeah." David filed that away. This trip was toward the cabin, not home. Maybe Thomas was talking about a previous year. David had been there once before. The previous fall. He had driven home alone. That fit. "How far did I take you?" "Far enough. Not useful." "Did you get my name?" David could have seen it somewhere. Maybe registration. Maybe Aaron mentioned him. David looked at Thomas's hands. No phone. No visible weapon. No reason to panic. Just keep driving toward populated area. The next town was 43 miles away. Then Thomas said, "You missed the turn last time too." David looked at GPS. A turn was approaching in 6 miles. Not Miller Road. Small county connector. What turn? Thomas pointed ahead. The one with the cattle guard. David checked navigation. No such turn. Not on my route. It wasn't last time either. 5 miles later, a dirt road appeared on the right. Cattle guard. No sign. David felt cold. Thomas nodded toward it. There. David stayed on pavement, not taking it. Good. David glanced at him. Thomas was looking at the road as it disappeared behind them. Why good? Because you took it last time. David said nothing. What happened? Thomas leaned back. You turned around eventually. Why? You heard someone. David looked at him. Who? Thomas smiled faintly. Me. No. David kept driving. He considered pulling over and asking Thomas to get out, but where? Empty road. Cold. If the man was merely confused, abandoning him might be dangerous. Better to reach town. David checked phone. No service. Thomas noticed. You tried that last time. David's stomach tightened. What? Phone. David put it face down. Thomas. Yeah. How do you know any of this? The stranger looked at him. You keep asking me like I know. That's because you do. Thomas thought about it, then said, I know the parts you told me. David remembered the earlier wrong details. College roommate. Red roof. Maybe that's what was happening. Thomas knew only information David had supplied at some point. But when David stopped speaking, the truck continued. 10 minutes passed in silence. Thomas didn't seem bothered. Then he said, you should slow down. David didn't respond. You're going to see deer. David kept his speed. Maybe local knowledge. A minute later, 2 deer crossed the road. David braked. They cleared the lane. Thomas said, same place. David looked at him, still didn't answer. He realized Thomas might be fishing for confirmation. Every time David corrected something, the man learned. He had corrected the roommate detail. Roof color remained uncorrected. Good, maybe he could test, David said. Aaron sold the cabin. False. Thomas looked at him. When? Last month. Pause. Then where are you going? Different place. Thomas nodded slowly. 5 minutes later. You should turn around. David looked ahead. Why? Aaron sold the cabin. David felt cold. The man had absorbed the false fact immediately. He was not remembering, he was building. David changed strategy, no more facts. No destination, no personal details. He asked Thomas only about himself. Where were you born? Montana. What town? Thomas stared through windshield. Outside Billings. You said that already, I know. Family, no response. Last name, nothing. Where's your car registered? Silence. David looked at him. Thomas had no story that wasn't drawn from current surroundings. That was the first real pattern the man could describe David's route. Aaron Miller Road, a previous drive, but his own identity was almost empty. David remembered the disabled sedan. What's the plate on your car? Thomas looked at him. Why? Insurance might need it. Long pause. I don't know. Nobody forgets their own plate sometimes. But possible. What color is it? Black. David remembered. The sedan looked dark. Could have been blue. He didn't correct. The next town sign appeared. 27 miles relief. Thomas stared at it. Then said, you didn't make it that far last time. David looked at him despite himself. What happened? Thomas smiled slightly. That response had been bait. David realized too late. You stopped. Where? Thomas pointed ahead. Bridge. David said nothing. Thomas continued without being asked. You thought someone was hurt. David kept eyes on road. You heard your name. No response. Then you got out. David felt the urge to ask what happened next. He didn't. Thomas looked disappointed. The bridge appeared 12 miles later, small concrete crossing over a narrow river. David's headlights illuminated something near the right shoulder. A person. Sitting beside the guardrail. David slowed automatically. Thomas whispered, here. The person stood, a woman. Light jacket, no vehicle. She waved. David kept moving. The woman stepped closer to Lane, then shouted, David. His foot almost hit brake. Thomas watched him. The woman shouted again, David. David did not stop. As he passed, headlights caught her face. He knew her. Emily, an ex-girlfriend from years earlier. She lived in Seattle. Impossible. David looked at mirror. The woman stood in road, then disappeared behind darkness. Thomas said, you stopped for her last time. David's mouth went dry. He did not ask how. The possibility that Thomas was part of some elaborate scam collapsed. No one could reasonably know Emily would matter to him unless they had serious access to his life. Still technically possible. Social media, public records. Aaron prank. Not with a woman identical to Emily on an empty Montana bridge. David checked his phone. No signal. He considered turning around. No, bridge behind, woman behind. Thomas beside him, town ahead, keep moving. Then Thomas said, she wasn't Emily last time. David finally spoke. Who was she? Thomas smiled. You. David felt his stomach drop. Me. Standing beside the bridge, David stared at road. Thomas continued, you asked yourself why you stopped. This sounded insane, but the wording mattered. You remember that? No, then how do you know? Thomas looked at him. Because you told me after. David didn't respond. He wanted to understand chronology. Previous drive. He stops. Meets Thomas. Something happens. Then he tells Thomas, could be. But why no memory? Maybe sleep deprivation, head injury, alcohol. He had not been drinking on that previous trip. At least he thought. Then something surfaced, a gap, last year's drive home from Aaron's cabin. David remembered leaving around noon, remembered getting gas, then remembered waking in his own driveway the next morning. He had always assumed the drive blurred together because it was long. He could not clearly recall several hours. That had never bothered him. Now it did. David asked one controlled question. What time did we meet last time? Thomas answered immediately. 1:18 p.m. David didn't clarify. He checked dashboard. 12:47 a.m. 31 minutes until 1:18. That made him uneasy. Maybe nothing. Thomas looked at clock too. Earlier this time. David did not answer. The town sign. 18 miles. Then Thomas said, you should let me out. That surprised David. Here. Yes. Empty shoulder. No buildings. Why? Because we re close to what? Thomas stared ahead. Where I get in. David felt cold. You're already in. Thomas looked at him. No. David slowed slightly. That sentence changed everything. Thomas turned toward him. You picked me up. Yes. Beside my car. Yes. Thomas shook his head. No car. David remembered the sedan clearly. Hood up. Dark body. He checked rearview mirror as if it might still be behind. Thomas said, "You saw what you needed." David tightened grip. "What does that mean?" Thomas didn't answer. "Then you thought helping was your idea." "That was worse." David accelerated. Town, 14 miles. Thomas suddenly looked frightened, for the first time, not calm, not amused. He turned in passenger seat and looked behind them. "Don't stop," David almost laughed. "You've been telling me that." "No," Thomas's voice changed. "Don't stop now." Headlights appeared behind them. One vehicle far back. David checked speed. 65. The lights approached slowly. Thomas watched mirror. "It's early." "What is?" No answer. The car behind got closer. David could see shape. Dark sedan, same as disabled car, no plate light. Thomas whispered, "That's mine." David stared. "So your car works?" Thomas shook his head. "It never did." The sedan accelerated. David went to 70. Sedan matched 75. "Still gaining," Thomas said. Don T let it pass. "Why?" "Because then you LLC who's driving." David looked at him. That was not useful information. The road ahead curved. David maintained control. No reckless speed. Town, 9 miles. Cell signal flickered 1 bar. David called 911 hands-free. It connected. He gave highway and direction. "Reported vehicle following aggressively." Dispatcher asked description. David said dark sedan. Thomas looked at him, then whispered, "Don T, tell them about me." David ignored him. "I also have a passenger." The dispatcher asked, "Name?" David hesitated. "Thomas may be false. Calls himself Thomas." Silence on line for half-second. Then dispatcher, "Thomas what?" "I don't know." The sedan behind dropped back. Thomas stared at David. "You didn't say that last time." New information. David had changed something good. He stayed on call. Dispatcher said deputy was approaching from town. 5 minutes. Thomas looked increasingly anxious. "Hang up." "No." David. "No." The man's face tightened. Then he said, "You're making another version." David looked at him. "What?" "Last time you didn't call." David kept driving. "What happens if I do?" Thomas looked toward the headlights. "They want to know which one to find." That sounded like manipulation. David stayed connected. Red and blue lights appeared ahead. Relief. Deputy traveling toward them. Dispatcher confirmed unit number. Real. David slowed slightly. The patrol SUV turned around ahead and began leading toward town. Now there was official vehicle in front. Sedan behind. David in middle. Thomas beside. "Better than?" Dispatcher asked. "Is your passenger still with you?" "Yes." "Pause, sir. The deputy says there's nobody in your passenger seat." David stopped breathing. He looked right. Thomas was sitting there clearly. Dark coat, hands on knees. He stared back. The deputy ahead couldn't see through side angle. "Maybe tell him he's there." Dispatcher relayed. Another pause. Deputy says passenger seat appears empty. Thomas smiled sadly. "Now you know." David did not react. Camera. He grabbed phone from mount briefly, aimed toward Thomas. Screen showed empty passenger seat. David looked with eyes. "Thomas there." "Phone." "Empty." He put phone back, hands shaking. The dispatcher kept talking. "Stay behind, deputy." David obeyed. Thomas said, "You did this last time too." "No." "Different camera." David stayed silent. Thomas continued, "You kept checking whether I was real then. You asked me to prove it." David did not. "Good. No more bait." Town lights appeared. The sedan behind slowed, then turned off onto an unmarked road. "Gone." Thomas relaxed. False safety. They pulled into a brightly lit sheriff's substation. Deputy stopped. David parked. Thomas remained beside him. The officer approached driver's side. David rolled window down. "Passenger." David pointed. "There." The officer looked directly at passenger seat. "Nothing." Thomas looked at officer. Then at David. "He can't see me." David got out. Kept door open. Thomas did not follow. David moved around front of truck. Looked through passenger window. Thomas still inside. Officer saw empty seat. David opened passenger door. Thomas stood, stepped out. Officer saw nobody. No seat compression after Thomas moved. David looked. Seat cushion had been depressed before. Now rose. Officer noticed that. Expression changed, at least physical effect. Then Thomas walked away from truck. David watched. Officer saw nothing. Thomas stopped under parking lot light, then said, 118. David checked time, 1:16 a.m. He told officer to stay with him. The deputy believed something was wrong even if not what David claimed. At 1:17 the dark sedan appeared at edge of lot. No headlights, it rolled in slowly. Officer saw that. Good, real vehicle. He raised radio, called plate, there was no plate. Sedan stopped across lot. Driver's door opened. Nobody got out, Thomas whispered. This is where I get in. David stared. You said that before. Thomas looked at him. I wasn't talking about your truck. 1:18 a.m. The sedan interior light came on. Passenger door of David's truck slammed shut by itself. Officer jumped, then Thomas vanished. Not faded. David looked away toward sound, looked back. Gone. At same moment, something appeared inside sedan driver's seat, a person. The officer could see him now. He shouted commands. The driver looked up. David saw the face. Himself, the duplicate. David sat behind sedan wheel. Same clothes, same face, but older somehow. Not years, exhausted. Eyes bruised by lack of sleep. The officer ordered him to show hands. Duplicate did. Then looked at David. Mouthed something David couldn't hear. The sedan's radio turned on. A voice came from it through open window. David's voice. Don't correct him. David felt cold. The officer approached cautiously. Back up en route. Duplicate. David spoke again. Thomas doesn't know anything until you tell him. That matched pattern, the officer asked. Who's Thomas? Duplicate looked confused, then looked passenger side of sedan. Something sat there, invisible to officer. Visible to David. Yes, Thomas, same coat, same face. Now beside duplicate. Thomas smiled. The sedan suddenly rolled backward. Officer stepped away. Driver's hand still visible. No gear movement. Vehicle backed out, then accelerated into darkness. Officer did not pursue alone. Smart. Backup arrived. They searched road. No sedan. No tire marks beyond pavement due dry surface. No plate, nothing. David stayed at station. He called Aaron. Real. Aaron confirmed. Cabin, green roof, Miller Road. David asked, was I there last year? Aaron paused. Yeah. When did I leave? Sunday afternoon. Did I call you later? Yes. David felt cold. What did I say? Aaron hesitated. You were confused. How? You asked if Thomas had made it back. David stopped breathing. Who is Thomas? Aaron said. I was hoping you knew last year. David had called Aaron around 2 in morning. Sounded exhausted. Asked whether a man named Thomas was at cabin. Aaron said no. David claimed he'd picked Thomas up on road, then lost him. Aaron assumed David had helped some stranded driver. David never mentioned it again, because apparently he forgot. Aaron had even texted next day, everything okay with that guy? David searched old messages. There it was. He had never noticed significance. His reply, what guy? Aaron answered, Thomas. David, no idea what you're talking about. Then David checked his photo history from last year's drive. Several corrupted images around 1:18 a.m. One survived. Dashboard, road, passenger seat, empty. But seat belt buckled. Why would empty passenger belt be fastened? Timestamp, 1:18 a.m. Next photo, 1:24. Rearview mirror, dark sedan behind. Next, 1:31. A man standing beside bridge. The man looked like David, same. Then a video, 12 seconds. David's voice. Who are you? Another male voice. Thomas. David, how do you know where I'm going? Thomas, you told me. Then clip ended. So previous encounter was real enough to record audio. The deputy helped search records. No disabled sedan reports. No missing driver named Thomas matching description. Then one historical case appeared. Man named Thomas Reed disappeared on same highway. His car was found abandoned, not broken down. Engine running, driver missing, last known contact. Thomas called wife and said he had picked up a hitchhiker. Not been picked up, picked one up. The hitchhiker apparently knew Thomas's destination. David stared. Same pattern reversed. Thomas had once been driver, then disappeared, now he was passenger. That suggested progression. Driver meets hitchhiker, hitchhiker gathers information. Something happens, driver may become next hitchhiker. David remembered duplicate version in sedan. Future past. Another iteration. He asked officer whether any other cases mentioned similar thing, a few vague reports. Drivers seeing themselves beside road, passengers who vanish, vehicles with no visible driver. Nothing formally connected, no proof, but enough. David did not continue to cabin, he booked hotel in town. Daylight next morning, Aaron drove out to meet him. Together they returned to spot where Thomas's sedan had supposedly been disabled, no vehicle, no skid marks, nothing. Then they found a mile marker, beside it one footprint line. Work boots. They began in gravel, walked toward road, stopped. No return. Aaron asked what size did Thomas wear. David didn't know, good he refused to speculate. Then they saw another set, sneakers, David's tread, they came from opposite side. Ended beside first, two people met, then no tracks left, months passed. David avoided hitchhikers, not because he became cruel. He still called roadside assistance, police, help. He just didn't let strangers into vehicle for almost a year. No problem. Then one evening his car broke down, not rural Montana. Colorado suburban highway, busy enough. Alternator warning, headlights dimming. David pulled onto shoulder. Called tow, signal good, help 30 minutes, safe. Then a truck stopped behind him. Driver rolled window. You okay? David approached only to safe distance, tows coming. Thanks, driver nodded. Then looked east. You're still about 2 hours away. David froze. What? The driver smiled. Where you're going? David backed away. No, he had not told anyone his destination. The driver said, should be faster this time. Exact words Thomas used. Then passenger door of truck opened. Someone climbed out. David, another version. Same clothes David wore right then. Duplicate looked at him, then toward driver. Don't tell him anything. The truck pulled away. Duplicate. David remained on shoulder. David stared at himself. Neither spoke, because both understood the rule now. Whoever spoke first would give the other information. Minutes passed. Tow truck arrived. Real driver saw only one David. Which one David doesn't know. He remembers being taken home. He remembers paying. He remembers standing inside his apartment afterward. But the next morning, his disabled car was already parked outside. Tow company insists they never moved it, and in David's wallet was a receipt. Old paper, faded. Time, 1:18 a.m. Passenger, Thomas driver, David underneath. Handwritten, next time, switch seats. David keeps the receipt locked away, not because it proves what happened, because every few months the word beside driver fades a little more, and the word beside passenger gets darker. The woman at the closed rest stop, Lauren Hayes, saw the woman standing beneath a dead streetlight. The rest stop was closed. Every light in the building was off. Orange cones blocked the entrance to the parking area. A large sign on the gate said, closed for renovation, but the woman was inside anyway. She stood beside a vending machine near the dark restroom building. No car, no luggage, no coat. Just a gray sweater, jeans, and both hands folded in front of her. Lauren slowed. Not enough to stop, the woman noticed. She stepped toward the road and raised one hand. Lauren considered pulling over. Then she looked at the closed building. Empty parking lot, no vehicle anywhere. Something about it felt wrong. So Lauren kept driving. 23 miles later, she pulled into another rest area. Open, bright lights, several trucks, families, security cameras. Lauren walked inside. The same woman was standing near the vending machines. This time she smiled. You were supposed to take me from the first one. Lauren was driving across Nebraska after visiting her aunt. It was a long route, but simple. Interstate almost the entire way, the kind of drive where the biggest danger was boredom. She left late. Around 8:30, traffic stayed normal for the first few hours. Then thinned out. By midnight she was mostly sharing the road with trucks. Lauren had been drinking coffee steadily and knew she needed a bathroom break. She checked the next service area on her navigation app. 9 miles. Good, then a road sign appeared. Rest area. 2 miles. Lauren followed it. The exit ramp came into view. Then she noticed orange barriers. Closed. A temporary sign said the rest area was under renovation. Lauren sighed, of course. She stayed on the interstate. Then her headlights swept across the dark property. That was when she saw the woman. At first, Lauren assumed she was a worker. Then she noticed the clothing: no reflective vest, no hard hat, no vehicle. The woman stood under a streetlight that wasn't even working. Lauren slowed. The woman waved, a normal, small wave, not desperate. That made Lauren hesitate more. Not less. A stranded person would usually look distressed. This woman looked patient. Lauren glanced toward the building. Closed, dark, construction fencing near one side. Maybe her car was behind it. Possible. Lauren considered calling highway patrol after she passed. That was safer than stopping alone. She kept driving. In the rearview mirror, the woman stayed near the parking lot. Lauren watched for maybe 3 seconds. Then remembered she should be watching the road. She looked forward. The rest stop disappeared behind her. Her phone had one bar. Lauren called the state patrol non-emergency line. She explained that someone appeared stranded at a closed rest area. The dispatcher asked which one. Lauren gave the mile marker. There was a pause. Are you sure? Yeah. That rest area is closed. I know, that's why I called. What did the person look like? Lauren described the woman. Gray sweater, jeans, brown hair, maybe late 20s, no visible bag. The dispatcher said they'd send someone to check. Good. That was all Lauren needed to do. She kept driving. The next open rest area was 23 miles farther east. Lauren almost skipped it. Then her coffee reminded her why she couldn't. She pulled in. The place was completely normal. 4 semis parked on one side, 3 cars near the building, bright white lights. A father carrying a sleeping child, a woman walking a dog. Good. Lauren parked near the entrance, locked the car, went inside. The restroom hallway was empty. She washed her hands, bought a bottle of water from a vending machine, then stepped back into the lobby. The woman from the closed rest stop was standing near the opposite wall. Lauren stopped. Same gray sweater, same jeans, same brown hair, same face, no coat, no bag. The woman smiled. You were supposed to take me from the first one. Lauren stared at her. How did you get here? The woman tilted her head slightly. You didn't. He stopped. I know, I waited. Lauren looked toward the doors. Maybe someone had picked her up, maybe a faster car. 23 miles wasn't impossible. Lauren had driven around 70. Someone could have collected the woman and passed Lauren. Possible. Did someone give you a ride? The woman didn't answer. Lauren glanced around. Other people moved through the building. Nobody seemed concerned. That helped. What's your name? The woman said. Claire. Where are you going? East. Very specific. Lauren didn't like that. Do you need help? Yes. What kind? A ride. Lauren shook her head. I am sorry, I can call someone. Claire smiled again. No, why not? Because you're already going there. Lauren frowned. Going where? Claire looked toward the exit. Home. Lauren felt her stomach tighten. She had not said where she lived. Maybe Claire meant her own home, maybe just general phrasing. Lauren asked, where's home? Claire didn't answer. Instead, you can take me to exit 214. Lauren checked the highway signs in her memory. Exit 214 was roughly 40 miles ahead, not her destination. That sounded better. Specific. Normal. Why there? My sister. Can I call her? No. Why? She doesn't have a phone. Lauren almost laughed. Then how does she know you're coming? Claire looked at her. She dosing tea. That answer made Lauren step back, not because it was supernatural, because giving a stranger a ride after midnight was already a risk. Lauren said, I can tell the front desk you need help. There is no front desk. True. Rest area. Lauren glanced toward a wall-mounted emergency phone. ILL call patrol. Claire's expression changed slightly. Not fear. Annoyance. You already did. Lauren froze. How do you know that? Claire looked at the water bottle in Lauren's hand. You called from the road. There was no way she could know unless she had been watching somehow. Maybe the dispatcher had contacted her. No. Maybe Claire had a phone. Maybe she heard Lauren talking through an open window. Impossible at highway distance. Lauren stopped asking questions. She took out her phone and called 911 this time. Real emergency line. She kept Claire in sight. The dispatcher answered. Lauren said, I am at the eastbound rest area near mile 191. There's a woman here who may be the same person I reported earlier. Claire smiled. Not angry. Almost pleased. The dispatcher asked, "Is she threatening you?" "No." "Do you feel unsafe?" "Yes." "Good enough." Trooper already nearby. Lauren stayed near other people. Smart. She did not leave the building alone. Then something strange happened. A trucker walked directly between Lauren and Claire. For maybe 2 seconds, Claire was blocked from view. When the trucker passed, Claire was gone. Lauren scanned the lobby, bathroom, hall, vending machines, exit doors. Nothing. She asked the trucker, "Did you see a woman standing there?" He looked back. "Wear gray sweater." He shook his head. No, maybe he hadn't noticed. Fine. Lauren looked outside, her car visible, parking lot bright. No Claire. The dispatcher stayed on the line until the trooper arrived. Trooper Stevens took Lauren seriously enough. He reviewed rest area security cameras. That was useful. The lobby camera showed Lauren enter, use restroom, buy water, then stand near vending machine speaking to someone. Except nobody was visible in front of her. Lauren watched the screen. Her mouth went dry. No. The trooper rewound. Lauren clearly looked at one fixed point, answered questions, reacted, moved back, but the space near the wall was empty. Stevens said, "Could she have been outside camera angle?" "No, she was right there." He pointed that center frame. Lauren stared. "Bad camera artifact. Compression, person wearing similar wall colors." "No." The image was clear. No woman. Lauren pulled out her phone. She had taken no pictures, of course. The trooper asked about the earlier closed rest stop. He radioed dispatch. Another unit had checked it. Nobody found. No vehicle, no person, nothing. Lauren could have stayed there until morning. She considered it. Stevens advised that she could also follow him to the next town. That felt safer. She chose that. He would drive ahead, Lauren behind. No passenger, no stranger, no problem. They left around 12:52 a.m. For the first 15 miles, everything was normal. Police cruiser ahead, traffic sparse. Lauren started relaxing. Then the trooper's brake lights came on. He slowed. Lauren matched. His cruiser moved onto shoulder. Lauren stopped a safe distance behind. Stevens got out, walked toward her. Lauren lowered window. "What's wrong?" He looked toward passenger side. "Is someone in your car?" Lauren froze. "No." The trooper's hand moved near his belt. "Step out." Lauren looked right. Passenger seat empty. "What do you see?" Stevens didn't answer. "Lauren, step out." She did. He moved her behind his cruiser, then approached her car with flashlight. Passenger seat empty, back seat empty, trunk closed. Stevens checked doors. Nothing. He returned. Lauren asked, "What did you see?" He hesitated. "A woman, gray sweater." Lauren didn't ask yet. "Where?" "Passenger seat." Her stomach tightened. "What did she look like?" Stevens looked at her. "Same description you gave." Now someone else had seen Claire. That mattered. No longer just Lauren's perception. Stevens asked, "Did you let her in at any point?" "No." "Did you unlock the passenger door?" "No." "Stop somewhere after the rest area?" "No." The trooper looked at the vehicle, then called another unit. He suggested Lauren ride with him. Another officer could drive her car. Good. Lauren agreed immediately. They transferred her bag. Another trooper arrived, Officer Ramirez. He got into Lauren's car, passenger seat empty, everything normal. They continued. Stevens and Lauren in cruiser, Ramirez behind in her car. 5 minutes later, Ramirez radioed, "Stevens, go." "Did she have anything in the car?" Lauren listened. Stevens asked, "What do you mean?" "There's a purse on the passenger floor." Lauren turned. "I don't own a purse." She usually carried a small backpack. Stevens radioed, "Do not touch it." Ramirez confirmed. They pulled into a well-lit truck stop. 3 units now, public place. Cameras. Lauren's car parked beneath lights. Officers opened passenger door. A small brown purse sat on floor. Lauren had never seen it inside. Wallet, keys, hairbrush, old paper map, no phone. The wallet contained an ID, Claire Donovan photo, the woman, same face. Lauren stared. Real identity. Maybe. The driver's license had expired in 2006. Stevens ran the name. Claire Donovan had existed. Born 1979. Last known address in Iowa. Then a missing person entry. Reported missing October 2006. Last confirmed sighting, a highway rest area in Nebraska. Lauren felt cold. Which rest area? Stevens checked. The old location corresponded roughly with the closed one Lauren had passed. Claire's vehicle had been found there, locked, purse missing, no sign of Claire. Now the purse sat in Lauren's car. 20 years later, that was bad enough. Then Ramirez found something else. Inside the map, several rest areas were circled in red. A line connected them eastward. Like a route, the final circle was exit 214, exactly where Claire had asked Lauren to take her. Lauren asked, "What's at 214? Stevens checked small highway interchange gas station. County Road. Nothing unusual, maybe Claire had been heading there when she disappeared. Historical case file might explain. They contacted local authorities. Old reports said Claire had been traveling to meet her sister. Address near exit 214, so that part of Claire's story was true, but her sister had moved years ago. Claire had vanished before reaching her. Lauren felt something unexpected pity. If this was somehow Claire, maybe she wasn't trying to hurt anyone. Maybe she was stuck reenacting the trip. Maybe she needed to get where she was going. That thought was dangerous because it made stopping feel compassionate. Exactly the kind of reason a rational person might take a risk. Stevens said, "Whatever this is, you're not driving her anywhere good." Lauren agreed. Mostly. The purse was bagged as evidence. Lauren's car checked again. No one inside. Officers offered to escort her to motel. She accepted. They reached a small town around 2. Lauren took a room in a chain hotel. Interior hallway, busy lobby, police presence, safer. Her car stayed with law enforcement for evidence processing overnight. Lauren went upstairs, locked the door, texted family, then tried to sleep. At 2:37 a.m. someone knocked. Lauren sat up. 3 knocks. She did not open. "Lauren," Claire's voice. Calm. Lauren stayed silent. "Lauren, then you took me too far." Lauren stared at the door. She had never taken Claire anywhere. Police had moved the car. Maybe Claire was tied to the purse, or vehicle, or Lauren. No answer. Then Claire said, 214 was before this. Lauren realized. They had passed exit 214 while following police. Claire had asked to be dropped there. Lauren hadn't. They had carried the purse beyond it. Maybe too far was literal. Lauren called front desk. Security and police came upstairs. Hallway empty. Cameras showed nobody knocking. Audio did capture faint tapping. No person. Lauren did not sleep again. At dawn, she asked Stevens whether purse could be taken to exit 214. Not by Lauren, by police, controlled. Daylight. Multiple people. Maybe leaving it there would end pattern. Stevens didn't love idea, but evidence technically belonged to missing person case. Local investigators agreed to inspect old route. They all went in 2 vehicles. Lauren chose to go because she wanted closure, could have stayed away, but since authorities were present, daylight, public road reasonable enough. Exit 214 looked ordinary gas station, county road, a few houses farther out. Historical address from Claire's sister's old residence was 6 miles north. They drove there. House still stood. Different owners now. No connection. Investigators showed ID photo to current residents. Nothing. Then an elderly neighbor across road came over. She recognized Claire immediately, not personally, from old search. She remembered police missing woman, then said something important. Her sister waited for her all night. Lauren asked, "Did Claire ever make it here?" No. Was she seen after the rest stop? The woman thought. One truck driver said he gave her a ride. Everyone went quiet. What happened? He said he dropped her at exit 214. Lauren stared. If true, Claire had made it, at least according to witness. Then why was she reported missing? Because she never reached the house. Only 6 miles away. Investigators retrieved old witness statement. Truck driver named Howard Bell. He claimed he met Claire walking outside the closed rest area after her car broke down. He drove her east, dropped her at exit 214 around midnight because she said her sister lived nearby. Claire left on foot toward County Road. Howard continued east. 2 days later, he called police after seeing missing person report. His account was never disproved, so Claire had already received the ride. She reached exit 214. Why would she now ask Lauren for the same trip? Maybe Howard lied. Maybe he was involved. Police had investigated him. No evidence. Then Lauren noticed one detail in statement Howard wrote. She kept asking whether I had picked her up before. Lauren felt cold, even in 2006. Claire apparently believed the ride had happened previously. Old case became stranger. Howard told police, Claire said, "You were supposed to take me from the first one." Same sentence Claire said to Lauren. Exact. That meant Claire had already been repeating pattern 20 years ago. Maybe she wasn't Origin. Maybe she was another person caught in it. Investigators searched older cases around rest areas, one in 1988. Woman named Ellen Price disappeared near same highway. A motorist reported giving her a ride. She also asked whether he had seen her at the last stop. Another in 1971. Different names, similar account. Always a lone traveler, always rest areas, always eastbound, always trying to reach next point. This wasn't one ghost asking for final ride. It was a role. Claire had inherited it from someone. Lauren asked the obvious question. What happens when they reach destination? Nobody knew. But historical accounts sometimes stopped after certain drivers completed full requested route. Maybe completing route released passenger, or transferred something that was worse. Lauren no longer wanted to experiment. She left purse with authorities, went home by plane. Her car was transported later, for weeks. Nothing happened. Then Stevens called. Evidence purse vanished from locked storage. No forced entry. Camera outage for 11 seconds. Afterward, bag gone 3 days later. Lauren found it on passenger seat of her car. Locked vehicle, no damage. Inside map had changed. New red circle, not exit 214. Lauren's home address. She called police. They took purse again. It returned. Second time on her porch, third time inside apartment. Lauren stopped bringing it to police. She placed it in a safe deposit box. A week later, the bank called, box empty, no access record. That night purse sat by front door. Map now had more circles. Her apartment, grocery store, workplace, gas station she used. It wasn't following highway anymore. It was mapping Lauren, maybe because she had become the traveler now. Then she started seeing rest areas where none existed, driving to work. A blue sign, rest area 1 mile on city freeway with no rest area, she ignored. Next week, same sign. Then one appeared on local street. Impossible. She kept driving. At night, woman stood beneath dead streetlights. Sometimes Claire, sometimes someone else. Lauren never stopped. Never offered ride, called police when possible. No one ever found them. One evening, Lauren's mother called, "Did you send someone here?" Lauren froze. "No." "A woman?" "What woman?" "Brown hair, gray sweater." Lauren stood. "Do not open the door." Her mother laughed nervously. "She says you told her to come." "Mom, lock everything." Lauren called local police. Then mother whispered, "She knows your name." Lauren said, "Don't talk to her." Too late. Claire's voice came faintly through phone. "Lauren, then you were supposed to take me home." Lauren's mother stopped speaking. Police reached house. No woman. Mother safe but on porch. Brown purse, again. Inside map now showed one route. Lauren's apartment to mother's house. Red line complete. Lauren realized something. Claire didn't need the original highway anymore. She had learned Lauren's definition of home. Lauren moved, changed car, changed number. No difference. The role wasn't tied to location. It was tied to the unresolved ride. Or maybe to the moment Lauren acknowledged Claire. She had stopped, spoken, called police, followed evidence, participated. Now path expanded around her. The last incident happened 3 weeks ago. Lauren was flying for work. No driving, no road. Airport terminal crowded. She walked toward gate, then saw a blue sign above hallway. Rest area. Airports don't label seating areas that way. Lauren stopped at end of corridor. Claire stood beside vending machine. Same gray sweater, same jeans, 20 years missing. No older. Claire smiled. Lauren turned away. Then airport announcement system clicked. Claire's voice filled terminal. Lauren Hayes. Please proceed to gate 214. People around barely reacted. Normal sounding announcement. Lauren checked boarding pass. Her gate was 67. She did not go, then another announcement: passenger Lauren Hayes. Your party is waiting. Lauren kept walking towards security. Her phone rang. Unknown number she ignored. Voicemail appeared. Claire's voice: I know why you never took me. Pause because someone already did. Lauren stopped. New voice entered recording. A man's: old Howard Bell. Maybe I dropped her off. Then a woman: I got home. Then Claire again, but I was still at the rest stop. The message ended. That changed everything. Maybe completing ride doesn't remove the passenger. Maybe it creates another copy. One reaches destination, one remains behind. And every driver who agrees to carry them becomes another route the pattern can repeat. Lauren deleted voicemail. A minute later, she reached gate. A woman sat in Lauren's assigned seat. Brown hair, gray sweater, back turned. Lauren didn't approach. She went to airline desk and changed flight. Before leaving, she looked once more. Seat was empty, nothing there. Good. Then her boarding pass updated automatically. New seat assignment. 214. No such seat existed on the plane. Below it was one line: pickup location. First rest stop. Lauren canceled the trip entirely. She doesn't stop for strangers anymore. She calls help. She gives locations. She stays nearby if it is safe. But she never offers a ride, because she now understands the part nobody told her that first night. The dangerous question isn't whether the person at a closed rest stop is real. The dangerous question is, if you take them, where they re-going? Which one of you is supposed to get out? The ranger who didn't work there. Chris Bennett met the ranger less than a mile from the trailhead. The man stepped out from behind a Forest Service pickup and raised one hand. North Trail S closed. Chris stopped. What happened? Washout. The ranger pointed uphill. About 2 miles in. Whole section gave way overnight. Chris looked at the map clipped to his backpack strap. The North Trail was the route he had planned. There was a southern loop, but it was longer. The ranger continued. Take South Creek instead. Rejoins near the ridge. He sounded normal, looked normal. Dark green uniform, Forest Service patch, radio on shoulder, truck with government markings. Nothing about the situation felt strange. Chris thanked him and changed routes. 3 hours later, he met an actual ranger. When Chris mentioned the washout, the woman frowned. North Trail isn't closed. Chris stopped. The ranger at the trailhead said it was. She stared at him. What ranger? Chris described the man. The woman went quiet. Then she said, no one matching that description works in this district. Chris looked back toward the trail he had been sent down. The ranger added, and South Creek is closed. Chris felt cold. Why? She looked at him. Because 3 hikers disappeared there last month. Chris had driven into western Wyoming early that morning. He wanted a long day hike. Nothing extreme, no overnight gear, no climbing, just a 14-mile loop through national forest. He had hiked the area twice before. Good boots, water, food, first aid kit, bear spray, paper map, offline GPS, satellite communicator, and he had sent his route to his girlfriend before leaving town. The weather forecast was clear through evening. That mattered. No storm, no reason for sudden trail closures. At 8:17 a.m., Chris reached the small trailhead parking area. 3 other vehicles, a Forest Service pickup, 1-horse trailer, an older Jeep. The ranger stood beside the government truck. Chris barely thought about him. Rangers at trailheads were normal. The man looked maybe mid-40s, short brown hair, dark sunglasses, green uniform shirt, gray-green field pants, radio, nameplate, M. Dawson. Chris remembered that later. The ranger said, where you headed? North Ridge Loop. Can T. Chris stopped tightening his backpack strap. Why washout north of Pine Fork? When? Last night. Bad enough. The man gave specific details. Trail cut near switchbacks. Loose soil. County crew checking it later. All plausible. Chris asked, South Creek open? The ranger nodded. Take it to Junction 6. Then west to Ridge. Chris checked his map. That route existed, longer by maybe 2 miles. Still manageable. The ranger added, stay on trail after Junction 4. Why? Old logging roads, easy to get turned around. Again, useful, normal advice. Chris thanked him. The ranger nodded. Have a good one. Chris started south. For the first 90 minutes the trail was normal. Wide forest path, creek on his right. Occasional signs. Chris passed one couple heading back toward trailhead. He asked whether they had seen the ranger. They had. That confirmed Chris wasn't imagining anything. The man told them North Trail was closed too good. Maybe everything was exactly what it looked like. At Junction 3, the couple turned toward parking. Chris continued south. Then he noticed the first strange sign, a wooden trail marker, South Creek. Closed. The word closed had been painted over, not removed, covered with fresh green paint. Chris stepped closer underneath. Red lettering remained faintly visible. He frowned. Maybe closure ended recently. The ranger knew current status. Fine, he continued. At Junction 4, Chris remembered the warning. Stay on trail, old logging roads. He did. A narrow road crossed the hiking path. Grass growing through center, clearly unused. Chris stayed straight. Then another old road, then another. No problem. Around 11, he stopped to eat. Satellite communicator showed good connection. He sent a check-in. Route changed due trail closure. Taking South Creek, all good. Sent. He continued. 20 minutes later the communicator beeped. His girlfriend. What closure? Website says North Ridge open. Chris frowned. Could be website outdated, he replied. Ranger at trailhead said washout overnight, probably not updated yet. Reasonable. No concern. Then another message, South Creek page says closed. Chris stopped walking. He checked his own offline trail data, downloaded the previous week. South Creek showed a red warning icon. He had forgotten because it wasn't his planned route. He tapped. Temporary closure, no details cached. Chris felt irritated. Maybe Ranger had more current information and closure was lifted. Still possible, but painted over signs suddenly mattered more. He kept moving, but slower. The trail descended toward the creek. At 11:38, Chris saw another person, Forest Service uniform. Woman, orange hard hat clipped to pack. She was walking uphill toward him. She raised one hand. Hey, Chris relaxed. Hey, she stopped. You come from south? No, trailhead. Which one? Chris gave name. The ranger looked at him. How do you get here? South Creek. Her face changed. You on South Creek? Yeah. Why? Your guy at the parking lot told me to take it. She stared. What guy? Ranger Dawson. The woman didn't respond. Chris pointed back. Forest Service truck. Brown hair, sunglasses. No Dawson here. Chris laughed once. Okay, not funny. You sure? Yes. He was literally standing beside one of your trucks. The ranger reached for her radio. What unit number? Chris hadn't looked. Government pickup. White. Green stripe. Common. She called dispatch, gave location, then asked Chris. What exactly did he tell you? Chris explained. North washout. Junction 6. Old logging roads. The woman listened. Then said. North Trail is open. Chris felt cold. And this one? Closed. Why? She hesitated. Then. Missing persons investigation. Her name was Ranger Alina Morales. Real identification, real radio contact. She showed Chris the digital closure order. South Creek had been closed for 17 days. 3 hikers had disappeared within a 6-mile section. Different dates. All experienced enough. Search teams found gear. No bodies, no confirmed crime, but Forest Service closed route during expanded search. Chris looked back. How did I walk past the closure barrier? Morales stared. You didn't tee. What? There's a gate at the trailhead junction. There wasn't steel gate, yellow tape, signs. Chris shook his head. I came straight through. Morales radioed again. Then looked worried. You didn't come through the south entrance. I followed the trail. From where? Chris described Junction 3, 4 old logging roads. Morales checked map. Her finger stopped. That isn't the South Creek Trail. Chris stared. The signs say South Creek. No. She showed him GPS. Chris's location was west of the official trail, almost a mile, on an old logging route. No maintained path registered there. That was the first major break. Chris checked his own GPS. His device showed him directly on South Creek, same location marker. Different map geometry. Morales looked at screen. Your map is wrong. It's an offline topographic map. Still wrong. Chris opened paper map. The route he had been following appeared. Faint line. Old logging road, but no South Creek label. The wooden signs had sent him onto it. Someone had placed them. Human explanation. Now dangerous. Maybe the fake ranger was part of a setup, luring hikers off marked routes. That was more plausible than anything supernatural. Morales said. "We heading back together." Chris agreed immediately. "Good. No investigation. No continuing to Junction 6. Objective changed. Return with real ranger." They traveled north. Morales stayed slightly ahead. Radio contact every few minutes. Chris felt safer. Then they reached the wooden sign he'd passed. South Creek. Morales stopped. "That wasn't here yesterday." Chris looked at her. "You've been here." Search grid. She examined sign. New screws, fresh wood, professional-looking lettering. Someone had installed it recently. She photographed it. Then removed it from post. On back. Nothing. Morales radioed coordinates. Dispatch confirmed no authorized signage. Now human stalker theory strengthened. Someone was intentionally redirecting people. A mile later, they found orange survey tape, a line of markers leading west. Morales ignored it. Search team. "No, how do you know?" "Our grid tape is blue." "Good." They stayed on compass heading. Then a voice came over Morales's radio. "Unit 14. Hold position." Morales stopped. Chris watched. She keyed radio dispatch. "Confirm." The voice repeated. "Hold position." Morales frowned. "That's not dispatch." "How can you tell?" "Wrong call format." She switched channel. Real dispatch answered. "No instruction sent." Someone was transmitting on service frequency. "Human interference possible." Radio scanner/transmitter. "Illegal, but real," Morales said. "Keep moving." They did. Then the fake voice transmitted. "Chris, stay with Ranger Morales." Chris looked at her. That changed things. The transmitter knew his name, could have overheard them. Yes, Morales had used his name on radio once. Fine. Then, North Trail remains closed. Morales ignored. Then, washout at Pine Fork. Same phrase Dawson used. Chris felt cold. The fake ranger and radio source were connected, likely same person or group. Morales called law enforcement backup. No hesitation. Potential stalking of hikers and interference with government communications was serious. They reached a small clearing around 12:30. Morales stopped. "Need to verify route." She checked GPS. Chris looked back. A Forest Service pickup stood between trees, 50 yards behind them. White, green stripe, driver's door open. No engine sound. Chris recognized it. "That's his truck." Morales turned quickly. "Stay here." "No." He caught himself. "Going with her might create risk." She said, "Stay behind me." "Better." They approached only enough to see plate. Government-style plate. Morales read unit number, then stopped. That truck was retired. When? 4 years ago. Chris felt cold. Truck looked maintained. No rust. No obvious abandonment. Morales called dispatch. Confirmed. Unit 327 had been sold at auction after engine damage, no longer Forest Service property. So someone had bought old vehicle and recreated markings. Again, human, creepy, illegal, but possible. Morales did not approach vehicle further. She photographed it. Then they backed away. Good decision. The driver's door closed by itself. Both saw it. Could be wind. No wind. The truck engine started. Morales drew sidearm but kept low ready. The pickup slowly reversed behind trees. No visible driver through windshield. Chris stared. Morales said nothing. Then engine noise moved away. That was harder to explain. Remote control. Someone hidden low in seat. Possible. Still. Morales contacted deputies. They were now coming from 2 directions. They continued. At 12:47, they found a backpack, red, resting beside trail. Morales recognized it. Don T. Touch. Missing hiker. She nodded. 1 of 3 name, Jeremy Cole. Search teams had found his trekking poles but not pack. Now it sat a mile outside prior search grid. Morales photographed, called it in. Chris looked around. No footprints. Ground, dry pine needles. Hard to read. Then a man stepped onto trail ahead. Forest Service uniform. Sunglasses. Dawson. Chris stopped. Morales raised voice. "Sir, stay where you are." Dawson smiled. "North Trail S closed." Same calm tone. Morales said, "Identify yourself." Dawson. First name. Pause. "Mark." Morales glanced at Chris. Maybe there was a real Mark Dawson somewhere. She called dispatch. No current employee. Then Dawson looked at Chris. You took the wrong trail. Chris almost laughed. You sent me here. Dawson tilted his head. No, that was new. You did. No, you told me South Creek. Dawson smiled. I told you North was closed. True, he had. Then Chris realized he had filled in parts. He asked whether South Creek was open. Dawson said yes still. The distinction mattered psychologically. Dawson continued. You chose this one. Morales ordered him to show hands. He raised them, empty, stepped toward us. Dawson did. Normal gait. Human. Morales asked. Where is your vehicle? Parking lot. Which? No response. Why are you wearing federal insignia? Dawson looked down at shirt like noticing it first time. Then, people listen. That was disturbingly honest. Morales said, turn around, hands behind your back. Dawson's expression changed. Not fear, confusion. He looked past them, then stepped backward. Don T. Morales repeated command. Dawson shook head. You don't want me close. Chris felt cold. That sounded like warning, maybe bluff. Then Dawson took off sunglasses. His eyes were normal, mostly, but his face looked familiar. Chris could not place it. Then Morales whispered, Jeremy. Chris looked at the missing person backpack, then at Dawson. Morales had seen Jeremy Cole's case photo. Dawson looked like him, older, different hair, but close. She pulled up photo on work phone. Jeremy, 31, brown hair, narrow face, same nose. Dawson was maybe Jeremy with gray at temples. Chris stared. Is that him? Morales shook head. Jeremy Dawson T. work for Forest Service. The man smiled, then said, I do today. Before Morales could move, radio crackled. Another voice. Dawson. From behind them, North Trail S closed. Chris turned. Second Ranger stood near trees behind. Same uniform, same face. Sunglasses. Morales back toward Chris, too. First Dawson looked at second. For first time fear appeared. He whispered, Don T. listen. Second Dawson said, he has been missing 17 days. First 3, second 4. Then both started giving contradictory instructions. Go north, stay here, follow me. Don T. move. Morales shouted, enough. Then fired warning command, not shot. Both stopped. Good, no impulsive violence. She keyed radio, dispatch. Visual on 2 unidentified subjects. Possible missing person resemblance. Request immediate assistance, static. Then all radios nearby said at once. South Creek is open. Chris and Morales retreated. No engagement. No following either man. They moved east toward known service road. The 2 Dawsons did not chase. They walked parallel through trees, sometimes one visible, sometimes other. Then more voices joined. Different, male, female, all giving trail directions. Left, right, back. Wait. The mechanism became obvious. Authority was the lure, not appearance itself. Uniforms, signs, radios, instructions, anything humans are trained to trust in wilderness. Chris understood why experienced hikers vanished. They weren't careless. They were being given plausible official guidance. Morales stopped using trail signs entirely. Compass and live GPS from dispatch. Dispatch sent exact bearings, but fake radio repeated them, so Morales asked dispatch to send encrypted text to work device. Better. Then fake signs appeared ahead with same bearings. That was worse. Whatever was copying information could adapt quickly still. Terrain and sun helped. They chose a creek line Morales personally knew, physical landmark, harder to fake. Maybe, at 1:23 they reached actual South Creek, wide enough to recognize. Morales relaxed slightly, then found another backpack. Second missing hiker. Blue. Name Kelly Hart. Beside it Forest Service hat. Knew Morales did not touch. Then someone shouted from opposite bank. Ranger. A woman, no uniform. Hiker clothes. Morales looked. Kelly Hart. At least according to case photo, alive. Maybe she waved help. That created real ethical problem. Could be missing person. Morales couldn't ignore. She stayed on bank and verified. What's your full name? Kelly Hart. When did you enter trail? 3 weeks ago. Closure had been 17 days. Timeline close. Who were you hiking with? Alone. Case file said alone. Possible. Morales asked something from report not broadcast. What color car? Kelly answered. Blue Honda. Morales glanced at Chris. Correct. Could be real. Kelly stepped toward water. Morales shouted. Stay there. Kelly stopped. Good. Are you injured? No, stay visible, rescue is coming. Kelly began crying, please Don T, leave me. Human reaction. Chris felt terrible. Morales said, we not leaving. We relocating 20 yards to safer crossing and keeping visual. Smart. They moved along bank. Kelly followed opposite side. Then something changed. There was a second Kelly behind her. Same clothes, same face. First didn't notice. Chris stopped. Ranger. Morales looked. Saw it. Two Kellys. Second raised one finger to lips. First continued crying. Morales backed away. Now identity verification failed again. She radioed rescue with location and moved Chris out. Hard decision. But safest. They reached Service Road with deputies at 2:04 p.m. Real vehicles verified through direct dispatch and multiple officers. Chris finally felt safe. Search teams returned for backpacks and Kelly location. They found both backpacks. No Kelly. No Dawson. No retired truck. But tire tracks from old pickup existed. Investigators followed. They ended at mud patch. Vehicle tracks simply stopped. No turn. No reverse. Nothing. Again, difficult but not impossible if ground changed. No conclusion. Missing hikers remained missing. Then 1 week later, Jeremy Cole walked into a ranger station 70 miles away. Alive, dehydrated, confused. He claimed he'd been lost for 3 days, not 17. He had no memory of wearing ranger uniform, no memory of Chris, no memory of Morales. He did remember one thing: a ranger redirected him because his planned trail was closed. Nameplate M. Dawson. Chris felt cold when Morales told him Jeremy had seen same ranger before disappearing. Then, while missing, something had apparently used Jeremy's face as Dawson, or Chris and Morales had misidentified. Still unclear. Kelly Hart returned 2 weeks later, different road, alive. She also remembered a ranger, same description, but her ranger's nameplate read J. Cole, Jeremy's last name. That suggested progression. The authority figure may take names or faces from previous hikers, then redirect next person. Chris asked, what about the third missing hiker? Still missing. Name: Michael Dawson. Chris stopped. Dawson, real Dawson, a recreational hiker, not ranger. He disappeared first. That was the source. Michael Dawson had entered South Creek 4 weeks earlier. No Forest Service connection. His photograph. Same face as ranger Chris met, brown hair, before gray. So fake ranger was built from first missing hiker. Then Jeremy saw Dawson. Later Chris saw older Dawson and Jeremy-like versions. Kelly saw J. Cole. The identity was changing down chain. Authority skin made from previous victims. Not necessarily dead. They came back. Some. That was more disturbing because disappearance wasn't final outcome. It was training data. Chris gave detailed statement. Trailhead cameras showed his arrival, but no Forest Service pickup. No ranger. Chris's car parked. Other couple arrived. They later confirmed speaking with a ranger. Yet camera showed them standing beside empty space, apparently talking to nobody. That should have broken their testimony. Then audio was reviewed. A man's voice was recorded. Clear. North Trail closed. No visible speaker. So something physically produced sound without appearing on camera, or camera data failed. Either way, real enough. Chris stopped solo hiking temporarily. Not forever. He did not want one event to erase something he loved. But he changed how he verified closures, official websites, posted orders, multiple rangers, current radio confirmation, never one person, never one sign, especially in remote areas, for almost a year. No issue. Then Chris traveled to another state, completely different forest, busy visitor center. He asked real employee about trail conditions. The ranger pointed to map. East Loop closed. Chris immediately tensed. Why? Bridge work. Normal. He checked official board. Closure posted. Website matched. Multiple sources good. Chris relaxed. Then employee added take West Creek instead. Chris froze. Same phrase pattern, probably coincidence. He asked ranger name. Laura Bennett. His own last name. Chris stared. The woman looked confused. Problem. Chris checked her nameplate. L. Bennett real badge. Other employees greeted her. Definitely staff, maybe coincidence. Then Chris looked at visitor center wall. A missing person flyer, hiker vanished 3 days earlier. Name: Laura Bennett. Same photograph as Ranger standing in front of him. Chris looked back. The woman was gone. He asked front desk, where did Ranger Bennett go? Employee frowned. Who? The woman who was just here. We don't have a Bennett. Chris felt cold. He pointed to desk. She was standing there. No one was. Then overhead PA clicked. Woman's voice. Attention hikers, East Loop is closed. Chris stood still. Please use West Creek. Same voice. Then Chris: Bennett, please proceed to trailhead. Nobody around reacted to his name. Maybe announcement wasn't real to them. Chris left building. Did not hike. Parking lot full. People. Daylight. Safe enough. His phone received notification from official looking Forest Service app. He had no such app installed. Route update: North Trail closed. Alternate route assigned. Below it was a map. A blue line from visitor center, not into forest, to Chris's hotel. He deleted notification. Another appeared. User noncompliant. Then Ranger dispatched. Chris looked across parking lot. At far edge stood a ranger. Dark green uniform, sunglasses, nameplate, C. Bennett. His name. The figure raised one hand, pointed toward Chris's car. Chris did not move. Because now he understood the part that scared him most. The thing in the forest didn't need people to get lost. It needed people to follow instructions. And once it learned who you trusted, it could wear that authority anywhere. Someone was camping exactly like me. Matt Turner recognized the tent first. Same brand. Same model. Same dark green fabric. That wasn't strange by itself. It was popular camping gear. Then he saw the backpack. Same gray pack with the orange cord tied around one shoulder strap. Matt had added that cord himself after the original strap tore. He stopped walking. The abandoned campsite sat in a small clearing 40 yards off the trail. No person, no fire, no movement, just gear. Matt stepped closer. Same metal coffee mug. Same folding knife. Same blue water bottle. Then he noticed the flashlight beside the fire ring. Black plastic, cracked near the battery cap. Matt slowly reached into his own jacket pocket, pulled out his flashlight. Same crack. Same exact shape. He stared at the campsite. Then at the light in his hand. There were two of them, and beside the empty tent was a brown wallet. Matt opened it. His driver's license was inside. Same photograph. Same birthday, same address. Except the expiration date was 3 years in the future. Matt had planned a 2-night hiking trip in Colorado. Nothing extreme. A known backcountry route, roughly 18 miles total. He had done longer trips. He wasn't trying to disappear into wilderness. He had filed his route with a friend, carried a satellite messenger paper map, GPS, food for an extra day, emergency shelter, first aid kit, bear spray, and enough clothing for temperatures well below the forecast. He started Saturday morning. The first day was uneventful. By late afternoon, Matt reached his planned campsite near a small alpine lake. He pitched the tent, cooked, watched the sunset. No other hikers. The area was quiet. Normal. The next morning, Matt broke camp and continued north. His second campsite was supposed to be 6 miles farther along. He never reached it because around noon, he found the other camp. At first, Matt assumed someone else had simply bought similar gear. There are only so many popular tents, only so many gray backpacks, only so many black flashlights. Then details started stacking. The orange cord. Matt's mug had a small dent near the handle. The other mug had the same dent. His folding knife had one replacement screw that was silver instead of black. The knife beside the abandoned fire ring had the same silver screw that crossed the line from coincidence into something else. Still, Matt tried to stay rational. Maybe someone had stolen duplicate items. Maybe he had somehow passed a campsite from a previous trip and forgotten. No, he had never been on this trail before. Maybe someone he knew was playing an elaborate prank. Possible, but how would they know exactly where he'd be? Matt looked around. No person, no footprints visible on dry ground, no vehicle access, no reason anyone would haul duplicate camping gear 6 miles into wilderness just for a joke. Then he found the wallet. The license looked real, not a photocopy plastic. Hologram, state seal. Matt held it beside his own. Everything matched except issue and expiration dates. The duplicate had been issued 2 years in the future, expired 3 years after that. Matt stared at the photograph. It was him, but not the same photo, same face, same hair, older. Maybe by a few years there was a small scar on his chin. Matt touched his real chin. No scar, the campsite no longer felt abandoned, it felt ahead of him. Like he'd arrived somewhere too early, he photographed everything. Then sent one image through satellite messenger to his friend Jake. Found weird duplicate gear at unoccupied campsite. I am okay. Sending coordinates. Good. Physical record. Known location. Then Matt did not enter the tent that mattered. He checked only what was openly visible. No reason to crawl inside an unknown person's shelter. He backed away. Jake replied, "What do you mean duplicate?" Matt sent photo of both drivers' licenses side by side. Long pause, then, "Are you messing with me?" "No." Jake, "Leave." Matt already planned to. He marked coordinates. Then continued along the main trail, not toward the second campsite, directly toward the nearest bailout route. There was a forest road about 4 miles east, longer than continuing normally. But if someone had deliberately duplicated his identity and gear, reaching civilization made sense. Matt walked fast. 30 minutes later, he saw a gray backpack hanging from a tree. His backpack. Another one, same cord, no campsite this time. Just the pack suspended from a low branch. Matt stopped at a distance, did not touch. He photographed it, then noticed a small tag, white tape, black writing. "Matt, take this one." Matt kept moving. Half a mile later, he found his water bottle standing in the middle of the trail. Then his hat. Then one glove, each duplicate. Each item positioned where he couldn't miss it. A breadcrumb trail, except it wasn't showing him where to go. The objects were on his existing route, like someone knew his next decisions. Matt left every item. He used only the gear already on his body. Then his satellite messenger beeped. "Jake, your location hasn't moved for 25 mins. Matt frowned. He was walking. He checked device. GPS showed movement. He replied, "I've been moving east continuously." "Jake, map shows you still at duplicate campsite." Matt looked back. No camp visible. Great. GPS drift could happen under tree cover, still possible. Then Jake sent a screenshot. 2 location markers, both Matt's device ID, one at abandoned campsite, one moving east. Matt stopped. Duplicate signal, technical glitch, or another identical device at camp. That would be easy if duplicate gear included electronics. Matt checked his messenger serial, still his. Maybe the other camp had a cloned unit. That suggested human preparation, still easier to accept than time travel. At 1:43 p.m., Matt found footprints. Mud near a creek. Boot tread, same model as his. That wasn't surprising anymore. Then he noticed the stride. The prints approached the creek from east, the direction Matt was heading. They crossed toward him. Someone with his boots was coming back. Matt stopped. The tracks ended at the water. No person. He crossed carefully. On the other side, the footprints resumed. Now leading west, back toward duplicate campsite. Matt crouched. The right boot print showed a diagonal cut across one tread block. Matt checked his real boot. No cut. Good, not exact. That should have helped. Then he stepped on a sharp exposed rock while standing up. Rubber scraped. He lifted his foot. A diagonal cut, same location. Matt stared. The print had shown damage before it happened. That changed the situation completely. The duplicate campsite might not belong to another person. It might belong to Matt. Later, he almost turned back to examine the camp more carefully. Bad instinct. He stopped himself. Knowing more was not worth moving away from exit. He continued east. Now he paid attention to duplicate evidence as possible warning. At 2:06, he found his folding knife embedded in a tree. Duplicate, below it, carved into bark. Don't use the road. Matt stopped. The forest road was his escape route. Was this warning genuine, or something trying to redirect him? He could not know. The road was still the most rational destination. Known map feature, potential vehicles, possible cell service. He photographed the warning, kept going. At 2:31, the forest road came into view. Gravel, tire tracks, power line running parallel. Relief? Matt stepped onto it. His phone gained 1 bar. He called Jake. Real voice. Immediate. You good? Not really, Matt explained the warning. Jake said, road is still your best bet. I called county sheriff. They resending someone good. Stay where they can find you. Matt looked around. That made sense. Open road better than forest. He gave exact mile marker from utility pole, then heard an engine coming from north. Perfect. Maybe sheriff already nearby. Matt moved well onto shoulder. A pickup truck appeared. Older blue Ford, 1 man inside. The driver slowed, window down. You Matt? Matt didn't answer immediately. How do you know my name? The man pointed to radio mounted in dashboard. Search call possible. The driver wore no uniform, maybe rancher or county worker asked to assist. Matt stayed back. Who sent you? Sheriff named Deputy Klein. Matt called Jake. Signal weak but connected. Did they give you deputy name? Jake checked messages. No, the driver looked impatient. Come on, man. I am here to get you. Matt did not move. Then he saw something in truck bed. A dark green tent, same model, gray backpack, orange cord. His gear. Matt stepped backward. The driver noticed. What's wrong? Matt looked at the backpack. Where did you get that? The man turned slightly, then looked back. Yours? No, you left it where? Camp. Matt felt cold. How do you know about the camp? The man didn't answer. Then smiled. You'll remember. Matt backed toward trees. Not entering forest yet, just distance. The truck driver opened door. Matt raised bear spray. Stay there. The man stopped. Good. Maybe real person. He raised both hands. Easy. Matt said, call the sheriff on speaker. The man looked at dashboard. No signal. Matt had 1 bar. Possible different carrier. Still. Then Matt saw the driver's face clearly. Scar on chin, small, exactly like the future driver's license photo. The man was Matt, older. Not identical enough to dismiss instantly. Same face. Maybe 4 or 5 years older. Shorter beard, same eyes. The older man saw realization. Yeah, Matt said nothing. The other version looked tired. Dante, get in the truck. That was unexpected. You just told me to. I needed you close enough to listen. Matt gripped spray. Who are you? You, prove it. Older Matt looked around, then said, when you were 16 you broke Dad's camera and blamed the dog. Matt froze. Nobody knew that except Matt and his father. Father was dead. Possible private information stolen somehow. Still, the man continued. You hid the pieces in the attic behind the blue insulation. Exact. Matt had never told anyone. He felt sick. What happened to your chin? Older Matt touched scar. You were going to get it tonight. Matt stared. No, good what? That's what I said. Future Matt pointed toward road north. Dante, take this road after dark. Why, you found the warning. Did you write it? Yes. When? Tomorrow. Matt almost laughed. That's not an answer. Future version nodded. I know. Jake was still faintly on phone. He had heard parts. Matt said, stay online. Future Matt looked at phone. Jake dies if you follow the sheriff. Matt's face changed. What? Jake said through phone. Excuse me. Future Matt looked frustrated. That's why this keeps happening. You tell him. Tell him what? Anything. Future Matt looked down road. We don't have much time. Matt stayed still. No reason to trust dramatic claims. Who's coming? Future Matt said, you are. Headlights appeared north. Another vehicle. Sheriff SUV marked. Real looking. Future Matt stepped backward. Dante, go with him. Matt called 911 directly. Signal connected. Dispatcher confirmed a unit was approaching his location. Deputy Klein. Same name pickup driver had given. That supported sheriff. Matt looked at future self. Dispatch confirms. Future Matt said, they always do. The patrol SUV stopped 50 yards away. Deputy stepped out. Uniform, badge. Body camera, normal. Matt felt relief. Then deputy looked at the blue pickup. Who's that? Matt pointed. He says he's me. The deputy stared at empty shoulder. Matt turned. Blue pickup gone. No engine, no dust, no future Matt. Nothing, Jake said through phone. Where did he go? Matt whispered. I don't know. The deputy saw no truck. That was bad. Deputy Klein checked Matt. No injury, clear enough mentally. He listened to story without arguing, then said, let us get you out. Matt agreed. Rational. Official dispatch verified, vehicle, uniform, multiple channels. He got into patrol SUV. They drove south, not north. Matt asked, "Where are we going?" "Main highway." "Good." Phone signal improved. Jake stayed connected. Everything felt safer. Then they passed a utility pole. Same number Matt had given earlier. Matt frowned. Maybe Lupin Road 5 minutes later. Same pole again. He checked. Number identical. Deputy noticed too. What the hell? Good. Shared observation. They continued. Same pole third time. Now deputy stopped. Bad. Maybe unavoidable. He checked navigation. Map showed straight movement south. Odometer showed 12 miles. Yet same landmark. Matt remembered warning. Don't use the road. Klein called dispatch. They confirmed GPS showed patrol SUV stationary. Same point where he picked Matt up, but they were driving. The deputy swore. Matt looked ahead. A campsite appeared beside road. Dark green tent, fire ring, gray backpack, his abandoned duplicate camp. Impossible, it had been miles away in forest, now directly beside road. Klein slowed. Matt said, "Dante, stop." They passed. Inside clearing stood future Matt, watching. He pointed ahead, then at the patrol SUV. One finger across throat. Avoid threat symbolism, maybe not needed. He waved urgently to stop. Better. He raised both arms and shook his head. No. Matt stared. What is he warning about? Deputy couldn't see him. Only Matt could. They continued. At 4:12 p.m., road reached bridge. Wooden, single lane. Deputy slowed. Future Matt appeared on opposite side. Again only visible to Matt. He pointed beneath bridge. Matt said, "Stop before crossing." Klein looked at him. Why? "I don't know." Not enough reason. Then bridge deck visibly shifted. A plank collapsed near center. Real deputy braked. Both saw. They backed up. Good. Future warning had helped. That increased trust. Dangerous. Matt knew it. One correct warning can make later manipulation easier. He said, "We still don't follow him blindly." Klein agreed. They found alternate route on map. Back road west took it. Dusk approached. Signal dropped. The back road narrowed. Then they found another sheriff SUV parked sideways. Same unit number, same vehicle, same license plate. Klein stopped far away. Both stared. Duplicate patrol SUV, driver S door open. No one visible. Matt looked at Klein. "Your car?" Klein checked dashboard. Yes. Same. He did not approach. Smart. They reversed. Behind them, another blue pickup blocked road. Future Matt stood beside it. This time Klein could see him. He went pale. "What the?" Future Matt shouted, "Leave the cruiser." Klein raised voice, "Stay where you are." Future Matt ignored. The road cop is vehicles first. Matt remembered campsite, objects, gear, now cars, maybe progression. Future Matt pointed to forest. There's a trail east. Klein said, "No." Good. They wouldn't abandon safe vehicle because stranger said so. Then their patrol SUV engine shut off. Dashboard black. No power. Klein tried restart. Nothing. The duplicate cruiser ahead turned on its headlights. No visible driver. That changed options. Klein called for backup. Radio only static. Future Matt said, "If you wait, it gives you another." Klein, the deputy, looked at him. "What does that mean?" Future Matt said, "You already saw another truck." Matt understood. The system duplicated camping gear. Then location. Then identity. Now authority and vehicles if they stayed long enough. Maybe another deputy would appear. Still speculation. But car disabled, road blocked. Daylight fading. Walking east toward map trail became reasonable. They took emergency equipment from cruiser. Klein locked vehicle. Both moved east. Future Matt stayed behind, did not follow. That actually increased Matt's trust slightly. The trail was real, marked on Klein's paper county map. It led roughly 3 miles to highway maintenance station. Good. They walked together. After half mile, they found a tent. Matt's again. Beside it, police jacket. Klein's name patch. The deputy stopped. No, they did not enter. Then a man emerged from trees. Deputy Klein, another one. Same uniform, same face. The real Klein beside Matt whispered, "Keep moving." The duplicate shouted, "Matt, get away from him." Classic identity trap. Matt refused to solve by intuition. He asked both a question about something that happened seconds before and had not been spoken. What plank broke on bridge? Real, Klein said. Center left. Duplicate. Third from right. Matt remembered center left. Good, but if Mimic observed them, it should know. Verification weak. They did not engage, stayed together. The duplicate Klein followed at distance. Then another Matt appeared. Current Matt, not older, same clothes, same pack. He walked beside duplicate Klein, now two pairs, Matt and real Klein. Maybe. Duplicate Matt shouted, "He s not Klein." Matt ignored. Then future Matt's voice came from trees. "Neither are, that was worse." Klein glanced at Matt. "Don T, listen." Good. They focused on destination. At 6:03 p.m., they reached maintenance station. Building occupied, 3 workers, landline cameras, backup deputies soon arrived. Real environment. They verified Klein through department records and colleagues. He was real. At least institutionally. Matt laughed at thought. They stayed overnight. No more cop is visible. Next day search team recovered original cruiser. It was exactly where left. Working normally, no duplicate cruiser, no blue pickup, no campsite beside road, nothing. Matt's own original gear remained with him. The duplicate campsite in forest was found though. That part was real. Search team photographed it. Same tent, same equipment, same wallet, everything. Then they opened the tent. Matt had avoided doing so. Inside was a sleeping bag, food wrappers, map, journal, and a photograph. Future Matt's scar on chin. Standing beside blue pickup. On back DAY4. Matt had been in wilderness for 2 days. The journal belonged to him, handwriting exact. Entries dated 3 years ahead. Authorities let Matt photograph pages. They treated it as elaborate fraud, fair. The entries described a trip similar to his. Duplicate camp, road, Deputy Klein, bridge. Some events matched. Others did not. One line, Klein died at the bridge, but Klein was alive. That mattered. Future wasn't fixed. Or journal was manipulating him. Another, I took the road north. Matt had gone south with Klein, different. So the future Matt he saw might have come from another set of choices. A branch, not destiny. That was more useful. Then final readable entry. If you find this before day 4, do not let the campsite learn what you carry next. Matt didn't understand. He asked investigators what was missing from duplicate gear. They inventoried tent, backpack, mug, knife, flashlight, wallet, food, clothes, satellite messenger. Everything matched what Matt carried, except one item, a small camera lens. Matt did not own it, at least not yet. Serial number traced to a camera model released 2 years later. Impossible in current year. Inside lens cap scratched. Jake. Matt remembered future Matt's warning, Jake dies if you follow the sheriff. Maybe nonsense. But Jake was connected somehow. Matt called him. Safe at home. Nothing unusual. Then Jake said, "Why did you mail me a lens?" Matt stopped. What? Package had arrived that morning. No return address. New camera lens model not yet sold. Inside cap. Matt 2 matching future objects split between them. The campsite was expanding through personal connections. Matt told Jake not to use or keep it. Police collected both lenses. Weeks passed. Then Jake found a duplicate campsite while hiking nowhere near Colorado. Same gear. His wallet, future driver's license. The pattern had moved to him. That answered phrase. Do not let campsite learn what you carry next. Maybe interacting with duplicate objects spreads template. Maybe Jake receiving item was enough. Matt felt responsible. Jake survived by leaving immediately. No exploration. No touching anything. Good. But duplicate camp was gone when authorities returned. Matt stopped camping for a while, not forever. But no solo trips. He also changed gear completely. Different brands, different colors. New backpack, new tent for months. No incident. Then he went car camping with 3 friends at a crowded campground. Safe. Families nearby, camp host, bathrooms at sunset. Matt walked to retrieve water. He passed another occupied campsite. Different tent, different gear. Then stopped. A gray backpack hung from tree. Orange cord, his old pack. No, he moved on, returned with friends. Backpack gone, maybe coincidence. That night Matt woke at 2:14 a.m. Someone was sitting beside campfire. Future Matt, scar on chin, older, only Matt awake. Future self whispered, "You changed too much." Matt stayed inside tent. "What do you want?" Future Matt shook head. "It doesn't recognize you. That sounds good." "No." Future Matt looked toward neighboring camps. "It starts comparing." Matt felt cold. "What does that mean?" Future Matt pointed across campground. Multiple tents stood. Everyone looked like Matt's current tent. He had gone to sleep surrounded by different gear. Now rows matched his. Matt unzipped slightly. Vehicles too. Same model as his car, same color, one after another. The campsite wasn't duplicating Matt anymore. It was normalizing everything around him to one template. Matt woke friends. All four saw it, shared observation. Good. They left immediately on foot toward campground office. Did not drive duplicate vehicles. Camp host called police. By sunrise, campground looked normal. Photos on phones showed mixed results. Some captured identical tents, some corrupted. One image survived clearly. Future Matt by fire, police could see him. Finally, they compared face. Matt older, real enough. Matt asked future self one thing before leaving that night: "How do I stop this?" Future Matt answered, "You don't." Bad answer. Then, "You stop giving it complete versions." What? Keep something different. Matt didn't understand then. Later he did. Every duplicate was built from observed state: gear, route, identity, vehicle. If everything about a version of Matt became known, it could reproduce him more completely. So Matt started carrying one object no one else knows about. Small, random, changes often, never photographed, never mentioned, a private variable. Maybe superstition, maybe useful. For almost a year, no duplicate Matt appeared. Then one morning, he found another wallet in his mailbox. Future license. This time expiration date 5 years ahead. Photo: Matt older, scar on chin. But something was wrong. In photograph, Matt held a small object, the private variable, a brass key he had chosen only the night before. No one knew, no camera saw. Matt had kept it in closed fist while walking outside. Yet future license photo showed it. That meant privacy wasn't enough. The final thing came with the wallet. A campsite reservation receipt. Location: a campground Matt had never heard of. Date: 3 days in. Future guest: Matt Turner. Party size: 2. Matt did not go. 3 days later, sheriff called. They had found an abandoned campsite there after another camper reported something strange. Green tent, gray backpack, 2 coffee mugs, 2 sleeping bags, 2 wallets. One belonged to Matt. The second also belonged to Matt. Same name, same birthday, different driver's license photo. One Matt had scar, the other did not. Inside tent was a note: "We disagreed about which one arrived first. Below it, so we waited for you." Matt never went to that campground. He doesn't know which version wrote the note. He doesn't know if either one was real. But since then, every official photograph of Matt has had a small inconsistency. Passport, scar. Driver's license, no scar. Work badge, scar. Old college ID, now scarred too, even though the photo was taken years before. The records are changing, slowly, as if the wrong version is becoming the documented one. And Matt's biggest fear isn't that he'll find another campsite. It's that one day he'll show his ID to someone, and they'll look at the photograph, look at his unscarred face and tell him, "I'm sorry, sir, this isn't you." The family on the side of the road, Rebecca Moore, first knew something was wrong when the father refused a tow truck. Their car was parked on the shoulder of a West Texas highway with the hood open. 4 people stood beside it: a man, a woman, a teenage boy, a little girl. No houses nearby, no town lights. Almost midnight. Rebecca stopped about 30 yards behind them. She kept the engine running, doors locked, window open less than 2 inches. The man walked toward her. Thank God. Rebecca held up her phone. "I already called roadside assistance." The man stopped. His expression changed. "No." Rebecca frowned. "No, we don't need a tow truck." "Okay." "Police?" "No." "Do you need water?" "No." "Phone?" "No." Rebecca stared at him. "Then what do you need?" The man looked at her passenger door. "Open that." Rebecca was driving from El Paso toward San Angelo after visiting her mother. Long trip, mostly empty highways. She had done it before. She knew the basics. Keep fuel above half. Carry water. Don't rely entirely on cell service. Don't stop for anything that feels wrong. But she also wasn't going to drive past a family stranded in the desert without doing something. That distinction mattered. When Rebecca first saw the hazard lights, she slowed. An older white sedan sat partly on the gravel shoulder, hood raised. No steam. No obvious crash damage. A family stood 20 feet from the vehicle. The little girl looked maybe 8. That was why Rebecca didn't simply continue. A family with a child beside the highway after midnight could be in real trouble, so she drove another 50 yards past them first, checked the mirrors, then reversed carefully until she was still a safe distance away. Engine on, transmission in drive, doors locked. She called roadside assistance before speaking to anyone. That was the sensible part. The father approached alone, maybe early 40s, dark jeans, white shirt, no jacket. Rebecca noticed the temperature outside was 52 degrees, cool enough that standing there without a coat would be uncomfortable. The rest of the family remained beside the sedan. None of them waved. None seemed relieved. The mother held the little girl's hand. The boy stared toward Rebecca's car. The father stopped beside her passenger window. "Could you unlock the door?" Rebecca shook her head. "I've got roadside coming." He looked almost disappointed. "How long?" "Maybe 40 minutes. We can wait. Then I can call police." No, the answer came too quickly. Rebecca immediately felt less charitable. "Why not? We just need a ride." "Where?" The man pointed east. "Not far." Rebecca looked at the family, 4 passengers. Her car had room. That wasn't the issue. The issue was everything else. "Which town?" He didn't answer. Rebecca asked again. "Where are you going?" "Home." That word bothered her, not because it was scary, because it avoided the question. Rebecca looked at the disabled car. "What happened to yours?" "Battery." "Then why is the hood open?" The man paused. "Alternator." "Reasonable correction. Do you have jumper cables?" "No phone." "Dead." Rebecca held hers up. "I can make whatever call you need." He shook his head. "You don't understand." Rebecca agreed. "No." "I don't." The man stepped closer. "Open the door." "No, please, no." The family behind him still hadn't moved. That became the detail Rebecca couldn't stop noticing. The girl wasn't shifting her weight. The teenage boy wasn't looking around. The mother wasn't rubbing her arms against the cold. They all stood in exactly the same positions, like they were waiting for something specific. Rebecca put the window all the way up. The father's lips kept moving. She couldn't hear him. Then he smiled. Rebecca put the car in motion. Slowly, the man stepped away. Good. No chase, no hitting the vehicle, no threat. Rebecca accelerated. She looked in the rearview mirror once. The 4 family members stood in the same line beside the sedan. The father had returned to them. All 4 were watching her leave. Rebecca called 911. Not because they had attacked her, because something about the situation was wrong enough to justify a welfare check. She gave the highway number, approximate mile marker, vehicle description, family of 4. The dispatcher asked, "Any injuries?" "Not that I saw." "Did they request police?" "No, actually they specifically didn't want police." That got a pause. The dispatcher said a deputy would check. Good. Rebecca kept driving. About 10 minutes later, the dispatcher called back. "Ma'am, can you confirm your location?" Rebecca checked the GPS. She gave it. "You're still eastbound." "Yes." "Did you see the family leave?" "No." Another pause. "Deputy is at the vehicle." "Okay, there's nobody there." Rebecca frowned. "They got picked up." "Maybe." "What about the car? It's there." That made sense. Someone could have stopped after Rebecca. Any sign where they went? Deputy's checking. Rebecca relaxed slightly. "Nothing impossible." Then the dispatcher asked, "You said 4 people?" "Yes." "2 adults?" "2 kids?" "Yes." "Did you see them inside the vehicle?" "No." Rebecca didn't understand why that mattered. The dispatcher continued. "The car has been abandoned for at least several days." Rebecca looked at the dark highway ahead. "What?" "Registration tag expired last year. Dust on the windshield. 1 tire is flat." Rebecca remembered the sedan. Hazard lights blinking. Hood open. It had not looked abandoned. Maybe wrong car. White Mercury sedan. Yes. Rear passenger door dented. Rebecca thought she had noticed a dark mark there. Yeah, same one. Rebecca felt cold. Hazard lights were on. They guarantee now battery. Dead. Rebecca tightened her grip on the wheel. A completely dead battery could not run hazard lights unless someone had recently connected power or another vehicle had been there. Possible. Human explanations remained. The family could have been hiding. Prank. Scam. Attempted carjacking. The dispatcher said deputies would search nearby. Rebecca thanked her. Then the call ended. She drove another 15 miles. No traffic behind, no headlights ahead. Then her passenger seatbelt warning came on. Rebecca looked right. Seat empty, the red icon blinked chime. Once. Then again maybe her bag. Rebecca's purse sat on the floor, nothing on the seat. She reached over and pressed the cushion. The warning stopped, electrical glitch. Fine. Then the rear passenger seatbelt warning illuminated. Rebecca looked in the mirror, back seat empty. Now she felt genuinely uneasy. The sedan's family had wanted the passenger door opened. Maybe someone had tampered with her car. No, they never touched it. The father came near passenger window but not door. Rebecca checked locks. All secure. She continued. Then the rear seatbelt warning changed. 1 occupied seat, then 2. Rebecca's stomach tightened. Her car believed 2 people were sitting behind her. She pulled toward a brightly lit gas station sign visible in the distance, not stopping on shoulder. Good 3 miles. Rebecca kept going. Then a little girl's voice said, "Mom." Rebecca nearly swerved. The voice came from the back seat. She did not turn. "Mom." Rebecca stared straight ahead, her breathing changed. Then a woman's voice, "Rebecca." No, the family could not know her name unless they saw registration. Unlikely from outside. Unless they'd overheard the dispatcher. Impossible. Rebecca pressed accelerator slightly. Not reckless, just enough. The father's voice now, "You should open the door." Rebecca did not respond. The seatbelt chime continued. 3 occupied rear seats, then passenger seat. 4 all except driver. Gas station 1 mile. Rebecca kept eyes forward. The little girl behind her said, "It's cold." No answer. The teenage boy, "She won't stop." The mother, "She did before." That phrase got Rebecca's attention before. She had never seen them, at least she didn't think. The father said, "Not this time." Rebecca reached the gas station. 2 trucks parked outside. Lights, cashier visible. Security cameras. She pulled directly beneath canopy, stopped. Did not immediately unlock doors. Good, she called the cashier using number on sign. "Hi. I'm outside at pump 4. Could you come to the window?" The cashier looked through glass. Rebecca saw him pick up phone. "Yeah." "Can you see anyone in my car?" He stared. "No." "Back seat?" "No." "Passenger seat?" "No." Rebecca exhaled. "Okay." Then the cashier said, "Why?" Rebecca didn't answer yet. Instead, "Can you stay looking at me while I come inside?" "Sure." She verified public environment. Then unlocked driver door. Exited, closed it immediately, walked into store. Nothing touched her. No voices, no family. The seatbelt warning stopped the moment she stepped out. False safety. The cashier was named Ramon. Rebecca explained only enough. Strange stranded family voices in car. Possible person hiding. Ramon called police. A deputy arrived 12 minutes later. They searched the vehicle. Nothing. Seats. Cargo area under seats. No hidden person. No damage. No device found. Rebecca felt foolish, but the deputy didn't dismiss her because he had been the one sent to the abandoned sedan. Deputy Harris. He asked, "Can you describe the man again?" Rebecca did. White shirt, dark jeans, short brown hair, around 40. Harris looked uncomfortable. "What?" He took out his phone. Opened an old photograph, family portrait, man, woman, teenage boy, little girl. Rebecca stared. That's them. Harris didn't say anything. "Who are they?" He looked toward her car. "The Mercer family." "Do they live nearby?" "No." "Where are they?" Harris hesitated. "They went missing 7 years earlier. Same highway, same white Mercury, family traveling west. Vehicle found abandoned near mile 248. Hood open. Battery dead. 1 tire damaged. Personal belongings inside. No family. Search covered miles of desert. Nothing, no clear evidence of crime. No bodies, no confirmed sighting after they left a motel 2 hours earlier." Rebecca looked at Harris's screen again. Same clothing. No, family photo was from summer, different outfits, but faces exact. What were their names? Father, Daniel Mercer. Mother, Susan. Son, Luke. Daughter, Emma. Rebecca thought about voices. Girl had called, Mom, nothing identifying, then asked, did anyone ever report seeing them after they disappeared? Harris looked at her. A few people. The first report came 6 months later. A truck driver saw a family beside the abandoned Mercury. Thought they needed help. Stopped. They asked for a ride. He refused because cab only had one passenger seat. Called police. By the time deputies arrived, nobody there. Another report 2 years later. A woman claimed the family asked her to unlock passenger doors. Another. Then another. Most were dismissed as people hearing local story. The car remained impounded. So later sightings couldn't involve the actual Mercury. Rebecca stopped him. Wait. The car I saw tonight was the Mercury. Harris nodded. That's the problem. Where is it supposed to be? County impound. Rebecca stared. Harris radioed, asked another deputy to confirm. Several minutes later, the original Mercury was still in secure storage, so vehicle beside highway was either an identical car or something else. Rebecca asked the obvious question, what happens to people who give them a ride? Harris did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. How many? 2 disappearances may be related. May no proof. One was a college student named Nicole Harper. She called her roommate around midnight. Said she'd picked up a family with car trouble. Last cell tower ping near highway, vehicle found next morning. Empty. Doors unlocked. No sign of struggle. Another was an elderly man named Frank Doyle. Same general account from last phone call. Stranded family. 4 passengers. Both vehicles recovered without passengers or drivers. Rebecca asked, did they open the passenger door? Harris nodded. Probably. That gave the family's request, meaning they weren't trying to get Rebecca out of her vehicle, they wanted invitation inside. Maybe. Still hypothesis. Then Harris said, one driver did pick them up and survived. Rebecca looked at him. Who? Woman named Carol Evans. What happened? She drove them 12 miles, and she said they asked her to stop. Where? Harris pointed east. Old County Road. What was there? Nothing. Carol refused, kept driving. Family became silent, then vanished from car while moving. No door opened, no sound. Carol reached town safely. Rebecca felt relief. So opening door isn't enough. Apparently not. What did they want at the county road? Harris shook head. Carol never found out. That became next question. Not whether family was real. Where they wanted to go, Rebecca could leave it unresolved. Probably should. She booked a motel near gas station and waited until daylight. Harris arranged another deputy to check route. Good. No need for Rebecca to investigate. At 7:30 a.m., Rebecca returned to her car. Everything normal. No seatbelt warnings. No voices. She drove with daylight and traffic for nearly an hour. Nothing happened. Then she passed a road sign. County Road 19. Something clicked in her memory. The father had pointed east. The family might have been heading here. Rebecca continued. No stopping. Then she saw 4 people standing at intersection. Same family, daylight clearly visible. Rebecca did not slow. Daniel raised one hand, not waving, pointing down County Road 19. Emma, the little girl, looked directly at Rebecca, then mouthed, please. Rebecca kept driving. She called Harris. He advised, do not turn around. Good. Then said something else. We found something about County Road 19. Historical records. The Mercer family had lived on a ranch there years before disappearing. Rebecca frowned. I thought they were traveling. They were. Then why would they need a ride home? Ranch burned down 6 months before they disappeared. No fatalities. Family moved temporarily. Their final known trip had been toward relatives west of highway. They should not have been going back to burned property. Yet several witness reports mentioned them asking to be driven toward County Road 19. Home, the word father had used. Maybe they were trying to return. Rebecca wanted to know whether reaching Old Ranch would end it, but she was not stupid enough to test. Authorities did. Not as paranormal experiment, as site investigation connected to missing person cases. A search team visited property. Found only foundation ruins, old well, collapsed barn, nothing recent. Then one investigator found 4 chairs inside what had been farmhouse foundation. Modern dining chairs placed in a row, clean, not weathered, no vehicle tracks nearby on each seat. One seatbelt buckle cut from a car, 4 buckles, that was unsettling but still potentially human staging. They collected them. That night, Rebecca's passenger warning came on again. She was in motel parking lot, car off, keys in hand, dashboard should have been dark, yet seatbelt icon glowed red, passenger. Then rear left, rear right. 4 seats. Rebecca did not get in. She called police. By time officer arrived, lights off. No family. Then phone rang, unknown number. Rebecca did not answer. Voicemail, Daniel's voice. We almost made it. Pause, you left us again. Again. That word returned. Rebecca began wondering if she had encountered them before and forgotten. No. Then she searched her own driving history. 7 years ago, year Mercer family disappeared. Rebecca had been 26. She had driven that highway on a college trip. She remembered little. Photos. Gas station, motel. Then something surfaced, a family at roadside, maybe memory created by current events. Could be false reconstruction. She called old friend Melissa, who had traveled with her. Do you remember us stopping for anyone in West Texas? Melissa went quiet. Why, just answer. We almost did. Rebecca felt cold. What happened? You wanted to stop for some family. Melissa remembered a white sedan, man waving, woman, 2 kids. Rebecca slowed. Melissa told her not to stop. They kept going. Same family, timeline matched exact week Mercer's disappeared. But if so, Rebecca may have seen them while they were still alive, maybe before disappearance. That changed everything. She could have been one of last witnesses. What direction were they going? Melissa said. They kept pointing toward a dirt road, County Road 19. She didn't know. Rebecca asked. Did they say anything? You rolled window down. Rebecca had no memory of that. What did he say? Melissa thought. Then opened the door. Rebecca closed eyes. Same phrase. So the behavior existed before family disappeared. Maybe they weren't victims who became something afterward. Maybe something had already happened to them. Maybe the 4 people Rebecca saw 7 years ago weren't the real Mercers either. Authorities reopened old timeline using Rebecca and Melissa's possible sighting. It placed family near County Road 19 after their last confirmed motel departure. But another witness reported Mercer's 70 miles west at almost same time. 2 locations. Could be timestamp errors, could be mistaken identity. Still. Then police found old toll camera image. Mercer Mercury passing westbound. Daniel driving. Susan passenger. Kids rear. Timestamp 11:42 p.m. Rebecca and Melissa's roadside sighting was around 11:50 near location more than 60 miles east. Impossible travel, if both correct. 2 Mercer families existed before disappearance. That became the deepest question. Maybe family didn't become duplicated after vanishing. Duplication was the event that caused vanishing. Months passed. Rebecca stopped seeing them. No voices, no warnings. She thought refusing the ride had ended her involvement. Then one evening she picked up her niece from school, normal suburban area, daylight. Niece climbed into back seat. Seatbelt warning went off normally. Rebecca drove. At red light, her niece asked, "Who are those people?" Rebecca looked. Family stood on sidewalk. Daniel, Susan, Luke, Emma. No broken car this time. Rebecca kept doors locked. Light turned green. She drove. Her niece looked back. The little girl looks like me. Rebecca's hands tightened. What, like me? Rebecca checked mirror. Her niece had dark blonde hair. Emma brown, not identical, yet child insisted. Then asked, "Why is she wearing my jacket?" Rebecca looked again. Emma wore a yellow coat. Same yellow coat her niece had on. That had not been true seconds earlier. The family was updating, learning occupants. Rebecca drove directly to police station. Inside, niece safe, family gone. Then Rebecca looked at phone photo she'd snapped through windshield. Family visible, good evidence. Daniel, Susan, Luke and little girl, but the girl no longer looked like Emma. She looked like Rebecca's niece. Exact face, exact yellow coat. Rebecca dropped phone. Now she understood another piece. They don't merely want seats, they need occupants. Maybe 4 empty passenger positions. Maybe they replace whoever sits there. Maybe the original Mercer family itself was replaced in stages. She contacted Harris. They reviewed Carol Evans' surviving driver. Carol had been alone. Her car had 4 passenger seats. Family filled them. They vanished when she refused County Road 19. She survived. Nicole Harper's vehicle. 5 seats. She was alone. Frank Doyle pickup extended cab. Enough room. Pattern fit loosely, no proof. Then Harris asked, what happens if car already has passengers? Rebecca looked at niece. She didn't want answer. The final incident came 2 months later. Rebecca was driving with 3 friends, 4 people total including her, 5-seat SUV, 1 passenger seat empty. Late afternoon, busy highway. They passed a white sedan on shoulder. Hood open. Rebecca froze. Mercer family stood beside it, but only one person waved. Daniel. Susan and children stared at the SUV at the single empty seat. Rebecca did not stop. Her friends asked what was wrong. She told them enough. Do not unlock anything. Then passenger seatbelt warning illuminated. The only empty seat. Red. Chime. Rebecca kept driving. Her friend in back whispered, is someone sitting there? No. Seat cushion slowly compressed. Everyone saw that mattered. An invisible weight settled into empty passenger seat. Belt warning continued, then buckle clicked by itself. Chime stopped. Rebecca's front passenger friend screamed. The empty seat was beside her. Weight front passenger occupied. Need empty seat maybe rear middle. Let's correct. 5-seat SUV with 4 people means 1 rear seat empty. Then invisible weight there. Let's continue coherently. The rear center seat, the only empty position, slowly compressed. Everyone saw. Then buckle clicked by itself. The warning stopped. Rebecca did not pull over. No one touched the empty space. Then a little girl's voice spoke from between 2 friends in back. Now we have one. Nobody answered. Rebecca drove to the nearest police station. 20 minutes. The invisible weight stayed. No voices after first. At station parking lot. Rear middle seat rose. Empty again. Security cameras showed cushion depression. Real physical movement, no visible person. That footage became evidence. Still no explanation. Then one officer checked Rebecca's seating capacity. 5 total. 1 driver, 4 passenger seats. Mercer family had 4 members. Rebecca stared. 4 seats exactly. They didn't ask for transportation because they needed to go somewhere. They asked because they needed a vehicle with enough empty places, a complete arrangement. So what happens when all 4 seats are opened? Rebecca doesn't know. She refuses to find out. She avoids driving alone on that highway. Not because alone is always less safe, because an empty car has too many available seats. Her last encounter happened last month. Rebecca left a grocery store at night. Parking lot full. She approached SUV. All 4 passenger doors were open. She had locked the vehicle. No damage. No one nearby. Inside sat 4 people. Daniel, Susan, Luke, Emma. For first time they were already seated. Daniel front passenger. Susan and children behind. Seatbelts fastened. Rebecca stopped 20 feet away. Daniel looked through windshield. He smiled. Then pointed to driver's seat. Empty. Rebecca understood. They weren't asking her to carry them anymore. They had already filled every passenger position. The only seat left was hers. Rebecca walked back into the store and called police. When officers arrived, SUV was empty. All doors closed. Locked, nothing disturbed. Except driver's seatbelt. It had been buckled, and on the dashboard was a photograph, old, faded. The Mercer family standing beside their white sedan 7 years earlier. 4 people behind them was another woman. Rebecca, 26 years old. Standing beside the open driver's door. Rebecca had never seen the photograph before. On the back, someone had written, "You did stop." Below it, "You just didn't get in." Rebecca doesn't know whether that sentence is true. Memory says she kept driving. Melissa says they kept driving. Toll records place Rebecca miles away later that night. Facts support her. But now, every few weeks, a new memory surfaces. A hand on a passenger handle. Daniel thanking her. Emma climbing into the back. Susan saying, "Just take us home." Maybe those memories are false. Maybe they being inserted. Or maybe Rebecca has spent 7 years remembering the version of that night where she drove away and somewhere else. Another Rebecca opened the doors. The emergency phone called me first. Alex Morgan had not touched the emergency phone when it started ringing. That was the problem. His car had died on an empty highway in eastern Oregon almost an hour earlier. No cell signal, no houses, no passing traffic. Then he found the roadside emergency phone mounted beneath a small metal shelter. Old yellow box. Black receiver, a sign above it. Emergency use only. Alex walked toward it. He was maybe 10 feet away when the phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times, he stopped. Emergency phones weren't supposed to receive calls, at least. Alex didn't think they were. It rang again. He picked up. Hello. A man answered immediately. Don't tell me where you are. Alex frowned. What? Whatever you do, don't say your location. Who is this? The man breathed quietly for a second, then said, "It hasn't found you yet." Alex looked at the empty highway. Who hasn't? The voice lowered. The thing answering the other phones. Alex had been driving home after installing equipment at a rural medical clinic. The job ran late. He left around 8:30. The main route home was simple. State highway, then interstate, no mountain passes, no bad weather. Just a long drive through an area with very little between towns. Alex wasn't worried. He had water, a jacket, flashlight, portable charger, basic tools, and enough fuel. The car failed anyway. At 10:46 p.m., the engine lost power. Dashboard lights flashed. Alex pressed the accelerator. Nothing. He guided the car onto the shoulder. Engine died. He tried restarting. Click, then silence. Battery, alternator, something electrical. He knew enough about cars to know he wasn't fixing it on the shoulder at night. Alex checked his phone. No service. He tried 911 anyway. Failed. He got out, opened the hood. Nothing obvious. No smoke, no leaking fluid, no broken belt he could see. He returned to the driver's seat and waited. Maybe another vehicle would pass. 20 minutes. Nothing. 30. Still nothing. Then Alex remembered seeing a blue emergency phone sign a few miles back. Walking back along a dark highway wasn't ideal. But neither was sitting indefinitely without communication. He put on his reflective work vest, took flashlight, locked the car, then started walking. The emergency phone was closer than he remembered, maybe a mile and a half. The metal shelter stood on the right shoulder. Reflective blue sign, small solar panel mounted above it. Alex felt immediate relief. He approached. That was when it rang. He almost didn't answer, then thought. Maybe the emergency communications center automatically detected someone nearby. Motion sensor camera. Unusual but possible. He lifted the receiver. The man told him not to reveal his location. Alex stared at the road. Are you dispatch? No. Highway patrol? No. Then I need the emergency operator. You'll get one. Good. Don't tell them where you are. Alex's patience thinned. That defeats the purpose of an emergency phone. I know. Who are you? The man paused. Someone who answered before you. Alex looked at the yellow box. There was no keypad. One button. Call. He hadn't pressed it. Maybe the line was connected to a central operator who could call individual stations. That would explain incoming calls. Still strange, not impossible. Alex asked, "How did you call this phone?" "I didn't." "What?" "It called me first too." Alex rubbed his forehead. "Okay." The man continued, "Listen carefully. You can give them the highway. You can describe what happened. Do not give the mile marker. Do not read the number on the phone. Do not describe anything unique nearby." Alex looked at the small plate beneath the receiver. Unit 37, a mile marker stood maybe 20 yards away. Alex hadn't checked the number yet. Why? Because it uses the location to call the next one. That made no sense. What use is it? Silence. Then the man asked, "Have you heard any other phones ringing?" Alex almost laughed. "There aren't any other phones here, not yet." The line clicked. A woman's voice replaced him. "State Highway Emergency Services." "What is your emergency? Normal? Professional?" Alex relaxed. "My car broke down. Are you in a safe location?" "Yes." "Are you injured?" "No." "Vehicle off roadway?" "Yes." "Good." Standard questions the operator asked. "What highway are you on?" Alex gave the route number. then remembered the strange caller, no harm in withholding exact location for a moment. The operator asked, "Nearest mile marker." Alex looked down the road. The reflective sign was visible. He could read it if he moved closer. He hesitated. "I'm not sure that's okay. Emergency phone identifier." Alex looked at Unit 37. He didn't answer. The operator said, "It should be printed beneath the handset." Alex's hand tightened around receiver. Why was he listening to an anonymous stranger instead of an emergency dispatcher? Because the stranger knew exactly what she would ask. That could simply mean he'd used the system before. Still, Alex said, "Can you trace this phone?" A pause, then, "No." That surprised him. "Why not, sir? I need the unit number." Alex stared. "Shouldn't your system know which phone called you?" Longer pause. "Then the woman said you called me." Alex looked at the untouched call button. "No, I didn't." The line went silent. Then the original man returned. "You did okay." Alex nearly dropped the receiver. "What is going on?" "I don't know all of it. Where are you?" The man laughed once nervously. "Nice try." Alex realized. If the location rule was real, the man wouldn't give his own. "What's your name?" "Ben." "Last name?" "No." "Fine." "Ben, how long have you been on the line?" A pause. "I don't know." "What does that mean?" "I picked up a phone yesterday." Alex looked at the time, 11:32 p.m. "And you're still talking. Sometimes it disconnects. Why haven't you left?" Ben was silent. "Then I did." Alex waited. "The phone came with me." Alex looked at the receiver in his hand. Black plastic, thick cable disappearing into the yellow box. "What? Not physically." "Then explain." "I can't." Ben sounded exhausted. "I left mine, walked back to my truck, drove away after a trooper found me." "Okay." "Next night my home phone rang." Alex stared at the dark highway. "I don't have a home phone." "Neither did I." That answer bothered him. Ben continued. "There was one in my kitchen." "No, I know." "Then what? It rang. You answered." "Yes." "What did it say?" Ben took a long breath. "My location." Alex felt cold. "What exactly?" "Address. Apartment number where I was standing." Alex looked around again. No people. No headlights, just highway. "That could have been someone stalking you." "I moved." And phone appeared in the motel. Alex stopped. Appeared. Yellow box on the wall. This had crossed beyond anything Alex could accept. He asked, "Why am I still listening to you?" Ben answered immediately, "Because the woman will call again." The line clicked. The operator returned. "Sir, we were disconnected." Alex said nothing. "Are you still on Highway 26? He had given the highway earlier. "Fine, yes. We have multiple emergency phones along that corridor. I need your mile marker." Alex stared at the sign. The number faced him now, maybe because he'd moved slightly. "Mile 174. He did not say it. The operator continued. "Sir," Alex decided to test, "I'm at mile 160. "False." The woman paused. "Thank you. Then stay by the phone. Assistance is on the way." Click. Ben returned instantly. "Why did you do that?" "I lied." "I know. How?" "Because now it's ringing there." Alex frowned. "What is phone 160? Then Alex heard it. Far away. Very faint. A telephone ringing somewhere down the highway. He stopped breathing. Ring. Pause. Ring. The sound came from west. Impossible to judge distance. Maybe another emergency phone at mile 160. 14 miles away. He should not be able to hear it. Yet the sound was clear enough to recognize. Ben whispered. "You gave it a place." Alex stared down the road. The ringing stopped. Then another phone began. Closer. Ring. Ring. Maybe several miles. Then another. Closer still. Alex's skin prickled. "What's happening?" "It checks the line." "What line?" "Every phone between the false location and you." Alex looked at Unit 37. "Why?" "To find which one answered." That was the first rule that made terrible sense. If something didn't know his exact phone but knew the highway and false mile marker, it could work along the network. Phone to phone, moving closer. Alex said, "Then I leave." "Yes." "Why didn't you say that earlier?" "I was waiting for it to start." That answer made him angry. "You were waiting if you leave too soon." "It calls the phone ahead." "What does that mean?" Ben said. "It guesses where you're going." Alex stopped. Another phone rang. Much closer, maybe less than a mile. He could hear it from the same direction he had walked, west. The ringing stopped. Then silence. Ben said, "Now go back to your car." Alex did not need convincing. He hung up. The instant the receiver touched the cradle, another phone rang, not west, east. Ahead of Alex, he stared. Two directions now. Ben's warning, if you leave too soon, it calls the phone ahead. Alex stepped away from the shelter. He didn't run, dark shoulder, traffic could appear. He walked quickly toward his vehicle, flashlight low, reflective vest visible. The emergency phone behind him started ringing again. Alex ignored it. 10 yards, 20. Then the ringing stopped. A different phone rang ahead, closer. Alex kept moving. He didn't know how many emergency phones existed along the highway. He hadn't noticed any while driving. Maybe they were spaced every mile, maybe more. He checked his phone, still no signal. The highway remained empty. Then a telephone rang in the ditch beside him. Alex stopped. His flashlight swept right. Nothing. Grass. Rocks, guardrail, no phone, ring. The sound came again, 3 feet away. Alex backed toward pavement. The beam caught something yellow between weeds. A roadside emergency phone. Small shelter, exactly like Unit 37. Alex stared. It had not been there when he walked west. He was certain. Maybe he'd missed it in darkness. Possible, but it stood almost directly beside shoulder. Hard to miss. The phone rang. Alex did not answer. Then the black receiver lifted slightly from cradle, dropped. Lifted, dropped, like someone on the other end pulling it without touching. Alex walked away faster. He reached his car around midnight. Still there, locked. No damage. He got inside. Doors locked. Engine still dead. Alex checked cell 1 bar. He called 911 immediately. Real emergency dispatch. He gave his actual location this time. He hesitated. That was the problem. If Ben was lying. Withholding location endangered him if Ben was right. Giving it might do something worse. He compromised. He gave highway vehicle description. Approximate range between 2 known towns. But not mile marker. The 911 dispatcher understandably pushed for exact location. Alex asked, "Can you locate my cell?" Attempting good. Technology, independent from emergency phones, the dispatcher eventually got approximate GPS from handset. Within several hundred yards. Alex did not verbally confirm. A trooper was sent, estimated 20 minutes. Good, he stayed in locked car, then his car's Bluetooth system turned on. Engine off, accessory power off, dashboard dark but speakers clicked, static. Then Ben's voice. Alex. Alex stared. He had never told Ben his name. That was a new problem. Alex, he did not answer. The 911 dispatcher heard it through his cell. "Sir, is someone with you?" "No." He regretted speaking immediately. Ben's voice through speakers said, "Good then. Don't tell her your name either." Too late, the dispatcher already had account data. Probably. Alex whispered. "Who is that?" the dispatcher said. "I don't hear anyone clearly." The truck speakers. "She can't hear me." Alex went silent. His car's infotainment screen lit. A map appeared. No key. No ignition. A blue dot, his car location. Then another dot appeared west. Phone 37, another east. Phone 38, another. One by one, dots along highway, then they started changing. Phone 38, ringing 39, ringing closer toward Alex's vehicle. He was somewhere between markers. The system was searching. Alex turned the screen off manually. It came back. Ben said, "It knows the vehicle now." How? Alex asked automatically. Ben answered, "You said car. That's not enough." "No, pause, you also gave dispatch description." The 911 call was still open. Could this thing hear the cellular conversation? Maybe Alex hung up. No, that would cut help. He needed emergency response. Instead, he muted his phone microphone. Good. The dispatcher could still send help. Alex typed through emergency text if supported. He used his phone as 911 text. "Let's keep dispatcher call muted and unmute only when needed." The car speakers continued. "Better." Alex said nothing. A new line appeared on infotainment screen. Blue Subaru Outback correct. Then one occupant correct. Then engine disabled correct. The thing wasn't just locating a phone, it was building a target. Maybe from information Alex shared. Ben had warned him. Information was the mechanism. The next line, driver name. Blank. Alex realized Ben hadn't known his name before the Bluetooth call. How did he now? Maybe the vehicle profile displayed it, his phone name, Alex's phone, Bluetooth. Normal source, he had supplied information digitally without speaking. The rule was broader. Location data, device names, calls, anything connected. He turned his phone off. But then rescue lost contact. He could keep satellite. He didn't have one. Only phone. Better to retain 911 location now that dispatch had it. He sent a text message to 911 if service allowed, vehicle disabled. I will stay locked inside. Please approach with emergency lights. I may lose phone power. Delivered. Then powered phone off. The car screen went black for several seconds. Then yellow phone icon appeared by itself outside. Something rang not far away now, maybe 50 yards. Alex looked through windshield. A small blue road sign reflected headlights. His headlights were off. Moonlight. Then emergency phone shelter appeared on opposite shoulder. Yellow box ringing. Alex had not noticed it before. Another phone rang behind. Another ahead, 3, then 4. Multiple telephones along dark highway. The ringing moved inward, like sonar. Alex stayed inside. No responding. No location. No conversation. Then the car passenger side window vibrated. Not a knock. A ring. The sound of an old telephone bell came from inside the door panel. Alex stared. Ring. Then rear door. Ring. Then dashboard. The network no longer needed roadside phones. It was using anything around him as an endpoint. The infotainment screen lit again. Incoming call, no number. Alex did not answer. The system answered itself. A woman's dispatcher voice filled cabin. State Highway Emergency Services. Alex stayed silent. Alex, no response. Your trooper is approaching, could be fake. Unlock your doors so he can assist. Absolutely not. No real dispatcher would instruct that before officer arrival. Alex remained still. The voice said, "Your car may be unsafe." No answer. Then, "We have a fire report." Alex smelled nothing, no warning lights. The voice tried another tactic. Carbon monoxide engine off. Possible earlier exhaust. Unlikely. Still. Alex lowered window slightly. That would create access. No need. He had no symptoms. He stayed locked. The voice became "Ben Good." Then, you relearning. Red and blue lights appeared far ahead. Real trooper. Alex's phone off. No verification. He watched. Patrol SUV approached slowly. Marked. Emergency lights. Stopped behind his car at safe distance. A uniformed officer stepped out. Flashlight. Alex remained locked. The officer approached driver window. Knocked. Alex Morgan. Alex didn't respond. Name known from dispatch. Could be real. The officer held up badge. Alex Reed name. Trooper Keen, the officer said. Dispatch lost your call. You okay? Alex still didn't unlock. He asked through glass. What agency dispatched you? Trooper answered correctly. What location did they give you? The officer gave approximate cellular coordinates. Not mile marker. Good. What vehicle did dispatch describe? Correct. This could all be information available to mimic, but multiple physical verification helped. Then Alex noticed something behind the patrol SUV. Another set of red-blue lights. Second cruiser. Good. Backup. Then third. Too many. 4. 5 patrol vehicles appeared one after another on empty highway. All identical. All stopped in a line. Alex's stomach dropped. Trooper Keen looked back. His expression changed. Real fear that mattered. What the hell, he could see them too. Keen drew his radio. Dispatch, how many units at my location? Static. Then a voice. 5. Keen stared at radio. He pressed button. Say again. 5 units. Keen looked at Alex, then at 4 additional cruisers. The doors of all 4 opened simultaneously. Officers stepped out. Everyone looked like Keen. Same uniform, same body, same face. Alex whispered through closed glass, "Don't ask them anything." Keen looked at him. "What?" The cops shouted together. Alex, "Unlock the door." The real Keen stepped backward. Now he understood enough. He got into his cruiser, motioned for Alex to stay. Then drove forward. Pulling beside Alex's disabled car, he used loudspeaker. Remain in vehicle. Backup is not on scene. Good. Real dispatch maybe. The cop is moved closer, not running. Calm, professional. Sir, please unlock your vehicle. Same authority lure as story 23. but standalone separate. Alex didn't. Keene used his cruiser to block lane, then called dispatch through separate encrypted terminal. Real response, only one trooper dispatched. No other units. The 4 copies stopped simultaneously, then emergency phones along highway rang again. One after another, the duplicate officers looked toward sound, their bodies blurred, avoid visual monster. Better they simply turn at same time. They all turned, walked back to duplicate cruisers, doors closed, lights shut off, vehicles disappeared into darkness behind. They drive away in different directions maybe. They drove west, no chase, no violence, just gone. Keene stayed with Alex until actual tow arrived. The tow driver was verified through dispatch. 2-person crew, company number, license plate. Alex did not take chances. His car was loaded. Keene followed them to nearest town safe. Bright gas station people. Alex finally powered phone back on. 17 missed calls, all from unknown numbers. 1 voicemail. Ben, Don T. listened to the first recording. Alex frowned. There were 2 more voicemails. Second, a woman. Alex, this is State Highway Emergency Services. We need your current address for follow-up. He deleted without answering. Third, Ben again. If it asks where you re-going next, Don T. give it anything. Alex looked around the gas station. Normal. He asked Keene whether emergency phone system along highway could receive incoming calls. Keene didn't know. He called transportation department. The answer: those roadside phones had been decommissioned 6 years earlier, most removed. None active. Alex felt cold. Then what did I use? Keene looked at him. There shouldn't be a phone at that location. They returned during daylight. Not alone. Transportation crew, 2 troopers, utility technician. The shelter Alex used was gone. No yellow box. No concrete base. Nothing at the exact location stood, only mile marker. Alex had never verbally spoken it, but he had seen it. Maybe that mattered. The crew checked road records. There had once been an emergency phone there. Unit 37, removed in 2020, so Alex had somehow used a structure that no longer existed. Historical system map showed phone units every 2 miles. Unit 37 corresponded mile 174. Unit 38 east, 36 west. That matched his experience. Then technician found old maintenance reports. One stood out. Several complaints before shutdown, phones ringing without call button activation. Cross connections. Operators receiving calls from wrong units. Voices online after disconnect. All explained as aging analog equipment. Reasonable. Then a 2018 report. Caller refuses location. State's phone called him first. Name: Benjamin Reeves. Ben. Alex searched him. Missing person. Benjamin Reeves disappeared in 2018. His truck found at a motel 3 days after emergency phone call. Room occupied. Belongings inside. Ben gone. One strange detail from police report. A yellow roadside telephone had been mounted on motel room wall. Employees said it had not been there before. Photographed by police before technicians arrived. Phone disappeared. Alex stared at article. Ben might have been dead, or missing, or trapped in the network somehow, but Ben had helped, mostly. Why? Maybe because he wanted Alex to avoid his outcome, or because calls need a recipient. New question. Alex reviewed his dashcam. The camera had recorded part of night at emergency phone location. Video showed Alex stop walking, stand beside empty shoulder, raise his hand as if holding something to ear. There was no phone, no shelter, nothing. Alex's hand remained pressed beside his head. He was apparently talking into empty air. That should have made him doubt everything. Except audio recorded both voices. His and Ben's. Then dispatcher. Clear. No physical device visible, so conversation existed even if phone did not. Later dashcam showed duplicate patrol cars. The camera faced forward from disabled vehicle. It captured first real cruiser. Then frames briefly distorted. After distortion, 5 sets of emergency lights, 4 figures. Then distortion again, only 1 cruiser. Evidence partial, not enough to prove impossible. Enough for Alex. The vehicle repair was mundane. Alternator failure, nothing supernatural. That actually made story worse. He hadn't been lured by mysterious engine sabotage. Cars break, people become stranded. The system waited for normal vulnerability, a real reason to seek emergency communication. No one had to make a stupid decision. For several months, nothing happened. Then Alex's office phone rang after hours. He worked in an open-plan office with digital VoIP handsets, caller ID. Unit 37. Alex stared. Did not answer. The phone stopped. A coworker's phone rang. Then another, moving across office, desk by desk, toward Alex. He left building. Security cameras showed phones lighting sequentially. Real, IT found no call records. Then his mobile received voicemail. Ben, it's mapping the extensions. Alex deleted it. No response. Next incident at hotel. Room phone rang. Alex unplugged it, continued ringing. He did not answer. Then elevator emergency call button lit by itself. Then hallway fire phone rang. The pattern used emergency communication points, places designed to be answered. That was key. It did not need any phone. It preferred systems where humans felt obligated to respond. Help infrastructure, call boxes, intercoms, elevator phones, emergency lines. That was clever in worst way. Alex developed rules. He still calls for help. He does not avoid emergency services. That would be dangerous. Instead, he initiates calls from known devices when possible. Never gives unnecessary personal information. Verifies responders through independent channels. Does not answer unexpected calls from emergency equipment. And never reads location labels aloud if something feels wrong. Paranoid, maybe, but functional. Then Ben called one final time. Alex was home, mobile phone on table, unknown number. He let it go to voicemail. Message. Alex. Pause. I think I figured out what it wants. Alex did not call back. Another voicemail arrived. It isn't trying to find people. Then, it's trying to become the operator. Alex stared. Third voicemail. Every time someone answers, it learns how we ask for help. Pause, names, locations, dispatch language, verification, everything. Then Ben whispered, "It doesn't need the phones anymore." Message ended. The next morning, Alex received a government emergency alert on his phone. Same format as real public warning, evacuation order area, Alex's neighborhood, reason, gas leak, instruction, proceed immediately to emergency assembly point, address listed. Alex almost obeyed. Then checked official city website. No alert. Called non-emergency line from a known number. No evacuation. The message disappeared from phone history. Minutes later, sirens outside. Several neighbors leaving homes. They had received same alert. Alex went door to door telling people to verify. Some listened. Some didn't. A line of cars began moving toward the listed assembly point. Alex checked address. It was an abandoned highway maintenance yard, near Old Road, mile 174. Police intercepted most drivers before they arrived. The alert had not originated from official system. Authorities investigated cybersecurity incident. No source found. That explanation was plausible enough that Alex never told them full story. Then one final detail. One driver reached the maintenance yard before police blockade. She called 911. Her recording was later summarized in report. She said dozens of yellow emergency phones were standing in rows across empty lot, all ringing. No people. Then she heard a voice over her car radio telling her, "Thank you for confirming your location." She drove away safely. Good, no disappearance. No attack, but afterward. Every phone in the lot stopped ringing as if confirmation was all it needed. Alex moved, changed number, changed vehicle, nothing helped. Last week, he received a call from his mother's phone. He knew better than to trust caller ID. Let it ring. Then his mother texted, "Call me when you can." He verified through video. Real, she said, "Someone called the house asking for you." What did they want? Your address. Alex went cold. What did you tell them? Nothing. I asked who they were. What did they say? His mother hesitated. Emergency services. Alex closed eyes. Did they ask where you were? No. Anything else? They asked if you were still living alone. Alex stopped. "Did you answer?" Silence. His mother realized I said yes. Alex looked at front door. At that exact moment, his apartment intercom rang. He did not answer. It rang again. Then smoke alarm spoke in its automated voice. "Emergency detected. No smoke. No heat." Then smart speaker lit. "Even though unplugged, please confirm occupant location." Alex stayed silent. The building hallway intercom activated. A woman's professional voice. "Resident Alex Morgan. Emergency personnel are outside." He checked security camera, hallway empty. Then another voice came through. "Ben," very faint, "don't answer." Alex stared at speaker for years. Ben had been the one warning him what not to say. But now Alex finally understood the question he should have asked from the beginning. If Ben had disappeared 8 years ago, who had been teaching Alex the rules? The intercom clicked. Ben's voice said, "Good question." Alex had not spoken aloud. Then, "I don't need you to tell me anymore." Every phone in the apartment started ringing at once. The farmhouse with every light on. Michael Grant noticed the farmhouse because every light was on. Not one porch lamp. Not a kitchen window. Every room upstairs. Downstairs hallway. Attic window. Even the small basement windows near the ground glowed warm yellow against the dark fields. It looked less like somebody was awake, and more like somebody had gone through the house turning on every switch they could find. Michael had been driving through rural Iowa for nearly an hour without seeing another building. His fuel warning had come on 10 minutes earlier. His phone had no signal. Then the temperature gauge started climbing. So when he saw the farmhouse, he pulled into the gravel driveway. He didn't plan to stay. He only wanted to ask for water and directions to the nearest gas station. Michael parked near the barn, kept the engine running, walked to the porch, knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Nothing. The front door was open. Michael called inside, "Hello." Silence. He could see the living room lamp on, television on, a cup of coffee steaming on a table, but no people. He stepped only far enough inside to call again. Still nothing. Then, somewhere upstairs, a light clicked off. Michael looked toward the ceiling. Another light went out, then another, one room at a time. In the exact order Michael had looked through them. Michael wasn't supposed to be on that road. A construction detour had sent him off the highway shortly after 11. His GPS rerouted him through a network of county roads he didn't recognize. At first, he wasn't concerned. The route added 23 minutes, nothing terrible. Then his cell signal disappeared. The paved road became narrower, houses vanished, cornfields gave way to empty harvested fields and dark patches of trees. Michael checked the fuel gauge. Less than an eighth of a tank, still enough, probably. Then the engine temperature began creeping upward, not red, higher than normal. Michael turned off the air conditioning. The gauge stayed high. He knew continuing indefinitely wasn't smart. That was when the farmhouse appeared. Warm lights, smoke from chimney, a mailbox, signs of people, exactly what he needed. The mailbox had no name, only a number. 117. Michael pulled into the driveway. An old pickup stood beside the barn. That helped. Someone was home. He parked facing outward so he could leave quickly. Normal precaution. Then walked up the porch. No dog, no motion light, no response to knocking. Michael noticed the front door was open about 2 inches. He didn't push it immediately. "Hello." "Nothing. Sorry to bother you. My car's overheating." Still nothing. The wind moved the door slightly. Michael could see more of the living room. Television playing, old game show, volume low, a coffee cup, open newspaper. Someone had been there very recently. Maybe elderly homeowner hadn't heard him. Maybe shower, maybe basement. Michael pushed the door just enough to call inside. "Hello." No answer. He did not wander through the house. Not yet. He stayed beside the entrance. Then he heard water running, kitchen. That made him relax. Someone was inside. "Hey, sorry." No response. The water continued. Michael waited, then stopped. He looked toward the kitchen doorway. Sink visible, faucet running. No person. Michael frowned. Maybe homeowner had stepped away. Still normal enough. He walked 3 steps inside. Only 3. From there he could see living room, dining room, kitchen, Hallway, no one. He called again. Nothing. Then noticed the smell. Dinner. Something cooked recently. Meat, onions, coffee. This wasn't an abandoned house with electricity accidentally left on. People lived here or had been here minutes ago. Michael considered leaving. He should have. Then the engine outside made a sharp ticking sound. He turned. Steam rose faintly from the front of his car. That changed the calculation if radiator was failing. He needed water and a phone. He didn't need to explore. He needed to locate homeowner. He called. Is anybody here? Upstairs. A floorboard creaked. Michael looked at staircase. Hello. Another creak. Then silence. He stayed at the bottom. I am not coming up. I just need to use a phone. Reasonable, no response. Michael looked around for a landline. There was one on a small table near dining room, old beige phone. He picked it up. Dial tone, good. He tried 911. The line clicked. Then disconnected. He tried again. Nothing. He dialed operator. Static, maybe old line malfunctioning. He put receiver down. Then the phone rang immediately. Michael froze. One ring, two. He answered. Hello, no voice, only breathing. Quiet. Michael said, hello. The breathing stopped. Then someone whispered, which room are you in? Michael stared at phone. What? Click. Line dead. That was enough. He put receiver down and moved toward front door. Then first light went out. Kitchen, dark. Michael stopped. Faucet still running. Living room bright. Dining room bright. Hallway bright. Kitchen black. A second click. Dining room chandelier went off. Michael looked toward switch. No one there. Third click. Hallway, dark. Living room remained illuminated. Michael understood the order. He had looked into kitchen first, then dining room, then hallway. That could be coincidence. Electrical problem, breaker failing, old wiring. Michael stepped on a porch. Living room light went out behind him. Now ground floor dark, upstairs still bright. He looked up. Every second floor window glowed. Then one clicked off, the left bedroom. The room directly above kitchen. Then second. Then hall. Michael had never been upstairs, so why that order? He didn't wait. He ran toward car. The engine wouldn't start. Starter turned, engine caught. Then died. Temperature gauge still high. Michael tried once more. Nothing. He stopped. Repeated attempts could drain battery. He took phone. 1 week bar appeared. Good. He called roadside assistance. Call connected for 4 seconds, then dropped. He tried 911, failed. Text to his wife. Car broke down at farmhouse, trying to get help, not delivered. Michael looked toward house. Nearly all upstairs lights were now off. Only one attic window remained bright. Then that light went out too. The entire farmhouse became black. No, one light remained, basement. A thin yellow rectangle near ground. Michael stared. He had not looked in basement, not yet that mattered. He got back into car, locked doors, and waited. 5 minutes, nothing. Michael checked engine again. Still wouldn't start. He looked at gauge, cooling now. Maybe he could wait 20 minutes and try. The farmhouse stayed dark. Then porch light came on. Michael looked. Front door remained open, warm yellow square. Then living room light, dining room, kitchen. One by one all lights returned, but in reverse order. Basement, attic, upstairs rooms, ground floor, as if the house was resetting. Michael felt sick. Then a person stepped into living room window. Woman, older, maybe 60. She stood perfectly still. Michael almost felt relief. Finally, homeowner. He lowered window slightly. Ma'am. The woman turned toward him, then raised one hand, not waving, pointing toward front door. Come inside. Michael shook his head. I just need a phone. The woman continued pointing. No response. He called louder. Is your phone working? She didn't move. Then another person appeared in upstairs window. A man, also older. He pointed toward front door. Then another figure, teenage girl, different window, same gesture. Then a boy, 4 people, all pointing toward the entrance. Michael rolled the window up. Now the house looked occupied. Family, maybe confused, maybe trying to communicate through glass. Could be hearing impaired. Could be some bizarre family emergency, but none of them had responded earlier. Michael did not go back. He tried phone again, still no signal. Then the car radio turned on by itself. Static. Michael hit power, nothing. Static continued. Then a man's voice. Michael, he stopped. The family couldn't know his name. Maybe Bluetooth profile. Phone connected to car. Yes. His phone name likely Michael S.I. phone. Normal data leak if somehow someone had equipment. Unlikely. The radio said, "Come inside." Michael turned volume down. It went louder, "Come inside." Then woman's voice. "Phone works now." Michael looked at house. The woman in window smiled. No. He stayed in car. The family remained in windows, not moving, not blinking visibly at distance. Then one by one, lights clicked off again. This time each figure disappeared when their room went dark. Woman, dark; man, dark; girl, dark; boy, dark. The last light was front hallway before it switched off. Someone stepped into doorway. Michael, same jacket, same jeans, same face. His duplicate stood inside farmhouse and looked toward car. Michael's hands tightened around steering wheel. The duplicate raised one finger, pointed to house, then to himself, then at Michael. No. Light went out. Duplicate vanished. Michael tried engine again. It started. Immediately. No struggle. Temperature normal. Fuel gauge. Half a tank. He stared. It had been almost empty. Maybe gauge malfunction could explain warning. Maybe heat issue electrical too. Fine. He didn't care. He reversed fast but controlled, turned toward road. As headlights swept across mailbox, number changed. Not 117. Now 118. Michael stopped for half second. No, maybe he misread before. He drove away. The farmhouse remained visible in mirror. All lights came on again. He didn't look long. The road seemed normal. After 4 miles, phone signal returned. Michael called 911. He gave location and described possible occupied house with strange behavior. He emphasized car trouble and concerned people might need help. He did not say. Duplicate not yet. Dispatch found road, then asked, "What address?" Michael said, 117. Maybe 118, I am not sure. Pause. There's no residence at either address. There's a farmhouse. Could you give nearest intersection? He did. Dispatcher said deputy would check. Michael kept driving toward nearest town, then remembered something. His wife. He checked text. The unsent message now showed delivered. Response, which farmhouse? Michael typed address before sending. Another message came. You already called me. He stared. He had not. Another. Why did you tell me to come get you? Michael's stomach dropped. He called her immediately. Real voice. Michael, do not leave home. What is going on? Did I call you? Yes. When? Like 5 minutes ago. What did I say? His wife paused. You said the car was fine, but you needed me to meet you. Where? She named Farmhouse Road. Michael felt cold. Did I give an address? Yes. Which? 118. Michael told her not to go anywhere. She heard seriousness and agreed. Good. Then Michael asked, what did I sound like? You? Anything strange? Pause. You kept asking what room I was in. Michael nearly missed road edge. He corrected. What? You asked whether I was in the kitchen or bedroom. Same question from farmhouse phone. Which room are you in? Michael ended call after verifying she was safe. The pattern was spreading through knowledge of rooms or locations inside a house. Maybe. He didn't understand. He reached small gas station 20 minutes later. Bright 2 employees, several trucks. Michael parked. Engine still normal. He checked fuel. Half. He showed attendant radiator issue. They opened hood together. Coolant level normal. No leak. No overheating signs. Maybe sensor problem. Michael felt foolish. Then deputy arrived, Officer Ramirez. Michael gave full account, not dramatized. Lights, family, phone, duplicate. Ramirez listened. Then said something unexpected. You're not first person to report that house. Michael stared. What? Maybe not same house. Explain. Ramirez looked toward road. People call about a lit farmhouse around there. How often? Couple times a year. Same family, different descriptions. That mattered. According to Ramirez, reports went back decades. Drivers getting lost. Car trouble, storms. Always an isolated farmhouse with every light on. Some callers reported people inside, some empty house. Some said the address was 117. Others 118, different numbers. Deputies rarely found anything. Sometimes they located old foundations. Sometimes active farms whose owners knew nothing. No consistent physical location. Michael asked, missing people. Ramirez hesitated. A few cases overlap, not enough for claim. But one case from 9 years earlier stood out. Driver named Paul Avery. He called wife after stopping at farmhouse because tire blew. Said family inside wouldn't answer, then later called again. Said everything was okay and asked wife to come. Wife refused due distance. Paul disappeared. His car found next morning beside County Road, tire intact, fuel half full. No farmhouse nearby. Michael felt cold. Did he describe family? Ramirez checked old notes later. Paul reported older woman. Older man, teenage girl, young boy, same four. But those could be generic family roles. Then Michael asked, did Paul have family? Yes. Wife? Yes. Kids too. Girl and boy. Michael stared. The farmhouse family could have been Paul's own family. Ramirez looked at him. Maybe. What did his wife look like? Officer showed missing case family photo. Michael froze. The woman in farmhouse window resembled Paul's wife. Not exact due age. The photo 9 years earlier showed same older woman. Weight Paul perhaps 50. Family. Could be, more importantly. Teenage girl and boy matched Paul's children at time. The figures Michael saw might not be a fixed family. They might be whoever belonged to previous driver. Michael then thought of duplicate himself. Maybe house populates with people connected to visitor, but he hadn't recognized first family. Why? Maybe not his family yet. Maybe previous occupant. Then once house learned his identity, it created Michael. Next phase might create his wife. That would explain call. The house was building household membership, not just copying people. It was learning how to fill rooms. Deputies checked location in daylight. Michael went only because multiple officers daylight. And he wanted his memory verified. Road, fields, mailbox. They found number 118. Real mailbox, but driveway led to empty field. No farmhouse. Foundation remnants visible in weeds. Old. Property records showed a farmhouse burned in 1974. Owners: Harold and June Mercer. Avoid reuse Mercer. Use Wilcox family. Robert and Elaine Wilcox, 2 children, daughter 17, son 11, 4-person family, house fire at night, all escaped. No deaths. Interesting. Then what happened? They moved. No supernatural tragedy. That was almost disappointing. Then records showed Robert Wilcox disappeared 3 months later, driving alone. Car found near old property. Family later moved out of state. No direct link. Michael asked to see old photograph. Wilcox family. Older man, woman, teen girl, boy. The figures he saw. Yes, very close. That meant farmhouse had retained original family. So why duplicate Michael? Maybe it wasn't replacing them. Maybe adding occupants' rooms. Every light corresponded to someone he remembered. Basement light. Attic more rooms than 4 people. Maybe others. Investigators searched foundation. They found no recent habitation. No electricity, no phone lines. Then one deputy noticed something in old basement. A light bulb. Modern LED, screwed into ceramic socket attached to nothing. No wires, no fixture power. Bulb warm, recently lit. They bagged it. Michael didn't need more proof. He went home for several weeks. Nothing happened. Then Michael noticed lights. His own house. He came home late. Every light was on. Kitchen, living room, bedrooms, bathroom, garage, basement. He knew he'd turned most off. His wife was away visiting family. No one home. Michael stayed in car, called police. They checked house. Empty. No forced entry. Smart home logs showed lights activated manually, not app. At 11:07 p.m. Michael was still 20 miles away then. No camera captured intruder. That was bad, but possible system failure. Then officer asked, why is attic light on? Michael looked. Small attic window glowing. He did not have a light installed in attic. They checked. A lamp stood on attic floor. Old table lamp. Not his, plugged into no outlet. Cord ended loose, yet bulb illuminated. Officer saw it. Shared observation. They unplugged. Already no plug. They removed lamp. Light went out. Good. Physical object. Police took it. The next night another lamp appeared in basement. Same style on, no power. Michael and wife stayed hotel. Hotel room had 1 lamp. At 2:13 a.m. it clicked off. Michael woke, then bathroom light off, then hallway entry light off, same order he had looked through room before sleep. Michael's wife sat up. "What is happening?" he whispered. "Don T move." Last lamp beside bed remained, then went off. Darkness. Michael used phone flashlight. His wife was there. Good. Then from bathroom came Michael's voice. "Which room are you in?" His wife almost answered. Michael covered her mouth gently and shook his head. "No." The bathroom light turned on. Someone stood inside Michael. Duplicate. It looked at wife. Then at real Michael. Wrong room. Light went out. They left hotel. Police found nothing. Now wife believed fully. They changed strategy. Avoid enclosed spaces. Impossible. They had to live somewhere. Maybe house targets room identity, so they stopped naming rooms aloud during incidents. No kitchen, no bedroom, no confirming. Also kept lights off more. Did that help? For months. Yes. Then wife received a photograph in mail. No sender. Their home exterior. Every window lit. Inside each window stood someone. Ground floor, Michael, wife. Upstairs, another Michael, another wife. Attic, 2 children. They had no children. Basement windows, 4 Wilcox family members. 8 more. A house filling on back. All rooms occupied except one window dark. Garage under photograph. One light left. Michael moved immediately. Sold house. He did not sell without disclosure. Could move temporarily. They relocated. The old house remained empty. New owners eventually. Let's avoid consequences to others. They kept property unoccupied. Then final event. Michael was driving alone again months later. Daylight, different state, no car trouble. He passed an isolated farmhouse, every light on. In daylight. Barely visible but unmistakable. He did not stop. Good. In one upstairs window stood his wife, but she was at home. Verified minutes earlier. Next window, Michael. Next, 2 children from photograph. Then basement, Wilcox family. The farmhouse was full. Michael accelerated away. Phone rang. Wife. He let it ring and verified by text first. Real wife sent. "Why aren't you answering?" he called. She said everything normal. Then, wait. What? Someone just turned on the hall light. Michael felt cold. Leave the house. She did immediately. No hesitation. Good. As she moved, Michael watched farmhouse in mirror. One light went out, the window containing his wife. Another went out, then another. The farmhouse was following her movement through their real home, room by room. Michael shouted, "Go outside." She reached front door. The farmhouse lights clicked rapidly. Kitchen, hallway, living room, bedroom, all dark. Only one remained, front porch. Then it went out. Michael lost sight of farmhouse around curve. His wife was safely outside. They thought escaping rooms had broken it. Then Michael got home. Wife waited with neighbors. House dark. Police checked. Empty. Good. They entered together only after inspection inside. Every light switch was physically in OFF position. No issue. Then Michael noticed family photograph on wall. Their wedding picture. Only Michael and wife normally. Now there were 4 people. 2 children stood between them. Same children from strange photograph. Michael stared. His wife whispered, "I know them." Michael looked at her. "What?" She began crying. "I don't know." Then, "I think that's Emily and Noah." They had never had children, yet names arrived instantly. Memories followed. Birthday, school, bedrooms, family trips. Michael felt similar false recognition. House wasn't merely filling physical rooms. It was filling roles, creating occupants until every light had someone attached to it. They removed photograph. Memories faded somewhat, not entirely. The last thing Michael did was check property records of current house. Nothing unusual, built 15 years earlier. No disappearances, no deaths, no connection. Which means the farmhouse itself is no longer required. Once it knows your household, any structure can become the layout. Michael and his wife now live in a small apartment with as few rooms as practical. Not because fewer rooms guarantees safety. Because fewer lights mean fewer places for something to assign a person. They keep one room permanently empty. No furniture, no name. No purpose. They never call it a guest room. Never office, never storage, just the empty room for almost a year. Its light never turned on. Then last Tuesday, Michael came home. All apartment lights were off, except that one. He stood in hallway, door closed, warm yellow light beneath it. His wife was beside him, neither opened it. From inside, a little girl laughed, then said, "Dad." Michael felt a memory arrive, not slowly, complete. Emily, his daughter, 8 years old, blue backpack, missing front tooth. Favorite cereal, hundreds of details that had not existed 1 second earlier. His wife squeezed his hand. She remembered too. Then a boy's voice joined. "Mom." Noah. Another complete life. Michael did not open the door. The children began crying. That was almost enough. Almost. Then a third voice spoke from inside. Michael's voice. "Don't worry. Pause. I'll let you out." The doorknob began to turn. From the other side, Michael and his wife ran. They never saw what came out. When police entered later, the apartment was empty. The empty room contained no furniture, no people, no unusual light. Only 4 photographs lying on the floor: the Wilcox family, Paul Avery's family, Michael and his wife with 2 children, and one photograph Michael had never seen. A farmhouse at night, every window illuminated. Dozens of windows, far more than any farmhouse could physically have. Behind each one stood a family. At the very top was one dark window, still empty, on the back written in pencil. One room left, the truck stop that Wasson T on the map. Eric Dalton noticed the receipt before he noticed the date. It was still in his cup holder, thin white paper, a little damp from the coffee he'd spilled earlier. He picked it up because he wanted the address of the truck stop. He had left his sunglasses there. Nothing important, just an excuse to turn around. The receipt said, "Mason's Travel Center fuel, coffee, turkey sandwich, total $46.18. Everything matched. Then Eric looked at the timestamp. October 17, 2017, 1:14 a.m. Eric stared at it. It was October 17. But not 2017. It was 2026. He checked the dashboard clock. 8:03 a.m. Checked his phone. Same year. Eric laughed quietly. Great printer, old system, wrong date. That was the obvious explanation, so he drove back. 14 miles. Same highway, same exit, except there was no truck stop, no pumps, no building, no parking lot. Just an empty field behind a rusted chain-link fence. Eric stopped on the shoulder, looked at the receipt again, then at the empty field, and finally noticed the line printed beneath the total. "Welcome back, Eric." He had never told the cashier his name. Eric was driving from Boise to Denver for work. He worked for a company that serviced commercial refrigeration systems. Not glamorous, but it meant he spent a lot of time driving between cities with a van full of tools. He was used to long, empty highways. He knew which gas stations stayed open late, which rest stops had working vending machines, which stretches of road had no cell signal for an hour. He wasn't easily spooked by isolation. Mostly, it bored him that night. He'd left Boise later than planned. A customer had kept him until almost 6. By midnight, Eric was somewhere in southern Wyoming, tired but still alert. He had enough fuel for maybe 80 miles. His phone showed weak service. The next real town was farther than he wanted to push it. So when he saw the sign, he felt relieved. Travel Center. Next exit, no logo, no brand, just white letters on blue. Eric took the exit. The truck stop sat maybe half a mile from the highway. Large parking area, 7 or 8 semis, 2 pickup trucks, a dark sedan near the entrance. Bright canopy over 6 pumps. The sign above the building said, "Mason's Travel Center," red letters, one neon M flickering. Nothing about it looked abandoned. Actually, it looked busier than Eric expected for that time of night. A truck driver was cleaning his windshield. Someone walked from the pumps toward the store. A woman sat smoking near a side entrance. Normal. Eric parked beside pump 4. The screen was old, physical buttons, no tap to pay. He inserted his card. The pump rejected it, tried again. Rejected. A small message appeared. Pay inside, of course. Eric went in. The first thing he noticed was the smell: coffee, hot food, industrial cleaner. That specific mixture every old truck stop seems to have. There were maybe 12 people inside. 2 truckers eating near the windows, a couple standing beside a rack of road maps, 1 cashier. One cook behind a short counter, a television mounted in a corner playing local weather. No sound, subtitles on. Eric walked to the register. The cashier was a man in his 60s, white hair, thin face, red vest over a plaid shirt, name tag. Frank Pump 4. Frank looked through window, then at Eric. Regular, yeah, how much? 40. Eric handed over card. Frank looked at it for a second, too long, then swiped. Machine beeped, go ahead. Eric returned outside, pumped fuel, normal. The only thing he noticed was that the price was low. Really low, $2.19 a gallon. Eric looked at the screen. He hadn't seen fuel that cheap in years. Then immediately thought maybe display was malfunctioning and the final charge would be correct. No big deal. He filled until $40. Went back inside. Frank had a receipt ready. Eric added coffee and a sandwich. Long drive. Denver. Frank nodded. You taking 80 all the way? Mostly. Frank looked at Eric more carefully. You shouldn't stay on it after Rawlins. Eric frowned. Why? Construction, that was useful. Eric's navigation hadn't shown anything. What should I take? Frank reached beneath counter and unfolded a paper map. Old-fashioned road map. He circled a route with a blue pen. Stay interstate until exit 191. Then take County 6 east. It'll put you back on before Laramie. Eric studied it. That looks slower. Not tonight. Accident. Frank shook his head. Road closes. When to? Eric checked time. 1:18 a.m. tonight. Frank nodded. That was specific enough to sound real. Eric folded map. Thanks. Frank stared at him. Don't stop between here and County 6. Eric smiled. More construction. Frank didn't. Just don't. Eric had heard plenty of truck stop warnings before. Black ice, deer, construction, drunk drivers, bad neighborhoods. He wasn't going to interpret every serious expression as a supernatural prophecy. He asked, anything actually dangerous? Frank thought, then, if you see this place again, keep driving. Eric looked around. The truck stopped. Frank nodded. How would I see it again? No answer. Eric waited. Frank handed over receipt. Safe drive, that was it. Eric left, back on the highway. Eric checked navigation. No construction closure shown. He searched state road alerts. Weak signal. Page barely loaded. No major closure listed near Rawlins. Maybe Frank had old information. Maybe local workers knew something not online yet. Eric kept map on passenger seat but stayed on interstate. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then he passed a blue sign, Travel Center. Next exit. Eric looked at it. Same simple lettering, probably another station. He continued. The exit appeared far to his right. Beyond dark field, bright gas canopy. Red sign. Mason's Travel Center. Eric stared. No, could be same chain. He had never heard of Mason's, but small regional brands existed. Then he saw the flickering M. Same. He looked in mirror. Impossible. He had been driving east for more than 20 miles. Maybe highway loop. No, straight interstate. No major turns. The truck stopped, disappeared behind him. Eric remembered Frank. If you see this place again, keep driving. He did. 5 minutes later, his dashboard showed fuel almost empty. Eric stared. He had just put in $40. Gauge had been over half when he left, now below quarter. Could be sensor problem. Van had an old fuel sender. Sometimes gauge lagged. Normal. He checked range estimate. 72 miles. It had shown 281. That was harder. Maybe fuel leak. Dangerous. Eric checked mirrors for smoke. Nothing. He watched fuel gauge for another mile. It dropped visibly 1 needle width. Then another. He needed to stop, but not at Mason's. He searched navigation. Next fuel. 31 miles could be enough. Range. Then 54, dropping too fast. Eric felt tension rise. A mechanical problem was still more believable than impossible truck stops. If fuel was leaking, continuing could strand him. He pulled onto wide shoulder beneath a light. Engine running. He did not exit immediately. Checked for warning lights. None. Looked beneath van through side mirror. No obvious liquid. He shut engine off. Range froze at 48. Then someone knocked on passenger window. Eric jerked. A man stood beside van. Truck driver, maybe 50. Baseball cap, blue work jacket. Eric had seen him earlier, the man cleaning his windshield at Mason's. At least he thought it was him. Eric cracked window. You okay? I was going to ask you that. The trucker pointed beneath van fuel issue. Gauge dropped. The man nodded. You stopped. Eric frowned. Yeah, you weren't supposed to. That phrase bothered him. What? The trucker looked back toward highway. Frank told you. Eric sat straighter. You know Frank, everybody does. How did you get here? The man didn't answer. Eric looked for truck. No semi behind him. No car. Nothing parked nearby. How did you get here? Again, the trucker looked at Eric. Same way you did, then smiled first time. Eric locked doors again, window up. The man did not react. He stepped away from the van, walked toward darkness beyond shoulder. No urgency. No threat. That somehow felt worse. Eric started engine. Fuel gauge jumped to half, exactly where it should have been. Range, 276 miles. No leak warning, no smell. No visible problem. He pulled back onto highway. Normal explanation. Faulty electronics, stress. Similar looking trucker. Someone playing a joke. He held onto it. Then he noticed paper map Frank had given him. The blue route circle was gone. There was now a red X on the interstate, and beneath it, in the same blue pen, you stopped. Eric had not written that. He tossed map onto passenger floor. No more stopping. That became the objective. Reach a real town. Verify location. Talk to people. He ignored exit 191 when it appeared. Frank had told him to take it. Now Frank's advice felt compromised. He stayed on interstate. A mile later, construction barrels appeared. Then signs. Road closed ahead. Eric slowed. Okay. Frank had been right about closure. That didn't mean anything supernatural. Local knowledge. He approached barrier. A worker in reflective vest waved him toward an exit. County 6. Exactly Frank's route. Eric rolled window down. Is interstate closed? Bridge work. When did it start? The worker looked at him, too. Eric checked clock. 1:56 a.m., 4 minutes early. Maybe they were closing ahead of schedule. Normal, the worker pointed. County 6. Eric took the detour. The county road was dark, 2 lanes, no lighting. No houses. Eric checked map. Route should reconnect in about 30 miles. Fine. He drove at 2:03 a.m. His phone lost all signal at 2:11. The radio started picking up a weak AM station. Old country music. Eric left it. At 2:16, music cut out. A man's voice came over. Pump 4. Eric stared at radio. Static. Then, $40 regular. Frank. Same voice. Eric turned radio off. It came back on. Coffee. Pause. Turkey sandwich. Eric unplugged phone from Bluetooth. No difference. Frank continued. Denver. Then, County 6. Eric gripped wheel. The radio listed every piece of information Eric had given at the truck stop. Nothing new that mattered. Someone could have recorded him. A prank transmission. Technically possible. Then Frank said Eric Dalton. Eric's stomach tightened. He had never given his name aloud, but credit card did. Receipt maybe. Fine. Then, October 17th, 2017. Eric stared. What? Radio went static. He didn't respond again. County Road 6 passed through nothing. No buildings. No traffic. Then headlights appeared behind. Semi far back. Eric felt relief. Another real vehicle. The truck slowly caught up. Stayed a few car lengths behind. Eric checked speed. 60. The semi remained. Then flashed headlights. Maybe wanted pass. Eric moved slightly right when safe. The semi pulled alongside. Eric glanced. Driver. The man who knocked on his window. Same blue jacket, same cap. The trucker looked down at Eric. Raised one finger, pointed forward. Then mouthed. Don't stop. Good, helpful, maybe real. The semi accelerated ahead, then vanished around curve. Eric followed. When he reached curve, no truck. Long straight road beyond. No taillights. No turnoff. Nothing. At 2:31 a.m., Masons appeared again, not beside highway, directly ahead. Truck stopped. Lights in middle of county road. Eric slowed. No. The road seemed to enter the parking lot. Gas pumps. Semis. Store. Same building. There was no way around without leaving pavement. Eric remembered Frank. If you see this place again, keep driving. So he drove through. Did not park. Did not stop. The parking lot was full now. More vehicles than before. Old models. New models, semis from different decades, a station wagon, a delivery van, a bus. People stood near pumps. All watched Eric pass. No one waved. He drove between canopy and store. through opposite exit back onto County 6. He looked in mirror once Mason's disappeared into darkness. Good. Then his receipt printer no. Receipt in cup holder fluttered although windows closed. Eric picked it up at next straight section, the date still. But a new line had appeared. Second visit, no purchase below it. Balance due 111. Dollar visit, person. Eric put receipt down. He did not need the answer. He needed town. At 2:47. Phone regained 1 bar. He called 911. This time it worked. Dispatcher. Real sounding. Eric gave road and direction. Asked them to confirm County 6 existed. Confused dispatcher said yes. He described strange truck stop without dramatizing. Then asked, "Is there a Mason's Travel Center near here?" Typing. Pause. No active business by that name. Eric felt cold. Used to be. Another pause. I don't know. He gave approximate location where first station had been. Dispatcher said deputy could meet him at junction with Highway 287 in about 20 minutes. Good. A verified destination. Eric stayed on call until signal dropped again. At 3:04. He reached intersection. Highway sign. Real. Traffic lights flashing red. A marked sheriff SUV waited. Eric did not trust immediately. He stopped 50 yards away and called 911 again. Signal weak but enough. Dispatcher confirmed unit number. Deputy name. Rachel Morneau. Eric checked vehicle correct, only then approached. Rational. Morneau listened, checked Eric for impairment. He wasn't offended. She had to. No alcohol, no drugs, oriented to time and place. Then she asked, "Where did you get fuel?" "Mason's." "Can I see receipt?" Eric handed it. Morneau stared at date, then looked at him. "This says 2017, I know. Could be bad printer." "Yeah." Then she read bottom, "Welcome back." Eric, her expression changed. "You know someone there?" "No, ever stopped there before." "No." She folded receipt into evidence bag. "Not yet." "Maybe she photographs." She photographed it. Then asked where truck stop was. Eric gave best coordinates from GPS history. Morneau looked at map. "There's nothing there." "I know you checked." "Not yet," you said. "I mean on map." "Good." She suggested motel in nearby town and promised to check location during daylight. Eric agreed. The motel was 20 miles away. Deputy escorted him. No anomalies. Real lobby. Credit card charge. Room. Eric slept badly for 3 hours. At 8 he woke. That was when he picked up receipt, then drove back. This is where story started. Empty field. No truck stop, no canopy, no parking lot, no asphalt, just weeds. Fence. One rusted pole near road. Eric pulled over. Morneau arrived 10 minutes later with county employee. They walked field perimeter. No building, but county worker new place. "There used to be a truck stop here." Eric looked at him. "What Mason's?" His stomach tightened. "When closed?" "Years ago." "How many?" The man thought. 8, 9. Morneau checked records later. Mason's Travel Center closed permanently in November 2017. Eric stared at receipt. October 17, 2017. 1 month before closure. That could explain date if some old receipt roll or register had been reused. Except no building existed. County records showed it had been demolished in 2019. Underground tanks removed. Lot ripped up. Property unused since. Eric asked why it closed. Financial problems. Nothing spooky. Owner retired. Fine. Then Morneau found news archive. Minor incident. October 18, 2017. 1 day after Eric's receipt date, a truck driver named Samuel Price disappeared after leaving Mason's around 1:30 a.m. Truck found on County Road 6. Engine running, no driver. Search unsuccessful. Eric recognized name. No. Then photograph. Blue work jacket, baseball cap. The trucker. The man who knocked on his van. Eric stopped. "That's him." Morneau looked. "Who?" "The guy I saw." She studied photo. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Samuel Price had disappeared 9 years earlier. He had been 51. Same age Eric saw, not older. No reason Eric would know him. That removed many normal explanations. Still possible he saw similar person. But then case notes. Samuel's wife told police he had called around 1:20 a.m., said he stopped at Mason's. Said cashier Frank warned him not to stop on County 6. Eric stared. "Frank." Morneau looked at him. "What?" Cashier's name was Frank. They searched employee records. Frank Mason, owner, cashier, he had worked nights often. Frank died in 2021, 4 years after truck stop closed. So Eric could not have met him in 2026. That was enough to make Eric leave. He didn't need more, but Morneau kept investigating because missing person connection was real. She found more cases, not dozens. 3. Samuel Price, 2017. A woman named Denise Harper, 2012. A salesman named Robert Lane, 2008. All had last known stops at Mason's. All vehicles later found along County 6. No bodies, no evidence of violence, the dates were years apart. No pattern strong enough for police to formally connect. Then receipt records surfaced from old archived accounting database. Samuel Price's final transaction. October 17, 2017, 1:14 a.m., pump 4, $40 regular, coffee, turkey sandwich, total, $46.18. Exactly Eric's receipt. Eric looked at Morneau. That's not my receipt. No. Then why does it have my name? She checked original transaction. Cardholder, Samuel Price. Not Eric, so the truck stop hadn't recreated a random old day. It had placed Eric inside Samuel's final transaction. Same pump, same order, same amount, same time, maybe even same route. Eric remembered Blue Jacket Trucker. Samuel had been showing him his own path. Don't stop. He wasn't warning from folklore. He was warning Eric not to repeat what Samuel did. What did Samuel do? Police timeline had one clue. Dashcam recovered from truck. Very old, low quality. At 2:06 a.m., Samuel pulled over on County 6. Why? Video showed a man standing beside road, too dark for face. Samuel exited truck. Recording continued. He could be heard saying, "Frank," then static. Samuel never returned. Eric had stopped too, but he stayed in vehicle and encountered Samuel. Instead, maybe stopping creates contact, maybe leaving vehicle completes it. Partial rule. Enough. Eric asked about truck stop closure. Why November 2017? Frank Mason sold property after Samuel disappeared. According to interview, he was shaken. Police report contained one strange sentence from Frank. He came in twice that night. Investigators assumed Frank was confused. Security footage showed Samuel entering once around 1:10. Frank insisted there was a second visit around 2:30. Samuel walked into store, bought nothing, looked exhausted, then told Frank, "Don't let me stop." Frank said Samuel left again, but by then Samuel's truck was already found empty several miles away, so either Frank was wrong. Or a second, Samuel returned to Mason's after disappearance. That line changed the whole mechanic. Mason's might not be moving through time. It might be replaying routes until someone makes a different decision. The receipt isn't predicting. It's assigning a previous trip. Eric repeated Samuel's transaction. Saw Samuel, was sent onto same road, stopped, but not in the same way. Then did not get out. Maybe that created divergence, the balance due. One could mean one unresolved step, one action not repeated. One person not replaced. Eric didn't know. He preferred not to. Morneau advised him to discard receipt. Eric did not. He sealed it in an envelope. Why? Evidence if text changed. He wanted to know for 2 months. Nothing happened, then he checked it. Bottom line changed. Balance due 1 became balance due 0. Eric felt immediate relief. Maybe it was over. Then underneath, transaction complete. That was worse. Because nothing obvious had happened the next morning. Eric's bank called about a disputed charge. Mason's Travel Center. $46.18. Transaction date, October 17, 2017. Posting date, current. Impossible banking date combination. Fraud department removed it, then asked, "Do you recognize merchant?" Eric said no. He stopped himself from explaining. The representative said merchant terminal identifier had been inactive since 2017. The transaction should not have processed. System error. Investigation opened. Good. Technical problem maybe. Then Eric checked wallet. One card missing. The credit card he'd used at Mason's. He searched van, apartment, work bag, gone. A week later, police evidence. Wait, he never gave. The card arrived in mail. No envelope, it was sitting in his mailbox. Expired, not his current expiration date. Expiration. 11/17, 9 years old. Magnetic stripe worn, embossed numbers scratched. Like card had been used for years, but Eric had gotten that account in 2024. He called bank. The card number matched his current account, yet manufacturing records showed no card with that expiration ever issued. Impossible, they canceled account. New number, new card, for months no Masons. Then Eric stopped at a normal truck stop in Colorado. Large chain, modern, busy daytime. He bought coffee. Cashier handed receipt. Eric folded it without looking. Back in van, he opened. Merchant name correct, date correct, amount correct. At bottom, loyalty visits. 2. Eric had no loyalty account. Then, next visit, Oct 17. 2027. He felt cold, exactly 1 year away. Maybe random software line. He threw receipt away. October came. Eric avoided Wyoming entirely, worked different routes. On October 17, he stayed home. No driving, no truck stops. Nothing. At 1:14 a.m., his apartment doorbell rang. Eric checked camera. A cashier stood outside. Frank Mason, red vest, plaid shirt, same face. Dead 5 years. Eric did not open. Frank held up a paper receipt toward camera, then slid it beneath door. Eric waited until hallway camera showed him leave. Only then picked it up. Receipt. Mason's Travel Center fuel, coffee, turkey sandwich, $46.18. Date. October 17, 2027. Future by 1 year. Wait, if current 2026 and next date 2027. But current story in 2026, we can keep future date. But said October came, maybe still 2026, actually if next visit 2027. Then 1 year later, need transition, a year passed. Let's fix mentally, a year passed. October came, good, under total, customer, Eric Dalton status, did not arrive then. Driver substitute required. Eric stared. Phone rang. Unknown number. He did not answer. Voicemail. Samuel Price. Good pause. You missed your turn. Then another voice. Frank. So somebody else has to take it. Eric immediately called Morno. She still worked same county, he explained. She checked recent incidents. 1 accident. Better not tragedy. 1 missing driver that night. May be concerning, but we shouldn't describe harm graphically. Could have a van found empty. At 2:02 a.m., State Patrol found an abandoned service van on County Road 6. Same company as Eric's, same vehicle model, different technician. His co-worker, Nathan Cole. Missing. Eric felt sick. Nathan had been assigned the Wyoming route. Eric refused that week. He had stopped for fuel somewhere. Last card charge, Mason's Travel Center. Merchant inactive, $46.18. Timestamp, 1:14 a.m. So, driver substitute wasn't metaphor. The route had found another driver matching enough conditions. Work van, same company, same general destination. Maybe transactions were not tied to Eric personally. They were slots, roles, a route needing completion. Nathan was found the next morning, alive, confused, walking near highway. No injuries, good. He remembered truck stop. Frank, cheap fuel. Detour. Then he remembered seeing Eric at roadside. Blue. Eric wasn't there. Nathan said Eric knocked on his window and told him. Dante, stop. Same role Samuel had played for Eric. Now Eric had become warning figure in Nathan's route, even though physically at home. That was the twist. Mason's wasn't just replaying Samuel anymore. It had added Eric to archive. Nathan's receipt dated, not 2017. A new year, new transaction, same items. Same total, customer name Nathan, at bottom. Visit 1. Eric understood. Samuel had been 1 layer, Eric another, Nathan next. Every person who entered Mason's and escaped enough of the route could become part of future version. Cashier, driver, warning figure, maybe customer. The truck stop wasn't stuck in time. It was accumulating people across time. That explained why vehicles in lots seemed from different decades. They weren't decoration, they belonged to previous visits. Eric asked Nathan 1 question. Did you see me inside? Nathan hesitated. Yeah. Where eating by window, Eric had never sat at Mason's. He had only bought food and left. What was I doing? Nathan said. You kept looking at the clock. Anything else? You told me not to pay. Eric hadn't. Then Nathan added, you looked older. How much? Maybe 10 years. So perhaps future Eric was already part of Truck Stop too, not just past. The place didn't care about chronological order. It collected versions. Eric stopped long-distance road work, transferred to local division. No overnight highway routes. For a while that seemed enough. Then one evening his boss handed him a printed work order, routine grocery store repair. Local. Eric looked at address. Normal at bottom, customer notes. Technician must arrive before 2:00 a.m. Strange. Store closed at midnight. Eric asked why. Boss didn't know. Automatic dispatch note. Eric declined overnight. Another technician went during day instead. No issue. Then Eric received automated email. Route incomplete, not from Mason's company system. He forwarded IT. They found no such notification in server logs. Then roadside signs began appearing. Not often. Only when Eric was tired. Travel center. Next exit. He never took them. Even in city. Once while driving downtown Denver, he saw the blue sign above an exit ramp. There was no truck stop nearby. He kept straight. Rearview mirror showed bright red neon M behind buildings. Gone when he looked again. He learned not to verify. Seeing it once was enough. The last incident happened 2 weeks ago. Eric wasn't driving. He was passenger in Nathan's car. Daytime. Busy interstate. Nathan had mostly recovered and could joke about experience now. Bad idea maybe, but normal coping. They stopped at a large chain travel plaza. Hundreds of people. Fast food restaurants. Bright digital screens, nothing old. They went inside. Eric immediately noticed the cashier, Frank, standing at register. Red vest, plaid shirt, but store employees wore blue uniforms. Eric stopped. Nathan saw him too. That mattered. That's him. Eric nodded. They turned around, did not approach. Then PA system announced, Eric Dalton to register 4. People ignored. Normal store announcement. Then, Nathan Cole to register 4. They kept walking. Frank called from behind, you forgot your receipt. Eric did not turn. They reached exit, doors locked. Automatic doors would not open. Employees looked confused. One tried sensor. Nothing. Then every register in store printed simultaneously. Paper streaming out, dozens of receipts. Customers laughed. Employees scrambled. The doors opened again. Eric and Nathan left, outside. Their car was gone, not stolen. The entire parking row where they'd parked had changed. Instead of modern cars, old semis, station wagons, pickups, vehicles from different decades. And at far end, Mason's Travel Center. Not Chain Plaza, old red letters, flickering M. Nathan whispered, no, they did not go toward it. They walked back toward highway access road. People around them seemed unaware. Some walked into modern store. To Eric it looked Mason's. Need avoid confusing. Let's say when they looked back. Modern store returned. They reached pedestrian sidewalk, then looked back. Normal travel plaza. Their car exactly where parked. No old vehicles, false safety. Inside car, 2 receipts lay on dashboard. One for Eric, one for Nathan, both dated. October 17, 2035, 9 years in future from 2026. But after 1 year events may be 2027. Current narrative may be 2027. Let's keep 8 years in future to avoid exact. But user doesn't care calendar. We can make date. October 17, 2035 and note years ahead. Eric's receipt, position. Cashier Nathan's, position. Driver Eric stared. Frank Mason had been cashier. Samuel Price had been driver. Roles, transfer. That finally answered more. Mason's didn't just collect people, it assigned them. Maybe every transaction required a cashier and driver. Maybe someone eventually replaced Frank, someone replaced Samuel. The business kept operating because visitors became employees in some version of the route. Nathan looked at Eric. What happens in 2035? Eric folded receipt. I don't plan to find out. They burned them. A day later both returned in mail. No stamp, no envelope. Different text. Eric, training complete. Nathan. Route familiar. Eric stopped reading. He locked receipt in bank box. It disappeared, then reappeared inside his work toolbox. No escape through disposal, but no forced incident either. So Eric chose not to engage. He doesn't answer odd signs, doesn't follow detours without official verification, doesn't stop at Mason's if stranded. He calls through known channels and waits practical. Last week, Eric's company hired a new technician, young guy, 24. Name Ryan Keller. Eric met him once, nothing strange. Then Ryan came in the shop Monday morning holding a paper map. Hey, weird question. Eric looked up. What, you ever been to Mason's Travel Center? Eric went still. Why? Ryan smiled. Some old guy gave me a shortcut last night. Eric stood. What old guy? Cashier. Frank, I think. Eric felt cold. Ryan continued. Nice place, cheap gas. Do you have the receipt? Yeah. Ryan pulled it from pocket. Eric took it. Date, October 17, 2017. Same transaction, same $46.18, but customer line. Ryan Keller at bottom, trainer. Eric Dalton. Ryan laughed. Funny thing is, I never told him about you. Eric didn't, because there was no useful explanation. Instead he asked, did Frank tell you anything else? Ryan nodded, said if I see the place again, keep driving. Good, at least Rule survived. Then Ryan added, he said you'd explain why. Eric stared at receipt. Maybe Frank wasn't warning Eric in 2026. Maybe he was training his replacement. Maybe Samuel wasn't helping him escape. Maybe every person already assigned a role was simply doing what Mason's required. The warnings, the routes, the repeated stops. All part of orientation. Eric looked at Ryan. What pump? 4. What did you buy? Coffee and turkey sandwich. Same. Then, what time? Ryan checked receipt. 1:14. Eric closed his eyes. The transaction wasn't repeating because something had gone wrong. It was repeating because that was the transaction. One sale, one route, one night, played through different people until every position was filled. Ryan asked, so what should I do? Eric handed receipt back. Whatever happens, don't stop on County 6. Ryan smiled nervously. Yeah. Frank said you'd say that. Eric froze. Ryan looked confused. What? Nothing, because if Frank already knew exactly what Eric would tell Ryan, then Eric wasn't changing the route. He was following his part in it, and somewhere, on a night that may have happened 9 years ago or may not happen for another 9, there's a truck stop full of people who think they're just passing through. One of them is sitting behind the register. He looks older than Eric does now. His name tag says Eric, and every time a tired driver walks in, he hands them the same receipt and says safe drive. Then he watches the clock, waiting for 1:14 a.m.,